1058 Socrates / Adiamantus / Glaucon. Market, city, harbor, and the rest should we bring ourselves to legislate about any of these? It isn't appropriate to dictate to men who are any and good. They'll easily nt out for themselves whatever needs to be legislated about such things. Yes, provided that a God grants that the laws we have already described are preserved. If not, they'll spend their lives enacting a lot of other laws and then amending them, believing that in this way they'll attain the best. You mean they'll live like those sick people who, through licentiousness, aren't willing to abandon their harmful way of life? That's right. And such people carry on in an altogether amusing fashion, don't they? 426. Their medical treatment achieves nothing, except that their illness becomes worse and more complicated, and they're always hoping that someone will recommend some new medicine to cure them. That's exactly what happens to people like that. And isn't it also amusing that they consider their worst enemy to be the person who tells them the truth, namely, that until they give up drunkenness, overeating, lechery, and idleness, no medicine, cautery, or surgery, no charms, amulets, or anything else of that kind will do them any good. B. It isn't amusing at all, for it isn't amusing to treat someone harshly when he is telling the truth. You don't seem to approve of such men. I certainly don't, by God. Then, you won't approve either if the whole city behaves in that way, as we said. Don't you think that cities that are badly governed behave exactly like this when they warn their citizens not to disturb the city's whole political establishment on pain of death? The person who is honored and considered clever and wise in important matters by such badly governed cities is the one who serves them most pleasantly, indulges them, atters them, anticipates their wishes, and is clever at fooling them. Cities certainly do seem to behave in that way, and I don't approve of it at all. What about those who are willing and eager to serve such cities? Don't you admire their courage and readiness? D. I do, except for those who are deceived by majority approval into believing that they are true statesmen. What do you mean? Have you no sympathy for such men? Or do you think it is possible for someone who is ignorant of measurement not to believe it himself when many others who are similarly ignorant tell him that he is 6 feet tall? No, I don't think that. Then don't be too hard on them, for such people are surely the most amusing of all. They pass laws on the subjects we've just been enumerating, and then amend them, and they always think they'll end a way to put a republic for 1059. Stop to cheating on contracts and the other things I mentioned, not realizing that they were really just cutting off a Hydra's head. 3. Yet that's all they were doing. 427. I'd have thought, then, that the true lawgiver ought to bother with that form of law or constitution, either in a badly governed city or in a well-governed one in the former, because it is useless and accomplishes nothing, in the latter, because anyone could discover some of these things, while the others follow automatically from the ways of life we established. What is now left for us to deal with under the heading of legislation? B. For us nothing, but for the Delphic Apollo it remains to enact the greatest nest and RST of laws. What laws are those? Those having to do with the establishing of temples, sacrifices, and other forms of service to gods, daemons, and heroes, the burial of the dead, and the services that ensure their favor. We have no knowledge of these things, and in establishing our city, if we have any understanding, we won't be persuaded to trust them to anyone other than the ancestral God. And see, this God, sitting upon the rock at the center of the earth, for is without a doubt the ancestral guide on these matters for all people. Nicely put. And that is what we must do. Well, son of Ariston, your city might now be said to be established. The D. Next step is to get an adequate light somewhere and to call upon your brother as well as Polemarchus and the others, so as to look inside it and see where the justice and the injustice might be in it, what the difference between them is, and which of the two the person who is to be happy should possess, whether its possession is unnoticed by all the gods and human beings or not. You read talking nonsense, Glaucon said. You promised to look for them yourself because you said it was impious for you not to come to the rescue of justice in every way you could. That is true, and I must do what I promised, but you'll have to help. We will. I hope to end it in this way. I think our city, if indeed it has been correctly founded, is completely good. Necessarily so. Clearly, then, it is wise, courageous, moderate, and just. Clearly. Then, if we end any of these in it, what is left over will be the ones we haven't found? Of course. 428. 3. The Hydra was a mythical monster. When one of its heads was cut off, 2 or 3 new heads grew in its place. Heracles had to slay the Hydra as one of his labors. 4. I.e., on the rock in the sanctuary at Delphi, which was believed to be the navel or center of the earth. 1060 Socrates / Glaucon. Therefore, as with any other 4 things, if we were looking for any one of them in something and recognized it RST, that would be enough for us, but if we recognized the other 3 RST, this itself would be sufficient to enable us to recognize what we are looking for. Clearly it couldn't be anything other than what is left over. That is right. Therefore, since there are 4 virtues, mustn't we look for them in the same way? Clearly. Now, the RST thing I think I can see clearly in the city is wisdom, and there seems to be something odd about it. B. What is that? I think that the city we described is really wise. And that is because it has good judgment, isn't it? Yes. Now, this very thing, good judgment, is clearly some kind of knowledge. For it is through knowledge, not ignorance, that people judge well. Clearly. But there are many kinds of knowledge in the city. Of course. Is it because of the knowledge possessed by its carpenters, then, that the city is to be called wise and sound in judgment? Not at all. It is called skilled in carpentry because of that. See. Then it isn't to be called wise because of the knowledge by which it arranges to have the best wooden implements. No, indeed. What about the knowledge of bronze items or the like? It isn't because of any knowledge of that sort. Nor because of the knowledge of how to raise a harvest from the earth. For it is called skilled in farming because of that. I should think so. Then, is there some knowledge possessed by some of the citizens in the city we just founded that doesn't judge about any particular matter but about the city as a whole and the maintenance of good relations, both internally and with other cities? D. There is indeed. What is this knowledge, and who has it? It is guardianship, and it is possessed by those rulers we just now called complete guardians. Then, what does this knowledge entitle you to say about the city? That it has good judgment and is really wise. Who do you think that there will be more of in our city, metal workers? Or these true guardians? There will be far more metal workers. Indeed, of all those who are called by a certain name because they have some kind of knowledge, aren't the guardians the least numerous? Republic for 1061. By far. Then, a whole city established according to nature would be wise because of the smallest class and part in it, namely, the governing or ruling one. And to this class, which seems to be by nature the smallest, belongs a share of the knowledge that alone among all the other kinds of knowledge 429 is to be called wisdom. That is completely true. Then we found one of the four virtues, as well as its place in the city. Though I don't know how we found it. Our way of ending it seems good enough to me. And surely courage and the part of the city it is in, the part on account of which the city is called courageous, aren't difficult to see. How is that? Who, in calling the city cowardly or courageous, would look anywhere be other than to the part of it that GHTS and does battle on its behalf? No one would look anywhere else. At any rate, I don't think that the courage or cowardice of its other citizens would cause the city itself to be called either courageous or cowardly. No, it wouldn't. The city is courageous, then, because of a part of itself that has the power to preserve through everything its belief about what things are to be feared. Namely, that they are the things and kinds of things that the lawgiver see declared to be such in the course of educating it. Or don't you call that courage? I don't completely understand what you mean. Please, say it again. I mean that courage is a kind of preservation. What sort of preservation? That preservation of the belief that has been inculcated by the law, through education about what things and sorts of things are to be feared. And by preserving this belief through everything, I mean preserving it, and not abandoning it because of pains, pleasures, desires, or fears. If you'd like, I'll compare it to something I think it resembles. I do like that. You know that dyers, who want to dye wool purple, RST pick out from the many colors of wool the one that is naturally white, then they carefully prepare this in various ways, so that it will absorb the color as well as possible, and only at that point do they apply the purple dye. When something is dyed in this way, the color is fast. No amount of washing, whether with soap or without it, can remove it. But you also know what happens to material if it hasn't been dyed in this way, but instead is dyed purple or some other color without careful preparation. I know that it looks washed out and ridiculous. Then, you should understand that, as far as we could, we were doing something similar when we selected our soldiers and educated them in music and physical training. What we were contriving was nothing other 430 than this, that because they had the proper nature and upbringing, they 1062 Socrates/Locon would absorb the laws in the best possible way, just like a dye, so that their belief about what they should fear and all the rest would become so fast that even such extremely effective detergents as pleasure, pain, fear, and desire wouldn't wash it out, and pleasure is much more potent than any powder, washing soda, or soap. This power to preserve through every thing the correct and long inculcated belief about what is to be feared and what is what I call courage, unless, of course, you say otherwise. I have nothing different to say, for I assume that you don't consider the correct belief about these same things, which you in animals and slaves, and which is not the result of education, to be inculcated by law, and that you don't call it courage but something else. That is absolutely true. See. Then I accept your account of courage. Accept it instead as my account of civic courage, and you will be right. We'll discuss courage more fully some other time, if you like. At present, our inquiry concerns not it but justice. And what we said is sufficient. For that purpose. You were quite right. There are now two things left for us to end in the city, namely, moderation 5 and the goal of our entire inquiry justice. D. That is right. Is there a way we could end justice so as not to have to bother with moderation any further? I don't know any, and I wouldn't want justice to appear RST if that means that we want to investigate moderation. So if you want to please me, look for the latter RST. I am certainly willing. It would be wrong not to be. Look, then. We will. Seen from here, it is more like a kind of consonance and harmony than the previous ones. In what way? Moderation is surely a kind of order, the mastery of certain kinds of pleasures and desires. People indicate as much when they use the phrase self-control and other similar phrases. I don't know just what they mean by them, but they are, so to speak, like tracks or clues that moderation has left behind in language. Isn't that so? Absolutely. Yet isn't the expression self-control ridiculous? The stronger self that does the controlling is the same as the weaker self that gets controlled, so that only one person is referred to in all such expressions. 431. Of course. 5. The Greek term is sophrosun. It has a very wide meaning: self-control, good sense, reasonableness, temperance, and, in some contexts, chastity. Someone who keeps his head under pressure or temptation possesses sophrosun. Republic 1063. Nonetheless, the expression is apparently trying to indicate that, in the soul of that very person, there is a better part and a worse one, and that, whenever the naturally better part is in control of the worse, this is expressed by saying that the person is self-controlled or master of himself. At any rate, one praises someone by calling him self-controlled. But when, on the other hand, the smaller and better part is overpowered by the larger, because of bad upbringing or bad company, this is called being self-defeated or licentious and is a reproach. B. Appropriately so. Take a look at our new city, and ULLND one of these in it. ULL. Say that it is rightly called self-controlled, if indeed something in which the better rules the worse is properly called moderate and self-controlled. I am looking, and what you say is true. Now, one NDS all kinds of diverse desires, pleasures, and pains, mostly in children, women, household slaves, and in those of the inferior majority C, who are called free. That is right. But you meet with the desires that are simple, measured, and directed by calculation in accordance with understanding and correct belief only. In the few people who are born with the best natures and receive the best education. That is true. Then, don't you see that in your city, too, the desires of the inferior many are controlled by the wisdom and desires of the superior few? D. I do. Therefore, if any city is said to be in control of itself and of its pleasures and desires, it is this one. Absolutely. And isn't it, therefore, also moderate because of all this? It is. And, further, if indeed the ruler and the ruled in any city share the same belief about who should rule, it is in this one. Or don't you agree? I agree entirely. And when the citizens agree in this way, in which of them do you say moderation is located? In the ruler or the ruled? I suppose in both. Then, you see how right we were to divine that moderation resembles a kind of harmony. How so? Because, unlike courage and wisdom, each of which resides in one part, making the city brave and wise respectively, moderation spreads throughout the whole. It makes the weakest, the strongest, and those in 432. Between whether in regard to reason, physical strength, numbers, wealth, or anything else all sing the same song together. And this unanimity This agreement between the naturally worse and the naturally better as to 1064 Socrates/Lacan. Which of the two is to rule both in the city and in each one, is rightly called moderation. I agree completely. B. All right. We've now found, at least from the point of view of our present beliefs, 3 out of the 4 virtues in our city. So what kind of virtue is left, then, that makes the city share even further in virtue? Surely, it is clear that it is justice. That is clear. Then, Glaucon, we must station ourselves like hunters surrounding a wood and focus our understanding, so that justice doesn't escape us and vanish into obscurity, for obviously it is around here somewhere. So look, and try eagerly to catch sight of it, and if you happen to see it before I see you can tell me about it. I wish I could, but you'll make better use of me if you take me to be a follower who can see things when you point them out to him. Follow, then, and join me in a prayer. I'll do that, just so long as you lead. I certainly will, though the place seems to be impenetrable and full of shadows. It is certainly dark and hard to search through. But all the same, we must go on. Indeed we must. D. And then I caught sight of something. Aha. Glaucon, it looks as though there is a track here, so it seems that our quarry won't altogether escape us. That is good news. Either that, or we've just been stupid. In what way? Because what we are looking for seems to have been rolling around at our feet from the very beginning, and we didn't see it, which was ridiculous of us. Just as people sometimes search for the very thing they are holding in their hands, so we didn't look in the right direction but gazed off into the distance, and that is probably why we didn't notice it. What do you mean? I mean that, though we've been talking and hearing about it for a long time, I think we didn't understand what we were saying, or that, in a way, we were talking about justice. That is a long prelude for someone who wants to hear the answer. Then listen and see whether there is anything in what I say. Justice, I 433. Think, is exactly what we said must be established throughout the city. When we were founding it, either that or some form of it. We stated, and often repeated, if you remember, that everyone must practice one of the occupations in the city for which he is naturally best suited. Yes, we did keep saying that. Moreover, we've heard many people say and have often said ourselves that justice is doing one's own work and not meddling with what isn't one's own. B. Yes, we have. Republic for 1065. Then, it turns out that this doing one's own work, provided that it comes to be in a certain way, is justice. And do you know what I take as evidence of this? No, tell me. I think that this is what was left over in the city when moderation, courage, and wisdom have been found. It is the power that makes it possible for them to grow in the city, and that preserves them when they've grown for as long as it remains there itself. And of course we said that justice would be what was left over when we had found the other 3. Yes, that must be so. And surely, if we had to decide which of the 4 will make the city good by its presence, it would be a hard decision. Is it the agreement in belief between the rulers and the ruled, or the preservation among the soldiers of the law-inspired belief about what is to be feared and what isn't, or the wisdom and guardianship of the rulers? Or is it, above all, the fact that every child, woman, slave, freeman, craftsman, ruler, and ruled, each does his own work and doesn't meddle with what is other people's? How could this fail to be a hard decision? It seems, then, that the power that consists in everyone as doing his own work rivals wisdom, moderation, and courage in its contribution to the virtue of the city. It certainly does. And wouldn't you call this rival to the others in its contribution to the city's virtue justice? Absolutely. Look at it this way if you want to be convinced. Won't you order your rulers to act as judges in the city's courts? Of course. And won't their sole aim in delivering judgments be that no citizen should have what belongs to another or be deprived of what is his own? They'll have no aim but that. Because that is just? Yes. Therefore, from this point of view also, the having and doing of one's own would be accepted as justice. 434. That is right. Consider, then, and see whether you agree with me about this. If a carpenter attempts to do the work of a cobbler, or a cobbler that of a carpenter, or they exchange their tools or honors with one another, or if the same person tries to do both jobs, and all other such exchanges are made, do you think that does any great harm to the city? Not much. But I suppose that when someone, who is by nature a craftsman or some other kind of moneymaker, is puffed up by wealth, or by having a majority of votes, or by his own strength, or by some other such thing, and attempts to enter the class of soldiers, or one of the unworthy soldiers tries to enter 1066 Socrates/Lacan, that of the judges and guardians, and these exchange their tools and honors. Or when the same person tries to do all these things at once, then I think you'll agree that these exchanges and this sort of meddling bring the city to ruin. Absolutely. Meddling and exchange between these 3 classes, then, is the greatest harm that can happen to the city and would rightly be called the worst thing someone could do to it. See. Exactly. And wouldn't you say that the worst thing that someone could do to his city is injustice? Of course. Then, that exchange and meddling is injustice. Or to put it the other way around, for the money-making, auxiliary, and guardian classes each to do its own work in the city, is the opposite. That is justice, isn't it, and makes the city just? I agree. Justice is that and nothing else. D. Let us not take that as secure just yet, but if we that the same form, when it comes to be in each individual person, is accepted as justice there as well, we can assent to it. What else can we say? But if that isn't what we must look for something else to be justice. For the moment. However, let us complete the present inquiry. We thought that, if we tried to observe justice in some larger thing that possessed it, this would make it easier to observe in a single individual. 6. We agreed that this larger thing is a city, and so we established the best city we could, knowing well that justice would be in one that was good. So, let us apply what has come to light in the city to an individual, and if it is accepted there, all will be well. But if something different is found in the individual, then we must go back and test that on the city. And if we do this, and compare them side by side, we might well make justice light up as if we were rubbing 435 re-sticks together. And, when it has come to light, we can get a secure grip on it for ourselves. You re-following the road we set, and we must do as you say. Well, then, are things called by the same name, whether they are bigger or smaller than one another, like or unlike with respect to that to which that name applies? Alike. Then a just man won't differ at all from a just city in respect to the form of justice, rather he'll be like the city. B. He will. But a city was thought to be just when each of the 3 natural classes Within it did its own work, and it was thought to be moderate, courageous, and wise because of certain other conditions and states of theirs. 6368 cff. Republic for 1067. That is true. Then, if an individual has these same three parts in his soul, we will expect him to be correctly called by the same names as the city if he has the same conditions in them. See. Necessarily so. Then once again we come upon an easy question, namely, does the soul have these three parts in it or not? It doesn't look easy to me. Perhaps, Socrates, there is some truth in the old saying that everything is difficult. Apparently so. But you should know, Glaucon, that, in my opinion, we will never get a precise answer using our present methods of argument. Although there is another longer and fuller road that does lead to such an answer. But perhaps we can get an answer that is up to the standard of our previous statements and inquiries. Isn't that satisfactory? It would be enough for me at present. In that case, it will be fully enough for me too. Then don't weary, but go on with the inquiry. Well, then, we are surely compelled to agree that each of us has within himself the same parts and characteristics as the city. Where else would they come from? It would be ridiculous for anyone to think that spiritedness didn't he come to be in cities from such individuals as the Thracians, Scythians, and others who live to the north of us who are held to possess spirit, or that the same isn't true of the love of learning, which is mostly associated with our part of the world, or of the love of money, which one might say 436, is conspicuously displayed by the Phoenicians and Egyptians. It would. That's the way it is, anyway, and it isn't hard to understand. Certainly not. But this is hard. Do we do these things with the same part of ourselves? Or do we do them with three different parts? Do we learn with one part, get angry with another, and with some third part desire the pleasures of food, drink, sex, and the others that are closely akin to them? Or, when we set out after something, do we act with the whole of our soul, in each case? This is what is hard to determine in a way that is up to the standards of our argument. I think so too. Well, then, let us try to determine in that way whether these parts are the same or different. How? It is obvious that the same thing will not be willing to do or undergo opposites in the same part of itself, in relation to the same thing, at the same time. So, if we ever see this happening in the soul, we'll know that we aren't dealing with one thing but many. See? Alright. Then consider what I am about to say. 1068 Glaucon/Socrates. Say on. Is it possible for the same thing to stand still and move at the same time? In the same part of itself? Not at all. Let us make our agreement more precise in order to avoid disputes later on. If someone said that a person who is standing still but moving his hands and head is moving and standing still at the same time, we wouldn't consider, I think, that he ought to put it like that. What he ought to say is that one part of the person is standing still and another part is moving. Isn't that so? It is. And if our interlocutor became even more amusing and was sophisticated enough to say that whole spinning tops stand still and move at the same time when the peg is in the same place and they revolve, and that the same is true of anything else moving in a circular motion on the same spot, we wouldn't agree, because it isn't with respect to the same parts of themselves that such things both stand still and move. We say that they have an axis and a circumference and that with respect to the axis they stand still, since they don't wobble to either side, while with respect to the circumference they move in a circle. But if they do wobble to the left or right, front or back, while they are spinning, we say that they aren't standing still in any way. And we be right. No such statement will disturb us, then, or make us believe that the same thing can be, do, or undergo opposites, at the same time, in the same respect, and in relation to the same thing. 437. They want to make me believe it, at least. Nevertheless, in order to avoid going through all these objections one by one and taking a long time to prove them all untrue, let us hypothesize that this is correct and carry on. But we agree that if it should ever be shown to be incorrect, all the consequences we've drawn from it will also be lost. We should agree to that. Then wouldn't you consider all the following, whether they are doings be or undergoings, as pairs of opposites, ascent and descent, wanting to have something and rejecting it, taking something and pushing it away? Yes, they are opposites. What about these? Wouldn't you include thirst, hunger, the appetites as a whole, and wishing and willing somewhere in the class we mentioned? See. Wouldn't you say that the soul of someone who has an appetite for a thing wants what he has an appetite for and takes to himself what it is his will to have, and that insofar as he wishes something to be given to him, his soul, since it desires this to come about, nods assent to it as if in answer to a question? I would. Republic for 1069. What about not willing, not wishing, and not having an appetite? Aren't these among the very opposite cases in which the soul pushes and drives things away? Of course. Then we say that there is a class of things called appetites and that the clearest examples are hunger and thirst? We will. One of these is for food and the other for drink. Yes. Now, insofar as it is thirst, is it an appetite in the soul for more than that for which we say that it is the appetite? For example, is thirst for hot drink or cold, or much drink or little, or, in a word, for drink of a certain sort? Or isn't it rather that, where heat is present as well as thirst, it causes the appetite to be for something cold as well, and where cold for something hot, and where there is much thirst because of the presence of muchness, it will cause the desire to be for much, and where little for little. But thirst itself will never be for anything other than what it is in its nature to be for, namely, drink itself, and hunger for food. That's the way it is, each appetite itself is only for its natural object, while the appetite for something of a certain sort depends on additions. Therefore, let no one catch us unprepared or disturb us by claiming that 438. No one has an appetite for drink but rather good drink, nor food but good food, on the grounds that everyone after all has appetite for good things. So that if thirst is an appetite, it will be an appetite for good drink or whatever, and similarly with the others. All the same, the person who says that has a point. But it seems to me that, in the case of all things that are related to something, those that are of a particular sort are related to a particular sort of thing, while those that are merely themselves are related to a thing b. That is merely itself. I don't understand. Don't you understand that the greater is such as to be greater than some thing? Of course. Then the less? Yes. And the much greater than the much less? Isn't that so? Yes. And the once greater to the once less? And the going to be greater than the going to be less? Certainly. And isn't the same true of the more and the fewer, the double and the half, heavier and lighter, faster and slower, the hot and the cold, and all other such things? Of course. 1070 Socrates/Glaucon. And what about the various kinds of knowledge? Doesn't the same apply? Knowledge itself is knowledge of what can be learned itself, or whatever it is that knowledge is of, while a particular sort of knowledge is of a particular sort of thing. For example, when knowledge of building houses came to be, didn't it differ from the other kinds of knowledge, and so was called knowledge of building? Of course. And wasn't that because it was a different sort of knowledge from all the others? Yes. And wasn't it because it was of a particular sort of thing that it itself became a particular sort of knowledge? And isn't this true of all crafts and kinds of knowledge? It is. Well, then, this is what I was trying to say if you understand it now. When I said that of all things that are related to something, those that are merely themselves are related to things that are merely themselves, while those that are of a particular sort are related to things of a particular sort. However, I don't mean that the sorts in question have to be the same for them both. For example, knowledge of health or disease isn't healthy or diseased, and knowledge of good and bad doesn't itself become good or bad. I mean that, when knowledge became, not knowledge of the thing itself that knowledge is of, but knowledge of something of a particular sort, the result was that it itself became a particular sort of knowledge. And this caused it to be no longer called knowledge without qualification, but with the addition of the relevant sort medical knowledge or whatever. I understand, and I think that that's the way it is. Then as for thirst, wouldn't you include it among things that are related to something? Surely thirst is related to 439. I know it's related to drink. Therefore a particular sort of thirst is for a particular sort of drink. But thirst itself isn't for much or little, good or bad, or, in a word, for drink of a particular sort. Rather, thirst itself is in its nature only for drink itself. Absolutely. Hence the soul of the thirsty person, insofar as he's thirsty, doesn't wish anything else but to drink, and it wants this and is impelled towards it. B. Clearly. Therefore, if something draws it back when it is thirsting, wouldn't that be something different in it from whatever thirsts and drives it like a beast to drink? It can't be, we say, that the same thing, with the same part of itself, in relation to the same, at the same time, does opposite things. No, it can't. In the same way, I suppose, it's not well put to say of the archer that his hands at the same time push the bow away and draw it towards him. Republic for 1071. We ought to say that one hand pushes it away and the other draws it towards him. Absolutely. See. Now, would we assert that sometimes there are thirsty people who don't wish to drink? Certainly, it happens often to many different people. What, then, should one say about them? Isn't it that there is something in their soul, bidding them to drink, and something different, forbidding them to do so, that overrules the thing that bids? I think so. Doesn't that which forbids in such cases come into play if it comes into play at all as a result of rational calculation, while what drives and drags them to drink is a result of feelings and diseases? D. Apparently. Hence it isn't unreasonable for us to claim that they are two, and different from one another. We call the part of the soul with which it calculates the rational part and the part with which it lusts, hungers, thirsts, and gets excited by other appetites the irrational appetitive part, companion of certain indulgences and pleasures. Yes. Indeed, that is a reasonable thing to think. Then, let these two parts be distinguished in the soul. Now, is the spirited part by which we get angry a third part, or is it of the same nature as either of the other two? Perhaps it is like the appetitive part. But I've heard something relevant to this, and I believe it. Leontius, the son of Aglaon, was going up from the Piraeus along the outside of the north wall when he saw some corpses lying at the executioner's feet. He had an appetite to look at them, but at the same time he was disgusted, and turned away. For a time he struggled with himself and covered his face, but, Nally, overpowered by the appetite, he pushed his eyes wide 440 open and rushed towards the corpses, saying, "Look for yourselves, you evil wretches, take your LL of the beautiful sight." I've heard that story myself. It certainly proves that anger sometimes makes war against the appetites, as one thing against another. Besides, Dante, we often notice in other cases that when appetite forces someone contrary to rational calculation, he reproaches himself and gets angry with that in him that is doing the forcing, so that of the two factions be that are a civil war, so to speak, spirit allies itself with reason. But I don't think you can say that you've ever seen spirit, either in yourself or anyone else, ally itself with an appetite to do what reason has decided must not be done. No, by God, I haven't. What happens when a person thinks that he has done something unjust? Isn't it true that the nobler he is, the less he resents it if he suffers hunger? See. 1072 Socrates/Glaucon. Cold, or the like at the hands of someone whom he believes to be a nice thing. This on him justly, and one his spirit, as I say, refused to be aroused. That is true. But what happens if, instead, he believes that someone has been unjust to him? Isn't the spirit within him boiling and angry, bidding for what he believes to be just? Won't it endure hunger, cold, and the like and keep until it is victorious, not ceasing from noble actions until it either wins, dies, or calms down, called to heel by the reason within him, like a dog by a shepherd? Spirit is certainly like that. And, of course, we made the auxiliaries in our city like dogs obedient to the rulers, who are themselves like shepherds of a city. You well understand what I am trying to say. But also re-ECT on this. Further point. What? The position of the spirited part seems to be the opposite of what we thought before. Then we thought of it as something appetitive, but now we say that it is far from being that, for in the civil war in the soul it aligns itself far more with the rational part. Absolutely. Then is it also different from the rational part, or is it some form of it? So that there are two parts in the soul, the rational and the appetitive, instead of three? Or rather, just as there were three classes in the city that held it together, the money-making, the auxiliary, and the deliberative, is 441. The spirited part a third thing in the soul that is by nature the helper of the rational part, provided that it hasn't been corrupted by a bad upbringing. It must be a third. Yes, provided that we can show it is different from the rational part, as we saw earlier it was from the appetitive one. It isn't difficult to show that it is different. Even in small children, one can see that they are full of spirit right from birth, while as far as rational calculation is concerned, some never seem to get a share of it, while the majority do so quite late. B. That is really well put. And in animals too one can see that what you say is true. Besides, our earlier quotation from Homer bears it out, where he says, "He struck his chest and spoke to his heart." 7. For here Homer clearly represents the part that has calculated about better and worse as different from the part that is angry without calculation. See. That's exactly right. 7C390D, end note. Republic for 1073. Well, then, we've now made our difficult way through a sea of argument. We are pretty much agreed that the same number and the same kinds of classes as are in the city are also in the soul of each individual. That's true. Therefore, it necessarily follows that the individual is wise in the same way and in the same part of himself as the city. That's right. And isnt the individual courageous in the same way and in the same part of himself as the city. And isnt everything else that has to do with the virtue the same in both. Necessarily. Moreover, Glaucon, I suppose we'll say that a man is just in the same way as a city. That too is entirely necessary. And we surely haven't forgotten that the city was just because each of the three classes in it was doing its own work. I don't think we could forget that. Then we must also remember that each one of us in whom each part is doing its own work will himself be just and do his own. Of course, we must. Therefore, isnt it appropriate for the rational part to rule, since it is really wise and exercises foresight on behalf of the whole soul, and for the spirited part to obey it and be its ally. It certainly is. And isnt it, as we were saying, a mixture of music and poetry, on the one hand, and physical training, on the other, that makes the two parts harmonious, stretching and nurturing the rational part with any words, and learning, relaxing the other part through soothing stories, and making it gentle by means of harmony and rhythm. 442. That's precisely it. And these two having been nurtured in these way and having truly learned their own roles and been educated in them, will govern the appetitive part, which is the largest part in each person's soul and is by nature most insatiable for money. They watch over it to see that it isn't with the so-called pleasures of the body and that it doesn't become so big and strong that it no longer does its own work but attempts to enslave and rule over the classes. It isn't it to rule, thereby overturning everyone's whole life. B. That's right. Then, wouldn't these two parts also do the next job of guarding the whole soul and body against external enemies reasoned by planning, spirit, biting, following its leader, and carrying out the leader's decisions through its courage? Yes, that's true. And it is because of the spirited part, I suppose, that we call a single individual courageous, namely, when it preserves through pains and pleasy sures the declarations of reason about what is to be feared and what isnt. 1074 Glaucon/Socrates. That's right. And we'll call him wise because of that small part of himself that rules in him and makes those declarations and has within it the knowledge of what is advantageous for each part and for the whole soul, which is the community of all three parts. Absolutely. And isnt he moderate because of the friendly and harmonious relations between these same parts, namely, when the ruler and the ruled believe in common that the rational part should rule and don't engage in civil war against it. D. Moderation is surely nothing other than that, both in the city and in the individual. And, of course, a person will be just because of what we've so often mentioned, and in that way. Necessarily. Well, then, is the justice in us at all indistinct? Does it seem to be something different from what we found in the city? It doesn't seem so to me. If there are still any doubts in our soul about this, we could dispel them altogether by appealing to ordinary cases. Which ones? For example, if we had to come to an agreement about whether someone similar in nature and training to our city had embezzled a deposit of gold or silver that he had accepted, who do you think would consider him to have done it rather than someone who isn't like him? 443. No one. And would he have anything to do with temple robberies, thefts, betray als of friends in private life or of cities in public life? No, nothing. And he'd be in no way untrustworthy in keeping an oath or other agreement. How could he be? And adultery, disrespect for parents, and neglect of the gods would be more in keeping with every other kind of character than his with everyone. And isnt the cause of all this that every part within him does its own work, whether it as ruling or being ruled. B. Yes, that and nothing else. Then, are you still looking for justice to be something other than this power, the one that produces men and cities of the sort we've described? No, I certainly am not. Then the dream we had has been completely full lead our suspicion that, with the help of some god, we had hit upon the origin and pattern of justice right at the beginning in founding our city. 8c. 8c 432c, 433b. Republic for 1075. Absolutely. Indeed, Glaucon, the principle that it is right for someone who is by nature a cobbler to practice cobblery and nothing else, for the carpenter to practice carpentry, and the same for the others is a sort of image of justice that it been each ale. Apparently. And in truth justice is, it seems, something of this sort. However, it isn't concerned with someone as doing his own externally, but with what is inside him, with what is truly himself and his own. One who is just does not allow any part of himself to do the work of another part or allow the various classes within him to meddle with each other. He regulates well what is really his own and rules himself. He puts himself in order, is his own friend, and harmonizes the three parts of himself like three limiting notes in a musical scale: high, low, and middle. He binds together those parts and any others there may be in between, and from having been many things he becomes entirely one, moderate and harmonious. Only then does he act. And when he does anything, whether acquiring wealth, taking care of his body, engaging in politics, or in private contracts in all of these, he believes that the action is just and any that preserves this inner harmony and helps achieve it, and calls it so, and regards as wisdom the knowledge that oversees such actions. And he believes that the action that destroys this harmony is unjust, and calls it so, and regards the belief that oversees it as ignorance. 444. That's absolutely true, Socrates. Well, then, if we claim to have found a just man, the just city, and what the justice is that is in them, I don't suppose that we'll seem to be telling a complete falsehood. No, we certainly won't. Shall we claim it, then? We shall. So be it. Now, I suppose we must look for injustice. Clearly. Surely, it must be a kind of civil war between the three parts, a meddling bee, and doing of another's work, a rebellion by some part against the whole soul in order to rule it inappropriately. The rebellious part is by nature suited to be a slave, while the other part is not a slave but belongs to the ruling class. We'll say something like that, I suppose, and that the turmoil and straying of these parts are injustice, licentiousness, cowardice, ignorance, and, in a word, the whole of vice. That's what they are. So, if justice and injustice are really clear enough to us, then acting justly, acting unjustly, and doing injustice are also clear. See. How so? Because just and unjust actions are no different for the soul than healthy and unhealthy things are for the body. In what way? 1076 Socrates / Glaucon / Polemarchus / Adeimantus. Healthy things produce health, unhealthy ones disease. Yes. And non-just actions produce justice in the soul and unjust ones in justice. D. Necessarily. To produce health is to establish the components of the body in a natural relation of control and being controlled, one by another, while to produce disease is to establish a relation of ruling and being ruled contrary to nature. That's right. Then, isnt to produce justice to establish the parts of the soul in a natural relation of control, one by another, while to produce injustice is to establish a relation of ruling and being ruled contrary to nature? Precisely. Virtue seems, then, to be a kind of health, any condition, and well-being of the soul, while vice is disease, shameful condition, and weakness. E. That's true. And don't any ways of living lead one to the possession of virtue? Shameful ones to vice? Necessarily. So it now remains, it seems, to inquire whether it is more protable to act justly, live in a any way, and be just, whether one is known to be so 445. Or not, or to act unjustly and be unjust, provided that one doesn't pay the penalty and become better as a result of punishment. But, Socrates, this inquiry looks ridiculous to me now that justice and injustice have been shown to be as we have described. Even if one has every kind of food and drink, lots of money, and every sort of power to rule, life is thought to be not worth living when the body's nature is ruined. So even if someone can do whatever he wishes, except what will free him be from vice and injustice and make him acquire justice and virtue, how can it be worth living when his soul, the very thing by which he lives, is ruined and in turmoil? Yes, it is ridiculous. Nevertheless, now that we've come far enough to be able to see most clearly that this is so, we must give up. That's absolutely the last thing we must do. Then come here, so that you can see how many forms of vice there are, see. Anyhow that I consider worthy of examination. I am following you, just tell me. Well, from the vantage point we've reached in our argument, it seems to me that there is one form of virtue and an unlimited number of forms of vice, four of which are worth mentioning. How do you mean? It seems likely that there are as many types of soul as there are species. Types of political constitution. How many is that? 5 forms of constitution and VE of souls. D. What are they? Republic for 1077. One is the constitution we've been describing. And it has 2 names. If one outstanding man emerges among the rulers, it's called a kingship. If more than one, it's called an aristocracy. That's true. Therefore, I say that this is one form of constitution. Whether one man emerges or many, none of the significant laws of the city would be changed if they followed the upbringing and education we described. E. Probably not. Book V. This is the kind of city and constitution, then, that I call good and correct, 449. And so too is this kind of man. And if indeed this is the correct kind, all the others whether as city governments or as organizations of the individual soul are bad and mistaken. Their badness is of 4 kinds. What are they? He said. I was going to enumerate them and explain how I thought they devil opposite out of one another, one but Polemarchus, who was sitting a little further away than Adeimantus, extended his hand and took hold of the latter's cloak by the shoulder from above. He drew Adeimantus towards him, while he himself leaned forward and said something to him. We overheard nothing of what he said except the words, shall we let it go, or what? We certainly won't let it go, Adeimantus said, now speaking aloud. And I asked, what is it that you won't let go? You, he said. For what reason in particular? See. We think that you're slacking off and that you've cheated us out of a whole important section of the discussion in order to avoid having to deal with it. You thought we wouldn't notice when you said as though it were something trivial that, as regards wives and children, anyone could see that the possessions of friends should be held in common, too. But isn't that right, Adeimantus? Yes it is. But this right, like the other things we've discussed, requires an explanation in this case, an explanation of the manner in which they are to be held in common, for there may be many ways of doing this. So, don't omit telling us about the particular one you mean. We've been waiting for some time, indeed, for you to tell us about the production of children, how they'll be produced and, once born, how they'll be brought up, and about the whole subject of having wives and children in common. We think that this makes a considerable difference, indeed all the differ as to whether a constitution is correct or not. So now, since you are beginning to describe another constitution before having adequately won this task is taken up in Book 8. 2c 423, 424a. 1078 Adeimantus / Glaucon / Thrasymachus / Socrates. Discuss these things, we are resolved, as you overheard, not to let you off until you explain all this as fully as the rest. 450. Include me, Glaucon said, as a partner in this resolution. In fact, Socrates, Thrasymachus added, you can take this as the resolution of all of us. What a thing you've done, I said, in stopping me. What an argument. You've started up again from the very beginning, as it were, about the Constitution. I was delighted to think that it had already been described, and was content to have these things accepted as they were stated before. You don't realize what a swarm of arguments you've stirred up by calling me to account now. I saw the swarm and passed the topic by in order to be save us a lot of trouble. Well, said Thrasymachus, are we here to search for gold 3 or to listen to an argument? The latter, I said, but within reason. It is within reason, Socrates, Glaucon said, for people with any standing to listen to an argument of this kind their whole life long. So, don't mind about us, and don't get tired yourself. Rather, tell us at length what your thoughts are on the topic we inquired about, namely, what the common possession of wives and children will amount to for the guardiancy, and how the children will be brought up while they are still small, for the time between birth and the beginning of education seems to be the most difficult period of all. So try to tell us what the manner of this upbringing must be. It isn't an easy subject to explain, for it raises even more incredulity than the topics we've discussed so far. People may not believe that what we say is possible, or that, even if it could be brought about, it would be for the best. It is for this reason that I hesitated to bring it up, namely, that our argument might seem to be no more than wishful thinking. D. Then don't hesitate, for your audience isn't inconsiderate, incredulous, or hostile. Are you trying to encourage me by saying that I am? Well, you were doing the opposite. Your encouragement would be any, if I could be sure I was speaking with knowledge, for one can feel both secure and content when one knows the truth about the dearest and most important things and speaks about them among those who are themselves wise and dear friends. But to speak, as I am doing, at a time when one is unsure of oneself and searching for the truth, is a frightening and insecure thing to do. I am not afraid of being laughed at. That would be 451. Childish indeed. But I am afraid that, if I slip from the truth, just where it is most important not to, I'll not only fall myself but drag my friends. 3. A proverbial expression applied to those who neglect the task at hand for some more fascinating but less pro-table pursuit. Republic v 1079. Down as well. So I bow to Adris D4 for what I am going to say, for I suspect that it is a lesser crime to kill someone involuntarily than to mislead people about any good and just institutions, since it is better to run this risk among enemies than among friends. Uve well and truly encouraged me. B. Glaucon laughed and said, well, Socrates, if we suffer from any false note you strike in the argument, we'll release you and absolve you of any guilt as in a homicide case. Your hands are clean, and you have not deceived us. So take courage and speak. I will, for the law says that someone who kills involuntarily is free of guilt when he is absolved by the injured party. So it is surely reasonable to think the same is true in my case as well. With that as your defense, speak. Then I'll have to go back to what should perhaps have been said in sequence, although it may be that this way of doing things is in fact right, and that after the completion of the male drama, so to speak, we should then go through the female one, especially as you insist on it so urgently. For men born and educated as we've described, there is, in my opinion, no right way to acquire and use women and children other than by following the road on which we started them. We attempted, in the argument, to set up the men as guardians of the herd. Yes. Then let us give them a birth and rearing consistent with that NCD, whether it suits us or not. How? As follows, do we think that the wives of our guardian watchdogs should guard what the males guard, hunt with them, and do everything else in common with them? Or should we keep the women at home, as incapable of doing this, since they must bear and rear the puppies, while the males work and have the entire care of the flock? Everything should be in common, except that the females are weaker, and the males stronger. And is it possible to use any animals for the same things if you don't give them the same upbringing and education? No, it isn't. Therefore, if we use the women for the same things as the men, they must also be taught the same things. Yes. 452. Now, we gave the men music and poetry and physical training. Yes. Then we must give these two crafts, as well as those having to do with warfare, to the women also to use in the same way as the men use them. That seems to follow from what you say. For Adris was a kind of nemesis, a punisher of pride. The bow to Adris is a kind of apology for the sort of behavior that might otherwise spur her to take action. 1080 Socrates/Glaucon. But perhaps much of what we are saying, since it is contrary to custom, would incite ridicule if it were carried out in practice as we've described. It certainly would. What is the most ridiculous thing that you see in it? Isn't it obviously the women exercising naked in the pale straws with the men? And not just the young women, but the older ones too, like old men in gymnasiums, who, even though their bodies are wrinkled and not pleasant to look at, still love to do physical training. Yes, that would look really ridiculous as things stand at present. But surely, now that we've started to speak about this, we must fear the various jokes that wits will make about this kind of change in music and poetry, physical training, and last but not least in bearing arms and riding horses. See, you were right. And now that we've begun to speak about this, we must move on to the tougher part of the law, begging these people not to be silly, though that is their own work, but to take the matter seriously. They should remember that it wasn't very long ago that the Greeks themselves thought it shameful and ridiculous, as the majority of the barbarians still do, for even men to be seen naked, and that when the Cretans and then the Lacedaemonians began the gymnasiums, the wits of those times could also have ridiculed it all. Or don't you think so? D. I do. But I think that, after it was found in practice to be better to strip than to cover up all those parts, then what was ridiculous to the eyes faded away in the face of what argument showed to be the best. This makes it clear that it is foolish to think that anything besides the bad is ridiculous, or to try to raise a laugh at the sight of anything besides what is stupid or bad, or, putting it the other way around, it is foolish to take seriously any standard of what is any and beautiful other than the good. That is absolutely certain. However, mustn't we agree about whether our proposals are possibly or not? And mustn't we give to anyone who wishes the opportunity to question us whether in jest or in earnest about whether female human nature can share all the tasks of that of the male, or none of them, or some 453, but not others, and to ask in which class the waging of war belongs? Wouldn't this, as the best beginning, also be likely to result in the best conclusion? Of course. Shall we give the argument against ourselves, then, on behalf of those who share these reservations, so that their side of the question doesn't fall by default? There is no reason not to. B. Then let us say this on their behalf, Socrates and Glaucon, there's no need for others to argue with you, for you yourselves, when you began Republic v 1081, to found your city, agreed that each must do his own work in accordance with his nature. And I think we certainly did agree to that. Can you deny that a woman is by nature very different from a man? Of course not. And isn't it appropriate to assign different work to each in accordance with its nature? Certainly. See. How is it, then, that you aren't mistaken and contradicting yourselves, when you say that men and women must do the same things, when their natures are so completely separate and distinct? Do you have any defense against that attack? It isn't easy to think of one on the spur of the moment, so I'll ask you to explain the argument on our side as well, whatever it is. This and many other such things, Glaucon, which I foresaw earlier, were what I was afraid of, so that I hesitated to tackle the law concerning the possession and upbringing of women and children. D. By God, it doesn't seem to be an easy topic. It isn't. But the fact is that whether someone falls into a small diving pool or into the middle of the biggest ocean, he must swim all the same. He certainly must. Then we must swim too, and try to save ourselves from the sea of argument, hoping that a dolphin will pick us up or that we'll be rescued by some other desperate means. 5. It seems so. Come, then. Let us see if we can ante a way out. We've agreed that different natures must follow different ways of life, and that the natures of men and women are different. But now we say that those different natures must follow the same way of life. Isn't that the accusation brought against us? That is it exactly. Glaucon, great is the power of the craft of disputation. 454. Why is that? Because many fall into it against their wills. They think they are having not a quarrel but a conversation, because they are unable to examine what has been said by dividing it up according to forms. Hence, they pursue mere verbal contradictions of what has been said and have a quarrel rather than a conversation. That does happen to lots of people, but it isn't happening to us at the moment, is it? It most certainly is, for it looks to me, at any rate, as though we are falling into disputation against our will. How? 5. See Herodotus, Histories 1.23-24 for the story of Arion rescued by the dolphin. 1082 Socrates/Glaucon. We read bravely, but in a quarrelsome and merely verbal fashion, pursuing the principle that natures that aren't the same must follow different ways of life. But when we assign different ways of life to different natures, and the same ones to the same, we didn't at all examine the form of natural difference and sameness we had in mind or in what regard we were distinguishing them. No, we didn't look into that. Therefore, we might just as well, it seems, ask ourselves whether the natures of bald and long-haired men are the same or opposite. And, when we agree that they are opposite, then, if the bald ones are cobblers, we ought to forbid the long-haired ones to be cobblers, and if the long-haired ones are cobblers, we ought to forbid this to the bald ones. That would indeed be ridiculous. And aren't we in this ridiculous position because at that time we did not introduce every form of difference and sameness in nature, but focused on the one form of sameness and difference that was relevant to the particular ways of life themselves? We meant, for example, that a male and female doctor have souls of the same nature. Or don't you think so? D. I do. But a doctor and a carpenter have different ones. Completely different, surely. Therefore, if the male sex is seen to be different from the female with regard to a particular craft or way of life, we'll say that the relevant one must be assigned to it. But if it is apparent that they differ only in this respect, that the females bear children while the males beget them, we'll say that there has been no kind of proof that women are different from men with respect to what we were talking about, and we'll continue to believe that our guardians and their wives must have the same way of life. And rightly so. Next, we'll tell anyone who holds the opposite view to instruct us in this, with regard to what craft or way of life involved in the constitution of the city are the natures of men and women not the same but different? 455. That's a fair question, at any rate. And perhaps he'd say, just as you did a moment ago, that it isn't easy to give an immediate answer, but with enough consideration it should not be difficult. Yes, he might say that. Shall we ask the one who raises this objection to follow us and see whether we can show him that no way of life concerned with the management of the city is peculiar to women? B. Of course. Come, now, we'll say to him, give us an answer, is this what you meant by one person being naturally well suited for something and another being naturally unsuited? That the one learned it easily, the other with difficulty, that the one, after only a brief period of instruction, was able, Republic B1083, to nt out things for himself, while the other, after much instruction, couldn't he even remember what he'd learned, that the body of the one adequately served his thought, while the body of the other opposed his. Are there any other things besides these by which you distinguish those who are naturally well suited for anything from those who are not? No one will claim that there are any others. Do you know of anything practiced by human beings in which the male sex isn't superior to the female in all these ways? Or must we make a long story of it by mentioning weaving, baking cakes, and cooking vegetables, in which the female sex is believed to excel and in which it is most ridiculous of all for it to be inferior? D. It is true that one sex is much superior to the other in pretty well every thing, although many women are better than many men in many things. But on the whole it is as you say. Then there is no way of life concerned with the management of the city that belongs to a woman because she is a woman or to a man because he is a man, but the various natures are distributed in the same way in both creatures. Women share by nature in every way of life just as men do, but in all of them women are weaker than men. E. Certainly. Then shall we assign all of them to men and none to women? How can we? We'll say, I suppose, that one woman is a doctor, another not, and that one is musical by nature, another not. Of course. And, therefore, one be athletic or warlike, while another is unwarlike and no lover of physical training? 456. I suppose so. Further, isn't one woman philosophical or a lover of wisdom, while another hates wisdom? And isn't one spirited and another spiritless? That too. So one woman may have a guardian nature and another not, for wasn't it qualities of the sort that we look for in the natures of the men we selected as guardians? Certainly. Therefore, men and women are by nature the same with respect to guarding the city, except to the extent that one is weaker and the other stronger. Apparently. Then women of this sort must be chosen along with men of the same sort to live with them and share their guardianship, seeing that they are adequate for the task and akin to the men in nature. Certainly. And mustn't we assign the same way of life to the same natures? We must. 1084 Socrates/Glaucon. We come round, then, to what we said before and have agreed that it isn't against nature to assign an education in music, poetry, and physical training to the wives of the guardians. Absolutely. Then we were not legislating impossibilities or indulging in mere wishful thinking, since the law we established is in accord with nature. It is rather the way things are at present that seems to be against nature. So it seems. Now, weren't we trying to determine whether our proposals were both possible and optimal? Yes, we were. And haven't we now agreed that they were possible? Yes. Then mustn't we next reach agreement about whether or not they were optimal? Clearly. Should we have one kind of education to produce women guardians? Then, and another to produce men, especially as they have the same natures? To begin with? D. No. Then, what do you think about this? What? About one man being better and another worse? Or do you think they all alike? Certainly not. In the city we re-establishing, who do you think will prove to be better? Men, the guardians, who receive the education we described, or the cobblers, who are educated in cobblery? Your question is ridiculous. I understand. Indeed, aren't the guardians the best of the citizens? E. By far. And what about the female guardians? Aren't they the best of the women? They by far the best. Is there anything better for a city than having the best possible men and women as its citizens? There isn't. And isn't at music and poetry and physical training, lending their support, in the way we described, that bring this about? 457. Of course. Then the law we established isn't only possible, it is also optimal for a city? Yes. Then the guardian women must strip for physical training, since they wear virtue or excellence instead of clothes. They must share in war and the other guardians' duties in the city and do nothing else. But the lighter Republic B1085 parts must be assigned to them because of the weakness of their sex. And the man who laughs at naked women doing physical training for the sake of what is best is plucking the unripe fruit of laughter and doesn't he be? No, it seems, what he is laughing at or what he is doing, for it is and Always will be the nest saying that the Banichale is beautiful, while the harmful is ugly. Absolutely. Can we say, then, that we've escaped one wave of criticism in our discussion of the law about women, that we haven't been altogether swept away by laying it down that male and female guardians must share their entire way of life, and that our argument is consistent when it states that this is both possible and Banichale? And it has certainly no small wave that you've escaped. You want to think that it is so big when you get a look at the next one. Tell me about it, and I'll decide. I suppose that the following law goes along with the last one and the others that preceded it. Which one? That all these women are to belong in common to all the men, that none are to live privately with any man, and that the children, too, are to be possessed in common, so that no parent will know his own offspring or any child his parent. This wave is far bigger than the other, for there is doubt both about its possibility and about whether or not it is Banichale. I don't think that its being Banichale would be disputed or that it would be denied that the common possession of women and children would be the greatest good, if indeed it is possible. But I think that there would be a lot of disagreement about whether or not it is possible. There could very well be dispute about both. You mean that I'll have to face a coalition of arguments? I thought I'd escape one of them, if you believed that the proposal was Banichale, and that I'd have only the one about whether or not it is possible left to deal with. But you didn't escape unobserved, so you have to give an argument for both. Well, then, I'll have to accept my punishment. But do me this favor. Let me, as if on a holiday, do what lazy people do who feast on their own thoughts went out for a solitary walk. Instead of ending out how some 458 thing they desire might actually come about, these people pass that over, so as to avoid tiring deliberations about what is possible and what isn't. They assume that what they desire is available and proceed to arrange the rest, taking pleasure in thinking through everything they'll do when they have what they want, thereby making their lazy souls even lazier. I am getting soft myself at the moment, so I want to delay consideration. B6 Plato is here adapting a phrase of Pindar, plucking the unripe fruit of wisdom. FRG 209, Snell. 1086 Socrates/Glaucon. Of the feasibility of our proposal until later. With your permission, I'll assume that it is feasible and examine how the rulers will arrange these matters when they come to pass. And I'll try to show that nothing could be more Banichale to the city and its guardians than those arrangements. These are the things I'll examine with URST, and I'll deal with the other question later, but only if you'll permit me to do it this way. You have my permission, so carry on with your examination. I suppose that our rulers and auxiliaries, if indeed they were worthy of the names, will be willing to command and to obey respectively. In some cases, the rulers will themselves be obeying our laws, and in others, namely, the ones we leave to their discretion, they'll give directions that are in the spirit of our laws. Probably so. Then you, as their lawgiver, will select women just as you did men, with natures as similar to theirs as possible, and hand them over to the men. And since they have common dwellings and meals, rather than private ones, and live together and mix together both in physical training and in the rest of their upbringing, they will, I suppose, be driven by innate necessity to have sex with one another. Or don't you think we talking about necessities here? The necessities aren't geometrical but erotic, and they probably better than the others at persuading and compelling the majority of people. That is right. But the next point, Glaucon, is that promiscuity is impious in a city of happy people, and the rulers want to allow it. No, for it isn't right. Then it is clear that our next task must be to make marriage as sacred as possible. And the sacred marriages will be those that are most Banichale. Absolutely. How, then, will they be most Banichale? Tell me this, Glaucon. I see that you have hunting dogs and quite a yoke of noble king birds at 459. Have you noticed anything about their mating and breeding? Like what? In the RST place, although they all noble, aren't there some that are the best and prove themselves to be so? There are. Do you breed them all alike, or do you try to breed from the best as much as possible? I try to breed from the best. And do you breed from the youngest or the oldest, or from those in their prime? B. From those in their prime. And do you think that if they weren't bred in this way, your stock of birds and dogs would get much worse? I do. What about horses and other animals? Are things any different with them? Republic V1087. It would be strange if they were. Dear me. If this also holds true of human beings, our need for excellent rulers is indeed extreme. It does hold of them. But what of it? See. Because our rulers will then have to use a lot of drugs. And while an inferior doctor is adequate for people who are willing to follow a regimen, and don't need drugs, when drugs are needed, we know that a bolder doctor is required. That is true. But what exactly do you have in mind? I mean that it looks as though our rulers will have to make considerable use of falsehood and deception for the vanity of those they rule. And we said that all such falsehoods are useful as a form of drug. 70. And we were right. Well, it seems we were right, especially where marriages and the producing of children are concerned. How so? It follows from our previous agreements, RST, that the best men must have sex with the best women as frequently as possible, while the opposite is true of the most inferior men and women, and, second, that if our herd is to be of the highest possible quality, the former's offspring must be reared but not the latter's. And this must all be brought about without being noticed by anyone except the rulers, so that our herd of guardians remains as free from dissension as possible. That is absolutely right. Therefore certain festivals and sacrifices will be established by law at which we'll bring the brides and grooms together, and we'll direct our poets to compose appropriate hymns for the marriages that take place. We'll leave the number of marriages for the rulers to decide, but their aim 460 will be to keep the number of males as stable as they can, taking into account war, disease, and similar factors, so that the city will, as far as possible, become neither too big nor too small. That is right. Then there'll have to be some sophisticated lotteries introduced, so that at each marriage the inferior people we mentioned will blame luck rather than the rulers when they aren't chosen. There will, and among other prizes and rewards, the young men who are good in war or other things must be given permission to have sex with the women be more often, since this will also be a good pretext for having them father as many of the children as possible. That is right. And then, as the children are born, they'll be taken over by the officials appointed for the purpose, who may be either men or women or both, since our FCES are open to both sexes. 7C382 CFF and 414 BFF. 1088 Glaucon/Socrates. Yes. I think they'll take the children of good parents to the nurses in charge of the rearing pen situated in a separate part of the city, but the children of inferior parents, or any child of the others that is born defective, they'll hide in a secret and unknown place, as is appropriate. It is, if indeed the guardian breed is to remain pure. And 1t the nurses also see to it that the mothers are brought to the rearing pen when their breasts have milk, taking every precaution to ensure that no mother knows her own child and providing wet nurses if the mother-s milk is insufficient. And 1t they take care that the mothers suckle the children for only a reasonable amount of time and that the care of sleepless children and all other such troublesome duties are taken over by the wet nurses and other attendants. You remaking it very easy for the wives of the guardians to have children. And that is only proper. So let us take up the next thing we proposed. We said that the children as parents should be in their prime. True. Do you share the view that a woman as prime lasts about 20 years? And a man as about 30? Which years are those? A woman is to bear children for the city from the age of 20 to the age of 40, a man from the time that he passes his peak as a runner until he reaches FTYVE. At any rate, that is the physical and mental prime for both. 461. Then, if a man who is younger or older than that engages in reproduction for the community, we'll say that his offense is neither pious nor just, for the child he begets for the city, if it remains hidden, will be born in darkness, through a dangerous weakness of will, and without the benignity of the sacrifices and prayers offered at every marriage festival, in which the priests and priestesses, together with the entire city, ask that the children of good and benignant parents may always prove themselves still better, and more benignant. B. That is right. The same law will apply if a man still of begetting years has a child, with a woman of childbearing age without the sanction of the rulers. We'll say that he brings to the city an illegitimate, unauthorized, and unhallowed child. That is absolutely right. However, I think that when women and men have passed the age of having children, we'll leave them free to have sex with whomever they wish, with these exceptions: for a man his daughter, his mother, his daughter-s children, and his mother-s ancestors; for a woman her son C, and his descendants, her father and his ancestors. Having received these instructions, they should be very careful not to let a single fetus see the light of day, but if one is conceived and forces its way to the light, they must deal with it in the knowledge that no nurture is available for it. Republic v 1089. That is certainly sensible. But how will they recognize their fathers and daughters and the others you mentioned? D. They have no way of knowing. But a man will call all the children born in the 10th or 7th month after he became a bridegroom his sons, if they were male, and his daughters, if they were female, and they'll call him father. He'll call their children his grandchildren, and they'll call the group to which he belongs grandfathers and grandmothers. And those who were born at the same time as their mothers and fathers were having children, they'll call their brothers and sisters. Thus, as we were saying, the relevant groups will avoid sexual relations with each other. But the law will allow brothers and sisters to have sex with one another if the lottery works out that way, and the Pithiate approves. That is absolutely right. This, then, Glaucon, is how the guardians of your city have their wives and children in common. We must now con that this arrangement is both consistent with the rest of the Constitution and by far the best. Or, how else are we to proceed? In just that way. 462. Then isnt the RST step towards agreement to ask ourselves what we say is the greatest good in designing the city, the good at which the legislator aims in making the laws, and what is the greatest evil. And isnt the next step to examine whether the system we've just described ts into the tracks of the good and not into those of the bad. Absolutely. Is there any greater evil we can mention for a city than that which tears it apart and makes it many instead of one? Or any greater good than that which binds it together and makes it one? B. There isnt. And when, as far as possible, all the citizens rejoice and are pained by the same successes and failures, doesn't the sharing of pleasures and pains bind the city together? It most certainly does. But when some suffer greatly, while others rejoice greatly, at the same things happening to the city or its people, doesn't this privatization of pleasures and pains dissolve the city? C. Of course. And isnt that what happens whenever such words as mine and not mine aren't used in unison? And similarly with someone else's? Precisely. Then, is the best governed city the one in which most people say mine and not mine about the same things in the same way? It is indeed. What about the city that is most like a single person? For example, when one of us hurts his injure, the entire organism that binds body and soul together into a single system under the ruling part within it is aware of. 8. The priestess of Apollo at Delphi. 1090 Socrates/Glaucon. This, and the whole feels the pain together with the part that suffers. That is why we say that the man has a pain in his injure. And the same can be said about any part of a man, with regard either to the pain it suffers or to the pleasure it experiences when it ents relief. Certainly. And, as for your question, the city with the best government is most like such a person. Then, whenever anything good or bad happens to a single one of its citizens, such a city above all others will say that the affected part is its own and will share in the pleasure or pain as a whole. If it has good laws, that must be so. It has time now to return to our own city, to look there for the features we've agreed on, and to determine whether it or some other city possesses them to the greatest degree. Then that is what we must do. What about those other cities? Aren't their rulers and people in them, as well as in ours? 463. There are. Besides fellow citizens, what do the people call the rulers in those other cities? In many they call them despots, but in democracies they are called just this rulers. What about the people in our city? Besides fellow citizens, what do they call their rulers? Preservers and auxiliaries. B. And what do they in turn call the people? Providers of upkeep and wages. What do the rulers call the people in other cities? Slaves. And what do the rulers call each other? Co-rulers. And ours? Co-guardians. Can you tell me whether a ruler in those other cities could address some of his co-rulers as his kinsmen and others as outsiders? Yes, many could. And doesn't he consider his kinsman to be his own, and doesn't it address him as such, while he considers the outsider not to be his own? See. He does. What about your guardians? Could any of them consider a co-guardian as an outsider or address him as such? There is no way he could, for when he meets any one of them, he'll hold that he is meeting a brother or sister, a father or mother, a son or daughter, or some ancestor or descendant of theirs. You put that very well. But tell me this, will your laws require them simply to use these kinship names, or also to do all the things that go along with the names? Must they show to their fathers the respect, solicitude, d. Republic v 1091, and obedience we show to our parents by law? 1t they fare worse at the hands of gods and humans, as people whose actions are neither pious nor just, if they do otherwise? Will these be the oracular sayings they hear From all the citizens from their childhood on, or will they hear something else about their fathers or the ones they retold are their fathers and other relatives? The former. It would be absurd if they only mouthed kinship names, without doing the things that go along with them. Therefore, in our city more than in any other, they speak in unison. The words we mentioned a moment ago. When any one of them is doing well or badly, they say that mine is doing well or that mine is doing badly. That is absolutely true. Now, didn't we say that the having and expressing of this conviction is closely followed by the having of pleasures and pains in common? 464. Yes, and we were right. Then our citizens, more than any others, have the same thing in common, the one they call mine. And, having that in common, they, more than any others, have common pleasures and pains. Of course. And, in addition to the other institutions, the cause of this is the having of wives and children in common by the guardians. That more than anything else is the cause. But we agreed that the having of pains and pleasures in common is the greatest good for a city, and we characterized a well-governed city in terms of the body's reaction to pain or pleasure in any one of its parts. B. And we were right to agree. Then, the cause of the greatest good for our city has been shown to be the having of wives and children in common by the auxiliaries. It has. And, of course, this is consistent with what we said before, for we said somewhere that, if they were going to be guardians, they must not have private houses, property, or possessions, but must receive their upkeep from the other citizens as a wage for their guardianship and enjoy it in common. 9c. That is right. Then isn't it true, just as I claimed, that what we are saying now, taken together with what we said before, makes even better guardians out of them and prevents them from tearing the city apart by not calling the same thing mine? If different people apply the term to different things, one would drag into his own house whatever he could separate from the others, and another would drag things into a different house to a different wife and children, and this would make for private pleasures and pains at private things. But our people, on the other hand, will think of the same. 9c416 DFF. 1092 Socrates/Lacon. Things as their own, aim at the same goal, and, as far as possible, feel pleasure and pain in unison. Precisely. And what about lawsuits and mutual accusations? They pretty well disappear from among them, because they have everything in common, except their own bodies. Hence they'll be spared all the dissension that arises between people because of the possession of money, children, and families. They'll necessarily be spared it, nor could any lawsuits for insult or injury justly occur among them. For we'll declare that it's an and just thing for people to defend themselves against others of the same age, since this will compel them to stay in good physical shape. That is right. This law is also correct for another reason. If a spirited person vents his 465 anger in this way, it will be less likely to lead him into more serious disputes. Certainly. But an older person will be authorized to rule and punish all the younger ones. Clearly. And surely it is also obvious that a younger person won't strike or do any sort of violence to an older one or fail to show him respect in other ways, unless the rulers command it, for there are two guardians sufficient to prevent him from doing such things: shame and fear. Shame will prevent him from laying a hand on his parents, and so will the fear that the others would come to the aid of the victim, some as his sons, some as his brothers, and some as his fathers. That is the effect they'll have. Then, in all cases, the laws induce men to live at peace with one another. Very much so. And if there is no discord among the guardians, there is no danger that the rest of the city will break into civil war, either with them or among themselves. Certainly not. I hesitate to mention, since they were so unseemly, the pettiest of the evils. The guardians would therefore escape, the poor man as attribute of the rich. The perplexities and sufferings involved in bringing up children and in making the money necessary to feed the household, getting into debt, paying it off, and in some way or other providing enough money to hand over to their wives and household slaves to manage. All of the various troubles men endure in these matters are obvious, ignoble, and not worth discussing. They are obvious even to the blind. They'll be free of all these, and they'll live a life more blessedly happy than that of the victors in the Olympian Games. Republic B 1093. How? The Olympian victors are considered happy on account of only a small part of what is available to our guardians, for the guardians' victory is even greater, and their upkeep from public funds more complete. The victory they gain is the preservation of the whole city, and the crown of victory that they and their children receive is their upkeep and all the necessities of life. They receive rewards from their own city while they live, and at their death they were given a worthy burial. Those are very good things. Do you remember that, earlier in our discussion, someone I forget, who shocked us by saying that we hadn't made our guardians happy? That it was possible for them to have everything that belongs to the citizens, yet they had nothing? We said, I think, that if this happened to come up 466, at some point, we'd look into it then, but that our concern at the time was to make our guardians true guardians and the city the happiest we could, rather than looking to any one group within it and molding it for happiness. 10. I remember. Well, then, if the life of our auxiliaries is apparently much and better than that of Olympian victors, is there any need to compare it to the lives of cobblers, farmers, or other craftsmen? B. Not in my opinion. Then it is surely right to repeat here what I said then: if a guardian seeks happiness in such a way that he is no longer a guardian and isn't satisfied with a life that is moderate, stable, and as we say best, but a silly, at least, sent idea of happiness seizes him and incites him to use his power to take everything in the city for himself, he'll come to know the true wisdom of Hesiod as saying that somehow the half is worth more than the whole. 11. If he takes my advice, he'll keep to his own lifestyle. You agree, then, that the women and men should associate with one another in education, in things having to do with children, and in guarding the other citizens in the way we described, that both when they remain in the city and when they go to war, they must guard together and hunt together like dogs and share in everything as far as possible, and that by doing so they'll be doing what is best and not something contrary either to woman as nature as compared with man as or to the natural association of men and women with one another. I agree. Then doesn't it remain for us to determine whether it is possible to bring about this association among human beings, as it is among animals, and to say just how it might be done? You took the words right out of my mouth. 10c419 ff. 11 works and days 40. 1094 Socrates/Lacon. As far as war is concerned, I think it is clear how they will wage it. How so? Men and women will campaign together. They'll take the sturdy children with them, so that, like the children of other craftsmen, they can see what they'll have to do when they grow up. But in addition to observing, they can serve and assist in everything to do with the war and help their mothers and fathers. Haven't you noticed in the other crafts how the children of 467 potters, for example, assist and observe for a long time before actually making any pots? I have indeed. And should these craftsmen take more care in training their children by appropriate experience and observation than the guardians? Of course not, that would be completely ridiculous. Besides, every animal GHTS better in the presence of its young. B. That is so. But, Socrates, there is a considerable danger that in a defeat. And such things are likely to happen in a war they'll lose their children's lives as well as their own, making it impossible for the rest of the city to recover. What you say is true. But do you think that the RST thing we should provide for is the avoidance of all danger? Not at all. Well, then, if people will probably have to face some danger, shouldn't it be the sort that will make them better if they come through it successfully? Obviously. And do you think that whether or not men who are going to be warriors observe warfare when they were still boys makes such a small difference that it isn't worth the danger of having them do it? See. No, it does make a difference to what you were talking about. On the assumption, then, that the children are to be observers of war. If we can contrive some way to keep them secure, everything will be any. Won't it? Yes. Well, then, in the RST place, their fathers won't be ignorant, will they? About which campaigns are dangerous and which are not, but rather as knowledgeable about this as any human beings can be? D. Probably so. Then they'll take the children to some campaigns and not to others. Correct. And they'll put upstairs in charge of them whose age and experience qualifies them to be leaders and tutors. Appropriately so. But, as we say, the unexpected often occurs. Indeed. With this in mind, we must provide the children with wings when they are small, so that they can fly away and escape. Republic B1095. What do you mean? E. We must mount them on horses as early as possible, not on spirited or aggressive horses, but on very fast and manageable ones, and when they learn to ride, they must be taken to observe a war. In this way, they'll get the best look at their own work and, if the need arises, make the securest possible escape to safety, following their older guides. I think you were right. What about warfare itself? What attitude should your soldiers have to 468 each other and to the enemy? Are my views about this right or not? First, tell me what they are. If one of them leaves his post or throws away his shield or does anything else of that sort through cowardice, shouldn't he be reduced to being a craftsman or farmer? Certainly. And shouldn't anyone who is captured alive be left to his captors as a gift to do with as they wish? Absolutely. B. But don't you think that anyone who distinguishes himself and earns high esteem should, while still on the campaign, RST be crowned with wreaths by each of the adolescents and children who accompany the expedition? I do. And what about shaken by the right hand? That too. But I suppose that you wouldn't go this far? Namely, that he should kiss and be kissed by each of them. That most of all. And I add this to the law, as long as the campaign lasts, no one he wants to kiss shall be allowed to refuse, for then, if one of them happens to be in love with another, whether male or female, he'll be all the more eager to win the rewards of valor. Excellent. And we've already stated that, since he is a good person, more marriages will be available to him, and he'll be selected for such things more frequently than the others, so that he'll beget as many children as possible. Yes, we did say that. Indeed, according to Homer too, it is just to honor in such ways those young people who are good, for he says that Ajax, when he distinguished himself in battle, was rewarded with the long cut off the backbone. And D. That is an appropriate honor for a courageous young man, since it will both honor him and increase his strength. That is absolutely right. Then we'll follow Homer in these matters at least. And insofar as good people have shown themselves to be good, we'll honor them at Sacri CES. And all such occasions with hymns, seats of honor, meets, and well LLED. 1096 Socrates/Lacon. Cups of wine, 12, and in all the other ways we mentioned, so that, in addition to honoring good men and women, we'll continue to train them. E. That is excellent. All right. And as for those who died on the campaign, one T we say, RST of all, that, if their deaths were distinguished, they belong to the golden race. That above all. And one T we believe with Hesiod that, whenever any of that race die, they become sacred daemons living upon the earth. 469. Noble spirits, protectors against evil, guardians of articulate mortals. 13. We'll certainly believe that. Then we'll inquire from the god 14 what kind of distinguished funeral we should give to demonic and godlike people, and we'll follow his instructions. Of course. And for the remainder of time, we'll care for their graves and worship at them as we would at those of daemons. And we'll follow the same rites for anyone whom we judge to have lived an outstandingly good life, b. whether he died of old age or in some other way. That is only just. Now, what about enemies? How will our soldiers deal with them? In what respect? First, enslavement. Do you think it is just for Greeks to enslave Greek cities, or, as far as they can, should they not even allow other cities to do so, and make a habit of sparing the Greek race, as a precaution against being enslaved by the barbarians? See. It is altogether and in every way best to spare the Greek race. Then isn't it also best for the guardians not to acquire a Greek slave and to advise the other Greeks not to do so either? Absolutely. In that way they'd be more likely to turn against the barbarians and keep their hands off one another. What about despoiling the dead? Is it a good thing to strip the dead of anything besides their armor after a victory? Or don't cowards make this an excuse for not facing the enemy as if they were doing something of vital importance in bending over a corpse? And haven't many armies been lost because of such plundering? 12. The last two quotations are from Iliad 7.321 and 8.162, respectively. 13 Works and Days 122. 14 Apollo. C427b. Republic B1097. Indeed, they have. Don't you think it is slavish and money-loving to strip a corpse? Isn't it small-minded and womanish to regard the body as your enemy, when the enemy himself has it away, leaving behind only the instrument with which he fought? Or do you think such behavior any different from that of dogs who get angry with the stone that hits them and leave the thrower alone? It is no different at all. Then may our soldiers strip corpses or refuse the enemy permission to pick up their dead? No, by God, they certainly may not. Moreover, we want to take enemy arms to the temples as offerings, and if we care about the goodwill of other Greeks, we especially want to do this with their arms. Rather we'd be afraid of polluting the temples if we 470 brought them such things from our own people, unless, of course, the God tells us otherwise. That is absolutely right. What about ravaging the land of the Greeks and burning their houses? Will your soldiers do things of this sort to their enemies? I'd like to hear your opinion about that. Well, I think they should do neither of these things but destroy the year's harvest only. Do you want me to tell you why? B. Of course. It seems to me that as we have two names, war and civil war, so there are two things and the names apply to two kinds of disagreements arising in them. The two things I am referring to are what is one's own and akin, on the one hand, and what is foreign and strange, on the other. The name civil war applies to hostilities with one's own, while war applies to hostilities with strangers. That is certainly to the point. Then see whether this is also to the point. I say that the Greek race is its own and akin, but is strange and foreign to barbarians. See. That is right. Then when Greeks do battle with barbarians or barbarians with Greeks, we'll say that they were natural enemies and that such hostilities are to be called war. But when Greeks GHT with Greeks, we'll say that they are natural friends and that in such circumstances Greece is sick and divided into factions and that such hostilities are to be called civil war. D. I, at any rate, agree to think of it that way. Now, notice that, wherever something of the sort that is currently called civil war occurs and a city is divided, if either party ravages the land of the others and burns their houses, it is thought that this is abominable and that neither party loves their city, since otherwise they never have ravaged their very nurse and mother. However, it is thought appropriate for the victors to carry off the harvest of the vanquished. Nonetheless, their 1098 Socrates/Lacon attitude of mind should be that of people who will one day be reconciled, and who one t always be at war. E. This way of thinking is far more civilized than the other. What about the city you refounding? It is Greek, isn't it? It has to be. Then, one t your citizens be good and civilized. Indeed they will. Then, one t they love Greece. One t they consider Greece as their own, and share the religion of the other Greeks. Yes, indeed. Then one t they consider their differences with Greeks people who are their own not as war but as civil war. 471. Of course. And one t they quarrel like people who know that one day they'll be reconciled. Certainly. Then they'll moderate their foes in a friendly spirit, not punish them with enslavement and destruction, for they were moderators, not enemies. That is right. And being Greeks, they won't ravage Greece or burn her houses, nor will they agree that in any of her cities all the inhabitants men, women, and children are their enemies, but that whatever differences arise are caused by the few enemies that any city inevitably contains. Because of this, because the majority are friendly, they won't ravage the country or destroy the houses, and they'll continue their quarrel only to the point at b, which those who caused it are forced to pay the penalty by those who were its innocent victims. I agree that this is the way our citizens must treat their enemies, and they must treat barbarians the way Greeks currently treat each other. Then shall we also impose this law on the guardians, neither ravage the country nor burn the houses? See. Consider it imposed. And let us also assume that this law and its predecessors are all any. But I think, Socrates, that if we let you go on speaking about this subject, you'll never remember the one you set aside in order to say all this, namely, whether it is possible for this constitution to come into being and in what way it could be brought about. I agree that, if it existed, all the things we've mentioned would be good for the city in which they occurred. And I'll add some that you've left out. The guardians would be excellent leaders against an enemy because they'd be least likely to desert each other, since they know each other as brothers, fathers, and sons, and call each other by those names. Moreover, if their women joined their campaigns, either in the same ranks or positioned in the rear to frighten the enemy and in case their help should ever be needed, I know that this would make them quite unbeatable. And I also see all the good things that they have at home that you've omitted. Take it that I agree that all these things would happen, as well as innumerable others, if the Republic B1099 kind of constitution came into being, and say no more on that subject. But rather let us now try to convince ourselves that it is possible and how it is possible, and let the rest go. This is a sudden attack that you've made on my argument, and you 472 show no sympathy for my delay. Perhaps you don't realize that, just as I've barely escaped from the RST 2 waves of objections, you rebringing the third the biggest and most difficult one down upon me. When you see and hear it, you'll surely be completely sympathetic, and recognize that it was, after all, appropriate for me to hesitate and be afraid to state and look into so paradoxical a view. The more you speak like that, the less we'll let you off from telling us how it is possible for this constitution to come into being. So speak instead of wasting time. B. Well, then, we must RST remember that we got to this point while trying to discover what justice and injustice are like. We must. But what of it? Nothing. But if we discover what justice is like, will we also maintain that the just man is in no way different from the just itself, so that he is like justice in every respect? Or will we be satisfied if he comes as close to it as possible and participates in it far more than anyone else? See. We'll be satisfied with that. Then it was in order to have a model that we were trying to discover what justice itself is like and what the completely just man would be like if he came into being, and what kind of man he'd be if he did, and likewise with regard to injustice and the most unjust man. We thought that, by looking at how their relationship to happiness and its opposite seemed to us, we'd also be compelled to agree about ourselves as well, that the one who was most like them would have a portion of happiness most like theirs. But we weren't trying to discover these things in order to prove that it is possible for them to come into being. That is true. Do you think that someone is a worse painter if, having painted a model of what the best and most beautiful human being would be like and, having rendered every detail of his picture adequately, he could not prove that such a man could come into being? No, by God, I don't. Then what about our own case? Didn't we say that we were making a theoretical model of a good city? 15. Certainly. So do you think that our discussion will be any less reasonable if we can't prove that it is possible to found a city that is the same as the one in our theory? Not at all. 15 C 369a, C. 1100 Socrates/Glaucon. Then that is the truth of the matter. But if, in order to please you, I must also be willing to show how and under what conditions it would most be possible to found such a city, then you should agree to make the same concessions to me, in turn, for the purposes of this demonstration. Which ones? Is it possible to do anything in practice the same as in theory? Or is it in the nature of practice to grasp truth less well than theory does, even if some people don't think so? Will your ST agree to this or not? 473. I agree. Then don't compel me to show that what we've described in theory can come into being exactly as we've described it? Rather, if we were able to discover how a city could come to be governed in a way that most closely approximates our description, let us say that we've shown what you ordered us to show, namely, that it is possible for our city to come to be. Or wouldn't he? You be satisfied with that? I would be satisfied with it. B. So would I. Then next, it seems, we should try to discover and point out what is now badly done in cities that keeps them from being governed in that way, and what is the smallest change that would enable our city to reach our sort of constitution. One change, if possible, or if not one, two, and if not two, then the fewest in number and the least extensive. That is absolutely right. See, there is one change we could point to that, in my opinion, would accomplish this. It is certainly neither small nor easy, but it is possible. What is it? Well, I've now come to what we liken to the greatest wave. But I shall say what I have to say, even if the wave is a wave of laughter that will simply drown me in ridicule and contempt. So listen to what I am going to say. Say on. Until philosophers rule as kings, or those who are now called kings, and leading men genuinely and adequately philosophize, that is, until political power and philosophy entirely coincide, while the many natures who at the present pursue either one exclusively are forcibly prevented from doing so, cities will have no rest from evils, Glaucon, nor, I think, will the human race. And, until this happens, the constitution we've been describing in theory will never be born to the fullest extent possible or see the light of the sun. It is because I saw how very paradoxical this statement would be that I hesitated to make it for so long, for it is hard to face up to the fact that there can be no happiness, either public or private, in any other city. Socrates, after hurling a speech and statement like that at us, you must expect that a great many people, and not undistinguished ones either, will cast off their cloaks and, stripped for action, snatch any available weapon, and make a determined rush at you, ready to do terrible things. 474. So, unless you can hold them off by argument and escape, you really will pay the penalty of general derision. Well, you are the one that brought this on me. Republic B1101. And I was right to do it. However, I won't betray you, but rather defend you in any way I can by goodwill, by urging you on, and perhaps by being able to give you more appropriate answers than someone else. So, with the promise of this assistance, try to show the unbelievers that things are as you say they are. B. I must try it, then, especially since you agree to be so great an ally. If we agree to escape from the people you mention, I think we need to any for them who the philosophers are that we dare to say must rule. And once that is clear, we should be able to defend ourselves by showing that the people we mean are did by nature both to engage in philosophy and to rule in a city, while the rest are naturally did to leave philosophy see alone and follow their leader. This would be a good time to give that definition. Come, then, follow me, and we'll see whether or not there is some way to set it out adequately. Lead on. Do you need to be reminded, or do you remember that, if it is rightly said that someone loves something, then he must love one part of it, and not another, but he must love all of it? 16. I think you'll have to remind me, for I don't understand it at all. D. That would be an appropriate response, Glaucon, for somebody else to make. But it isn't appropriate for an erotically inclined man to forget that all boys in the bloom of youth pique the interest of a lover of boys and arouse him, and that all seem worthy of his care and pleasure. Or isn't that the way you people behave to any and beautiful boys? You praise a snub-nosed one as cute, a hook-nosed one you say is regal, one in between is well-proportioned, dark ones look manly, and pale ones are children of the gods. And as for a honey-colored boy, do you think that this very term is anything but the euphemistic coinage of a lover who found it easy to tolerate sallowness, provided it was accompanied by the bloom of youth? In a word, you all kinds of terms and excuses so as not to reject 475. Anyone whose hour is in bloom. If you insist on taking me as your example of what erotically inclined men do, then, for the sake of the argument, I agree. Further, don't you see one lovers behave in the same way? Don't they love every kind of wine and any excuse to enjoy it? Certainly. And I think you see honor lovers, if they can be generals, be captains. And, if they can be honored by people of importance and dignity, they put up with being honored by insignificant and inferior ones, for they desire the whole of honor. B. Exactly. Then do you agree to this or not? When we say that someone desires something, do we mean that he desires everything of that kind, or that he desires one part of it but not another? 16 C 438a, B. 1102 Glaucon/Socrates. We mean he desires everything. Then one T we also say that the philosopher doesn't desire one part of wisdom rather than another, but desires the whole thing? Yes, that is true. And as for the one who is choosy about what he learns, especially if he is young and can yet give an account of what is useful and what isn't, we won't say that he is a lover of learning or a philosopher, for see. We wouldn't say that someone who is choosy about his food is hungry, or has an appetite for food, or is a lover of food. Instead, we say that he is a bad eater. And we be right to say it. But the one who readily and willingly tries all kinds of learning, who turns gladly to learning and is insatiable for it, is rightly called a philosopher. Isn't he? Then many strange people will be philosophers, for the lovers of sights seem to be included, since they take pleasure in learning things. And the lovers of sounds are very strange people to include as philosophers, for they would never willingly attend a serious discussion or spend their time that way, yet they run around to all the Dionysiac festivals, omitting none, whether in cities or villages, as if their ears were under contract to listen to every chorus. Are we to say that these people and those who learn similar things or petty crafts are philosophers? No, but they are like philosophers. And who are the true philosophers? Those who love the sight of truth. That is right, but what exactly do you mean by it? It would not be easy to explain to someone else, but I think that you will agree to this. To what? Since the beautiful is the opposite of the ugly, they are two. Of course. 476. And since they are two, each is one? I grant that also. And the same account is true of the just and the unjust, the good and the bad, and all the forms. Each of them is itself one, but because they manifest themselves everywhere in association with actions, bodies, and one another, each of them appears to be many. That is right. So, I draw this distinction. On one side are those you just now called lovers of sights, lovers of crafts, and practical people. On the other side are those we are arguing about and whom one would alone call philosophers. B. How do you mean? The lovers of sights and sounds like beautiful sounds, colors, shapes, and everything fashioned out of them, but their thought is unable to see and embrace the nature of the beautiful itself. That is for sure. Republic B1103. In fact, there are very few people who would be able to reach the beautiful itself and see it by itself. Isn't that so? Certainly. See. What about someone who believes in beautiful things, but doesn't he believe in the beautiful itself, and isn't he able to follow anyone who could lead him to the knowledge of it? Don't you think he is living in a dream rather than awakened state? Isn't this dreaming, whether asleep or awake, to think that a likeness is not a likeness but rather the thing itself that it is like? I certainly think that someone who does that is dreaming. But someone who, to take the opposite case, believes in the beautiful itself, can see both it and the things that participate in it, and doesn't he believe that the participants are it or that it itself is the participants? Is he living in a dream or is he awake? He is very much awake. So we be right to call his thought knowledge, since he knows, but we should call the other person as thought opinion, since he opines. Right. What if the person who has opinion but not knowledge is angry with us and disputes the truth of what we are saying? Is there some way to console him and persuade him gently, while hiding from him that he isn't in his right mind? There must be. Consider, then, what we'll say to him. 1. We question him like this. First, we'll tell him that nobody begrudges him any knowledge he may have, and that we be delighted to discover that he knows something. Then we'll say, tell us, does the person who knows know something or nothing? You answer for him. He knows something. Something that is or something that is not. 17. Something that is, for how could something that is not be known? 477. Then we have an adequate grasp of this, no matter how many ways we examine it. What is completely knowable, and what is in no way is in every way unknowable. A most adequate one. Good. Now, if anything is such as to be and also not to be, one tipping intermediate between what purely is and what in no way is. Yes, it is intermediate. Then, as knowledge is set over what is, while ignorance is of necessity set over what is not, mustn't we and an intermediate between knowledge? 17. Because of the ambiguity of the verb ina, to be, Socrates could be asking any or all of the following questions. 1. Something that exists or something that does not exist. Existential is. 2. Something that is beautiful, say, or something that is not beautiful. Predicative is. 3. Something that is true or something that is not true. Veridical is. 1104 Socrates/Lacan. And ignorance to be set over what is intermediate between what is and what is not, if there is such a thing. B. Certainly. Do we say that opinion is something? Of course. A different power from knowledge, or the same? A different one. Opinion, then, is set over one thing, and knowledge over another, according to the power of each. Right. Now, isn't knowledge by its nature set over what is, to know it as it is? But rst maybe we'd better be a bit more explicit. How so? Powers are a class of the things that are that enable us or anything else for that matter to do whatever we are capable of doing. Sight, for example, and hearing are among the powers, if you understand the kind of thing I am referring to. I do. Here is what I think about them. A power has neither color nor shape, nor any feature of the sort that many other things have, and that I use to distinguish those things from one another. In the case of a power, I use only what it is set over and what it does, and by reference to these I call each the power it is, what is set over the same things and does the same. I call the same power, what is set over something different and does something different I call a different one. Do you agree? I do. Then let us back up. Is knowledge a power, or what class would you put it in? It is a power, the strongest of them all. And what about opinion, is it a power or some other kind of thing? It is a power as well, for it is what enables us to opine. A moment ago you agreed that knowledge and opinion aren't the same. How could a person with any understanding think that a fallible power is the same as an infallible one? Right. Then we agree that opinion is clearly different from knowledge. 478. It is different. Hence each of them is by nature set over something different and does something different. Necessarily. Knowledge is set over what is, to know it as it is. Yes. And opinion opines. Yes. Does it opine the very thing that knowledge knows, so that the knowable and the opinable are the same, or is this impossible? Republic v 1105. It is impossible, given what we agreed, for if a different power is set over something different, and opinion and knowledge are different powers, then the knowable and the opinable cannot be the same. B. Then, if what is knowable, the opinable must be something other than what is. It must. Do we, then, opine what is not? Or is it impossible to opine what is not? Think about this. Doesn't he someone who opines set his opinion over something? Or is it possible to opine, yet to opine nothing? It is impossible. But someone who opines some one thing? Yes. Surely the most accurate word for that which is not isn't one thing. But nothing. See. Certainly. But we had to set ignorance over what is not and knowledge over what is. That is right. So someone opines neither what is nor what is not. How could it be otherwise? Then opinion is neither ignorance nor knowledge. So it seems. Then does it go beyond either of these? Is it clearer than knowledge or darker than ignorance? No, neither. Is opinion, then, darker than knowledge but clearer than ignorance? It is. Then it lies between them. D. Yes. So opinion is intermediate between those two? Absolutely. Now, we said that, if something could be shown, as it were, to be and not to be at the same time, it would be intermediate between what purely is and what in every way is not, and that neither knowledge nor ignorance would be set over it, but something intermediate between ignorance and knowledge. Correct. And now the thing we call opinion has emerged as being intermediate between them. It has. Apparently, then, it only remains for us to nt what participates in both being and not being and cannot correctly be called purely one or the other, in order that, if there is such a thing, we can rightly call it the opinable, thereby setting the extremes over the extremes and the intermediate over the intermediate. Isn't that so? It is. Now that these points have been established, I want to address a question to our friend who doesn't believe in the beautiful itself or any form of the beautiful itself that remains always the same in all respects, but who does believe in the many beautiful things, the lover of sights who wouldn't allow anyone to say that the beautiful itself is one or that the just is one, or any of the rest. My dear fellow, will say, of all the many beautiful things, is there one that will not also appear ugly? Or is there one of those just things that will not also appear unjust? Or one of those pious things that will not also appear impious? There isn't one, for it is necessary that they appear to be beautiful in a way and also to be ugly in a way, and the same with the other things you asked about. What about the many doubles? Do they appear any the less halves than doubles? Not one. So, with the many bigs and smalls and lights and heavies, is any one of them any more what we say it is than its opposite? No, each of them always participates in both opposites. Is any one of the many what we say it is, then, any more than it is? Not what he says it is. No, they are like the ambiguities one is entertained with at dinner parties. Or like the children's riddle about the eunuch who threw something at a bat, the one about what he threw at it and what it was in, 18, for they are ambiguous, and one cannot understand them as fixedly being or fixedly not being, or as both or as neither. Then do you know how to deal with them? Or can you find a more appropriate place to put them than intermediate between being and not being? Surely, they can't be more than what is or not be more than what is not, for apparently nothing is darker than what is not or clearer than what is. Very true. We've now discovered, it seems, that the many conventions of the majority of people about beauty and the others are rolling around as intermediates between what is not and what purely is. We have. And we agreed earlier that anything of that kind would have to be called the opinable, not the knowable, the wandering intermediate grasped by the intermediate power. We did. As for those who study the many beautiful things but do not see the beautiful itself and are incapable of following another who leads them to 18, the riddle seems to have been, a man who is not a man saw and did not see a bird. That was not a bird in a tree, lit, a piece of wood, that was not a tree, he hit, lit, threw, at, and did not hit it with a stone that was not a stone. The answer is that a eunuch with bad eyesight saw a bat on a rafter, threw a pumice stone at it, and missed. 1106 Socrates/Lacon. 479. B. C. D. E. Republic B1107. It, who see many just things but not the just itself, and so with everything. These people, we shall say, opine everything but have no knowledge of anything they opine. Necessarily. What about the ones who in each case study the things themselves that are always the same in every respect? Won't we say that they know and don't opine? That's necessary too. Shall we say, then, that these people love and embrace the things that knowledge is set over, as the others do the things that opinion is set over? 480. Remember we said that the latter saw and loved beautiful sounds and colors and the like but wouldn't allow the beautiful itself to be anything? We remember, all right. We won't be in error, then, if we call such people lovers of opinion, rather than philosophers or lovers of wisdom and knowledge. Will they be angry with us if we call them that? Not if they take my advice, for it isn't right to be angry with those who speak the truth. As for those who in each case embrace the thing itself, we must call them philosophers, not lovers of opinion. Most definitely. Book 6. And so, Glaucon, I said, after a somewhat lengthy and difficult discussion, 484. Both the philosophers and the non-philosophers came to light as who they are. It probably wouldn't have been easy, he said, to have them do it in a shorter one. Apparently not. But for my part, I think that the matter would have been better illuminated if we had only it to discuss and not all the other things that remain to be treated in order to discover the difference between the just life and the unjust one. B. What's our next topic? What else but the one that's next in order? Since those who are able to grasp what is always the same in all respects are philosophers, while those who are not able to do so and who wander among the many things that vary in every sort of way are not philosophers, which of the two should be the leaders in a city? What would be a sensible answer to that? We should establish as guardians those who are clearly capable of guarding the laws and the ways of life of the city. See. That's right. And isn't it clear that a guardian who is to keep watch over anything should be keen-sighted rather than blind? 1108 Glaucon/Socrates. Of course it's clear. Do you think, then, that there's any difference between the blind and those who are really deprived of the knowledge of each thing that is? The latter have no clear model in their souls, and so they cannot in the manner of painters look to what is most true, make constant reference to it, and study it as exactly as possible. Hence they cannot establish here on earth conventions about what is fine or just or good, when they need to be established, or guard and preserve them, once they have been established. No, by God, there isn't much difference between them. Should we, then, make these blind people our guardians, or rather those who know each thing that is and who are not inferior to the others, either in experience or in any other part of virtue? It would be absurd to choose anyone but the ones who have knowledge. If indeed they're not inferior in these ways, for the respect in which they are superior is pretty well the most important one. Then shouldn't we explain how it is possible for people to come to have both these sorts of qualities? Certainly. Then, as we said at the beginning of this discussion, it is necessary to understand first the nature of the ones who are going to come to have both sorts. One, for I think that, if we can reach adequate agreement about that, we'll also agree that the same people can have both qualities and that no one but they should be leaders in cities. How so? Let's agree that philosophic natures always love the sort of learning that makes clear to them some feature of the being that always is and does not wander around between coming to be and decaying. And further, let's agree that, like the honor lovers and erotically inclined men we described before, too, they love all such learning and are not willing to give up any part of it, whether large or small, more valuable or less so. That's right. Consider next whether the people we're describing must also have this in their nature. What? They must be without falsehood, they must refuse to accept what is false, hate it, and have a love for the truth. That's a reasonable addition, at any rate. It's not only reasonable, it's entirely necessary, for it's necessary for a man who is erotically inclined by nature to love everything akin to or belonging to the boy he loves. That's right. And could you find anything that belongs more to wisdom than truth? Does? Of course not. 1C 474b, C. 2C 474c, 475c. D. 485. B. C. Then is it possible for the same nature to be a philosopher, a lover of wisdom, and a lover of falsehood? Not at all. Then someone who loves learning must above all strive for every kind of truth from childhood on. Absolutely. Now, we surely know that, when someone's desires incline strongly for one thing, they are thereby weakened for others, just like a stream that has been partly diverted into another channel. Of course. Then, when someone's desires flow towards learning and everything of that sort, they'd be concerned, I suppose, with the pleasures of the soul itself, by itself, and they'd abandon those pleasures that come through the body. If indeed he is a true philosopher and not merely a counterfeit one. That's completely necessary. Then surely such a person is moderate and not at all a money lover. It's appropriate for others to take seriously the things for which money and large expenditures are needed, but not for him. That's right. And of course there's also this to consider when you are judging whether a nature is philosophic or not. What's that? If it is at all slavish, you should not overlook that fact, for pettiness is altogether incompatible with a soul that is always reaching out to grasp everything both divine and human as a whole. That's completely true. And will a thinker high-minded enough to study all time and all being consider human life to be something important? He couldn't possibly. Then will he consider death to be a terrible thing? He least of all. Then it seems a cowardly and slavish nature will take no part in true philosophy. Not in my opinion. And is there any way that an orderly person, who isn't money-loving, slavish, a boaster, or a coward, could become unreliable or unjust? There isn't. Moreover, when you are looking to see whether a soul is philosophic or not, you'll look to see whether it is just and gentle, from youth on, or savage and hard to associate with. Certainly. And here's something I think you won't leave out. What? Whether he's a slow learner or a fast one. Or do you ever expect anyone to love something when it pains him to do it and when much effort brings only small return? No, it couldn't happen. Republic 6 1109. D. E. 486. B. C. 1110 Socrates/Glaucon/Adeimantus. And what if he could retain nothing of what he learned, because he was full of forgetfulness? Could he fail to be empty of knowledge? How could he? Then don't you think that, if he's laboring in vain, he'd inevitably come to hate both himself and that activity in the end? Of course. Then let's never include a forgetful soul among those who are sufficiently philosophical for our purposes, but look for one with a good memory. D. Absolutely. Now, we'd certainly say that the unmusical and graceless element in a person's nature draws him to lack of due measure. Of course. And do you think that truth is akin to what lacks due measure or to what is measured? To what is measured? Then, in addition to those other things, let's look for someone whose thought is by nature measured and graceful and is easily led to the form of each thing that is. Of course. Well, then, don't you think the properties we've enumerated are compatible with one another and that each is necessary to a soul that is to have an adequate and complete grasp of that which is? E. 487 They're all completely necessary. Is there any objection you can envy, then, to a pursuit that no one can adequately follow unless he's by nature good at remembering, quick to learn, high-minded, graceful, and a friend and relative of truth, justice, courage, and moderation? Not even Momus 3 could envy one. When such people have reached maturity in age and education, wouldn't you entrust the city to them and to them alone? And Adeimantus replied, no one would be able to contradict the things you've said, Socrates, but on each occasion that you say them, your hearers are affected in some such way as this. They think that, because they're inexperienced in asking and answering questions, they're led astray a little bit by the argument at every question, and that, when these little bits are added together at the end of the discussion, great is their fall, as the opposite of what they said at the outset comes to light. Just as inexperienced checkers players are trapped by the experts in the end and can't make a move, so they too are trapped in the end and have nothing to say in the sea. Different kind of checkers, which is played not with discs but with words. Yet the truth isn't affected by this outcome. I say this with a view to the present case, for someone might well say now that he's unable to oppose you as you ask each of your questions, yet he sees that of all those who take up philosophy, not those who merely dabble in it while still young. 3 Momus is a personification of blame or censure. Republic 6 1111. In order to complete their upbringing and then drop it, but those who continue in it for a longer time, the greatest number become cranks, not to say completely vicious, while those who seem completely decent are rendered useless to the city because of the studies you recommend. When I heard him out, I said, do you think that what these people say is false? I don't know, but I'd be glad to hear what you think. You'd hear that they seem to me to speak the truth. How, then, can it be true to say that there will be no end to evils in our cities until philosophers people we agree to be useless rule in them? The question you ask needs to be answered by means of an image or simile. And you, of course, aren't used to speaking in similes. So, are you making fun of me now that you've landed me with a claim that's so hard to establish? In any case, listen to my simile, and you'll appreciate all the more how greedy for images I am. What the most decent people experience in relation to their city is so hard to bear that there's no other single experience like it. Hence, to find an image of it and a defense for them, I must construct it from many sources, just as painters paint goat stacks by combining the features of different things. Imagine, then, that something like the following happens on a ship or on many ships. The ship owner is bigger and stronger than everyone else on board, but he's hard of hearing, a bit short-sighted, and his knowledge of seafaring is equally deficient. The sailors are quarreling with one another about steering the ship, each of them thinking that he should be the captain, even though he's never learned the art of navigation, cannot point to anyone who taught it to him, or to a time when he learned it. Indeed, they claim that it isn't teachable and are ready to cut to pieces anyone who says that it is. They're always crowding around the ship owner, begging him and doing everything possible to get him to turn the rudder over to them. And sometimes, if they don't succeed in persuading him, they execute the ones who do succeed or throw them overboard, and then, having stupefied their noble ship owner with drugs, wine, or in some other way, they rule the ship, using up what's in it and sailing while drinking and feasting, in the way that people like that are prone to do. Moreover, they call the person who is clever at persuading or forcing the ship owner to let them rule a navigator, a captain, and one who knows ships, and dismiss anyone else as useless. They don't understand that a true captain must pay attention to the seasons of the year, the sky, the stars, the winds, and all that pertains to his craft, if he's really to be the ruler of a ship. And they don't believe there is any craft that would enable him to determine how he should steer the ship, whether the others want him to or not, or any possibility of mastering this alleged craft or of practicing it at the same time as the craft of navigation. Don't you think that the true captain will be called a real stargazer, a babbler, and a good-for-nothing by those who sail in ships governed in that way, in which such things happen? D. E. 488. B. C. D. E. 489. I certainly do. I don't think that you need to examine the simile in detail to see that the ships resemble cities and their attitude to the true philosophers, but you already understand what I mean. Indeed, I do. Then first tell the simile to anyone who wonders why philosophers aren't honored in the cities, and try to persuade him that there would be far more cause for wonder if they were honored. I will tell him. Next tell him that what he says is true, that the most decent among the philosophers are useless to the majority. Tell him not to blame those decent people for this but the ones who don't make use of them. It isn't natural for the captain to beg the sailors to be ruled by him, nor for the wise to knock at the doors of the rich. The man who came up with that wise crack made a mistake. The natural thing is for the sick person, rich or poor, to knock at the doctor's door, and for anyone who needs to be ruled to knock at the door of the one who can rule him. It isn't for the ruler, if he's truly any use, to beg the others to accept his rule. Tell him that he'll make no mistake in likening those who rule in our cities at present to the sailors we mentioned just now, and those who are called useless stargazers to the true captains. That's absolutely right. Therefore, it isn't easy for the best ways of life to be highly esteemed by people who, as in these circumstances, follow the opposite ways. By far the greatest and most serious slander on philosophy, however, results from those who profess to follow the philosophic way of life. I mean those of whom the prosecutor of philosophy declared that the greatest number are completely vicious and the most decent useless. And I admitted that. What he said was true, didn't I? Yes. And haven't we explained why the decent ones are useless? Yes, indeed. Then, do you next want us to discuss why it's inevitable that the greater number are vicious and to try to show, if we can, that philosophy isn't responsible for this either? Certainly. Then, let's begin our dialogue by reminding ourselves of the point at which we began to discuss the nature that someone must have if he is to become a fine and good person. First of all, if you remember, he had to be guided by the truth and always pursue it in every way, or else he'd really be a boaster, with no share at all in true philosophy. That's what was said. And isn't this view completely contrary to the opinions currently held about him? It certainly is. Then, won't it be reasonable for us to plead in his defense that it is the nature of the real lover of learning to struggle toward what is, not to? 1112 Adiamantus/Socrates. B. C. D. E. 490. Republic 6 1113. Remain with any of the many things that are believed to be, that, as he moves on, he neither loses nor lessens his erotic love until he grasps the being of each nature itself with the part of his soul that is to grasp it, because of its kinship with it, and that, once getting near what really is and having intercourse with it and having begotten understanding and truth, he knows, truly lives, is nourished, and at that point, but not before is relieved from the pains of giving birth. That is the most reasonable defense possible. Well, then, will such a person have any part in the love of falsehood? Or will he entirely hate it? He'll hate it. See. And if truth led the way, we'd never say, I suppose, that a chorus of evils could ever follow in its train. How could it? But rather a healthy and just character, with moderation following it. That's right. What need is there, then, to marshal all over again from the beginning the members of the philosophic nature as chorus in their inevitable array? Remember that courage, high-mindedness, ease in learning, and good memory all belong to it. Then you objected, saying that anyone would be compelled to agree with what we said, but that, if he abandoned the argument and looked at the very people the argument is about, he'd say that some of them were useless, while the majority had every kind of vice. So we examined the reason for this slander and have now arrived at the point of explaining why the majority of them are bad. And it is for this reason that we've again taken up the nature of the true philosophers and denied what it necessarily has to be. That is true. We must now look at the ways in which this nature is corrupted, how it has destroyed in many people, while a small number, the ones that are called useless rather than bad, escape. After that, we must look in turn at the natures of the souls that imitate the philosophic nature and establish themselves in its pursuits, so as to see what the people are like who thereby 491 arrive at pursuits they are unworthy of and that is beyond them and who, because they often strike false notes, bring upon philosophy the reputation that you said it has with everyone everywhere. In what ways is this nature corrupted? I'll try to enumerate them for you if I can. I suppose that everyone would agree that only a few natures possess all the qualities that we just now said were essential to becoming a complete philosopher and that seldom occur naturally among human beings. Or don't you think so? B. I certainly do. Consider, then, the many important ways in which these few can be corrupted. What are they? What will surprise you most, when you hear it, is that each of the things we praised in that nature tends to corrupt the soul that has it and to drag it away from philosophy. I mean courage, moderation, and the other things we mentioned. That does sound strange. Furthermore, all the things that are said to be good also corrupt it, and drag it away: beauty, wealth, physical strength, relatives who are powerful in the city, and all that goes with these. You understand what I have in mind? I do, and I'd be glad to learn about it more precisely. Correctly grasp the general point I'm after, and it will be clear to you. And what I've said before won't seem so strange. What do you want me to do? We know that the more vigorous any seed-developing plant or animal is, the more it is deficient in the things that are appropriate for it to have, when it is deprived of suitable food, season, or location. For the bad is more opposed to the good than it is to the merely not good. Of course, then it's reasonable to say that the best nature fares worse, when unsuitably nurtured, than an ordinary one. It is. Then won't we say the same thing about souls too, Adiamantus, that those with the best natures become outstandingly bad when they receive a bad upbringing? Or do you think that great injustices and pure wickedness originate in an ordinary nature rather than in a vigorous one that has been corrupted by its upbringing? Or that a weak nature is ever the cause of either great good or great evil? No, you're right. Now, I think that the philosophic nature as we defined it will inevitably grow to possess every virtue if it happens to receive appropriate instruction. But if it is sown, planted, and grown in an inappropriate environment, it will develop in quite the opposite way, unless some god happens to come to its rescue. Or do you agree with the general opinion that certain young people are actually corrupted by sophists, that there are certain sophists with significant influence on the young who corrupt them through private teaching? Isn't it rather the very people who say this who are the greatest sophists of all, since they educate most completely, turning young and old, men and women, into precisely the kind of people they want them to be? When do they do that? When many of them are sitting together in assemblies, courts, theaters, army camps, or in some other public gathering of the crowd, they object very loudly and excessively to some of the things that are said or done, and approve others in the same way, shouting and clapping, so that the very rocks and surroundings echo the din of their praise or blame and double it. In circumstances like that, what is the effect, as they say, on a young person's heart? What private training can hold out and not be swept away by that kind of praise or blame and be carried by the flood wherever? 1114 Socrates/Adiamantus. C. D. E. 492. B. C. Republic 6 1115. It goes, so that he'll say that the same things are beautiful or ugly as the crowd does, follow the same pursuits as they do, and be the same sort of person as they are. He will be under great compulsion to do so, Socrates. D. And yet we haven't mentioned the greatest compulsion of all. What is that? It is what these educators and sophists impose by their actions if their words fail to persuade. Or don't you know that they punish anyone who isn't persuaded, with disenfranchisement, or death? They most certainly do. What other sophist, then, or what private conversations do you think will prevail in opposition to these? I don't suppose that any will. No, indeed, it would be very foolish even to try to oppose them, for there isn't now, hasn't he been in the past, nor ever will be in the future. Anyone with a character so unusual that he has been educated to virtue. In spite of the contrary education he received from the mob, I mean, human character, the divine, as the saying goes, is an exception to the rule. You should realize that if anyone is saved and becomes what he ought to be under our present constitutions, he has been saved, you might rightly say, by a divine dispensation. 493. I agree. Well, then, you should also agree to this. What? Not one of those paid private teachers, whom the people call sophists, and consider to be their rivals in craft, teaches anything other than the convictions that the majority express when they are gathered together. Indeed, these are precisely what the sophists call wisdom. It is as if someone were learning the moods and appetites of a huge, strong beast that he is rearing, how to approach and handle it, when it is most difficult to deal with or most gentle, and what makes it so, what sounds it utters in either condition, and what sounds soothe or anger it. Having learned all this, through tending the beast over a period of time, he calls this knack wisdom, gathers his information together as if it were a craft, and starts to teach it. In truth, he knows nothing about which of these convictions is any or shameful, good or bad, just or unjust, but he applies all these names in accordance with how the beast reacts, calling what it enjoys good and see what angers it bad. He has no other account to give of these terms, and he calls what he is compelled to do just and any, for he hasn't seen and cannot show anyone else how much compulsion and goodness really differ. Don't you think, by God, that someone like that is a strange educator? I do indeed. Then does this person seem any different from the one who believes that it is wisdom to understand the moods and pleasures of a majority, gathered from all quarters, whether they concern painting, music, or, for that matter, politics? If anyone approaches the majority to exhibit his poetry, 1116 Socrates/Adiamantis, or some other piece of craftsmanship or his service to the city, and gives the mastery over him to any degree beyond what is unavoidable, he'll be under Diomedean compulsion, as it is called, to do the sort of thing of which they approve. But have you ever heard anyone presenting an argument that such things are truly good and beautiful, that wasn't he absolutely ridiculous? No, and I don't expect ever to hear one. Keeping all this in mind, recall the following question: can the majority in any way tolerate or accept the reality of the beautiful itself, as opposed to the many beautiful things, or the reality of each thing itself, as opposed to the corresponding many? 494. Not in any way. Then the majority cannot be philosophic. They cannot. Hence they inevitably disapprove of those who practice philosophy. Inevitably. And so do all those private individuals who associate with the majority, and try to please them. Clearly. Then, because of all that, do you see any salvation for someone who is, by nature, a philosopher, to ensure that he'll practice philosophy correctly? To the end. Think about what we said before. We agreed that he's in learning, a good memory, courage, and high-mindedness belong to the philosophic nature. Yes. And one someone with a nature like that brst among the children. In everything, especially if his body has a nature that matches that of his soul. How could he not be? Then I suppose that, as he gets older, his family and fellow citizens will want to make use of him in connection with their own affairs. Of course. Therefore they'll pay court to him with their requests and honors, trying, by their attitude, to secure for themselves ahead of time the power that is going to be his. That's what usually happens, at any rate. What do you think someone like that will do in such circumstances? Especially if he happens to be from a great city, in which he is rich, well-born, good-looking, and tall. One led with impractical expectations, and think himself capable of managing the affairs, not only of the Greeks, but of the barbarians as well. And as a result, he exalt himself to great heights and be brimming with pretension and pride that is empty and lacks understanding? He certainly will. And if someone approaches a young man in that condition and gently tells him the truth, namely, that there is no understanding in him, that Republic 6 1117, he needs it, and that it can't be acquired unless he works like a slave to attain it, do you think that it will be easy for him to listen when he's in the midst of so many evils? Far from it. And even if a young man of that sort somehow sees the point and is guided and drawn to philosophy because of his noble nature and his kinship with reason, what do you think those people will do, if they believe that they're losing their use of him and his companionship? Is there anything they won't do or say to him to prevent him from being persuaded? Or anything they won't do or say about his persuader, whether plotting against him in private or publicly bringing him into court to prevent him from such persuasion? There certainly isn't. 495. Then, is there any chance that such a person will practice philosophy? None at all. Do you see, then, that we weren't wrong to say that, when someone with a philosophic nature is badly brought up, the very components of his nature together with the other so-called goods, such as wealth and other similar advantages, are themselves in a way the cause of his falling away from philosophic pursuits? I do, and what we said was right. These, then, are the many ways in which the best nature, which is already rare enough, as we said, is destroyed and corrupted, so that it cannot follow the best pursuits. And it is among these men that we be the ones who do the greatest evils to cities and individuals, and also if they happen to be swept that way by the current, the greatest good, for a petty nature will never do anything great, either to an individual or a city. That's very true. When these men, for whom philosophy is most appropriate, fall away from her, they leave her desolate and unwed, and they themselves lead lives that are inappropriate and untrue. Then others, who are unworthy of her, come to her as to an orphan deprived of the protection of kinsmen, and disgrace her. These are the ones who are responsible for the reproaches that you say are cast upon philosophy by those who revile her, namely, that some of those who consort with her are useless, while the majority deserve to suffer many bad things. Yes, that is indeed what is said. And it's a reasonable thing to say, for other little men, the ones who are most sophisticated at their own little craft, seeing that this position, which is full of any names and adornments, is vacated, leap gladly from those little crafts to philosophy, like prisoners escaping from jail who take refuge in a temple. Despite her present poor state, philosophy is still more high-minded than these other crafts, so that many people with defective natures desire to possess her, even though their souls are cramped and spoiled by the mechanical nature of their work, in just the way that their bodies are mutilated by their crafts and labors. Isn't that inevitable? 1118 Adiamantis/Socrates. It certainly is. Don't you think that a man of this sort looks exactly like a little bald-headed tinker who has come into some money and, having been just released from jail, has taken a bath, put on a new cloak, got himself up as a bridegroom, and is about to marry the boss's daughter because she is poor and abandoned? They read exactly the same. 496. And what kind of children will that marriage produce? 1t they be illegitimate and inferior? They have to be. What about when men who are unworthy of education approach Philos, Ophi and consort with her unworthily? What kinds of thoughts and opinions are we to say they beget? 1t they truly be what are properly called sophisms, things that have nothing genuine about them or worthy of being called true wisdom. That's absolutely right. Then there remains, Adeimantus, only a very small group who consort with philosophy in a way that is worthy of her, a noble and well brought up character, for example, kept down by exile, who remains with philosophy according to his nature because there is no one to corrupt him, or a great soul living in a small city, who disdains the city's affairs and looks beyond them. A very few might be drawn to philosophy from other crafts that they rightly despise because they have good natures. And some might be held back by the bridle that restrains our friend H4, for he has in every way qualia to be tempted away from philosophy, but his physical illness restrains him by keeping him out of politics. Finally, my own case is hardly worth mentioning my demonic sign 5 because it has happened to no one before me, or to only a very few. Now, the members of this small group have tasted how sweet and blessed a possession philosophy is, and at the same time they've also seen the madness of the majority and realized, in a word, that hardly anyone acts sanely in public affairs and that there is no ally with whom they might go to the aid of justice and survive, that instead they perish before they could protect either their city or their friends and be useless both to themselves and to others, just like a man who has fallen among wild animals and is neither willing to join them in doing injustice nor sufficiently strong to oppose the general savagery alone. Taking all this into account, they lead a quiet life and do their own work. Thus, like someone who takes refuge under a little wall from a storm of dust or hail driven by the wind, the philosopher seeing others led with lawlessness is satisfied if he can somehow lead his present life free from injustice and impious acts and depart from it with good hope, blameless and content. 4c the Viges. 5c Plato, Apology 31c, 32a, where Socrates explains that his daimonion has kept him out of politics. Republic 6 1119. Well, that's no small thing for him to have accomplished before the 497. Parting. But it isn't the greatest either, since he didn't chance upon a constitution that suits him. Under a suitable one, his own growth will be fuller, and he'll save the community as well as himself. It seems to me that we've now sensibly discussed the reasons why philosophy is slandered and why the slanderer is unjust unless, of course, you have something to add. I have nothing to add on that point. But which of our present constitutions do you think is suitable for philosophers? None of them. That's exactly my complaint. None of our present constitutions is worthy of the philosophic nature, and, as a result, this nature is perverted and altered, for, just as a foreign seed, sown in alien ground, is likely to be overcome by the native species and to fade away among them, so the philosophic nature fails to develop its full power and declines into a different character. But if it were to enter the best constitution, as it is itself the best, it would be clear that it is really divine and that other natures and ways of life are merely human. Obviously you were going to ask next what the best constitution is. You were wrong there. I wasn't going to ask that, but whether it was the constitution we described when we were founding our city or some other one. In the other respects, it is that one. But we said even then 6 that there must always be some people in the city who have a theory of the constitution, the same one that guided you, the lawgiver, when you made the laws. We did say that. Yes, but we didn't de-emphasize it sufficiently, for fear of what your objections have made plain, namely, that its proof would be long and difficult. And indeed what remains is by no means easy to go through. What is that? How a city can engage in philosophy without being destroyed, for all great things are prone to fall, and, as the saying goes, any things are really hard to achieve. Nevertheless, to complete our discussion, we'll have to get clear about this. If anything prevents us from doing it, it won't be lack of willingness, but lack of ability. At least you'll see how willing I am, for notice again how enthusiastically and recklessly I say that the manner in which a city ought to take up the philosophic way of life is the opposite of what it does at present. How? At present, those who study philosophy do so as young men who have just left childhood behind and have yet to take up household management and money making. But just when they reach the hardest part, I mean 498, the part that has to do with giving a rational account, they abandon it. 6412a, b. 1120 Socrates/Adeimantus, and are regarded as fully trained in philosophy. In later life, they think they were doing well if they are willing to be in an invited audience when others are doing philosophy, for they think they should do this only as a sideline. And, with a few exceptions, by the time they reach old age, their eagerness for philosophy is quenched more thoroughly than the sun of Heraclitus, which is never rekindled. 7b. What should they do? Entirely the opposite. As youths and children, they should put their minds to youthful education and philosophy and take care of their bodies at a time when they are growing into manhood, so as to acquire a helper for philosophy. As they grow older and their souls begin to reach maturity, they should increase their mental exercises. Then, when their strength begins to fail and they have retired from politics and military service, they should graze freely in the pastures of philosophy and do nothing else. I mean the ones who are to live happily and, in death, add eighth in destiny c. in that other place to the life they have lived. You seem to be speaking with true enthusiasm, Socrates. But I am sure that most of your hearers, beginning with Thrasymachus, will oppose you with even greater enthusiasm and not be at all convinced. Don T slandered Thrasymachus and me just as we've become friends, not that we were enemies before. We want to relax our efforts until we either convince him and the others or, at any rate, do something that may vanity them in a later incarnation, when, reborn, they happen upon these arguments again. That as a short time you were talking about, it has nothing compared to the whole of time. All the same, it has no wonder that the majority of people aren't convinced by our arguments, for they've never seen a man that TS our plan, and the rhymes of the sort they have heard are usually intended and not, like this one, the product of mere chance. That is to say, they've never seen a man or a number of men who themselves rhymed with virtue, were assimilated to it as far as possible, and ruled in a city of the same type. Or do you think they have? 499. I don't think so at all. Nor have they listened sufficiently to any and free arguments that search out the truth in every way for the sake of knowledge, but that keep away from the sophistications and heuristic quibbles that, both in public trials and in private gatherings, aim at nothing except reputation and disputation. No, they haven't. It was because of this, because we foresaw these difficulties, that we were afraid Nonetheless, we were compelled by the truth to say that no city, constitution, or individual man will ever become perfect until either be some chance event compels those few philosophers who aren't vicious. 7 Aristotle, Meteorologica 355-14, reports Heraclitus as believing that the sun is new. Every day, the sun not only sets at night, it ceases to exist, being replaced by a totally new sun the next morning. Republic 6 1121. The ones who are now called useless, to take charge of a city, whether they want to or not, and compels the city to obey them, or until a god inspires the present rulers and kings or their offspring with a true erotic love for true philosophy. Now, it cannot be reasonably maintained, in my view, that either of these things is impossible, but if it could, we'd be justly ridiculed for indulging in wishful thinking. Isn't that so? It is. Then, if in the limitless past, those who were foremost in philosophy were forced to take charge of a city, or if this is happening now in some foreign place far beyond our ken, or if it will happen in the future, we are prepared to maintain our argument that, at whatever time the muse of the philosophy controls a city, the constitution we described will also exist. At that time, whether it is past, present, or future. Since it is not impossible for this to happen, we are not speaking of impossibilities. That it is difficult for it to happen, however, we agree ourselves. That's my opinion, anyway. But the majority don't share your opinion. Is that what you are going to say? They probably don't. You should not make such wholesale charges against the majority, for they'll no doubt come to a different opinion, if instead of indulging your love of victory at their expense, you suit them and try to remove their slanderous prejudice against the love of learning, by pointing out what you mean by a philosopher and by denying the philosophic nature and way of life, as we did just now, so that they'll realize that you don't mean 500. The same people as they do. And if they once see it your way, even you will say that they'll have a different opinion from the one you just attributed to them and will answer differently. Or do you think that anyone who is gentle and without malice is harsh with someone who is neither irritable nor malicious? I'll anticipate your answer and say that a few people may have such a harsh character, but not the majority. And, of course, I agree. Then don't you also agree that the harshness the majority exhibit towards philosophy is caused by those outsiders who don't belong and who burst in like a band of revelers, always abusing one another, indulging their love of quarrels, and arguing about human beings in a way that is wholly inappropriate to philosophy? I do indeed. No one whose thoughts are truly directed towards the things that are adiamantus has the leisure to look down at human affairs or to be led with envy and hatred by competing with people. Instead, as he looks at and studies things that are organized and always the same, that neither do injustice to one another nor suffer it, being all in a rational order, he imitates them and tries to become as like them as he can. Or do you think that someone can consort with things he admires without imitating them? I do not. It's impossible. 1122 Socrates/Adiamantus. Then the philosopher, by consorting with what is ordered and divine, and despite all the slanders around that say otherwise, himself becomes as divine and ordered as a human being can. That's absolutely true. And if he should come to be compelled to put what he sees there into people as characters, whether into a single person or into a populace, instead of shaping only his own, do you think that he will be a poor craftsman of moderation, justice, and the whole of popular virtue? He least of all. And when the majority realize that what we are saying about the philosopher is true, will they be harsh with him or mistrust us when we say that the city will never end happiness until its outline is sketched by painters who use the divine model? They won't be harsh, if indeed they realize this. But what sort of sketch do you mean? 501. They take the city and the characters of human beings as their sketching slate, but they wipe it clean, which isn't at all an easy thing to do. And you should know that this is the plain difference between them and others, namely, that they refuse to take either an individual or a city in hand or to write laws, unless they receive a clean slate or are allowed to clean it themselves. And they be right to refuse. Then do you think they next sketch the outline of the Constitution? Of course. And I suppose that, as they work, they look often in each direction, towards the natures of justice, beauty, moderation, and the like, on the one hand, and towards those they were trying to put into human beings, on the other. And in this way they mix and blend the various ways of life in the city until they produced a human image based on what Homer called the divine form and image when it occurred among human beings. 8. That's right. They erase one thing, I suppose, and draw in another until they made characters for human beings that the gods would love as much as possible. See. At any rate, that would certainly result in the next sketch. Then is this at all persuasive to those you said were straining to attack us that the person we were praising is really a painter of constitutions? They were angry because we entrusted the city to him. Are they any calmer, now that they heard what we had to say? They'll be much calmer, if they have any moderation. Indeed, how could they possibly dispute it? Will they deny that philosophers are lovers of what is or of the truth? That would be absurd. 8c, for example, Iliad I.131. Republic 6 1123. Or that their nature as we described it is close to the best. They can deny that either. Or that such a nature, if it follows its own way of life, isn't as completely good and philosophic as any other. Or that the people we excluded are more so. Certainly not. Then will they still be angry when we say that, until philosophers take control of a city, there'll be no respite from evil for either city or citizens, and the constitution we've been describing in theory will never be completed in practice? They'll probably be less angry. Then if it's all right with you, let us not say that they'll simply be less angry, but that they'll become altogether gentle and persuaded, so that they'll be shamed into agreeing with us, if nothing else. 502. It's all right with me. Let us assume, therefore, that they've been convinced on this point. Will anyone dispute our view that the offspring of kings or rulers could be born with philosophic natures? No one would do that. Could anyone claim that, if such offspring are born, they'll inevitably be corrupted? We agree ourselves that it's hard for them to be saved from corruption, but could anyone claim that in the whole of time not one of them could be saved? How could he? But surely one such individual would be sufficient to bring to completion all the things that now seem so incredible, provided that his city obeys him. One would be sufficient. If a ruler established the laws and ways of life we described, it is surely not impossible that the citizens would be willing to carry them out. Not at all. And would it be either astonishing or impossible that others should think as we do? I don't suppose it would. See. But I think our earlier discussion was sufficient to show that these arrangements are best, if only they are possible. Indeed it was. Then we can now conclude that this legislation is best, if only it is possible, and that, while it is hard for it to come about, it is not impossible. We can. Now that this difficulty has been disposed of, we must deal with what remains, namely, how the saviors of our Constitution will come to be in the city, what subjects and ways of life will cause them to come into being, and at what ages they'll take each of them up. D. Indeed we must. It wasn't very clever of me to omit from our earlier discussion the troublesome topics of acquiring wives, begetting children, and appointing 1124 Socrates/Adeimantus rulers, just because I knew that the whole truth would provoke resentment, and would be hard to bring about in practice, for as it turned out, I had to go through these matters anyway. The subject of women and children has been adequately dealt with, but that of the rulers has to be taken up again from the beginning. We said, if you remember, that they must show themselves to be lovers of their city when tested by pleasure and pain, and that they must hold on to their resolve through labors, fears, and all other 503 adversities. Anyone who was incapable of doing so was to be rejected, while anyone who came through unchanged like gold tested in a was to be made ruler and receive prizes both while he lived and after his death. These were the sort of things we were saying while our argument, afraid of stirring up the very problems that now confront us, veiled its face and slipped by. B. That's very true, I do remember it. We hesitated to say the things we now dare to say anyway. So let us now also dare to say that those who are to be made our guardians in the most exact sense of the term must be philosophers. Let's do it. Then you should understand that there will probably be only a few of them, for they have to have the nature we described, and its parts mostly grow in separation and are rarely found in the same person. What do you mean? See. You know that ease of learning, good memory, quick wits, smartness, youthful passion, high-mindedness, and all the other things that go along with these are rarely willing to grow together in a mind that will choose an orderly life that is quiet and completely stable, for the people who possess the former traits are carried by their quick wits wherever chance leads them and have no stability at all. That is true. On the other hand, people with stable characters, who don't change easily, who aren't easily frightened in battle, and whom one would employ because of their greater reliability, exhibit similar traits when it comes to learning. They are as hard to move and teach as people whose brains have become numb, and they are led with sleep and yawning whenever they have to learn anything. That is so. Yet we say that someone must have any and goodly share of both characters, or he won't receive the truest education, honors, or rule. That is right. Then, don't you think that such people will be rare? Of course. Therefore they must be tested in the labors, fears, and pleasures we mentioned previously. But they must also be exercised in many other subjects which we didn't mention but are adding now to see whether they can tolerate the most important subjects or will shrink from them, like the cowards who shrink from other tests. 504. Republic 6 1125. It is appropriate to examine them like that. But what do you mean by the most important subjects? Do you remember when we distinguished 3 parts in the soul, in order to help bring out what justice, moderation, courage, and wisdom each is? If I didn't remember that, it wouldn't be just for me to hear the rest. What about what preceded it? What was that? We said, I believe, that, in order to get the next possible view of these matters, we would need to take a longer road that would make them plain to anyone who took it, but that it was possible to give demonstrations of what they are that would be up to the standard of the previous argument. 9. And you said that that would be satisfactory. So it seems to me that our discussion at that time fell short of exactness, but whether or not it satisfied you is for you to say. I thought you gave us good measure, and so, apparently, did the others. Any measure of such things that falls short in any way of that which is not good measure, for nothing incomplete is the measure of anything. Although people are sometimes of the opinion that an incomplete treatment is nonetheless adequate and makes further investigation unnecessary. Indeed, laziness causes many people to think that it is a thought that a guardian of a city and its laws can well do without. Probably so. Well, then, he must take the longer road and put as much effort into learning as into physical training, for otherwise, as we were just saying, he will never reach the goal of the most important subject and the most appropriate one for him to learn. Aren't these virtues, then, the most important things? He asked. Is there anything even more important than justice and the other virtues we discussed? There is something more important. However, even for the virtues themselves, it isn't enough to look at a mere sketch, as we did before, while neglecting the most complete account. It is ridiculous, isn't it, to strain every nerve to attain the utmost exactness and clarity about other things of little value and not to consider the most important things worthy of the greatest exactness. It certainly is. But do you think that anyone is going to let you off without asking you what this most important subject is and what it concerns? No, indeed, and you can ask me too. You've certainly heard the answer often enough, but now either you aren't thinking or you intend to make trouble for me again by interrupting. And I suspect the latter, for you've often heard it said that the form of the good is the most important thing 505 to learn about, and that it is by their relation to it that just things and others become useful and beneficial. You know very well now that I am 9C435D 1126 Socrates/Adeimantus/Lacon going to say this, and, besides, that we have no adequate knowledge of it. And you also know that, if we don't know it, even the fullest possible knowledge of other things is of no benefit to us, any more than if we acquire any possession without the good of it. Or do you think that it is any advantage to have every kind of possession without the good of it? Or to know everything except the good, thereby knowing nothing any be or good? No, by God, I don't. Furthermore, you certainly know that the majority believe that pleasure is a good, while the more sophisticated believe that it is knowledge. Indeed I do. And you know that those who believe this can't tell us what sort of knowledge it is, however, but in the end are forced to say that it is null edge of the good. And that's ridiculous. Of course it is. They blame us for not knowing the good and then turn around and talk to us as if we did know it. They say that it is knowledge of the good as if we understood what they're speaking about when they utter the word good. That's completely true. What about those who deem the good as pleasure? Are they any less full of confusion than the others? Aren't even they forced to admit that there are bad pleasures? Most definitely. So, I think, they have to agree that the same things are both good and bad. Isn't that true? Of course. It's clear, then, isn't it, why there are many large controversies about this? How could it be otherwise? And isn't this also clear? In the case of just and beautiful things, many people are content with what are believed to be so, even if they aren't really so, and they act, acquire, and form their own beliefs on that basis. Nobody is satisfied to acquire things that are merely believed to be good. However, but everyone wants the things that really are good and disdains mere belief here. That's right. Every soul pursues the good and does its utmost for its sake. It divines that the good is something, but it is perplexed and cannot adequately grasp what it is or acquire the sort of stable beliefs it has about other things. And so it misses the net, if any, that even those other things may give. Will we allow the best people in the city, to whom we entrust everything, to be so in the dark about something of this kind and of this importance? 506. That's the last thing we do. I don't suppose, at least, that just any things will have acquired much of a guardian in someone who doesn't even know in what way they, Republic 6 1127, are good. And I divine that no one will have adequate knowledge of them until he knows this. UVE divined well. But 1T our constitution be perfectly ordered, if a guardian who knows these things is in charge of it. B. Necessarily. But, Socrates, you must also tell us whether you consider the good to be knowledge or pleasure or something else altogether. What a man. It has been clear for some time that other people's opinions about these matters wouldn't satisfy you. Well, Socrates, it doesn't seem right to me for you to be willing to state other people's convictions but not your own, especially when you've spent so much time occupied with these matters. See. What? Do you think it is right to talk about things one doesn't know as if one does know them? Not as if one knows them, he said, but one ought to be willing to state one's opinions as such. What? Haven't you noticed that opinions without knowledge are shameful and ugly things? The best of them are blind, or do you think that those who express a true opinion without understanding are any different from blind people who happen to travel the right road? They were no different. Do you want to look at shameful, blind, and crooked things, then, when you might hear illuminating and any ones from other people? D. By God, Socrates, Glaucon said, don't desert us with the end almost in sight. We'll be satisfied if you discuss the good as you discuss justice, moderation, and the rest. That, my friend, I said, would satisfy me too, but I am afraid that I won't be up to it and that I'll disgrace myself and look ridiculous by trying. So, let us abandon the quest for what the good itself is for the time being, for even to arrive at my own view about it is too big a topic for the discussion. We are now started on. But I am willing to tell you about what is apparently an offspring of the good and most like it. Is that agreeable to you, or would you rather we let the whole matter drop? It is. The story about the father remains a debt you'll pay another time. I wish that I could pay the debt in full, and you receive it instead of 507. Just the interest. So here, then, is this child an offspring of the good. But be careful that I don't somehow deceive you unintentionally by giving you an illegitimate account of the child. 10. We'll be as careful as possible, so speak on. I will when we come to an agreement and recall some things that we've already said both here and many other times. Which ones? B. 10 throughout, Socrates is punning on the word tokos, which means either a child or the interest on capital. 1128 Socrates/Glaucon. We say that there are many beautiful things and many good things, and so on for each kind, and in this way we distinguish them in words. We do. And beauty itself and good itself and all the things that we thereby set down as many, reversing ourselves, we set down according to a single form of each, believing that there is but one, and call it the being of each. That is true. And we say that the many beautiful things and the rest are visible but not intelligible, while the forms are intelligible but not visible. That is completely true. With what part of ourselves do we see visible things? See. With our sight. And so audible things are heard by hearing, and with our other senses we perceive all the other perceptible things. That is right. Have you considered how lavish the maker of our senses was in making the power to see and be seen? I can say I have. Well, consider it this way. Do hearing and sound need another kind of thing in order for the former to hear and the latter to be heard, a third thing in whose absence the one to hear or the other be heard? D. No, they need nothing else. And if there are any others that need such a thing, there can be many of them. Can you think of one? I can. You don't realize that sight and the visible have such a need? How so? Sight may be present in the eyes, and the one who has it may try to use it, and colors may be present in things, but unless a third kind of thing is present, which is naturally adapted for this very purpose, you know that sight will see nothing, and the colors will remain unseen. E. What kind of thing do you mean? I mean what you call light. You rewrite. Then it isn't an insignificant kind of link that connects the sense of sight and the power to be seen. It is a more valuable link than any other link. 508. Things have got, if indeed light is something valuable. And, of course, it is very valuable. Which of the gods in heaven would you name as the cause and controller of this, the one whose light causes our sight to see in the best way and the visible things to be seen? The same one you and others would name. Obviously, the answer to your question is the sun. And isn't sight by nature related to that god in this way? Which way? Sight isn't the sun, neither sight itself nor that in which it comes to be. Namely, the eye. No, it certainly isn't. But I think that it is the most sunlike of the senses. Very much so. And it receives from the sun the power it has, just like an influx from an overflowing treasury. Certainly. The sun is not sight, but isn't it the cause of sight itself and seen by it? That's right. Let's say, then, that this is what I call the offspring of the good, which the good begot as its analog. What the good itself is in the intelligible realm, in relation to understanding and intelligible things, the sun is in the visible realm, in relation to sight and visible things. How? Explain a bit more. You know that, when we turn our eyes to things whose colors are no longer illuminated by the light of day but by night lights, the eyes are dimmed and seen nearly blind, as if clear vision were no longer in them. Of course. Yet whenever one turns them on things illuminated by the sun, they see clearly, and vision appears in those very same eyes. Indeed. Well, understand the soul in the same way, when it focuses on something illuminated by truth and what is, it understands, knows, and apparently possesses understanding, but when it focuses on what is mixed with obscurity, on what comes to be and passes away, it opines and is dimmed, changes its opinions this way and that, and seems bereft of understanding. It does seem that way. So that what gives truth to the things known and the power to know to the knower is the form of the good. And though it is the cause of knowledge and truth, it is also an object of knowledge. 11. Both knowledge and truth are beautiful things, but the good is other and more beautiful than they. In the visible realm, light and sight are rightly considered sun-like, but it is wrong to think that they are the sun, so here it is right to think of knowledge and truth as good like, but wrong to think that either of them is the good, for the good is yet more prized. This is an inconceivably beautiful thing you're talking about, if it provides both knowledge and truth and is superior to them in beauty. You surely don't think that a thing like that could be pleasure? Hush. Let's examine its image in more detail as follows. How? You'll be willing to say, I think, that the sun not only provides visible things with the power to be seen but also with coming to be, growth, and nourishment, although it is not itself coming to be. How could it be? 11. Accepting the emendation of Gignacomenes to Gignacomenon. Republic 6 1129. B. C. D. E. 509. B. 1130 Socrates/Lacan. Therefore, you should also say that not only do the objects of knowledge owe their being known to the good, but their being is also due to it. Although the good is not being, but superior to it in rank and power. And Glaucon comically said, by Apollo, what a demonic superiority. See. It's your own fault, you forced me to tell you my opinion about it. And I don't want you to stop either. So continue to explain its similarity to the sun, if you've omitted anything. I am certainly omitting a lot. Well, Dante, not even the smallest thing. I think I'll have to omit a fair bit, but, as far as is possible at the moment, I won't omit anything voluntarily. Dante. Understand, then, that, as we said, there are these two things, one D. Sovereign of the intelligible kind and place, the other of the visible, I Dante. Say of heaven so as not to seem to you to be playing the sophist with the name. 1 2 in any case, you have two kinds of thing, visible and intelligible. Right. It is like a line divided into two unequal sections. 1 3 then divide each section, namely, that of the visible and that of the intelligible in the same ratio as the line. In terms now of relative clarity and opacity, 1. Subsection of the visible consists of images. And by images I mean, RST. 1 2. The play may be on the similarity of sound between Aurandu, of heaven, and Haretu, of the visible. More likely, Socrates is referring to the fact that Aurandu seems to contain the word no, the genitive case of nous, understanding, and relative of noetu, of the intelligible. If he said that the sun was sovereign of heaven, he might be taken to suggest in sophistical fashion that it was sovereign of the intelligible and that there was no real difference between the good and the sun. 1 3. The line is illustrated below. Understanding, noesis. Thought, dianoia. Belief, pistis. Imagination, acacia. Republic 6 1131. Shadows, then reactions in water and in all close-packed, smooth, any 510 shiny materials, and everything of that sort, if you understand. I do. In the other subsection of the visible, put the originals of these images. Namely, the animals around us, all the plants, and the whole class of manufactured things. Consider them put. Would you be willing to say that, as regards truth and untruth, the division is in this proportion, as the opinable is to the knowable, so the likeness is to the thing that it is like? Certainly. B. Consider now how the section of the intelligible is to be divided. How? As follows, in one subsection, the soul, using as images the things that were imitated before, is forced to investigate from hypotheses, proceeding not to a RST principle but to a conclusion. In the other subsection, however, it makes its way to a RST principle that is not a hypothesis, proceeding from a hypothesis but without the images used in the previous subsection, using forms themselves and making its investigation through them. I don't yet fully understand what you mean. Let us try again. You'll understand it more easily after the following C. Preamble. I think you know that students of geometry, calculation, and the like hypothesize the odd and the even, the various curves, the three kinds of angles, and other things akin to these in each of their investigations. As if they knew them. They make these their hypotheses and don't think it necessary to give any account of them, either to themselves or to others. As if they were clear to everyone. And going from these RST principles through the remaining steps, they arrive in full agreement. D. I certainly know that much. Then you also know that, although they use visible curves and make claims about them, their thought isn't directed to them but to those other things that they are like. They make their claims for the sake of the square itself and the diagonal itself, not the diagonal they draw, and similarly with the others. These curves that they make and draw, of which shadows and reactions in water are images, they now in turn use as images, in seeking to see those others themselves that one cannot see except by means of thought. 511. That is true. This, then, is the kind of thing that, on the one hand, I said is intelligible, and, on the other, is such that the soul is forced to use hypotheses in the investigation of it, not traveling up to a RST principle, since it cannot reach beyond its hypotheses, but using as images those very things of which images were made in the section below, and which, by comparison to their images, were thought to be clear and to be valued as such. I understand that you mean what happens in geometry and related sciences. 1132 Socrates/Lacan. Then also understand that, by the other subsection of the intelligible, I mean that which reason itself grasps by the power of dialectic. It does not consider these hypotheses as RST principles but truly as hypotheses but as stepping stones to take off from, enabling it to reach the unhypothetical RST principle of everything. Having grasped this principle, it reverses itself and, keeping hold of what follows from it, comes down to a conclusion. Without making use of anything visible at all, but only of forms themselves. Moving on from forms to forms, and ending in forms. See. I understand, if not yet adequately, for in my opinion you're speaking of an enormous task, that you want to distinguish the intelligible part of that which is, the part studied by the science of dialectic, as clearer than the part studied by the so-called sciences, for which their hypotheses are RST principles. And although those who study the objects of these sciences are forced to do so by means of thought rather than sense perception, still, because they do not go back to a genuine RST principle, but proceed from the hypotheses, you don't think that they understand them, even though, given such a principle, they are intelligible. And you seem to me to call the state of the geometer's thought but not understanding, thought being intermediate between opinion and understanding. Your exposition is most adequate. Thus there are four such conditions in the soul, corresponding to the four subsections of our line, understand, ing for the highest, thought for the second, belief for the third, and imaging for the last. Arrange them in a ratio, and consider that each shares in clarity to the degree that the subsection it is set over shares in truth. I understand, agree, and arrange them as you say. Book 7. Next, I said, compare the effect of education and of the lack of it on 514. Our nature to an experience like this, imagine human beings living in an underground, cave-like dwelling, with an entrance a long way up, which is both open to the light and as wide as the cave itself. They've been there since childhood, etc. in the same place, with their necks and legs fettered, able to see only in front of them, because their bonds prevent them from turning their heads around. Light is provided by a reburning far above and behind them. Also behind them, but on higher ground, there is a path B, stretching between them and the re. Imagine that along this path a low wall has been built, like the screen in front of puppeteers above which they show their puppets. I'm imagining it. Then also imagine that there are people along the wall, carrying all kinds of artifacts that project above it, statues of people and other animals, made out of stone, wood, and every material. And, as you'd expect, some see. 515 of the carriers are talking, and some are silent. It's a strange image you're describing, and strange prisoners. Republic 7 1133. They were like us. Do you suppose, RST of all, that these prisoners see anything of themselves and one another besides the shadows that the re casts on the wall in front of them? How could they, if they have to keep their heads motionless through out life? B. What about the things being carried along the wall? Isn't the same true of them? Of course. And if they could talk to one another, don't you think they suppose that the names they used apply to the things they see passing before them? 1. They have to. And what if their prison also had an echo from the wall facing them? Don't you think they believe that the shadows passing in front of them were talking whenever one of the carriers passing along the wall was doing so? I certainly do. Then the prisoners would in every way believe that the truth is nothing see other than the shadows of those artifacts. They must surely believe that. Consider, then, what being released from their bonds and cured of their ignorance would naturally be like, if something like this came to pass. 2. When one of them was freed and suddenly compelled to stand up, turn his head, walk, and look up toward the light, he'd be pained and dazzled, and unable to see the things whose shadows he'd seen before. What do you think he'd say, if we told him that what he'd seen before was inconsequential, but that now because he is a bit closer to the things that are, and is turned towards things that are more, he sees more correctly? Or, to put it another way, if we pointed to each of the things passing by, asked him what each of them is, and compelled him to answer, don't you think he'd be at a loss, and that he'd believe that the things he saw earlier were truer than the ones he was now being shown? Much truer. And if someone compelled him to look at the light itself, wouldn't he his eyes hurt, and wouldn't he turn around and towards the things he is able to see, believing that they were really clearer than the ones he is being shown? He would. And if someone dragged him away from there by force, up the rough, steep path, and didn't he let him go until he had dragged him into the sunlight, wouldn't he be pained and irritated at being treated that way? And when he came into the light, with the sun in his eyes, wouldn't he be unable 516 to see a single one of the things now said to be true? 1 reading Perion to Automus Nomesian Onomasian in B5. 2 reading Hoytis and EIE Fose, EI in C5. 1134 Socrates/Glaucon. He would be unable to see them, at least at RST. I suppose, then, that he'd need time to get adjusted before he could see things in the world above. At RST, he'd see shadows most easily, then images of men and other things in water, then the things themselves. Of these, he'd be able to study the things in the sky and the sky itself more easily at night, looking at the light of the stars and the moon, than during the day, looking at the sun and the light of the sun. Of course. Finally, I suppose, he'd be able to see the sun, not images of it in water, or some alien place, but the sun itself, in its own place, and be able to study it. Necessarily so. And at this point he would infer and conclude that the sun provides the seasons and the years, governs everything in the visible world, and is, in some way, the cause of all the things that he used to see. See. It's clear that would be his next step. What about when he reminds himself of his RST dwelling place, his fellow prisoners, and what passed for wisdom there? Don't you think that he'd count himself happy for the change and pity the others? Certainly. And if there had been any honors, praises, or prizes among them for the one who was sharpest at identifying the shadows as they passed by, and who best remembered which usually came earlier, which later, and which simultaneously, and who could thus best divine the future, do you think that our man would desire these rewards or envy those among the prisoners who were honored and held power? Instead, wouldn't he feel, with Homer, that he'd much prefer to work the earth as a serf to another, one without possessions, 3 and go through any sufferings, rather than share their opinions and live as they do? I suppose he would rather suffer anything than live like that. Consider this too. If this man went down into the cave again and sat down in the same seat, wouldn't he his eyes coming suddenly out of the sun like that bled with darkness? They certainly would. And before his eyes had recovered and the adjustment would not be quick while his vision was still dim, if he had to compete again with the perpetual prisoners in recognizing the shadows, wouldn't he invite 517 ridicule? Wouldn't it be said of him that he'd returned from his upward journey with his eyesight ruined, and that it isn't worthwhile even to try to travel upward? And, as for anyone who tried to free them and lead them upward, if they could somehow get their hands on him, wouldn't they kill him? They certainly would. 3 Odyssey 11.489, 90. Republic 7 1135. This whole image, Glaucon, must be did together with what we said before. The visible realm should be likened to the prison dwelling, and the light of the reinside it to the power of the sun. And if you interpret the upward journey and the study of things above as the upward journey of the soul to the intelligible realm, you'll grasp what I hope to convey. Since that is what you wanted to hear about. Whether it is true or not, only the God knows. But this is how I see it. In the knowable realm, the form of the good is the last thing to be seen, and it is reached only with difficulty. Once one has seen it, however, one must conclude that it is the cause of all that is correct and beautiful in anything, that it produces both light see, and its source in the visible realm, and that in the intelligible realm it controls and provides truth and understanding, so that anyone who is to act sensibly in private or public must see it. I have the same thought, at least as far as I am able. Come, then, share with me this thought also. It isn't surprising that the ones who get to this point are unwilling to occupy themselves with human affairs, and that their souls are always pressing upwards, eager to spend their time above, for, after all, this is surely what we expect, if indeed things the image I described before. It is. What about what happens when someone turns from divine study to the evils of human life? Do you think it as surprising, since his sight is still dim, and he hasn't yet become accustomed to the darkness around him, that he behaves awkwardly and appears completely ridiculous if he is compelled, either in the courts or elsewhere, to contend about the shadows of justice or the statues of which they are the shadows, and to dispute about the way these things are understood by people who have never seen justice itself? That is not surprising at all. No, it isn't. But anyone with any understanding would remember that 518. The eyes may be confused in 2 ways and from 2 causes, namely, when they come from the light into the darkness, and when they come from the darkness into the light. realizing that the same applies to the soul. When someone sees a soul disturbed and unable to see something, he 1. Laugh mindlessly, but he'll take into consideration whether it has come from a brighter life and is dimmed through not having yet become accustomed to the dark, or whether it has come from greater ignorance into greater light and is dazzled by the increased brilliance. Then he'll declare the RST soul happy in its experience and life, and he'll pity the latter. But even if he chose to make fun of it, at least he'd be less ridiculous than if he laughed at a soul that has come from the light above. What you say is very reasonable. If that is true, then here is what we must think about these matters. Education isn't what some people declare it to be, namely, putting null edge into souls that lack it, like putting sight into blind eyes. See, they do say that. 1136 Socrates/Glaucon. But our present discussion, on the other hand, shows that the power to learn is present in everyone's soul, and that the instrument with which each learns is like an eye that cannot be turned around from darkness to light without turning the whole body. This instrument cannot be turned around from that which is coming into being without turning the whole soul until it is able to study that which is and the brightest thing that is, namely, the one we call the good. Isn't that right? D. Yes. Then education is the craft concerned with doing this very thing, this turning around, and with how the soul can most easily and effectively be made to do it. It isn't the craft of putting sight into the soul. Education takes for granted that sight is there, but that it isn't turned the right way, or looking where it ought to look, and it tries to redirect it appropriately. So it seems. Now, it looks as though the other so-called virtues of the soul are akin to those of the body, for they really aren't there beforehand but are added later by habit and practice. However, the virtue of reason seems to belong above all to something more divine, which never loses its power but is either useful and beneficial or useless and harmful, depending on the way it is turned. Or have you never noticed this about people who are said to 519 be vicious but clever, how keen the vision of their little souls is and how sharply it distinguishes the things it is turned towards? This shows that its sight isn't inferior but rather is forced to serve evil ends, so that the sharper it sees, the more evil it accomplishes. Absolutely. However, if a nature of this sort had been hammered at from childhood, and freed from the bonds of kinship with becoming, which have been fastened to it by feasting, greed, and other such pleasures, and which, like leaden weights, pull its vision downwards, if, being rid of these, it turned to look at true things, then I say that the same soul of the same person would see these most sharply, just as it now does the things it is presently turned towards. Probably so. And what about the uneducated who have no experience of truth? Isn't it likely indeed, doesn't it follow necessarily from what was said before, that they will never adequately govern a city? But neither would those who be even allowed to spend their whole lives being educated. The former would fail because they don't have a single goal at which all their actions, see, public and private, inevitably aim. The latter would fail because they refuse to act, thinking that they had settled while still alive in the faraway isles of the blessed. That is true. It is our task as founders, then, to compel the best natures to reach the study we said before is the most important, namely, to make the ascent and see the good. But when they be made it and look sufficiently, we must not allow them to do what they were allowed to do today. D. Republic 7 1137. What is that? To stay there and refuse to go down again to the prisoners in the cave, and share their labors and honors, whether they are of less worth or of greater. Then are we to do them an injustice by making them live a worse life, when they could live a better one? You are forgetting again that it isn't the law is concerned to make anyone class in the city outstandingly happy, but to contrive to spread happiness throughout the city by bringing the citizens into harmony with each other, through persuasion or compulsion, and by making them share with each other the benefits that each class can confer on the community. For the law produces such people in the city, not in order to allow them to turn 520 in whatever direction they want, but to make use of them to bind the city together. That is true, I had forgotten. Observe, then, Glaucon, that we won't be doing an injustice to those who become philosophers in our city, and that what we'll say to them, when we compel them to guard and care for the others, will be just. We'll say, when people like you come to be in other cities, they readjust in not sharing in their city's labors, for they've grown there spontaneously, b. against the will of the Constitution, and what grows of its own accord, and owes no debt for its upbringing, has justice on its side when it isn't keen to pay anyone for that upbringing. But we've made you kings in our city and leaders of the swarm, as it were, both for yourselves and for the rest of the city. You read better and more completely educated than the others, and are better able to share in both types of life. Therefore each of you in turn must go down to live in the common dwelling place of the others, and grow accustomed to seeing in the dark. When you are used to it, you'll see vastly better than the people there. And because you've seen the truth about any just and good things, you'll know each image for what it is, and also that of which it is the image. Thus, for you and for us, the city will be governed, not like the majority of cities nowadays, by people who overshadows and struggle against one another in order to rule as if that were a great good, but by people who are awake rather than dreaming. For the truth is surely this: a city whose prospective rulers are least eager to rule must of necessity be most free from civil war, whereas a city with the opposite kind of rulers is governed in the opposite way. Absolutely. Then do you think that those we've nurtured will disobey us and refuse to share the labors of the city, each in turn, while living the greater part of their time with one another in the pure realm? It isn't possible, for we'll be giving just orders to just people. Each of them will certainly go to rule as to something compulsory, however, which is exactly the opposite of what is done by those who now rule in each city. 4C 420B, 421C, 462A, 466C. 1138 Socrates/Glaucon. This is how it is. If you can ante a way of life that is better than ruling for the prospective rulers, your well-governed city will become a possibility. For only in it will the truly rich rule, not those who are rich in gold 521, but those who are rich in the wealth that the happy must have, namely, a good and rational life. But if beggars hungry for private goods go into public life, thinking that the good is there for the seizing, then the well-governed city is impossible, for then ruling is something fought over, and this civil and domestic war destroys these people and the rest of the city as well. That is very true. Can you name any life that despises political rule besides that of the true philosopher? No, by God, I can. But surely it is those who are not lovers of ruling who must rule, for if they don't, the lovers of it, who are rivals, will over it. Of course. Then who will you compel to become guardians of the city, if not those who have the best understanding of what matters for good government, and who have other honors than political ones, and a better life as well? No one. Do you want us to consider now how such people will come to be in our city, and how just as some are said to have gone up from Hades to see the gods, we lead them up to the light? Of course I do. This isn't, it seems, a matter of tossing a coin, but of turning a soul from a day that is a kind of night to the true day, the ascent to what is, which we say is true philosophy. Indeed. Then must we try to discover the subjects that have the power to bring this about? D. Of course. So what subject is it, Glaucon, that draws the soul from the realm of becoming to the realm of what is? And it occurs to me as I am speaking that we said, didn't we, that it is necessary for the prospective rulers to be athletes in war when they were young? Yes, we did. Then the subject we were looking for must also have this characteristic in addition to the former one. Which one? It must be useless to warlike men. If it is at all possible, it must Now, prior to this, we educated them in music and poetry and physical training. We did. And physical training is concerned with what comes into being and dies, for it oversees the growth and decay of the body. Republic 7 1139. Apparently. So it couldn't be the subject we were looking for. No, it couldn't 522. Then, could it be the music and poetry we described before? But that, if you remember, is just the counterpart of physical training. It educated the guardians through habits. Its harmonies gave them a certain harmoniousness, not knowledge. Its rhythms gave them a certain rhythmic quality, and its stories, whether fictional or nearer the truth, cultivated other habits akin to these. But as for the subject you were looking for now, there is nothing like that in music and poetry. B. Your reminder is exactly to the point. There is really nothing like that in music and poetry. But, Glaucon, what is there that does have this? The crafts all seem to be base or mechanical. How could they be otherwise? But apart from music and poetry, physical training, and the crafts, what subject is left? Well, if we can't anything apart from these, let us consider one of the subjects that touches all of them. What sort of thing? For example, that common thing that every craft, every type of thought, and every science uses, and that is among the RST compulsory subjects. C. For everyone. What is that? That inconsequential matter of distinguishing the 1, the 2, and the 3. In short, I mean number and calculation, for isn't it true that every craft and science must have a share in that? They certainly must. Then so must warfare. Absolutely. In the tragedies, at any rate, Polymedes is always showing up AGA. Memnon is a totally ridiculous general. Haven't you noticed? He says that, by inventing numbers, he established how many troops there were in the Trojan army and counted their ships and everything else, implying that they were uncounted before, and that Agamemnon, if indeed he didn't know how to count, didn't he even know how many feet he had? What kind of general do you think that made him? A very strange one, if that is true. Then we set down this subject as compulsory for a warrior, so that he is able to count and calculate. More compulsory than anything. If, that is, he has to understand anything about setting his troops in order, or if he has even to be properly human. Then do you notice the same thing about this subject that I do? What is that? That this turns out to be one of the subjects we were looking for that naturally lead to understanding. But no one uses it correctly, namely, as something that is related in every way to draw one towards being. 523. What do you mean? 1140 Socrates/Glaucon. I'll try to make my view clear as follows. I'll distinguish for myself the things that do or don't lead in the direction we mentioned, and you must study them along with me and either agree or disagree, and then we may come to know more clearly whether things are indeed as I divine. Point them out. I'll point out, then, if you can grasp it, that some sense perceptions don't summon the understanding to look into them, because the judgment of sense perception is itself adequate, while others encourage it in every way to look into them, because sense perception seems to produce no sound result. You re obviously referring to things appearing in the distance and to trompe l'oeil paintings. You re not quite getting my meaning. Then what do you mean? The ones that don't summon the understanding are all those that don't go off into opposite perceptions at the same time. But the ones that do go off in that way I call summoners whenever sense perception doesn't to see clear one thing any more than its opposite, no matter whether the object striking the senses is near at hand or far away. You'll understand my meaning better if I put it this way. These, we say, are three injures: the smallest, the second, and the middle injure. That is right. Assume that I am talking about them as being seen from close by. Now, this is my question about them. What? It is apparent that each of them is equally a injure, and it makes no difference in this regard whether the injure is seen to be in the middle or at either end, whether it is dark or pale, thick or thin, or anything else of that sort, for in all these cases, an ordinary soul isn't compelled to ask the understanding what a injure is, since sight doesn't suggest to it that a injure is at the same time the opposite of a injure. No, it doesn't. Therefore, it isn't likely that anything of that sort would summon or awaken the understanding. No, it isn't. But what about the bigness and smallness of injures? Does sight perceive them adequately? Does it make no difference to it whether the injure is in the middle or at the end? And is it the same with the sense of touch? As regards the thick and the thin, the hard and the soft? And do the other senses reveal such things clearly and adequately? Doesn't each of them? Rather do the following: the sense set over the hard is, in the RST place, 524. Of necessity also set over the soft, and it reports to the soul that the same thing is perceived by it to be both hard and soft? That is right. And isn't it necessary that in such cases the soul is puzzled as to what this sense means by the hard, if it indicates that the same thing is also Republic 7 1141. Soft, or what it means by the light and the heavy, if it indicates that the heavy is light, or the light, heavy. Yes, indeed, these are strange reports for the soul to receive, and they do demand to be looked into. Then it is likely that in such cases the soul, summoning calculation and understanding, RST tries to determine whether each of the things announced to it is one or two. Of course. If it is evidently two, one each be evidently distinct and one? Yes. Then, if each is one, and both two, the soul will understand that the two are separate, for it wouldn't understand the inseparable to be two, but rather one. See? That is right. Sight, however, saw the big and small, not as separate, but as mixed up together. Isn't that so? Yes. And in order to get clear about all this, understanding was compelled to see the big and the small, not as mixed up together, but as separate. The opposite way from sight. True. And isn't it from these cases that it RST occurs to us to ask what the big is and what the small is? Absolutely. And, because of this, we call the one the intelligible and the other the visible. That's right. D. This, then, is what I was trying to express before, when I said that some think some in thought, while others don't. Those that strike the relevant sense at the same time as their opposites I call summoners, those that don't do this do not awaken understanding. Now I understand, and I think you rewrite. Well, then, to which of them do number and the one belong? I don't know. Reason it out from what was said before. If the one is adequately seen itself by itself or is so perceived by any of the other senses, then, as we were saying in the case of injures, it would draw the soul towards being. But if something opposite to it is always seen at the same time, so that nothing is apparently any more one than the opposite of one, then some thing would be needed to judge the matter. The soul would then be puzzled, would look for an answer, would stir up its understanding, and would ask what the one itself is. And so this would be among the subjects that lead the soul and turn it around towards the study of that which is. 525. But surely the sight of the one does possess this characteristic to a remarkable degree, for we see the same thing to be both one and an unlimited number at the same time. 1142 Socrates/Lacon. Then, if this is true of the one it also be true of all numbers. Of course. Now, calculation and arithmetic are wholly concerned with numbers. That's right. Then evidently they lead us towards truth. B. Supernaturally so. Then they belong, it seems, to the subjects we were seeking. They are compulsory for warriors because of their orderly ranks and for philosophers because they have to learn to rise up out of becoming and grasp being, if they are ever to become rational. That's right. And our guardian must be both a warrior and a philosopher. Certainly. Then it would be appropriate, Glaucon, to legislate the subject for those who are going to share in the highest of CES in the city and to persuade them to turn to calculation and take it up, not as laymen do, but staying with it until they reach the study of the natures of the numbers by means of understanding itself, nor like tradesmen and retailers, for the sake of buying and selling, but for the sake of war and for ease in turning the soul around, away from becoming and towards truth and being. Well put. Moreover, it strikes me, now that it has been mentioned, how sophisticate the subject of calculation is and in how many ways it is useful for our purposes, provided that one practices it for the sake of knowing rather than trading. How is it useful? In the very way we were talking about. It leads the soul forcibly upward, and compels it to discuss the numbers themselves, never permitting anyone to propose for discussion numbers attached to visible or tangible bodies. You know what those who are clever in these matters are like. If, in the course of the argument, someone tries to divide the one itself, they laugh. And 1t permit it? If you divide it, they multiply it, taking care that one thing never be found to be many parts rather than one. That's very true. Then what do you think would happen, Glaucon, if someone were to ask them, what kind of numbers are you talking about, in which the 526 is as you assume it to be, each one equal to every other, without the least difference and containing no internal parts? I think they answer that they are talking about those numbers that can be grasped only in thought and can be dealt with in any other way. Then do you see that it's likely that this subject really is compulsory for us, since it apparently compels the soul to use understanding itself on the truth itself? Indeed, it most certainly does do that. And what about those who are naturally good at calculation or reason? Have you already noticed that they were naturally sharp, so to speak? Republic 7 1143. In all subjects, and that those who are slow at it, if they re-educate it and exercised in it, even if they remain it in no other way, nonetheless, improve and become generally sharper than they were? That's true. Moreover, I don't think you easily and subjects that are harder to learn or practice than this. See? No, indeed. Then, for all these reasons, this subject isn't to be neglected, and the best natures must be educated in it. I agree. Let that, then, be one of our subjects. Second, let us consider whether the subject that comes next is also appropriate for our purposes. What subject is that? Do you mean geometry? That's the very one I had in mind. Insofar as it pertains to war, it is obviously appropriate, for when it comes to setting up camp, occupying a region, concentrating troops, deploying them, or with regard to any of the other formations an army adopts, in battle or on the march, it makes all the difference whether someone is a geometer or not. But, for things like that, even a little geometry or calculation for that matter would suit. What we need to consider is whether the greater and more advanced part of it tends to make it easier to see the form of the good. And we say that anything has the tendency if it compels the soul to turn itself around towards the region in which lies the happiest of the things that are, the one the soul must see at any cost. You rewrite. Therefore, if geometry compels the soul to study being, it is appropriate. But if it compels it to study becoming, it is inappropriate. So we said, at any rate. Now, no one with even a little experience of geometry will dispute that 527. This science is entirely the opposite of what is said about it in the accounts of its practitioners. How do you mean? They give ridiculous accounts of it, though they can't help it, for they speak like practical men, and all their accounts refer to doing things. They talk of squaring, applying, adding, and the like, whereas the entire subject is pursued for the sake of knowledge. B. Absolutely. And mustn't we also agree on a further point? What is that? That their accounts are for the sake of knowing what always is, not what comes into being and passes away. That's easy to agree to, for geometry is knowledge of what always is. Then it draws the soul towards truth and produces philosophic thought, by directing upwards what we now wrongly direct downwards, as far as anything possibly can. 1144 Socrates/Lacon. Then as far as we possibly can, we must require those in your NEC city not to neglect geometry in any way, for even its byproducts are not insignificant. What are they? The ones concerned with war that you mentioned. But we also surely know that, when it comes to better understanding any subject, there is a world of difference between someone who has grasped geometry and someone who hasn't. Yes, by God, a world of difference. Then shall we set this down as a second subject for the young? Let us do so, he said. And what about astronomy? Shall we make it the third? Or do you agree? D. That is any with me, for a better awareness of the seasons, months, and years is no less appropriate for a general than for a farmer or navigator. You amuse me, you are like someone who is afraid that the majority will think he is prescribing useless subjects. It has no easy task, indeed it is very difficult to realize that in every soul there is an instrument that is buried and rekindled by such subjects when it has been blinded and destroyed by other ways of life, an instrument that it is more important to preserve than 10,000 eyes, since only with it can the truth be seen. Those who share your belief that this is so will think you re-speaking incredibly well, while those who've never been aware of it will probably think you talking nonsense, since they see no vanity worth mentioning in these subjects. So decide right now which group you readdressing. Or are your arguments for neither of them but mostly for your own sake though you 528. 1. To begrudge anyone else whatever vanity is able to get from them. The latter, I want to speak, question, and answer mostly for my own sake. Then let us fall back to our earlier position, for we were wrong just now. About the subject that comes after geometry. What was our error? After plane surfaces, we went on to revolving solids before dealing with solids by themselves. But the right thing to do is to take up the third dimension right after the second. And this, I suppose, consists of cubes b. And of whatever shares in depth. You rewrite, Socrates, but this subject hasn't been developed yet. There are two reasons for that. First, because no city values it. This difficult subject is little researched. Second, the researchers need a director. For, without one, they won't discover anything. To begin with, such a director is hard to NT, and, then, even if he could be found, those who currently do research in this field would be too arrogant to follow him. If an entire city helped him to supervise it, however, and took the lead in valuing it, then he would be followed. And, if the subject was consistently and vigorously pursued, it would soon be developed. Even now, when it isn't valued and is held in contempt by the majority and is pursued by Republic 7 1145. Researchers who are unable to give an account of its usefulness, nevertheless, in spite of all these handicaps, the force of its charm has caused it to develop somewhat, so that it wouldn't be surprising if it were further developed even as things stand. The subject has outstanding charm. But explain more clearly what you were saying just now. The subject that deals with plane surfaces you took to be geometry. Yes. And at RST you put astronomy after it, but later you went back on that. In my haste to go through them all, I've only progressed more slowly. The subject dealing with the dimension of depth was next. But because it is in a ridiculous state, I passed it by and spoke of astronomy, which deals with the motion of things having depth, after geometry. That's right. Let us then put astronomy as the fourth subject, on the assumption that solid geometry will be available if a city takes it up. That seems reasonable. And since you reproached me before for praising astronomy in a vulgar manner, I'll now praise it your way, for I think it is clear to everyone that astronomy compels the soul to look upward, and 529 leads it from things here to things there. It may be obvious to everyone except me, but that's not my view about it. Then what is your view? As it is practiced today by those who teach philosophy, it makes the soul look very much downward. How do you mean? In my opinion, your conception of higher studies is a good deal too generous, for if someone were to study something by leaning his head back and studying ornaments on a ceiling, it looks as though you'd say he is studying not with his eyes but with his understanding. Perhaps you would be right, and I am foolish, but I can't conceive of any subject making the soul look upward except one concerned with that which is, and that which is invisible. If anyone attempts to learn something about sensible things, whether by gaping upward or squinting downward, I declaim since there is no knowledge of such things that he never learns anything, and that, even if he studies lying on his back on the ground or floating on its sea, in the sea, his soul is looking not up but down. You rewrite to reproach me, and I've been justly punished, but what did you mean when you said that astronomy must be learned in a different way from the way in which it is learned at present if it is to be a useful subject for our purposes? It is like this: we should consider the decorations in the sky to be the most beautiful and most exact of visible things, seeing that they re-embroidered on a visible surface. But we should consider their motions to fall far short of the true ones, motions that are really fast or slow as measured in true numbers, that trace out true geometrical curves, that are all in 1146 Socrates/Glaucon relation to one another, and that are the true motions of the things carried along in them. And these, of course, must be grasped by reason and thought, not by sight. Or do you think otherwise? Not at all. Therefore, we should use the embroidery in the sky as a model in the study of these other things. If someone experienced in geometry were to come upon plans very carefully drawn and worked out by Daedalus or some other craftsman or artist, he'd consider them to be very null cute, but he'd think it ridiculous to examine them seriously in order to NT the truth in them about the equal, the double, or any other ratio. 530. How could it be anything other than ridiculous? Then Dante, you think that a real astronomer will feel the same when he looks at the motions of the stars? He'll believe that the craftsmen of the heavens arranged them and all that is in them in the best way possible for such things. But as for the ratio of night to day, of days to a month to a year, or of the motions of the stars to any of them or to each other, Dante, you think he'll consider it strange to believe that they re always the same and never deviate anywhere at all, or to try in any sort of way to grasp the truth about them, since they reconnected to body and visible. That is my opinion anyway, now that I hear it from you. Then if, by really taking part in astronomy, we reach to make the naturally intelligent part of the soul useful instead of useless, let us study astronomy by means of problems, as we do geometry, and leave the things in the sky alone. See, the task you're prescribing is a lot harder than anything now attempted in astronomy. And I suppose that, if we are to be of any vanity as lawgivers, our prescriptions for the other subjects will be of the same kind. But have you any other appropriate subject to suggest? Not offhand. Well, there isn't just one form of motion but several. Perhaps a wise person could list them all, but there are two that are evident even to us. What are they? Besides the one we've discussed, there is also its counterpart. What is that? It is likely that, as the eyes fasten on astronomical motions, so the ears fasten on harmonic ones, and that the sciences of astronomy and harmonics are closely akin. This is what the Pythagoreans say, Glaucon, and we agree. Dante, we do. Therefore, since the subject is so huge, shouldn't we ask them what they have to say about harmonic motions and whether there is anything else besides them, all the while keeping our own goals squarely in view? What is that? Republic 7 1147. That those whom we are rearing should never try to learn anything incomplete, anything that doesn't reach the end, that everything should reach the end we mentioned just now in the case of astronomy. Or Dante, you know that people do something similar in harmonics? Measuring 531 audible consonances and sounds against one another, they labor in vain. Just like present-day astronomers. Yes, by the gods, and pretty ridiculous they are too. They talk about something they call a dense interval or quarter tone, putting their ears to their instruments like someone trying to overhear what the neighbors are saying. And some say that they hear a tone in between and that it is the shortest interval by which they must measure, while others argue that this tone sounds the same as a quarter tone. Both put ears before b. Understanding. You mean those excellent fellows who torment their strings, torturing them, and stretching them on pegs. I want to draw out the analogy by speaking of blows with the plectrum or the accusations or denials and boastings on the part of the strings. Instead I'll cut it short by saying that these aren't the people I am talking about. The ones I mean are the ones we just said we were going to question about harmonics, for they do the same as the astronomers. They seek out the numbers that are to be found in these audible consonances, but they do not make the ascent to problems. They don't investigate, for example, which numbers are consonant and which aren't, or what the explanation is of each. But that would be a superhuman task. Yet it is useful in the search for the beautiful and the good. But pursued for any other purpose, it is useless. Probably so. Moreover, I take it that, if inquiry into all the subjects we've mentioned brings out their association and relationship with one another and draws conclusions about their kinship, it does contribute something to our goal. And isn't labor in vain, but that otherwise it is in vain. I, too, divine that this is true. But you're still talking about a very big task, Socrates. Do you mean the prelude, or what? Or don't you know that all these subjects are merely preludes to the song itself that must also be learned? Surely you don't think that people who are clever in these matters are dialecticians? No, by God, I don't. Although I have met a few exceptions. But did it ever seem to you that those who can neither give nor follow an account know anything at all of the things we say they must know? My answer to that is also no. Then isn't this at last, Glaucon, the song that dialectic sings? It is in tel 532. Legible, but it is imitated by the power of sight. We said that sight tries at last to look at the animals themselves, the stars themselves, and at the sun itself. In the same way, whenever someone tries through 1148 Socrates/Glaucon argument and apart from all sense perceptions to end the being itself of each thing and doesn't give up until he grasps the good itself with understanding itself, he reaches the end of the intelligible, just as the other reached the end of the visible. Absolutely. And what about this journey? Don't you call it dialectic? I do. Then the release from bonds and the turning around from shadows to statues and the light of the and then the way up out of the cave to the sunlight and there the continuing inability to look at the animals, the plants, and the light of the sun, but the newly acquired ability to look at divine images in water and shadows of the things that are, rather than, see, as before, merely at shadows of statues thrown by another source of light. That is itself a shadow in relation to the sun. All this business of the crafts we mentioned has the power to awaken the best part of the soul and lead it upward to the study of the best among the things that are, just as before, the clearest thing in the body was led to the brightest thing in the bodily and visible realm. I accept that this is so, even though it seems very hard to accept in one way and hard not to accept in another. All the same, since we'll have to return to these things often in the future, rather than having to hear them just once now, let us assume that what you've said is so and turn to the song itself, discussing it in the same way as we did the prelude. So tell us, what is the sort of power dialectic has, what forms is it divided into, and what paths does it follow? For these lead at last, it seems, towards that place which is a rest from the road, so to speak, and an end of journeying for the one who reaches it. You won't be able to follow me any longer, Glaucon, even though there 533 is no lack of eagerness on my part to lead you, for you would no longer be seeing an image of what we were describing, but the truth itself. At any rate, that is how it seems to me. That it is really so is not worth insisting on any further. But that there is some such thing to be seen, that is something we must insist on. Isn't that so? Of course. And mustn't we also insist that the power of dialectic could reveal it only to someone experienced in the subjects we've described, and that it cannot reveal it in any other way? That too is worth insisting on. At any rate, no one will dispute it when we say that there is no other inquiry that systematically attempts to grasp with respect to each thing itself what the being of it is, for all the other crafts are concerned with human opinions and desires, with growing or construction, or with the care of growing or constructed things. And as for the rest, I mean geometry, and the subjects that follow it, we describe them as to some extent grasping what is, for we saw that, while they do dream about what is, they are unable to command a waking view of it as long as they make use of Republic 7 1149 hypotheses that they leave untouched and that they cannot give any ACC count of. What mechanism could possibly turn any agreement into null edge when it begins with something unknown and puts together the conclusion and the steps in between from what is unknown? None. Therefore, dialectic is the only inquiry that travels this road, doing away with hypotheses and proceeding to the RST principle itself, so as to be secure. And when the eye of the soul is really buried in a sort of barbaric bog, dialectic gently pulls it out and leads it upwards, using the crafts we describe to help it and cooperate with it in turning the soul around. From force of habit, we've often called these craft sciences or kinds of knowledge, but they need another name, clearer than opinion, darker than knowledge. We called them thought somewhere before. 5. But I presume that we won't dispute about a name when we have so many more important matters to investigate. Of course not. It will therefore be enough to call the RST section knowledge, the second thought, the third belief, and the fourth imaging, just as we did before. The last two together we call opinion, the other two, intellect. Opinion is 534. Concerned with becoming, intellect with being. And as being is to becoming, so intellect is to opinion, and as intellect is to opinion, so knowledge is to belief and thought to imaging. But as for the ratios between the things, these are set over and the division of either the opinable or the intelligible section into two, let us pass them by, Glaucon, lest they involve us in arguments many times longer than the ones we've already gone through. I agree with you about the others in any case, insofar as I am able to follow. B. Then, do you call someone who is able to give an account of the being of each thing dialectical? But insofar as he is unable to give an account of something, either to himself or to another, do you deny that he has any understanding of it? How could I do anything else? Then the same applies to the good. Unless someone can distinguish in an account the form of the good from everything else, can survive all refutation, as if in a battle, striving to judge things not in accordance with opinion but in accordance with being, and can come through all this with his account still intact, you'll say that he doesn't know the good itself or any other good. And if he gets hold of some image of it, you'll say that it is through opinion, not knowledge, for he is dreaming and asleep through out his present life, and, before he wakes up here, he will arrive in Hades and go to sleep forever. D. Yes, by God, I'll certainly say all of that. Then, as for those children of yours whom you rearing and educating. In theory, if you ever reared them in fact, I don't think that you allow. 5C511D, E. 1150 Socrates/Lacon. Them to rule in your city or be responsible for the most important things. While they are as irrational as incommensurable lines. Certainly not. Then you'll legislate that they are to give most attention to the education. That will enable them to ask and answer questions most knowledgeably. I'll legislate it along with you. E. Then do you think that we place dialectic at the top of the other subjects like a coping stone and that no other subject can rightly be placed above it, but that our account of the subjects that a future ruler must learn has come to an end? 535. Probably so. Then it remains for you to deal with the distribution of these subjects. With the question of to whom we'll assign them and in what way. That asks clearly next. Do you remember what sort of people we chose in our earlier selection of rulers? 6. Of course I do. In the other respects, the same natures have to be chosen. We have to select the most stable, the most courageous, and as far as possible the most graceful. In addition, we must look not only for people who have a noble and tough character but for those who have the natural qualities conducive to this education of ours. Which ones exactly? They must be keen on the subjects and learn them easily, for people's souls give up much more easily in hard study than in physical training. Since the pain being peculiar to them and not shared with their body is more their own. That is true. We must also look for someone who has got a good memory, is persistent, see, and is in every way a lover of hard work. How else do you think he'd be willing to carry out both the requisite bodily labors and also complete so much study and practice? Nobody would, unless his nature was in every way a good one. In any case, the present error, which as we said before explains why philosophy isn't valued, is that she is taken up by people who are unworthy of her. For illegitimate students shouldn't be allowed to take her up, but only legitimate ones. How so? In the RST place, no student should be lame in his love of hard work, d. really loving one half of it, and hating the other half. This happens when someone is a lover of physical training, hunting, or any kind of bodily labor and isn't a lover of learning, listening, or inquiry, but hates the work involved in them. And someone whose love of hard work tends in the opposite direction is also lame. 6412 BFF. Republic 7 1151. That is very true. Similarly with regard to truth, 1T we say that a soul is maimed if it hates a voluntary falsehood, cannot endure to have one in itself, and is greatly angered when it exists in others, but is nonetheless content to accept an involuntary falsehood, isn't angry when it is caught being ignorant, and bears its lack of learning easily, wallowing in it like a pig. Absolutely. 536. And with regard to moderation, courage, high-mindedness, and all the other parts of virtue, it is also important to distinguish the illegitimate from the legitimate, for when either a city or an individual doesn't know how to do this, it unwittingly employs the lame and illegitimate as friends or rulers for whatever services it wants done. That's just how it is. So we must be careful in all these matters, for if we bring people who are sound of limb and mind to so great a subject and training, and educate them in it, even justice itself won't blame us, and we'll save the city and be its constitution. But if we bring people of a different sort, we'll do the opposite, and let loose an even greater of ridicule upon philosophy. And it would be shameful to do that. It certainly would. But I seem to have done something a bit ridiculous myself just now. What is that? I forgot that we were only playing, and so I spoke too vehemently. But I looked upon philosophy as I spoke, and seeing her undeservedly besmirched, I seemed to have lost my temper and said what I had to say too earnestly, as if I were angry with those responsible for it. That certainly wasn't my impression as I listened to you. But it was mine as I was speaking. In any case, let us not forget that in our earlier selection we chose older people but that isn't permitted. In this one, for we must believe Solon 7 when he says that as someone grows older he is able to learn a lot. He can do that even less well than he can run races, for all great and numerous labors belong to the young. Necessarily. Therefore, calculation, geometry, and all the preliminary education required for dialectic must be offered to the future rulers in childhood, and not in the shape of compulsory learning either. Why is that? Because no free person should learn anything like a slave. Forced bodily labor does no harm to the body, but nothing taught by force stays in the soul. That is true. Then don't use force to train the children in these subjects, use play instead. That way you'll also see better what each of them is naturally tit for. 537. 7 Athenian statesman, lawgiver, and poet, c. 640 to 560. 1152 Glaucon/Socrates. That seems reasonable. Do you remember that we stated that the children were to be led into war on horseback as observers and that, wherever it is safe to do so, they should be brought close and taste blood, like puppies? I remember. In all these things in labors, studies, and fears the ones who always show the greatest aptitude are to be inscribed on a list. At what age? B. When they were released from compulsory physical training, for during that period, whether it is 2 or 3 years, young people are incapable of doing anything else, since weariness and sleep are enemies of learning. At the same time, how they fare in this physical training is itself an important test. Of course it is. And after that, that is to say, from the age of 20, those who are chosen will also receive more honors than the others. Moreover, the subjects they learned in no particular order as children they must now bring together to form a united vision of their kinship both with one another and see with the nature of that which is. At any rate, only learning of that sort holds RM in those who receive it. It is also the greatest test of who is naturally dialectical and who isn't. For anyone who can achieve a united vision is dialectical, and anyone who can isn't. I agree. Well, then, you'll have to look out for the ones who most of all have this ability in them and who also remain steadfast in their studies, in war, and in the other activities laid down by law. And after they have reached their 30th year, you'll select them in turn from among those chosen earlier and assign them yet greater honors. Then you'll have to test them by means of the power of dialectic, to discover which of them can relinquish his eyes and other senses, going on with the help of truth to that which by itself is. And this is a task that requires great care. What is the main reason for that? Don't you realize what a great evil comes from dialectic as it is currently practiced? What evil is that? Those who practice it are LLED with lawlessness. They certainly are. Do you think it is surprising that this happens to them? Aren't you sympathetic? Why isn't it surprising? And why should I be sympathetic? Because it is like the case of a child brought up surrounded by much wealth and many addresses in a great and numerous family, who NTS out, when he has become a man, that he isn't the child of his professed 538 parents and that he can discover his real ones. Can you divine what the Republic 7 1153 attitude of someone like that would be to the address, on the one hand, and to his supposed parents, on the other, before he knew about his parentage, and what it would be when he found out? Or would you rather hear what I divine about it? I'd rather hear your views. Well, then, I divine that during the time that he didn't know the truth, he'd honor his father, mother, and the rest of his supposed family more than he would the address, that he'd pay greater attention to their needs, be less likely to treat them lawlessly in word or deed, and be more likely to obey them than the address in any matters of importance. Probably so. When he became aware of the truth, however, his honor and enthusiasm would lessen for his family and increase for the address. He'd obey the latter far more than before, begin to live in the way that they did, and keep company with them openly, and, unless he was very decent by nature, he'd eventually care nothing for that father of his or any of the rest of his supposed family. All this would probably happen as you say, but in what way is it an image of those who take up arguments? As follows. We hold from childhood certain convictions about just and any things, we were brought up with them as with our parents, we obey and honor them. Indeed, we do. There are other ways of living, however, opposite to these and full of pleasures, that add to the soul and attracted to themselves but which Dante persuade sensible people, who continue to honor and obey the convictions of their fathers. That's right. And then a questioner comes along and asks someone of this sort, what is any? And, when he answers what he has heard from the traditional lawgiver, the argument refutes him, and by refuting him often and in many places shakes him from his convictions, and makes him believe that the any is no more any than shameful, and the same with the just, the good, and the things he honored most. What do you think his attitude will be then to honoring and obeying his earlier convictions? Of necessity he won't honor or obey them in the same way. Then, when he no longer honors and obeys those convictions and can discover the true ones, will he be likely to adopt any other way of life than that which adders him? 539. No, he won't. And so, I suppose, from being law-abiding he becomes lawless. Inevitably. Then, as I asked before, isn't it only to be expected that this is what happens to those who take up arguments in this way, and don't they therefore deserve a lot of sympathy? 1154 Glaucon/Socrates. Yes, and they deserve pity too. Then, if you don't want your 30-year-olds to be objects of such pity, you'll have to be extremely careful about how you introduce them to arguments. That's right. And isn't it one lasting precaution not to let them taste arguments while they were young? I don't suppose that it has escaped your notice that, when young people get their taste of arguments, they misuse it by treating it as a kind of game of contradiction. They imitate those who refuted them by refuting others themselves, and, like puppies, they enjoy dragging and tearing those around them with their arguments. They are excessively fond of it. Then, when they refuted many and been refuted by them in turn, they forcefully and quickly fall into disbelieving what they believed before. And, as a result, they themselves and the whole of philosophy are discredit in the eyes of others. That's very true. But an older person won't want to take part in such madness. He'll imitate someone who is willing to engage in discussion in order to look for the truth, rather than someone who plays at contradiction for sport. He'll be more sensible himself and will bring honor rather than discredit to the philosophical way of life. That's right. And when we said before that those allowed to take part in arguments should be orderly and steady by nature, not as nowadays, when even the young are allowed to engage in them, wasn't all that also said as a precaution? Of course. Then if someone continuously, strenuously, and exclusively devotes himself to participation in arguments, exercising himself in them just as he did in the bodily physical training, which is their counterpart, would that be enough? Do you mean 6 years or 4? It doesn't matter. Make it be. And after that, you must make them go down into the cave again, and compel them to take command in matters of war and occupy the other of CES suitable for young people, so that they won't be inferior to the others in experience. But in these, too, they must be tested to see whether they'll remain steadfast when they repull this way and that or shift their ground. 540. How much time do you allow for that? 15 years. Then, at the age of FTY, those who survived the tests and been successful both in practical matters and in the sciences must be led to the goal and compelled to lift up the radiant light of their souls to what itself provides light for everything. And once they've seen the good itself, they must each in turn put the city, its citizens, and themselves in order, using it as their model. Each of them will spend most of his time Republic 7 1155 with philosophy, but, when his turn comes, he must labor in politics and rule for the city's sake, not as if he were doing something but rather something that has to be done. Then, having educated others like himself to take his place as guardians of the city, he will depart for the Isles of the Blessed and dwell there. And, if the Pythia agrees, the city will publicly establish memorials and sacrifices to him as a daemon, but if not, then is he a happy and divine human being. Like a sculptor, Socrates, you produce ruling men that are completely any. And ruling women, too, Glaucon, for you mustn't think that what I've said applies any more to men than it does to women who are born with the appropriate natures. That's right, if indeed they are to share everything equally with the men, as we said they should. Then, do you agree that the things we've said about the city and its constitution aren't altogether wishful thinking, that it's hard for them to come about, but not impossible? And do you also agree that they can come about only in the way we indicated, namely, when one or more true philosophers come to power in a city, who despise present honors, thinking them slavish and worthless, and who prize what is right and the honors that come from it above everything, and regard justice as the most important and most essential thing, serving it and increasing it as they set their city in order? How will they do that? They'll send everyone in the city who is over 10 years old into the country. Then they'll take possession of the children, who are now free 541, from the ethos of their parents, and bring them up in their own customs and laws, which are the ones we've described. This is the quickest and easiest way for the city and constitution we've discussed to be established. Become happy, and bring most benefit to the people among whom it's established. That's by far the quickest and easiest way. And in my opinion, Socrates, you've described well how it would come into being, if it ever did be. Then, isn't that enough about the city and the man who is like it? Surely. It is clear what sort of man we'll say he has to be. It is clear, he said. And as for your question, I think that we have reached the end of this topic. Book 8. Well, then, Glaucon, we've agreed to the following: if a city is to achieve 543, the height of good government, wives must be in common, children and all their education must be in common, their way of life, whether in peace or war, must be in common, and their kings must be those among them who have proved to be best, both in philosophy and in warfare. 1156 Glaucon/Socrates. We have agreed to that, he said. Moreover, we also agreed that, as soon as the rulers are established, they will lead the soldiers and settle them in the kind of dwellings we be described, which are in no way private but common to all. And we also agreed, if you remember, what kind of possessions they will have. I remember that we thought that none of them should acquire any of the things that the other rulers now do, but that, as athletes of war and guardians, they should receive their yearly upkeep from the other citizens, as a wage for their guardianship and look after themselves and the rest of the city. 1. That's right. But since we have completed this discussion, let us recall the point at which we began the digression that brought us here, so that we can continue on the same path from where we left off. That isn't difficult, for, much the same as now, you were talking as if you had completed the description of the city. 2. You said that you would class both the city you described and the man who is like it as good, even though, as it seems, you had a still a city and man to tell us about. D. 544. But, in any case, you said that, if the city was the right one, the others were faulty. You said, if I remember, that there were 4 types of constitution remaining that are worth discussing, each with faults that we should observe, and we should do the same for the people who are like them. Our aim was to observe them all, agree which man is best and which worst, and then determine whether the best is happiest and the worst most wretched, or whether it is otherwise. I was asking you which 4 constitutions you had in mind when Polemarchus and Adeimantus interrupted. 3. And that is when you took up the discussion that led here. B. That is absolutely right. Well, then, like a wrestler, give me the same hold again, and when I ask the same question, try to give the answer you were about to give before. If I can. I'd at least like to hear what 4 constitutions you meant. That won't be difficult since they were the ones for which we have names. See. First, there is the constitution praised by most people, namely, the Cretan, or Laconian. For the second, which is also second in the praise it receives, is called oligarchy and is led with a host of evils. The next in order, and antagonistic to it, is democracy. And now there is genuine tyranny. Surpassing all of them, the fourth and last of the diseased cities. Or can you think of another type of constitution, I mean another whose form is distinct from these? Dynasties and purchased kingships and other constitute. 1 C414D, 20B. 2 C445C, E. 3 C449B FF. 4 IE, the Spartan Constitution. Republic 8 1157. Shins of that sort, which one NDS no less among the barbarians than D. Among the Greeks, are somewhere intermediate between these 4. At any event, many strange ones are indeed talked about. And do you realize that of necessity there are as many forms of human character as there are of constitutions? Or do you think that constitutions are born from oak or rock 5 and not from the characters of the people who live in the cities governed by them, which tip the scales, so to speak, and drag the rest along with them? E. No, I don't believe they come from anywhere else. Then, if there are VE forms of city, there must also be VE forms of the individual soul. Of course. Now, we VE already described the one that is like aristocracy, which is rightly said to be good and just. We have 545. Then mustn't we next go through the inferior ones, namely, the victory loving and honor loving, which corresponds to the Laconian form of constitution, followed by the oligarchic, the democratic, and the tyrannical, so that, having discovered the most unjust of all, we can oppose him to the most just. In this way, we can complete our investigation into how pure justice and pure injustice stand, with regard to the happiness or wretchedness of those who possess them, and either be persuaded by Thrasymachus to practice injustice or by the argument that is now coming to light to practice justice. B. That is absolutely what we have to do. Then, just as we began by looking for the virtues of character in a constitution, before looking for them in the individual, thinking that they be clearer in the former, shouldn't we examine the honor-loving constitution? I don't know what other name there is for it, but it should be called either timocracy or timarchy. Then shouldn't we examine an individual who is related to that constitution, and, after that, oligarchy, and an oligarchic person, and democracy, and a democratic person? And, Nelly, having come to a city under a tyrant and having examined it, see, shouldn't we look into a tyrannical soul, trying in this way to become adequate judges of the topic we propose to ourselves? That would be a reasonable way for us to go about observing and judging, at any rate. Well, then, let us try to explain how timocracy emerges from aristocracy. Or is it a simple principle that the cause of change in any constitution is civil war breaking out within the ruling group itself, but that if this group, however small it is, remains of one mind, the constitution cannot be changed? Yes, that is right. 5 CEG Odyssey 19.163. 1158 Socrates/Glaucon. How, then, Glaucon, will our city be changed? How will civil war arise? Either between the auxiliaries and the rulers or within either group? Or do you want us to be like Homer and pray to the muses to tell us how civil war broke out? 6 And shall we say that they speak to us in tragic tones, as if they were in earnest, playing and jesting with us as if we were children? What will they say? Something like this. It is hard for a city composed in this way to change. 546. But everything that comes into being must decay. Not even a constitution such as this will last forever. It, too, must face dissolution. And this is how it will be dissolved. All plants that grow in the earth, and also all animals that grow upon it, have periods of fruitfulness and barrenness of both soul and body as often as the revolutions complete the circumference of their circles. These circumferences are short for the short-lived, and the opposite for their opposites. 7 Now, the people you have educated to be leaders in your city, even though they are wise, still want through calculation together with sense perception, hit upon the fertility and barrenness of the human species, but it will escape them, and so they will at some time beget children when they ought not to do so. For the birth of a divine creature, there is a cycle comprehended by a perfect number. For a human being, it is the RST number in which are found root and square increases, comprehending 3 lengths and 4 terms, of elements that make things like and unlike, that cause them to increase and decrease, and that render all things mutually agreeable and rational in their relations to one another. See. Of these elements, 4 and 3, married with VE, give 2 harmonies. When thrice increased, One of them is a square, so many times 100. The other is of equal length one way but oblong. One of its sides is 100 squares of the rational diameter of BE diminished by 1 each. Or 100 squares of the irrational diameter diminished by 2 each. The other side is 100 cubes of 3. This whole geometrical number controls better and worse births. 8 and when your rulers, through ignorance of these births, join brides and grooms at the wrong time, the children. 6 an adaptation of Iliad 16.112, 13. 7 the reference is to the fertility and gestation periods of different species of plants and animals and their, supposedly related, lifespans. 8 the human geometrical number is the product of 3, 4, and 5 thrice increased, multiplied by itself 3 times, i.e., 3, 4, 5, 4 or 12,960,000. This can be represented geometrically as a square whose sides are 3,600 or as an oblong or rectangle whose sides are 4,800 and 2,700. The RST is so many times 100, viz. 36 times. The latter is obtained as follows. The rational diameter of 5 is the nearest rational number to the real diagonal of a square whose sides are 5, i.e., to square root 50. This number is 7. Since the square of 7 is 49, we get the longer side of the rectangle by diminishing 49 by 1 and multiplying the result by 100. This gives 4,800. The irrational diameter of 5 is square root 50. When squared, diminished by 2, and multiplied by 100, this, 2, is 4,800. The short side, 100 cubes of 3, is 2,700. Republic 8 1159. Will be neither good-natured nor fortunate. The older generation will choose the best of these children, but they are unworthy nevertheless, and when they acquire their father's powers, they will begin, as guardians, to neglect us muses. First, they will have less consideration for music and poetry than they ought, then they will neglect physical training, so that your young people will become less well educated in music and poetry. Hence, rulers chosen from among them 1 to be able to guard well the testing of the golden, silver, bronze, and iron races, which are Hesiod S. and your own. 9 the intermixing of iron with silver and bronze with gold. That results will engender lack of likeness and unharmonious inequality. 547. And these always breed war and hostility wherever they arise. Civil war, we declare, is always and everywhere of this lineage. 10. And we declare that what the muses say is right. It must be, since they were muses. What do the muses say after that? B. Once civil war breaks out, both the iron and bronze types pull the constitution towards money-making and the acquisition of land, houses, gold, and silver, while both the gold and silver types not being poor, but by nature rich or rich in their souls lead the constitution towards virtue and the old order, and thus striving and struggling with one another. They compromise on a middle way, they distribute the land and houses as private property, enslave and hold as serfs and servants those whom they previously guarded as free friends and providers of upkeep, and occupy themselves with war and with guarding against those whom they be enslaved. I think that is the way this transformation begins. Then, isn't this constitution a sort of midpoint between aristocracy and oligarchy? Absolutely. Then, if that has its place in the transformation, how will it be managed after the change? Isn't it obvious that it will imitate the aristocratic constitution in some respects and oligarchy in others, since it is between them, and that it will also have some features of its own? That is right. The rulers will be respected, the king class will be prevented from taking part in farming, manual labor, or other ways of making money. It will eat communally and devote itself to physical training and training for war, and in all such ways, won't the constitution be like the aristocratic one? Yes. On the other hand, it will be afraid to appoint wise people as rulers, on the grounds that they are no longer simple and earnest but mixed, and it will incline towards spirited and simpler people, who are more naturally 9c works and days 109 to 202. 10 CEG Iliad 6.211. 1160 Socrates/Glaucon/Adeimantus. Suited for war than peace, it will value the tricks and stratagems of war, and spend all its time making war. Aren't most of these qualities peculiar? 548. To it? Yes. Such people will desire money just as those in oligarchies do, passion. 8 adoring gold and silver in secret. They will possess private treasuries and storehouses, where they can keep it hidden, and have houses to enclose them, like private nests, where they can spend lavishly either on women or on anyone else they wish. B. That is absolutely true. They be mean with their own money, since they value it and are not allowed to acquire it openly, but they love to spend other people's because of their appetites. They enjoy their pleasures in secret, running away from the law like boys from their father, for since they be neglected the true muse that of discussion and philosophy and have valued physics, Eichel training more than music and poetry, they haven't been educated by persuasion but by force. See. The constitution you read discussing is certainly a mixture of good and bad. Yes, it is mixed, but because of the predominance of the spirited element. One thing alone is most manifest in it, namely, the love of victory and the love of honor. Very much so. This, then, is the way this constitution would come into being and what it would be like, for, after all, we were only sketching the shape of the constitution in theory, not giving an exact account of it, since even from a sketch we'll be able to discern the most just and the most unjust person. D. And, besides, it would be an intolerably long task to describe every constitution and every character without omitting any detail. That is right. Then who is the man that corresponds to this constitution? How does he come to be, and what sort of man is he? I think, said Adeimantus, that he'd be very like Glaucon here, as far as the love of victory is concerned. In that respect, I said, he might be, but, in the following ones, I don't think his nature would be similar. Which ones? He'd be more obstinate and less well trained in music and poetry, though he is a lover of it, and he'd love to listen to speeches and arguments, though he is by no means a rhetorician. He'd be harsh to his slaves rather than merely looking down on them as an adequately educated person does. He'd be gentle to free people and very obedient to rulers, being himself 549. A lover of ruling and a lover of honor. However, he doesn't base his claim to rule on his ability as a speaker or anything like that, but, as he is a lover of physical training and a lover of hunting, on his abilities and exploits in warfare and warlike activities. Yes, that is the character that corresponds to this constitution. Republic 8 1161. Wouldn't such a person despise money when he is young but love it more and more as he grows older, because he shares in the money-loving nature and isn't pure in his attitude to virtue, and isn't that because he lacks the best of guardians. What guardian is that? Adeimantus said. Reason, I said, mixed with music and poetry, for it alone dwells within The person who possesses it as the lifelong preserver of his virtue. Well put. That, then, is a timocratic youth. He resembles the corresponding city. Absolutely. See. And he comes into being in some such way as this. He is the son of a good father who lives in a city that isn't well governed, who avoids honors of lawsuits and all such meddling in other people's affairs, and who is even willing to be put at a disadvantage in order to avoid trouble. Then how does he come to be timocratic? When he listens, to his mother complaining that her husband one of the rulers, and that she is at a disadvantage among the other women. As a result, then she sees that he is not very concerned about money and that he doesn't tght back when he is insulted, whether in private or in public in the courts, but is indifferent to everything of that sort. She also sees him concentrating his mind on his own thoughts, neither honoring nor dishonoring her overmuch. Angered by all this, she tells her son that his father is unmanly, too easygoing, and all the other things that women repeat over and over again in such cases. Yes, Adiamantus said, it is like them to have many such complaints. You know, too, I said, that the servants of men like that, the ones who are thought to be well disposed to the family, also say similar things to the son in private. When they see the father failing to prosecute someone who owes him money or has wronged him in some other way, they urge the son to take revenge on all such people when he grows up and to be more of a man than his father. The boy hears and sees the same kind of 550 things when he goes out. Those in the city who do their own work are called fools and held to be of little account, while those who meddle in other people's affairs are honored and praised. The young man hears and sees all this, but he also listens to what his father says, observes what he does from close at hand, and compares his ways of living with those of the others. So he is fooled by both. His father nourishes the rational part of his soul and makes it grow, the others nourish the spirited and appetitive parts. Because he isn't a bad man by nature but keeps bad company, when he is pulled in these two ways, he settles in the middle and surrenders the rule over himself to the middle part, the victory-loving and spirited part, and becomes a proud and honor-loving man. I certainly think that you've given a full account of how this sort of man comes to be. Then we now have the second constitution and the second man. See. We have 1162 Socrates/Adiamantus. Then shall we next talk, as Aeschylus says, of another man ordered like another city. 11 Or shall we follow our plan and talk about the city RST? We must follow our plan. And I suppose that the one that comes after the present constitution is oligarchy. And what kind of constitution would you call oligarchy? The constitution based on a property assessment, in which the rich rule, and the poor man has no share in ruling. I understand. So mustn't we RST explain how timarchy is transformed into oligarchy? Yes. And surely the manner of this transformation is clear even to the blind. What is it like? The treasure house LLED with gold, which each possesses, destroys the constitution. First, they empty ways of spending money for themselves, then they stretch the laws relating to this, then they and their wives disobey the laws altogether. They would do that. And as one person sees another doing this and emulates him, they make the majority of the others like themselves. They do. From there they proceed further into money making, and the more they value it, the less they value virtue. Or aren't virtue and wealth so opposed that if they were set on a scales, they always incline in opposite directions. That is right. So, when wealth and the wealthy are valued or honored in a city, virtue and good people are valued less. 551. Clearly. And what is valued is always practiced, and what isn't valued is neglected. That is right. Then, in the end, victory-loving and honor-loving men become lovers of making money, or money lovers. And they praise and admire wealthy people and appoint them as rulers, while they dishonor poor ones. Certainly. Then, they pass a law that is characteristic of an oligarchic constitution, one that establishes a wealth qualicatin higher where the constitution is more oligarchic, less where it is less so, and proclaims that those whose property doesn't reach the stated amount aren't qualiate to rule. And they either put this through by force of arms, or else, before it comes to that, they terrorize the people and establish their constitution that way. Isn't that so? Of course it is. 11 Perhaps an adaptation of 7 against Thebes 451. Republic 8 1163. Generally speaking, then, that is the way this kind of constitution is established. Yes, but what is its character? And what are the faults that we said it contained? See. First of all, the very thing that denies it is one, for what would happen if someone were to choose the captains of ships by their wealth, refusing to entrust the ship to a poor person even if he was a better captain? They would make a poor voyage of it. And isn't the same true of the rule of anything else whatsoever? I suppose so. Except a city? Or does it also apply to a city? To it most of all, since it is the most difficult and most important kind of rule. That, then, is one major fault in oligarchy. Apparently. And what about the second fault? Is it any smaller than the other? What fault? That of necessity isn't one city but to one of the poor and one of the rich living in the same place and always plotting against one another. By God, that is just as big a fault as the RST. And the following is hardly an equality either, namely, that oligarchs probably aren't able to GHT a war, for they be compelled either to arm and use the majority, and so have more to fear from them than the enemy, or not to use them and show up as true oligarchs few in number on the battlefield. At the same time, they be unwilling to pay mercenaries because of their love of money. That certainly isn't an equality either. And what about the meddling in other people's affairs that we condemned before? Under this constitution, the same people be farmers, money makers, and soldiers simultaneously. And do you think it is right for things to be that way? 552. Not at all. Now, let us see whether this constitution is the RST to admit the greatest of all evils. Which one is that? Allowing someone to sell all his possessions and someone else to buy them, and then allowing the one who has sold them to go on living in the city, while belonging to none of its parts, for he has neither a money maker, a craftsman, a member of the cavalry, or a hoplite, but a poor person, without means. It is the RST to allow that. At any rate, this sort of thing is not forbidden in oligarchies. If it were, some of their citizens would be excessively rich, while others are totally impoverished. That is right. 1164 Socrates/Adiamantus. Now, think about this. When the person who sells all his possessions was rich and spending his money, was he of any greater use to the city, in the ways we've just mentioned, than when he spent it all? Or did he merely seem to be one of the rulers of the city, while in truth he was neither ruler nor subject there, but only a squanderer of his property? That is right. He seemed to be part of the city, but he was nothing but a squanderer. See. Should we say, then, that, as a drone exists in a cell and is an AF fiction to the hive, so this person is a drone in the house and an AF fiction to the city? That is certainly right, Socrates. Hasn't he the god made all the winged drones stingless, Adiamantus, as well as some wingless ones, while other wingless ones have dangerous stings? And don't the stingless ones continue as beggars into old age, while those with stings become what we call evildoers? D. That is absolutely true. Clearly, then, in any city where you see beggars, there are thieves, pickpockets, temple robbers, and all such evildoers hidden. That is clear. What about oligarchic cities? Don't you see beggars in them? Almost everyone except the rulers is a beggar there. Then mustn't we suppose that they also include many evildoers with the stings, whom the rulers carefully keep in check by force? We certainly must. And shall we say that the presence of such people is the result of lack of education, bad rearing, and a bad constitutional arrangement? We shall. This, then, or something like it, is the oligarchic city. It contains all these evils and probably others in addition. That is pretty well what it is like. Then, let us take it that we dispose of the constitution called oligarch. I mean the one that gets its rulers on the basis of a property is S553. Meant, and let us examine the man who is like it, both how he comes to be, and what sort of man he is. All right. Doesn't the transformation from the Timocrat we described to an oligarch occur mostly in this way? Which way? The Timocrat's son at RST emulates his father and follows in his footsteps. Then he suddenly sees him crashing against the city like a ship against a reef, spilling out all his possessions, even his life. He had held a generalship B, or some other high of CE, was brought to court by false witnesses, and was either put to death or exiled or was disenfranchised and had all his property confiscated. That is quite likely. The son sees all this, suffers from it, loses his property, and, fearing for his life, immediately drives from the throne in his own soul the honor. Republic 8 1165. Loving and spirited part that ruled there. Humbled by poverty, he turns greedily to making money, and, little by little, saving and working, he amasses property. Don't you think that this person would establish his appetitive and money-making part on the throne, setting it up as a great king within himself, adorning it with golden tiaras and collars and girding it with Persian swords? I do. He makes the rational and spirited part sit on the ground beneath appetite, one on either side, reducing them to slaves. He won't allow the DRST to reason about or examine anything except how a little money can be made into great wealth. And he won't allow the second to value or admire anything but wealth and wealthy people or to have any ambition other than the acquisition of wealth or whatever might contribute to get it. There is no other transformation of a young man who is an honor lover into one who is a money lover that is as swift and sure as this. Then isn't this an oligarchic man? Surely, he developed out of a man who resembled the constitution from which oligarchy came. Then let us consider whether he resembles the oligarchic constitution. All right. 554. Doesn't he resemble it, in the RST place, by attaching the greatest importance to money? Of course. And, further, by being a thrifty worker, who satisfies only his necessary appetites, makes no other expenditures, and enslaves his other desires as vain. That is right. A somewhat squalid fellow, who makes a pro-tea from everything and hoards it the sort the majority admires. Isn't this the man who resembles such a constitution? B. That is my opinion, anyway. At any rate, money is valued above every thing by both the city and the man. I don't suppose that such a man pays any attention to education. Not in my view, for, if he did, he wouldn't have chosen a blind leader for his chorus and honored him most. 12. Good. But consider this, won't we say that, because of his lack of education, the dronish appetites some beggarly and others evil exist in him, but that they were forcibly held in check by his carefulness? See. Certainly. Do you know where you should look to see the evil doings of such people? Where? 12. Plutus, the god of wealth, is represented as being blind. 1166 Socrates/Adiamantus. To the guardianship of orphans or something like that, where they have ample opportunity to do injustice with impunity. True. And doesn't this make it clear that, in those other contractual obligations, where he has a good reputation and is thought to be just, he has forcibly holding his other evil appetites in check by means of some decent part of himself. He holds them in check, not by persuading them that it is better not to act on them or taming them with arguments, but by compulsion and fear, trembling for his other possessions. That is right. And, by God, ULLND that most of them have appetites akin to those of the drone, once they have other people as money to spend. You certainly will. Then someone like that wouldn't he be entirely free from internal civil war? And wouldn't he be one but in some way too, though generally his better desires are in control of his worse? That is right. For this reason, he'd be more respectable than many, but the true virtue of a single-minded and harmonious soul far escapes him. I suppose so. Further, this thrifty man is a poor individual contestant for victory in a city or for any other any and much honored thing, for he is not willing to spend money for the sake of any reputation or on contests for such 555 things. He is afraid to arouse his appetites for spending or to call on them as allies to obtain victory, so he GHTS like an oligarch, with only a few of his resources. Hence he has mostly defeated but remains rich. That is right. Then have we any further doubt that a thrifty moneymaker is like an oligarchic city? B. None at all. It seems, then, that we must next consider democracy, how it comes into being, and what character it has when it does, so that, knowing, in turn the character of a man who resembles it, we can present him for judgment. That would be quite consistent with what we've been doing. Well, isn't the city changed from an oligarchy to a democracy in some such way as this, because of its insatiable desire to attain what it has set before itself as the good, namely, the need to become as rich as possible? In what way? Since those who rule in the city do so because they own a lot, I suppose they were unwilling to enact laws to prevent young people who had no discipline from spending and wasting their wealth, so that by making loans to them, secured by the young people as property, and then calling those loans in, they themselves become even richer and more honored. That is their favorite thing to do. Republic 8 1167. So isn't it clear by now that it is impossible for a city to honor wealth, and at the same time for its citizens to acquire moderation, but one or the other is inevitably neglected? D. That is pretty clear. Because of this neglect and because they encourage bad discipline, oligarchy has not infrequently reduced people of no common stamp to poverty. That is right. And these people sit idle in the city, I suppose, with their stings and weapons, some in debt, some disenfranchised, some both hating those who acquired their property, plotting against them and others, and longing for a revolution. They do. The money makers, on the other hand, with their eyes on the ground, pretend not to see these people, and by lending money they disable any of the remainder who resist, exact as interest many times the principal. Some, and so create a considerable number of drones and beggars in the city. 556. A considerable number indeed. In any case, they are unwilling to quench this kind of evil as it aries up in the city, either in the way we mentioned, by preventing people from doing whatever they like with their own property, or by another law which would also solve the problem. What law? The second best one, which compels the citizens to care about virtue by prescribing that the majority of voluntary contracts be entered into at the lender's own risk, for lenders would be less shameless than in their pursuit of money in the city, and fewer of those evils we were mentioning just now would develop. Far fewer. But as it is, for all these reasons, the rulers in the city treat their subjects in the way we described. But as for themselves and their children, Dante, they make their young fond of luxury, incapable of effort either mental or physical, too soft to stand up to pleasures or pains, and idle besides. See. Of course. And Dante they themselves neglect everything except making money, caring no more for virtue than the poor do. Yes. But when rulers and subjects in this condition meet on a journey or some other common undertaking, it might be a festival, an embassy, or a campaign, or they might be shipmates or fellow soldiers, and see one another in danger. In these circumstances, are the poor in any way despised by the rich? Or rather, isn't it often the case that a poor man, lean and suntanned, stands in battle next to a rich man, reared in the shade and carrying a lot of excess esh, and sees him panting and at a loss? And Dante, you think that he consider that it is through the cowardice of the poor that such people are rich, and that one poor man would say to another? 1168 Socrates/Adeimantus. When they met in private, these people are at our mercy, they re good. For nothing. I know very well that is what they would do. Then, as a sick body needs only a slight shock from outside to become ill, and is sometimes at civil war with itself even without this, so a city in the same condition needs only a small pretext, such as one side bringing in allies from an oligarchy or the other from a democracy, to fall ill and to GHT with itself, and is sometimes in a state of civil war even without any external unions. Absolutely. 557. And I suppose that democracy comes about when the poor are victorious, killing some of their opponents and expelling others, and giving the rest an equal share in ruling under the Constitution, and for the most part, assigning people to positions of rule by lot. Yes, that is how democracy is established, whether by force of arms or because those on the opposing side are frightened into exile. Then how do these people live? What sort of constitution do they have? It is clear that a man who is like it will be democratic. B. That is clear. First of all, then, aren't they free? And isn't the city full of freedom and freedom of speech? And doesn't everyone in it have the license to do what he wants? That is what they say, at any rate. And where people have this license, it is clear that each of them will arrange his own life in whatever manner pleases him. It is. Then I suppose that it is most of all under this constitution that one and ds. People of all varieties. See. Of course. Then it looks as though this is the nest or most beautiful of the constitutions, for, like a coat embroidered with every kind of ornament, this city, embroidered with every kind of character type, would seem to be the most beautiful. And many people would probably judge it to be so, as women and children do when they see something multicolored. They certainly would. It is also a convenient place to look for a constitution. D. Why is that? Because it contains all kinds of constitutions on account of the license it gives its citizens. So it looks as though anyone who wants to put a city in order, as we were doing, should probably go to a democracy, as to a supermarket of constitutions, pick out whatever pleases him, and establish that. He probably wouldn't be at a loss for models, at any rate. In this city, there is no requirement to rule, even if you were capable of it. Or again to be ruled if you don't want to be, or to be at war when the others are, or at peace unless you happen to want it. And there is no Republic 8169 requirement in the least that you not serve in public of CE as a juror, if you happen to want to serve, even if there is a law forbidding you to do so. Isn't that a divine and pleasant life, while it lasts? 558. It probably is while it lasts. And what about the calm of some of their condemned criminals? Isn't that a sign of sophistication? Or have you never seen people who've been condemned to death or exile under such a constitution stay on at the center of things, strolling around like the ghosts of dead heroes, without anyone staring at them or giving them a thought? Yes, I've seen it a lot. And what about the city's tolerance? Isn't it so completely lacking in small-mindedness that it utterly despises the things we took so seriously when we were founding our city, namely, that unless someone had transcendent natural gifts, he'd never become good unless he played the right games and followed any way of life from early childhood. Isn't it mag? And the way it tramples all this underfoot, by giving no thought to what someone was doing before he entered public life, and by honoring him if only he tells them that he wishes the majority well. See. Yes, it is altogether splendid. Then these and others like them are the characteristics of democracy. And it would seem to be a pleasant constitution, which lacks rulers but not variety, and which distributes a sort of equality to both equals and unequals alike. We certainly know what you mean. Consider, then, what private individual resembles it. Or should we rst. Inquire, as we did with the city, how he comes to be? Yes, we should. Well, doesn't it happen like this? Wouldn't he, the son of that thrifty oligarch, be brought up in his father's ways? D. Of course. Then he too rules his spendthrift pleasures by force, the ones that aren't money-making and are called unnecessary. Clearly. But, so as not to discuss this in the dark, do you want us rst to do any? Which desires are necessary and which aren't? I do. Aren't those we can't desist from, and those whose satisfaction bane ts. Us rightly called necessary, for we are by nature compelled to satisfy them. Both. Isn't that so? E. Of course. So we be right to apply the term necessary to them. 559. We would. What about those that someone could get rid of if he practiced from youth on, those whose presence leads to no good or even to the opposite? If we said that all of them were unnecessary, would we be right? We would. 1170 Socrates/Adeimantus. Let us pick an example of each, so that we can grasp the patterns they exhibit. We should do that. Aren't the following desires necessary: the desire to eat to the point of health and well-being, and the desire for bread and delicacies? B. I suppose so. The desire for bread is necessary on both counts, it s benichale, and, unless it s satisfied, we die. Yes. The desire for delicacies is also necessary to the extent that it s benichale. To well-being. Absolutely. What about the desire that goes beyond these and seeks other sorts of foods that most people can get rid of, if it s restrained and educated while they were young, and that s harmful both to the body and to the reason and moderation of the soul? Would it be rightly called unnecessary? See. It would indeed. Then wouldn't we also say that such desires are spendthrift, while the earlier ones are money-making, because they pro-t our various projects? Certainly. And one we say the same about the desire for sex and about other desires? Yes. And didn't we say that the person we just now called a drone is full of such pleasures and desires, since he is ruled by the unnecessary ones, while a thrifty oligarch is ruled by his necessary desires? D. We certainly did. Let us go back, then, and explain how the democratic man develops out of the oligarchic one. It seems to me as though it mostly happens as follows. How? When a young man, who is reared in the miserly and uneducated manner we described, tastes the honey of the drones and associates with wild and dangerous creatures who can provide every variety of multicolored pleasure in every sort of way, this, as you might suppose, is the beginning of his transformation from having an oligarchic constitution within him to having a democratic one. It is inevitable that this is how it starts. And just as the city changed when one party received help from like-minded people outside, doesn't the young man change when one party of his desires receives help from external desires that are akin to them and of the same form? Absolutely. And I suppose that, if any contrary help comes to the oligarchic party within him, whether from his father or from the rest of his household, who exhort and reproach him, then there is civil war and counter-revolution within him, and he battles against himself. 560. Republic 1171. That is right. Sometimes the Democratic Party yields to the oligarchic, so that some of the young man's appetites are overcome, others are expelled, a kind of shame rises in his soul, and order is restored. That does sometimes happen. But I suppose that, as desires are expelled, others akin to them are being nurtured unawares, and because of his father's ignorance about how to bring him up, they grow numerous and strong. B. That is what tends to happen. These desires draw him back into the same bad company and in secret intercourse breed a multitude of others. Certainly. And, seeing the citadel of the young man's soul empty of knowledge, any ways of living, and words of truth, which are the best watchmen and guardians of the thoughts of those men whom the gods love, they now occupy that citadel themselves. They certainly do. See. And in the absence of these guardians, false and boastful words and beliefs rush up and occupy this part of him. Indeed, they do. He then return to these lotus eaters and live with them openly. And if some help comes to the thrifty part of his soul from his household, these boastful words close the gates of the royal wall within him, to prevent these allies from entering and refuse even to receive the words of older private individuals as ambassadors, doing battle and controlling things themselves. They call reverence foolishness and moderation cowardice, abusing them and casting them out beyond the frontiers like disenfranchised exiles. And they persuade the young man that measured and orderly expenditure is boorish and mean, and, joining with many useless desires, they expel it across the border. They certainly will. Having thus emptied and purged these from the soul of the one they be possessed and initiated in splendid rites, they proceed to return insolence, anarchy, extravagance, and shamelessness from exile in a blaze of torchy light, wreathing them in garlands and accompanying them with a vast chorus of followers. They praise the returning exiles and give them any names, calling insolence good breeding, anarchy freedom, extravagance magnificence, and shamelessness courage. Isn't it in some such way as this that someone who is young changes, after being brought up with necessary desires, to the liberation and release of useless and unnecessary 561. Sorry pleasures. Yes, that is clearly the way it happens. And I suppose that after that he spends as much money, effort, and time on unnecessary pleasures as unnecessary ones. If he has lucky, and his frenzy doesn't he go too far, when he grows older, and the great tumult within him has spent itself, he welcomes back some of the exiles, ceases. 1172 Socrates/Adiamantus. To surrender himself completely to the newcomers, and puts his pleasures be on an equal footing. And so he lives, always surrendering rule over himself to whichever desire comes along, as if it were chosen by lot. And when that is satisfied, he surrenders the rule to another, not disdaining any but satisfying them all equally. That is right. And he doesn't admit any word of truth into the guardhouse, for if someone tells him that some pleasures belong to any and good desires, and others to evil ones, and that he must pursue and value the former and restrain and enslave the latter, he denies all this and declares that all pleasures are equal and must be valued equally. That is just what someone in that condition would do. And so he lives on, yielding day by day to the desire at hand. Sometimes he drinks heavily while listening to the ute, at other times he drinks only water and is on a diet, sometimes he goes in for physical training. At other times, he is idle and neglects everything, and sometimes he even occupies himself with what he takes to be philosophy. He often engages in politics, leaping up from his seat and saying and doing whatever comes into his mind. If he happens to admire soldiers, he has carried in that direction. If money makers, in that one. There is neither order nor necessity in his life, but he calls it pleasant, free, and blessedly happy, and he follows it for as long as he lives. You've perfectly described the life of a man who believes in legal equality. I also suppose that he is a complex man, full of all sorts of characters, any and multicolored, just like the democratic city, and that many men and women might envy his life, since it contains the most models of constitutions and ways of living. That is right. Then shall we set this man beside democracy as one who is rightly called democratic? 562. Let's do so. The next constitution and the next man remain for us to discuss. Namely, tyranny and a tyrannical man. They certainly do. Come, then, how does tyranny come into being? It is fairly clear that it evolves from democracy. It is. And doesn't it evolve from democracy in much the same way that democracy does from oligarchy? B. What way is that? The good that oligarchy puts before itself and because of which it is established is wealth, isn't it? Yes. And its insatiable desire for wealth and its neglect of other things for the sake of money-making is what destroyed it, isn't it? That is true. Republic 1173. And isn't democracy's insatiable desire for what it denies as the good also what destroys it? What do you think it denies as the good? Freedom. Surely you hear a democratic city say that this is the nest thing it has, so that as a result it is the only city worth living in for someone C, who is by nature free. Yes, you often hear that. Then, as I was about to say, doesn't the insatiable desire for freedom and the neglect of other things change this constitution and put it in need of a dictatorship? In what way? I suppose that, when a democratic city, a thirst for freedom, happens to get bad cupbearers for its leaders, so that it gets drunk by drinking more than it should of the unmixed wine of freedom, then, unless the rulers are very pliable and provide plenty of that freedom, they are punished by the city and accused of being accursed oligarchs. Yes, that is what it does. It insults those who obey the rulers as willing slaves and good for nothings, and praises and honors, both in public and in private, rulers who behave like subjects and subjects who behave like rulers. And isn't it inevitable that freedom should go to all lengths in such a city? Of course. It makes its way into private households and in the end breeds anarchy. Even among the animals. What do you mean? I mean that a father accustoms himself to behave like a child and fear his sons, while the son behaves like a father, feeling neither shame nor fear in front of his parents, in order to be free. A resident alien or a foreign visitor is made equal to a citizen, and he is their equal. 563. Yes, that is what happens. It does. And so do other little things of the same sort. A teacher in such a community is afraid of his students and adores them, while the students despise their teachers or tutors. And, in general, the young imitate their elders and compete with them in word and deed, while the old stoop to the level of the young and are full of play and pleasantry, imitating the young for fear of appearing disagreeable and authoritarian. B. Absolutely. The utmost freedom for the majority is reached in such a city when bought slaves, both male and female, are no less free than those who bought them. And I almost forgot to mention the extent of the legal equality of men and women and of the freedom in the relations between them. What about the animals? Are we, with Aeschylus, going to say whatever it was that came to our lips just now about them? See. Certainly. I put it this way, no one who hasn't experienced it would believe how much freer domestic animals are in a democratic city than anywhere else. As the proverb says, dogs become like their mistresses. 1174 Socrates/Adeimantus. Horses and donkeys are accustomed to roam freely and proudly along the streets, bumping into anyone who doesn't get out of their way, and all the rest are equally full of freedom. D. You retelling me what I already know. I've often experienced that sort of thing while traveling in the country. To sum up, do you notice how all these things together make the citizens' soul so sensitive that, if anyone even puts upon himself the least degree of slavery, they become angry and cannot endure it? And in the end, as you know, they take no notice of the laws, whether written or unwritten, in order to avoid having any master at all. I certainly do. This, then, is the any and impetuous origin from which tyranny seems to me to evolve. It is certainly impetuous. But what comes next? The same disease that developed in oligarchy and destroyed it also develops here, but it is more widespread and virulent because of the general permissiveness, and it eventually enslaves democracy. In fact, excessive action in one direction usually sets up a reaction in the opposite direction. This happens in seasons, in plants, in bodies, and, last but not least, in constitutions. 564. That is to be expected. Extreme freedom can be expected to lead to anything but a change to extreme slavery, whether for a private individual or for a city. No, it can t. Then I don't suppose that tyranny evolves from any constitution other than democracy, the most severe and cruel slavery from the utmost freedom. Yes, that is reasonable. But I don't think that was your question. You asked what was the disease that developed in oligarchy and also in democracy, enslaving it? B. That is true. And what I had in mind as an answer was that class of idle and extravagant men, whose bravest members are leaders and the more cowardly ones followers. We compared them to stinged and stingless drones, respectively. That is right. Now, these two groups cause problems in any constitution, just as phlegm and bile do in the body. And it is against them that the good doctor and lawgiver of a city must take advanced precautions, RST, to prevent their presence and, second, to cut them out of the hive as quickly as possible, cells and all, if they should happen to be present. Yes, by God, he must cut them out altogether. Then let us take up the question in the following way, so that we can see what we want more clearly. In what way? Let us divide a democratic city into three parts in theory, this being the way that it is in fact divided. One part is this class of idlers, that grows here no less than in an oligarchy, because of the general permissiveness. D. Republic 8 1175. So it does. But it is far greater in democracy than in the other. How so? In an oligarchy it is because it is disdained, but since it is prevented from having a share in ruling, it doesn't get any exercise and doesn't become vigorous. In a democracy, however, with a few exceptions, this class is the dominant one. Its august members do all the talking and acting, while the rest settle near the speaker's platform and buzz and refuse to tolerate the opposition of another speaker, so that, under a democratic constitution, with the few exceptions I referred to before, this class ages everything. That is right. Then there is a second class that always distinguishes itself from the majority of people. Which is that, when everybody is trying to make money, those who are naturally most organized generally become the wealthiest. Probably so. Then they would provide the most honey for the drones and the honey that is most easily extractable by them. Yes, for how could anyone extract it from those who have very little? Then I suppose that these rich people are called drone fodder. Something like that. The people those who work with their own hands are the third class. They take no part in politics and have few possessions, but, when 565, they are assembled, they are the largest and most powerful class in a democracy. They are. But they aren't willing to assemble often unless they get a share of the honey. And they always do get a share, though the leaders, in taking the wealth of the rich and distributing it to the people, keep the greater part for themselves. Yes, that is the way the people get their share. B. And I suppose that those whose wealth is taken away are compelled to defend themselves by speaking before the people and doing whatever else they can. Of course. And they are accused by the drones of plotting against the people and of being oligarchs, even if they have no desire for revolution at all. That is right. So in the end, when they see the people trying to harm them, they truly do become oligarchs and embrace oligarchy as evils, whether they want to see or not. But neither group does these things willingly. Rather the people act as they do because they are ignorant and are deceived by the drones. And the rich act as they do because they are driven to it by the stinging of those same drones. Absolutely. 1176 Socrates/Adeimantus. And then there are impeachments, judgments, and trials on both sides. That's right. Now, aren't the people always in the habit of setting up one man as their special champion, nurturing him and making him great? They are. And it is clear that, when a tyrant arises, this special leadership is the sole root from which he sprouts. It is. What is the beginning of the transformation from leader of the people to tyrant? Isn't it clear that it happens when the leader begins to behave like the man in the story told about the temple of Elysian Zeus 13? In Arcadia? What story is that? That anyone who tastes the one piece of human innards that is chopped up with those of other sacrificial victims must inevitably become a wolf. Haven't you heard that story? I have. Then doesn't the same happen with the leader of the people who dominates a docile mob, and doesn't he restrain himself from spilling kindred blood? He brings someone to trial on false charges and murders him, as tyrants so often do, and, by thus blotting out a human life, his impious tongue and lips taste kindred citizen blood. He banishes some, kills others, and drops hints to the people about the cancellation of debts and the redistribution of land. And because of these things, isn't a man like that inevitably 566 fated either to be killed by his enemies or to be transformed from a man into a wolf by becoming a tyrant? It is completely inevitable. He is the one who stirs up civil wars against the rich. He is. And if he is exiled but manages, despite his enemies, to return, doesn't he come back as a full-edged tyrant? Clearly. And if these enemies are unable to expel him or to put him to death by accusing him before the city, they plot secretly to kill him. That is usually what happens, at least. And all who reach this stage soon discover the famous request of the tyrant, namely, that the people give him a bodyguard to keep their defender safe for them. That is right. And the people give it to him, I suppose, because they are afraid for his safety, but aren't worried at all about their own. That is right. See. And when a wealthy man sees this and is charged with being an enemy of the people because of his wealth, then, as the oracle to Croesus put it, he 13 Zeus the wolf god. Republic 8 1177. Flees to the banks of the many-pebbled Hermus. Neither staying put nor being ashamed of his cowardice. Wouldn't he get a second chance of being ashamed? That is true, for if he was caught, he'd be executed. He most certainly would. But, as for the leader, he doesn't lie on the ground mighty in his might. 14 But, having brought down many others, he stands in the city as chariot, a complete tyrant rather than a leader. What else? Then let us describe the happiness of this man and of the city in which a mortal like him comes to be. Certainly, let's do so. During the RST days of his reign and for some time after, he smile in welcome at anyone he meets, saying that he has no tyrant, making all sorts of promises both in public and in private, freeing the people from debt, redistributing the land to them and to his followers, and pretending to be gracious and gentle to all. He'd have to. But I suppose that, when he has dealt with his exiled enemies by making peace with some and destroying others, so that all is quiet on that front, the RST thing he does is to stir up a war, so that the people will continue to feel the need of a leader. Probably so. But also so that they'll become poor through having to pay war taxes. For that way they'll have to concern themselves with their daily needs, and 567. Be less likely to plot against him. Clearly. Besides, if he suspects some people of having thoughts of freedom and of not favoring his rule, can it be a pretext for putting them at the mercy of the enemy in order to destroy them? And for all these reasons, isn't it necessary for a tyrant to be always stirring up war? It is. And because of this, isn't he all the more readily hated by the citizens? Of course. Moreover, don't the bravest of those who help to establish his tyranny, and who hold positions of power within it, speak freely to each other and to him, criticizing what is happening? They probably do. Then the tyrant will have to do away with all of them if he intends to rule, until he has left with neither friend nor enemy of any worth. Clearly. He must, therefore, keep a sharp lookout for anyone who is brave, large-minded, knowledgeable, or rich. And so happy is he that he must be the 14 C. Eliot 16.776. 1178 Socrates/Adeimantus. Enemy of them all, whether he wants to be or not, and plot against them until he has purged them from the city. That is any sort of purge. Yes, for it is the opposite of the one that doctors perform on the body. They draw off the worst and leave the best, but he does just the opposite. Yet I expect he'll have to do this, if he is really going to rule. It is a blessedly happy necessity he is bound by, since it requires him either to live with the inferior majority, even though they hate him, or not to live at all. Yet that is exactly his condition. And he need a larger and more loyal bodyguard, the more his actions make the citizens hate him. Of course. And who will these trustworthy people be? And where will he get them from? They'll come swarming of their own accord, if he pays them. Drones, by the dog. All manner of foreign drones. That is what I think. You talking about? You right. But what about in the city itself? Wouldn't he be willing? Willing to what? To deprive citizens of their slaves by freeing them and enlisting them in his bodyguard? He certainly would, since they'd be likely to prove most loyal to him. What a blessedly happy sort of fellow you make the tyrant out to be. If these are the sort of people he employs as friends and loyal followers, after he has done away with the earlier ones. 568. Nonetheless, they read the sort he employs. And these companions and new citizens admire and associate with him, while the decent people hate and avoid him. Of course. It isn't for nothing, then, that tragedy in general has the reputation of being wise, and that Euripides is thought to be outstandingly so. Why is that? Because among other shrewd things he said that tyrants are wise who associate with the wise. And by the wise he clearly means the sort of people that we seen to be the tyrant's associates. Yes. And he and the other poets eulogize tyranny as godlike and say lots of other such things about it. Then, surely, since the tragic poets are wise, they'll forgive us and those whose constitutions resemble ours, if we don't admit them into our city. Since they praise tyranny, I suppose that the more sophisticated among them will see. And so I suppose that they go around to other cities, draw crowds, hire people with big, persuasive voices, and lead their constitutions to tyranny and democracy. Republic 8 1179. They do indeed. And besides this, they receive wages and honors, especially as one might expect from the tyrants and, in second place, from the democracies. But the higher they go on the ascending scale of constitutions, the more their honor falls off, as if unable to keep up with them for lack of breath. Absolutely. But we digress. So let us return to that numerous, diverse, and ever changing bodyguard of the tyrant and explain how he'll pay for it. Clearly, if there are sacred treasuries in the city, he'll use them for as long as they last, as well as the property of the people he has destroyed, thus requiring smaller taxes from the people. What about when these give out? E. Clearly, both he and his fellow revelers, his companions, male or female, will have to feed off his father's estate. I understand. You mean that the people, who fathered the tyrant, will have to feed him and his companions. They'll be forced to do so. And what would you have to say about this? What if the people get angry and say, RST, that it isn't just for a grown-up son to be fed by his father, but, on the contrary, for the father to be fed by his son. Second, that they didn't father him and establish him in power so that, when he becomes strong, they'd be enslaved to their own slave and have to feed 569. Both him and his slaves, along with other assorted rebel, but because they hoped that, with him as their leader, they'd be free from the rich and the so-called any and good people in the city. Third, that they therefore order him and his companions to leave the city, just as a father might drive a son and his troublesome fellow revelers from his house. Then, by God, the people will come to know what kind of creature they have fathered, welcomed, and made strong, and that they are the weaker, trying to drive out the stronger. B. What do you mean? Will the tyrant dare to use violence against his father or to hit him if he doesn't obey? Yes, once he has taken away his father's weapons. You mean that the tyrant is a parasite and a harsh nurse of old age? That his rule has become an acknowledged tyranny at last, and that as the saying goes, by trying to avoid the frying pan of enslavement to free men, the people have fallen into the re of having slaves as their masters, and that in the place of the great but inappropriate freedom they enjoyed, see, under democracy, they have put upon themselves the harshest and most bitter slavery to slaves. That's exactly what I mean. Well, then, aren't we just in saying that we have adequately described how tyranny evolves from democracy and what it's like when it has come into being? We certainly are, he said. 1180 Socrates/Adeimantus. Book 9. It remains, I said, to consider the tyrannical man himself, how he evolves 571. From a democrat, what he is like when he has come into being, and whether he is wretched or blessedly happy. Yes, he said, he is the one who is still missing. And do you know what else I think is still missing? What? I don't think we have adequately distinguished the kinds and numbers of our desires, and, if that subject isn't adequately dealt with, our entire investigation will be less clear. B. Well, isn't now as any a time as any to discuss the matter? It certainly is. Consider, then, what I want to know about our desires. It's this: some of our unnecessary pleasures and desires seem to me to be lawless. They are probably present in everyone, but they are held in check by the laws and by the better desires in alliance with reason. In a few people, they have been eliminated entirely, or only a few weak ones remain, while in others they are stronger and more numerous. See. What desires do you mean? Those that are awakened in sleep, when the rest of the soul, the rational, gentle, and ruling part, slumbers. Then the beastly and savage part, full of food and drink, casts off sleep and seeks to end the way to gratify itself. You know that there is nothing it won't dare to do at such a time, free of all control by shame or reason. It doesn't shrink from trying to have sex with a mother, as it supposes, or with anyone else at all, whether man, god, or beast. It will commit any foul murder, and there is no food it refuses to eat. In a word, it omits no act of folly or shamelessness. That's completely true. On the other hand, I suppose that someone who is healthy and moderate with himself goes to sleep only after having done the following. First, he rouses his rational part and feasted on any arguments and speculations. Second, he neither starves nor feasts his appetites, so that they will slumber and not disturb his best part with either their pleasure or their pain, but they'll leave it alone, pure and by itself, to get on with its investigations. 572. To yearn after and perceive something, it knows not what, one whether it is past, present, or future. Third, he soothes his spirited part in the same way. For example, by not falling asleep with his spirit still aroused after an outburst of anger. And when he has quieted these two parts and aroused the third, in which reason resides, and so takes his rest, you know that it is then that he best grasps the truth, and that the visions that appear in his dreams are least lawless. B. Entirely so. One reading Kai before I stay into 2. Republic 9 1181. However, we've been carried away from what we wanted to establish. Which is this: our dreams make it clear that there is a dangerous, wild, and lawless form of desire in everyone, even in those of us who seem to be entirely moderate or measured. See whether you think I am talking sense, and whether or not you agree with me. I do agree. Recall, then, what we said a democratic man is like. He was produced by being brought up from youth by a thrifty father who valued only those desires that make money and who despised the unnecessary ones that aim at frivolity and display. Isn't that right? Yes. And by associating with more sophisticated men, who are full of the latter desires, he starts to indulge in every kind of insolence and to adopt their form of behavior, because of his hatred of his father as thrift. But, because he has a better nature than his corruptors, he is pulled in both directions and settles down in the middle between his father's way of life and theirs. And enjoying each in moderation, as he supposes, he leads a life that is neither slavish nor lawless, and from having been oligarchic he becomes democratic. That was and is our opinion about this type of man. Suppose now that this man has in turn become older, and that he has a son who is brought up in his father's ethos. All right. And further suppose that the same things that happened to his father now happen to him. First, he is led to all the kinds of lawlessness that those who are leading him call freedom. Then his father and the rest of the household come to the aid of the middle desires, while the others help the other ones. Then, when those clever enchanters and tyrant makers have no hope of keeping hold of the young man in any other way, they contrive to plant in him a powerful erotic love, like a great winged drone, to be the leader of those idle desires that spend whatever is at hand. Or, do you think that erotic love is anything other than an enormous drone? 573. In such people, I don't think that it could be anything else. And when the other desires led with incense, myrrh, wreaths, wine, and the other pleasures found in their company buzz around the drone, nurturing it and making it grow as large as possible, they plant the sting of longing in it. Then this leader of the soul adopts madness as its body guard and becomes frenzied. If it ents any beliefs or desires in the man be that are thought to be good or that still have some shame, it destroys them and throws them out until it has purged him of moderation and led him with imported madness. You've perfectly described the evolution of a tyrannical man. Is this the reason that erotic love has long been called a tyrant? It looks that way. Then does a drunken man have something of a tyrannical mind? See. 1182 Adeimantus/Socrates. Yes, he has. And a man who is mad and deranged attempts to rule not just human beings, but gods as well, and expects that he will be able to succeed. He certainly does. Then a man becomes tyrannical in the precise sense of the term when either his nature or his way of life or both of them together make him drunk, led with erotic desire, and mad. Absolutely. This, then, it seems, is how a tyrannical man comes to be. But what way does he live? No doubt you're going to tell me, just as posers of riddles usually do. D. I am. I think that someone in whom the tyrant of erotic love dwells and in whom it directs everything next goes in for feasts, revelries, luxuries, girlfriends, and all that sort of thing. Necessarily. And many terrible desires grow up day and night beside the tyrannical one, needing many things to satisfy them. Indeed they do. Hence any income someone like that has is soon spent. Of course. Then borrowing follows, and expenditure of capital. What else? And when everything is gone, the violent crowd of desires that has nested within him inevitably shout in protest, and driven by the stings of the other desires and especially by erotic love itself, which leads all of them as its bodyguard, he become frenzied and look to see who possesses anything that he could take, by either deceit or force. 574. He certainly will. Consequently, he must acquire wealth from every source or live in great pain and suffering. He must. And just as the pleasures that are latecomers outdo the older ones and steal away their satisfactions, the man himself think that he deserves to outdo his father and mother, even though he is younger than they are. To take and spend his father's wealth when he has spent his own share? Of course. And if they give it to him, the rst try to steal it from them. By deceitful means. B. Certainly. And if that doesn't work, wouldn't he seize it by force? I suppose so. And if the old man and woman put up a GHT, would he be careful to refrain from acting like a tyrant? I am not very optimistic about their fate, if they do. But, good God, Adeimantus, do you think he sacrifices his long-loved and irreplaceable mother for a recently acquired girlfriend whom he can? Republic 9 1183. Do without? Or that for the sake of a newfound and replaceable boyfriend? In the bloom of youth, he strike his aged and irreplaceable father, his oldest friend? Or that he make his parents the slaves of these others, if he brought them under the same roof? Yes, indeed he would. It seems to be a very great blessing to produce a tyrannical son. It certainly does. What about when the possessions of his father and mother give out? With that great swarm of pleasures inside him, the rst try to break into someone's house or snatch someone's coat late at night? Then he try to loot a temple? And in all this, the old traditional opinions that he had held from childhood about what is any or shameful opinions that are accounted just are overcome by the opinions, newly released from slavery, that are now the bodyguard of erotic love and hold sway along with it. When he himself was subject to the laws and his father and had a democratic constitution within him, these opinions used only to be freed in sleep. Now, however, under the tyranny of erotic love, he has permanently become while awake what he used to become occasionally while asleep, and he hold back from any terrible murder or from any kind of food or act. But, rather, erotic love lives like a tyrant within him, in complete anarchy and lawlessness as his sole ruler, and drives him, as if 575 he were a city, to dare anything that will provide sustenance for itself and the unruly mob around it, some of whose members have come in from the outside as a result of his keeping bad company, while others have come from within, freed and let loose by his own bad habits. Isn't this the life that a tyrannical man leads? It is indeed. Now, if there are only a few such men in a city, and the rest of the people are moderate, this mob will leave the city in order to act as a bodyguard to some other tyrant or to serve as mercenaries if there happens to be a war going on somewhere. But if they chance to live in a time of peace and quiet, they'll remain in the city and bring about lots of little evils. What sort of evils do you mean? They steal, break into houses, snatch purses, steal clothes, rob temples, and sell people into slavery. Sometimes, if they are good speakers, they become sycophants and bear false witness and accept bribes. These evils are small, provided that there happen to be only a few such people. See? Yes, for small things are small by comparison to big ones. And when it comes to producing wickedness and misery in a city, all these evils together, as the saying goes, come within a mile of the rule of a tyrant. But when such people become numerous and conscious of their numbers, it is aided by the foolishness of the people who create a tyrant. And he, more than any of them, has in his soul the greatest and strongest tyrant of all. Naturally, for he be the most tyrannical. 1184 Socrates/Adeimantus/Glaucon. That is if the city happens to yield willingly, but if it resists him, then, just as he once chastised his mother and father, he'll now chastise his fatherland, if he can, by bringing in new friends and making his fatherland, and his dear old motherland, as the Cretans call it, their slaves and keeping them that way, for this is surely the end at which such a man's desires are directed. It most certainly is. Now, in private life, before a tyrannical man attains power, isn't he this sort of person one who associates primarily with adders who are ready to obey him in everything? Or if he himself happens to need anything from other people, isn't he willing to fawn on them and make every gesture of friendship, as if he were dealing with his own family? But once he gets what he wants, they become strangers again. 576. Yes, they certainly do. So someone with a tyrannical nature lives his whole life without being friends with anyone, always a master to one man or a slave to another, and never getting a taste of either freedom or true friendship. That's right. Wouldn't we be right to call someone like that untrustworthy? Of course. And isn't he as unjust as anyone can be? If indeed what we earlier agreed about justice was right. B. And it certainly was right. Then, let us sum up the worst type of man. His waking life is like the nightmare we described earlier. That's right. And he evolves from someone by nature most tyrannical who achieves sole rule. And the longer he remains tyrant, the more like the nightmare he becomes. That's inevitable, said Glaucon, taking over the argument. Well, then, I said, isn't he the man who is clearly most vicious also clearly most wretched? And isn't he the one who for the longest time is most of all a tyrant, most wretched for the longest time? If, that is to say, truth rather see, then majority opinion is to settle these questions. That much is certain, at any rate. And isn't he a tyrannical man like a city ruled by a tyrant, a democratic man like a city ruled by a democracy, and similarly with the others? Of course. And the relations between the cities with respect to virtue and happiness be the same as those between the men? Certainly. D. Then how does the city ruled by a tyrant compare to the city ruled by kings that we described rst? They are total opposites, one is the best, and the other the worst. I want to ask you which is which, since it is obvious. But is your judgment the same with regard to their happiness and wretchedness? And let us not. Republic 9 1185. Be dazzled by looking at one man a tyrant or at the few who surround him, but since it is essential to go into the city and study the whole of it, let us not give our opinion, till we be gone down and looked into every corner. That is right, for it is clear to everyone that there is no city more wretched than one ruled by a tyrant and none more happy than one ruled by kings. Would I be right, then, to make the same challenge about the individuals? Assuming, RST, that the person who is T to judge them is someone who in 577 thought can go down into a person's character and examine it thoroughly. Someone who doesn't judge from outside, the way a child does, who is dazzled by the facade that tyrants adopt for the outside world to see, but is able to see right through that sort of thing. And, second, that he is someone since we all listen to him if he were who is competent to judge, because he has lived in the same house with the tyrant and witnessed his behavior at home and his treatment of each member of his household, when he is stripped of his theatrical facade, and has also seen how he behaves when in danger from the people. Shouldn't we ask the person B, who has seen all that, to tell us how the tyrant compares to the others in happiness and wretchedness? That is also right. Then do you want us to pretend that we are among those who can give such a judgment and that we have already met tyrannical people, so that we'll have someone to answer our questions? I certainly do. Come, then, and look at it this way for me, bearing in mind the words MC. Glance between the city and the man, look at each in turn and describe its condition. What kinds of things do you want me to describe? First, speaking of the city, would you say that a tyrannical city is free or enslaved? It is as enslaved as it is possible to be. Yet you see in it people who are masters and free. I do see a few like that, but the whole city, so to speak, and the most decent part of it are wretched, dishonored slaves. Then, if man and city are alike, must unto the same structure be in him too. And must unto his soul be full of slavery and unfreedom, with the most decent parts enslaved and with a small part, the maddest and most vicious, as their master? It must. What will you say about such a soul then? Is it free or slave? Slave, of course. And isn't the enslaved and tyrannical city least likely to do what it wants? Certainly. Then a tyrannical soul, I am talking about the whole soul, will also be least likely to do what it wants and, forcibly driven by the stings of a dronish gadwai, will be full of disorder and regret. How could it be anything else? 1186 Socrates/Glaucon. Is a tyrannically ruled city rich or poor? Poor. Then a tyrannical soul, too, must always be poor and unsatisfiable. 578. That is right. What about fear? Aren't a tyrannical city and man full of it? Absolutely. And do you think that you'll more wailing, groaning, lamenting, and grieving in any other city? Certainly not. Then, are such things more common in anyone besides a tyrannical man, who is maddened by his desires and erotic loves? How could they be? It is in view of all these things, I suppose, and others like them, that you judge this to be the most wretched of cities. B. And wasn't he a right? Of course you were. But what do you say about a tyrannical man, when you look at these same things? He is by far the most wretched of all of them. There you were no longer right. How is that? I don't think that this man has yet reached the extreme of wretchedness. Then who has? Perhaps you'll agree that this next case is even more wretched. Which one? The one who is tyrannical but doesn't live a private life, because some see misfortune provides him with the opportunity to become an actual tyrant. On the basis of what was said before, I assume that what you say is true. Yes, but in matters of this sort, it isn't enough just to assume these things. One needs to investigate carefully the two men in question by means of argument, for the investigation concerns the most important thing, namely, the good life and the bad one. That is absolutely right. Then consider whether I am talking sense or not, for I think our investigation will be helped by the following examples. D. What are they? We should look at all the wealthy private citizens in our cities who have many slaves, for, like a tyrant, they rule over many, although not over so many as he does. That is right. And you know that they resecure and do not fear their slaves. What have they got to be afraid of? Nothing. And do you know why? Yes. It is because the whole city is ready to defend each of its individual citizens. You were right. But what if some god were to lift one of these men, his FTY or more slaves, and his wife and children out of the city and deposit? Republic 9 1187. Him with his slaves and other property in a deserted place, where no free person could come to his assistance. How frightened would he be that he, himself and his wife and children would be killed by the slaves? Very frightened indeed. And wouldn't he be compelled to fawn on some of his own slaves? Promise them lots of things, and free them, even though he didn't want 579. 2. And wouldn't he himself have become a panderer to slaves? He'd have to or else be killed. What if the god were to settle many other neighbors around him, who wouldn't he tolerate anyone to claim that he was the master of another end? Who would ICT the worst punishments on anyone they caught doing it? I suppose that he'd have even worse troubles, since he'd be surrounded by nothing but vigilant enemies. And isn't this the kind of prison in which the tyrant is held, the one whose nature is such as we have described it, LLED with fears and erotic loves of all kinds? Even though his soul is really greedy for it, he is the only one in the whole city who can travel abroad or see the sights that other free people want to see. Instead, he lives like a woman, mostly content to his own house, and envying any other citizen who happens to travel abroad and see something worthwhile. See. That is entirely so. Then, isn't this harvest of evil is a measure of the difference between a tyrannical man who is badly governed on the inside, whom you judged to be most wretched just now, and one who doesn't live a private life, but is compelled by some chance to be a tyrant, who tries to rule others, when he can't even control himself. He is just like an exhausted body, without any self-control, which, instead of living privately, is compelled to compete and GHT with other bodies all its life. D. That is exactly what he is like, Socrates, and what you say is absolutely true. And so, Glaucon, isn't this a completely wretched condition to be in? And doesn't the reigning tyrant have an even harder life than the one you judge to be hardest? He certainly does. In truth, then, and whatever some people may think, a real tyrant is really a slave, compelled to engage in the worst kind of fawning, slavery, and pandering to the worst kind of people. He is so far from satisfying his desires in any way that it is clear, if one happens to know that one must study his whole soul, that he is in the greatest need of most things and truly poor. And, if indeed his state is like that of the city he rules, then he is full of fear, convulsions, and pains throughout his life. And it is like it, isn't it? Of course it is. And we also attribute to the man what we mentioned before, namely, 580. That he is inevitably envious, untrustworthy, unjust, friendless, impious, host and nurse to every kind of vice, and that his ruling makes him even. 1188 Socrates/Glaucon. More so. And because of all these, he is extremely unfortunate and goes on to make those near him like himself. No one with any understanding could possibly contradict you. Come, then, and like the judge who makes the NAL decision, tell me, who among the king, the timocrat, the oligarch, the democrat, and the tyrant is RST in happiness, who second, and so on in order? B. That's easy. I rank them in virtue and vice, in happiness and its opposite, in the order of their appearance, as I might judge choruses. Shall we, then, hire a herald, or shall I myself announce that the son of Ariston has given as his verdict that the best, the most just, and the most happy is the most kingly, who rules like a king over himself, and that the sea worst, the most unjust, and the most wretched is the most tyrannical, who most tyrannizes himself and the city he rules? Let it be so announced. And shall I add to the announcement that it holds, whether these things remain hidden from every god and human being or not? Add it? Good. Then that is one of our proofs. And there be a second, if you happen to think that there is anything in this. D. In what? In the fact that the soul of each individual is divided into three parts. In just the way that a city is, for that's the reason I think that there is another proof. What is it? This, it seems to me that there are three pleasures corresponding to the three parts of the soul, one peculiar to each part, and similarly with desires and kinds of rule. What do you mean? The RST, we say, is the part with which a person learns, and the second, the part with which he gets angry. As for the third, we had no one special name for it, since it has multiform, so we named it after the biggest and strongest thing in it. Hence we called it the appetitive part, because of the intensity of its appetites for food, drink, sex, and all the things associated with them, but we also called it the money-loving part, because such appetites are most easily satisfied by means of money. 581. And rightly so. Then, if we said that its pleasure and love are for proti, wouldn't he that best determine its central feature for the purposes of our argument and ensure that we are clear about what we mean when we speak of this part of the soul, and wouldn't he we be right to call it money-loving and proti-loving? That's how it seems to me, at least. What about the spirited part? Don't we say that it is wholly dedicated to the pursuit of control, victory, and high repute? Certainly. B. Republic 9 1189. Then wouldn't it be appropriate for us to call it victory-loving and honor-loving? It would be most appropriate. Now, it is clear to everyone that the part with which we learn is always wholly straining to know where the truth lies, and that, of the three parts, it cares least for money and reputation. By far the least. Then wouldn't it be appropriate for us to call it learning-loving and philosophical? Of course. And doesn't this part rule in some people's souls, while one of the other parts, whichever it happens to be, rules in other people's? See. That's right. And isn't that the reason we say that there are three primary kinds of people, philosophic, victory-loving, and proti-loving? That's it precisely. And also three forms of pleasure, one assigned to each of them? Certainly. And do you realize that, if you chose to ask three such people in turn to tell you which of their lives is most pleasant, each would give the highest praise to his own? Won't a moneymaker say that the pleasure of being honored and that of learning are worthless compared to that of making a proti, if he gets no money from them? He will. What about an honor lover? Doesn't he think that the pleasure of making money is vulgar, and that the pleasure of learning, except insofar as it brings him honor, is smoke and nonsense? He does. And as for a philosopher, what do you suppose he thinks the other pleasures are worth compared to that of knowing where the truth lies and always being in some such pleasant condition while learning? Won't he think that they are far behind? And won't he call them really necessary, since he'd have no need for them if they weren't necessary for life? He will, we can be sure of that. Then, since there is a dispute between the different forms of pleasure, and between the lives themselves, not about which way of living is or more shameful or better or worse, but about which is more pleasant and less painful, how are we to know which of them is speaking most truly? 582. Dante asked me. Look at it this way, how are we to judge things if we want to judge them well? Isn't it by experience, reason, and argument? Or could anyone have better criteria than these? How could he consider, then, which of the three men has most experience of the pleasures we mentioned? Does a proti lover learn what the truth itself is? 1190 Socrates/Glaucon. Like or acquire more experience of the pleasure of knowing it than a philosopher does of making a proti? B. There is a big difference between them. A philosopher has of necessity tasted the other pleasures since childhood, but it isn't necessary for a proti lover to taste or experience the pleasure of learning the nature of the things that are and how sweet it is. Indeed, even if he were eager to taste it, he couldn't easily do so. Then a philosopher is far superior to a proti lover in his experience of both their pleasures. He certainly is. See. What about an honor lover? Has he more experience of the pleasure of knowing than a philosopher has of the pleasure of being honored? No, for honor comes to each of them, provided that he accomplishes his aim. A rich man is honored by many people, so is a courageous one, and a wise one, but the pleasure of studying the things that are cannot be tasted by anyone except a philosopher. Then, as far as experience goes, he is the next judge of the three. D. By far. And he alone has gained his experience in the company of reason. Of course. Moreover, the instrument one must use to judge isn't the instrument of a proti lover or an honor lover, but a philosopher. What instrument is that? Arguments, for didn't we say that we must judge by means of them? Yes. And argument is a philosopher's instrument most of all. Of course. Now, if wealth and proti were the best means of judging things, the praise and blame of a proti lover would necessarily be truest. That's right. And if honor, victory, and courage were the best means, wouldn't it be the praise and blame of an honor lover? Clearly. But since the best means are experience, reason, and argument, the praise of a wisdom lover and argument lover is necessarily truest. Then, of the three pleasures, the most pleasant is that of the part of the soul with which we learn, and the one in whom that part rules has the 583 most pleasant life. How could it be otherwise? A person with knowledge at least speaks with authority when he praises his own life. To what life and to what pleasure does the judge give second place? Clearly, he gives it to those of a warrior and honor lover, since they re closer to his own than those of a moneymaker. Then the life and pleasure of a proti lover come last, it seems. Of course they do. Republic 9 1191. These, then, are two proofs in a row, and the just person has defeated the be unjust one in both. The third is dedicated in Olympic fashion to Olympian Zeus the Savior. Observe then that, apart from those of a knowledgeable person, the other pleasures are neither entirely true nor pure but are like a shadow painting, as I think I've heard some wise person say. And yet, if this were true, it would be the greatest and most decisive of the overthrows. It certainly would. But what exactly do you mean? ILLNT out, if I ask the questions, and you answer. See. Ask, then. Tell me, don't we say that pain is the opposite of pleasure? Certainly. And is there such a thing as feeling neither pleasure nor pain? There is. Isn't it intermediate between these two, a sort of calm of the soul by comparison to them? Or don't you think of it that way? I do. And do you recall what sick people say when they re-ill? Which saying of theirs do you have in mind? That nothing gives more pleasure than being healthy, but that they hadn't realized that it was most pleasant until they fell ill. D. I do recall that. And haven't you also heard those who are in great pain say that nothing is more pleasant than the cessation of their suffering? I have. And there are many similar circumstances, I suppose, in which you and people in pain praising, not enjoyment, but the absence of pain and relief from it as most pleasant. That may be because at such times a state of calm becomes pleasant enough to content them. And when someone ceases to feel pleasure, this calm will be painfully to him. Probably so. Then the calm we described as being intermediate between pleasure and pain will sometimes be both. So it seems. Now, is it possible for that which is neither to become both? Not in my view. Moreover, the coming to be of either the pleasant or the painful in the soul is a sort of motion, isn't it? Yes. And didn't what is neither painful nor pleasant come to light just now? As a calm state, intermediate between them? 584. Yes, it did. Then, how can it be right to think that the absence of pain is pleasure? Or that the absence of pleasure is pain? 1192 Glaucon/Socrates. There is no way it can be. Then it isn't right. But when the calm is next to the painful it appears pleasant, and when it is next to the pleasant it appears painful. However, there is nothing sound in these appearances as far as the truth about pleasure is concerned, only some kind of magic. That is what the argument suggests, at any rate. Take a look at the pleasures that don't come out of pains, so that you be. 1 suppose in their case also that it is the nature of pleasure to be the cessation of pain or of pain to be the cessation of pleasure. Where am I to look? What pleasures do you mean? The pleasures of smell are especially good examples to take note of, for they suddenly become very intense without being preceded by pain, and when they cease they leave no pain behind. But there are plenty of other examples as well. That is absolutely true. Then let no one persuade us that pure pleasure is relief from pain or that pure pain is relief from pleasure. See. No, let us not. However, most of the so-called pleasures that reach the soul through the body, as well as the most intense ones, are of this form. They are some kind of relief from pain. Yes, they are. And aren't the pleasures and pains of anticipation, which arise from the expectation of future pleasures or pains, also of this form? They are. Do you know what kind of thing they are and what they most resemble? D. No, what is it? Do you believe that there is an up, a down, and a middle in nature? I do. And do you think that someone who was brought from down below to the middle would have any other belief than that he was moving upward? And if he stood in the middle and saw where he had come from, would he believe that he was anywhere other than the upper region, since he hasn't he seen the one that is truly upper? By God, I don't see how he could think anything else. And if he was brought back, wouldn't he suppose that he was being brought down? And wouldn't he be right? Of course. Then wouldn't he all this happen to him because he is inexperienced in what is really and truly up, down, and in the middle? Clearly. Is it any surprise, then, if those who are inexperienced in the truth have unsound opinions about lots of other things as well, or that they are so disposed to pleasure, pain, and the intermediate state that, when they descend to the painful, they believe truly and are really in pain, but that, when they ascend from the painful to the intermediate state, they are MLY 585. Republic 9 1193. Believe that they have reached fulfillment and pleasure? They are inexperienced in pleasure and so are deceived when they compare pain to painlessness, just as they would be if they compared black to gray without having experienced white. No, by God, I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'd be very surprised if it were any other way. Think of it this way, aren't hunger, thirst, and the like some sort of be empty states of the body? They are. And aren't ignorance and lack of sense empty states of the soul? Of course. And wouldn't someone who partakes of nourishment or strengthens his understanding be LLED? Certainly. Does the truer ling up LLU with that which is less or that which is more? Clearly, it s with that which is more. And which kinds partake more of pure being? Kinds of ling up such as ling up with bread or drink or delicacies or food in general. Or the kind of ling up that is with true belief, knowledge, understanding, and, in sum, with all of virtue. Judge it this way, that which is related to what is always the same, immortal, and true, is itself of that kind, and come see. To be in something of that kind this is more, don't you think, than that which is related to what is never the same and mortal, is itself of that kind, and comes to be in something of that kind. That which is related to what is always the same is far more. And does the being of what is always the same participate more in being than in knowledge? Not at all. Or more than in truth? Not that either. And if less in truth, then less in being also? Necessarily. And isn't it generally true that the kinds of ling up that are concerned with the care of the body share less in truth and being than those concerned with the care of the soul? Yes, much less. And don't you think that the same holds of the body in comparison to the soul? Certainly. And isn't that which is more, and is LLED with things that are more, really more LLED than that which is less, and is LLED with things that are less? Of course. Therefore, if being LLED with what is appropriate to our nature is plea, sure, that which is more LLED with things that are more enjoys more really. 1194 Socrates/Glaucon. And truly a more true pleasure, while that which partakes of things that are less is less truly and surely LLED and partakes of a less trustworthy and less true pleasure. That is absolutely inevitable. Therefore, those who have no experience of reason or virtue, but are always occupied with feasts and the like, are brought down and then back 586. Up to the middle, as it seems, and wander in this way throughout their lives, never reaching beyond this to what is truly higher up, never looking up at it or being brought up to it, and so they aren't LLED with that which really is and never taste any stable or pure pleasure. Instead, they always look down at the ground like cattle, and, with their heads bent over the dinner table, they feed, fatten, and fornicate, to outdo others in these things, they kick and butt them with iron horns and hooves, killing each bee. Other, because their desires are insatiable. For the part that they retrying. To ll is like a vessel full of holes, and neither it nor the things they are trying to ll it with are among the things that are. Socrates, UVE exactly described the life of the majority of people, just like an oracle. Then isn't it necessary for these people to live with pleasures that are mixed with pains, mere images, and shadow paintings of true pleasures? And doesn't the juxtaposition of these pleasures and pains make them appear intense, so that they give rise to mad erotic passions in the foolish, see, and are fought over in just the way that Stesichorus tells us the phantom of Helen was fought over at Troy by men ignorant of the truth? Something like that must be what happens. And what about the spirited part? Mustn't he similar things happen to someone who satisfies it? Doesn't he his love of honor make him envious, and his love of victory make him violent, so that he pursues the satisfaction of his anger and of his desires for honors and victories without calculation or understanding? Such things must happen to him as well. Then can we contently assert that those desires of even the money loving and honor loving parts that follow knowledge and argument and pursue with their help those pleasures that reason approves will attain the truest pleasures possible for them, because they follow truth, and the ones that are most their own, if indeed what is best for each thing is most its own, and indeed it is best. Therefore, when the entire soul follows the philosophic part, and there is no civil war in it, each part of it does its own work exclusively and is just, and in particular it enjoys its own pleasures, the best and truest pleasures possible for it. 587. Absolutely. But when one of the other parts gains control, it won't be able to secure its own pleasure and will compel the other parts to pursue an alien and untrue pleasure. Republic 9 1195. That's right. And aren't the parts that are most distant from philosophy and reason the ones most likely to do this sort of compelling? They are much more likely. And isn't whatever is most distant from reason also most distant from law and order? Clearly. And didn't the erotic and tyrannical desires emerge as most distant from these things? B. By far. And weren't the kingly and orderly ones least distant? Yes. Then I suppose that a tyrant will be most distant from a pleasure that is both true and his own, and that a king will be least distant. Necessarily. So a tyrant will live most unpleasantly, and a king most pleasantly. Necessarily. Do you know how much more unpleasant a tyrant's life is than a king's? I will if you tell me. There are, it seems, 3 pleasures, 1 genuine and 2 illegitimate. And a tyrant is at the extreme end of the illegitimate ones, since he has both law and reason and lives with a bodyguard of certain slavish pleasures. But see, it isn't easy, all the same, to say just how inferior he is to a king, except perhaps as follows. A tyrant is somehow third from an oligarch, for a democrat was between them. Yes. Then, if what we said before is true, doesn't he live with an image of pleasure that is third from an oligarch as with respect to truth? 2. He does. Now, an oligarch, in turn, is third from a king, if we identify a king and an aristocrat. D. Yes, he has third. So a tyrant is 3 times removed from true pleasure. Apparently so. It seems then, on the basis of the magnitude of its number, that the image of tyrannical pleasure is a plain doer. Exactly. But then it is clear that, by squaring and cubing it, we discover how far a tyrant's pleasure is from that of a king. It is clear to a mathematician, at any rate. Then, turning it the other way around, if someone wants to say how far a king's pleasure is from a tyrant's, if he completes the calculation, that a king lives 729 times more two-third, because the Greeks always counted the RST as well as the last member of a series, e.g. the day after tomorrow was the 3rd day from today. Pleasantly than a tyrant, and that a tyrant is the same number of times more wretched. That's an amazing calculation of the difference between the pleasure and pain of the two men, the just and the unjust. Yet it's a true one, and one appropriate to human lives, if indeed days, nights, months, and years are appropriate to them. And of course they are appropriate. Then, if a good and just person's life is that much more pleasant than the life of a bad and unjust person, won't its grace, fineness, and virtue be incalculably greater? By God, it certainly will. All right, then. Since we've reached this point in the argument, let's return to the first things we said, since they are what led us here. I think someone said at some point that injustice profits a completely unjust person who is believed to be just. Isn't that so? It certainly is. Now, let's discuss this with him, since we've agreed on the respective powers that injustice and justice have. How? By fashioning an image of the soul in words, so that the person who says this sort of thing will know what he is saying. What sort of image? One like those creatures that legends tell us used to come into being in ancient times, such as the Chimera, Scylla, Cerberus, or any of the multitude of others in which many different kinds of things are said to have grown together naturally into one. Yes, the legends do tell us of such things. Well, then, fashion a single kind of multicolored beast with a ring of many heads that it can grow and change at will, some from gentle, some from savage animals. That's work for a clever artist. However, since words are more malleable than wax and the like, consider it done. Then fashion one other kind, that of a lion, and another of a human being. But make the first much the largest and the other second to it in size. That's easier, the sculpting is done. Now join the 3 of them into one, so that they somehow grow together naturally. They're joined. Then, fashion around them the image of one of them, that of a human being, so that anyone who sees only the outer covering and not what's inside will think it is a single creature, a human being. It's done. Then, if someone maintains that injustice profits this human being and that doing just things brings no advantage, let's tell him that he is simply saying that it is beneficial for him, first, to feed the multiform beast well, and make it strong, and also the lion and all that pertains to him, second. 1196 Socrates/Glaucon. 588. B. C. D. E. Republic 9 1197. To starve and weaken a human being within, so that he is dragged along. 589. Wherever either of the other two leads, and, third, to lead the parts to bite and kill one another rather than accustoming them to each other and making them friendly. Yes, that is absolutely what someone who praises injustice is saying. But, on the other hand, wouldn't he, someone who maintains that just things are pro table, be saying, RST, that all our words and deeds should ensure that the human being within this human being has the most control, second, that he should take care of the many-headed beast as a farmer does his bee animals, feeding and domesticating the gentle heads and preventing the savage ones from growing, and, third, that he should make the lioness nature his ally, care for the community of all his parts, and bring them up in such a way that they will be friends with each other and with himself? Yes, that is exactly what someone who praises justice is saying. From every point of view, then, anyone who praises justice speaks truly. And anyone who praises injustice speaks falsely. Whether we look at the matter from the point of view of pleasure, good reputation, or advantage, a praiser of justice tells the truth, while one who condemns it has nothing sound to say and condemns without knowing what he is condemning. In my opinion, at least, he knows nothing about it. Then let us persuade him gently, for he isn't wrong of his own will, by asking him these questions. Should we say that this is the original basis for the conventions about what is any and what is shameful? Fine things are those that subordinate the beast-like parts of our nature to the human, or better, perhaps, to the divine. Shameful ones are those that enslave the gentle to the savage. Will he agree or what? He will, if he takes my advice. In light of this argument, can it protee anyone to acquire gold unjustly? If, by doing so, he enslaves the best part of himself to the most vicious? If he got the gold by enslaving his son or daughter to savage and evil men, it wouldn't protee him, no matter how much gold he got. How, then, could he fail to be wretched if he pitilessly enslaves the most divine part of himself to the most godless and polluted one and accepts golden gifts in return for a more terrible destruction than Erevali's when she took 590 the necklace in return for her husband's soul? 3. A much more terrible one, Glaucon said. I'll answer for him. And do you think that licentiousness has long been condemned for just these reasons, namely, that because of it, that terrible, large, and multiform beast is let loose more than it should be? Clearly. And arrant stubbornness and irritability condemned because they harmoniously increase and stretch the lion-like and snake-like part. B. 3. Erevali was bribed with a golden necklace by Polynices to persuade her husband, Amphiaraus, to join the seven against Thebes. He was killed. See Odyssey 11.326, 27. Pindar, Nemean 9.16 ff. 1198 Glaucon/Socrates. Certainly. An arrant luxury and softness condemned because the slackening and loosening of the same part produced cowardice in it. Of course. An arrant atrophy and slavishness condemned because they subject the spirited part to the mob-like beast, accustoming it from youth on to being insulted for the sake of the money needed to satisfy the beast's insatiable appetites, so that it becomes an ape instead of a lion? They certainly are. See. Why do you think that the condition of a manual worker is despised? Or is it for any other reason than that, when the best part is naturally weak in someone, it can rule the beasts within him but can only serve them and learn to adore them? Probably so. Therefore, to ensure that someone like that is ruled by something similar to what rules the best person, we say that he ought to be the slave of that best person who has a divine ruler within himself. It isn't to harm the slave that we say he must be ruled, which is what Thrasymachus thought to be true of all subjects, but because it is better for everyone to be ruled by divine reason, preferably within himself and his own, otherwise I'm posed from without, so that as far as possible all will be alike and friends, governed by the same thing. Yes, that's right. This is clearly the aim of the law, which is the ally of everyone. But it's also our aim in ruling our children. We don't allow them to be free until we establish a constitution in them, just as in a city, and by fostering their best part with our own, equip them with a guardian and ruler similar to our own to take our place. Then, and only then, we set them free. 591. Clearly so. Then how can we maintain or argue, Glaucon, that injustice, licentiousness, and doing shameful things are protable to anyone, since, even though he may acquire more money or other sort of power from them, they make him more vicious? There is no way we can. Or that to do injustice without being discovered and having to pay the penalty is protable? Doesn't the one who remains undiscovered become even more vicious, while the bestial part of the one who is discovered is calmed and tamed and his gentle part freed, so that his entire soul settles into its best nature, acquires moderation, justice, and reason, and attains a more valuable state than that of having any strong, healthy body? Since the soul itself is more valuable than the body, that is absolutely certain. Then one a person of understanding direct all his efforts to attaining that state of his soul. First, he'll value the studies that produce it and despise the others. Clearly so. Republic 9 1199. Second, he won't entrust the condition and nurture of his body to the irrational pleasure of the beast within or turn his life in that direction, but neither will he make health his aim or assign rst place to being strong, healthy, and beautiful, unless he happens to acquire moderation as a result. Rather, it's clear that he will always cultivate the harmony of his body for the sake of the consonants in his soul. D. He certainly will, if indeed he's to be truly trained in music and poetry. Will he also keep order and consonants in his acquisition of money, with that same end in view? Or, even though he isn't dazzled by the size of the majority into accepting their idea of blessed happiness, will he increase his wealth without limit and so have unlimited evils? Not in my view. Rather, he'll look to the constitution within him and guard against disturbing anything in it, either by too much money or too little. And, in this way, he'll direct both the increase and expenditure of his wealth, as far as he can. That's exactly what he'll do. And he'll look to the same thing where honors are concerned. He'll willingly share in and taste those that he believes will make him better. 592. But he'll avoid any public or private honor that might overthrow the established condition of his soul. If that's his chief concern, he won't be willing to take part in politics. Yes, by the dog, he certainly will, at least in his own kind of city. But he may not be willing to do so in his fatherland, unless some divine good luck chances to be his. I understand. You mean that he'll be willing to take part in the politics of the city we were founding and describing, the one that exists in theory? For I don't think it exists anywhere on earth. B. But perhaps, I said, there is a model of it in heaven, for anyone who wants to look at it and to make himself its citizen on the strength of what he sees. It makes no difference whether it is or ever will be somewhere. For he would take part in the practical affairs of that city and no other. Probably so, he said. Book X. Indeed, I said, our city has many features that assure me that we were 595. Entirely right in founding it as we did, and, when I say this, I'm especially thinking of poetry. What about it in particular? Glaucon said. That we didn't admit any that is imitative. Now that we have distinguished the separate parts of the soul, it is even clearer, I think, that such poetry should be altogether excluded. B. What do you mean? 1200 Socrates/Glaucon. Between ourselves, for you won't denounce me to the tragic poets or any of the other imitative ones. All such poetry is likely to distort the thought of anyone who hears it, unless he has the knowledge of what it is really like, as a drug to counteract it. What exactly do you have in mind in saying this? I'll tell you, even though the love and respect I've had for Homer since I was a child make me hesitate to speak, for he seems to have been the RST teacher and leader of all these anti-tragedians. all the same, no one is to be honored or valued more than the truth. So, as see, I say, it must be told. That is right. Listen then, or, rather, answer. Ask and I will. Could you tell me what imitation in general is? I don't entirely understand what sort of thing imitations are trying to be. Is it likely, then, that I'll understand? That wouldn't be so strange, for people with bad eyesight often see things before those whose eyesight is keener. 596. That is so, but even if something occurred to me, I wouldn't be eager to talk about it in front of you. So I'd rather that you did the looking. Do you want us to begin our examination, then, by adopting our usual procedure? As you know, we customarily hypothesize a single form in connection with each of the many things to which we apply the same name. Or don't you understand? I do. Then let us now take any of the manys you like. For example, there are many beds and tables. B. Of course. But there are only two forms of such furniture, one of the bed and one of the table. Yes. And don't we also customarily say that their makers look towards the appropriate form in making the beds or tables we use, and similarly in the other cases? Surely no craftsman makes the form itself. How could he? There is no way he could. Well, then, see what you call this craftsman? Which one? See. The one who makes all the things that all the other kinds of craftsmen severally make. That is a clever and wonderful fellow you were talking about. Wait a minute, and you'll have even more reason to say that, for this same craftsman is able to make, not only all kinds of furniture, but all plants that grow from the earth, all animals, including himself, the earth itself, the heavens, the gods, all the things in the heavens and in Hades, beneath the earth. He'd be amazingly clever. D. Republic X 1201. You don't believe me? Tell me, do you think that there is no way any craftsman could make all these things, or that in one way he could and in another he couldn't? Don't you see that there is a way in which you yourself could make all of them? What way is that? It isn't hard, you could do it quickly and in lots of places, especially if you were willing to carry a mirror with you, for that is the quickest way of all. With it you can quickly make the sun, the things in the heavens, the earth, yourself, the other animals, manufactured items, plants, everything else mentioned just now. Yes, I could make them appear, but I couldn't make the things themselves as they truly are. Well put. You've extracted the point that is crucial to the argument. I suppose that the painter too belongs to this class of makers, doesn't he? Of course. But I suppose you'll say that he doesn't truly make the things he makes. Yet, in a certain way, the painter does make a bed, doesn't he? Yes, he makes the appearance of one. What about the carpenter? Didn't you just say that he doesn't make the form which is our term for the being of a bed but only a bed? 597. Yes, I did say that. Now, if he doesn't make the being of a bed, he isn't making that which is, but something which is like that which is, but is not it? So, if someone were to say that the work of a carpenter or any other craftsman is completely that which is, wouldn't he risk saying what isn't true? That, at least, would be the opinion of those who busy themselves with arguments of this sort. Then let us not be surprised if the carpenter's bed, too, turns out to be a somewhat dark affair in comparison to the true one. All right. B. Then, do you want us to try to discover what an imitator is by reference to these same examples? I do, if you do. We get, then, these three kinds of beds. The RST is in nature a bed, and I suppose we say that a god makes it, or does someone else make it? No one else, I suppose. The second is the work of a carpenter. Yes. And the third is the one the painter makes. Isn't that so? It is. Then the painter, carpenter, and god correspond to three kinds of bed. Yes, three. Now, the god, either because he didn't want to or because it was necessary. Sorry for him not to do so, didn't he make more than one bed in nature, but see. Only one, the very one that is the being of a bed. Two or more of these have not been made by the god and never will be. 1202 Glaucon/Socrates. Why is that? Because, if he made only two, then again one would come to light whose form they in turn would both possess, and that would be the one that is the being of a bed and not the other two. That is right. The god knew this, I think, and wishing to be the real maker of the truly real bed and not just a maker of a bed, he made it to be one in nature. D. Probably so. Do you want us to call him its natural maker or something like that? It would be right to do so, at any rate, since he is by nature the maker of this and everything else. What about a carpenter? Isn't he the maker of a bed? Yes. And is a painter also a craftsman and maker of such things? Not at all. Then what do you think he does do to a bed? He imitates it. He is an imitator of what the others make. That, in my view, is the most reasonable thing to call him. He. All right. Then wouldn't you call someone whose product is therefrom the natural one an imitator? I most certainly would. Then this will also be true of a tragedian, if indeed he is an imitator. He is by nature therefrom a king and the truth, as are all other imitators. It looks that way. We agreed about imitators, then. Now, tell me this about a painter. Do you think he tries in each case to imitate the thing itself in nature or the works of craftsmen? 598. The works of craftsmen. As they are or as they appear. You must be clear about that. How do you mean? Like this. If you look at a bed from the side or the front or from anywhere else, is it a different bed each time? Or does it only appear different, without being at all different? And is that also the case with other things? That is the way it is, it appears different without being so. Then consider this very point. What does painting do in each case? Does it imitate that which is as it is, or does it imitate that which appears as it be? Appears. Is it an imitation of appearances or of truth? Of appearances. Then imitation is far removed from the truth, for it touches only a small part of each thing and the part that is itself only an image. And that, it seems, is why it can produce everything. For example, we say that a painter can paint a cobbler, a carpenter, or any other craftsman, even though he knows nothing about these crafts. Nevertheless, if he is a good painter, see, and displays his painting of a carpenter at a distance, he can deceive children and foolish people into thinking that it is truly a carpenter. Of course. Republic X 1203. Then this, I suppose, is what we must bear in mind in all these cases. Hence, whenever someone tells us that he has met a person who knows all the crafts as well as all the other things that anyone else knows and that his knowledge of any subject is more exact than any of theirs is, we must assume that we are talking to a simple-minded fellow who has apparently encountered some sort of magician or imitator and been deceived into thinking him omniscient, and that the reason he has been deceived is that he himself can distinguish between knowledge, igno, rants, and imitation. That is absolutely true. Then, we must consider tragedy and its leader, Homer. The reason is this: we hear some people say that poets know all crafts, all human affairs, concerned with virtue and vice, and all about the gods as well. They say that if a good poet produces any poetry, he must have knowledge of the things he writes about, or else he wouldn't be able to produce it at all. Hence, we have to look to see whether those who tell us this have encountered these imitators and have been so deceived by them that they don't realize that their works are at the third remove from that which is and are easily produced without knowledge of the truth, since they are only 599 images, not things that are, or whether there is something in what these people say, and good poets really do have knowledge of the things most people think they write so well about. We certainly must look into it. Do you think that someone who could make both the thing imitated and its image would allow himself to be serious about making images, and put this at the forefront of his life as the best thing to do? B. No, I don't. I suppose that, if he truly had knowledge of the things he imitates, he'd be much more serious about actions than about imitations of them, would try to leave behind many deeds as memorials to himself, and would be more eager to be the subject of a eulogy than the author of one. I suppose so, for these things certainly aren't equally valuable or equally beneficial either. Then let us not demand an account of any of these professions from Homer or the other poets. Let us not ask whether any of them is a doctor, rather than an imitator of what doctors say, or whether any poet of the sea, old or new school has made anyone healthy as Asclepius did, or whether he has left any students of medicine behind as Asclepius did his sons. And let us not ask them about the other crafts either. Let us pass over all that, but about the most important and most beautiful things of which Homer undertakes to speak: warfare, generalship, city government, and people's education. About these it is fair to question him, asking him this: Homer, if you were not there from the truth about virtue, the sort of craftsman of images that we denote an imitator to be, but if you were even second and capable of knowing what ways of life make people better in private or in public, then tell us which cities are better governed because of you, as 1204 Socrates/Glaucon. Sparta is because of Lycurgus, and as many others big and small are because of many other men. What city gives you credit for being a good lawgiver who beneated, as Italy and Sicily do to Charondas, and as we do to Solon? Who gives such credit to you? Will he be able to name one? I suppose not, for not even the Homerite one make that claim for him. Well, then, is any war in Homer's time remembered that was won because of his generalship and advice? 600. None. Or, as BTS a wise man, are many inventions and useful devices in the crafts or sciences attributed to Homer, as they are to Thales of Miletus, and Anacharsis the Scythian? 2. There is nothing of that kind at all. Then, if there is nothing of a public nature, are we told that, when Homer was alive, he was a leader in the education of certain people who took pleasure in associating with him in private, and that he passed on a Homeric way of life to those who came after him, just as Pythagoras did? Pythagoras B. is particularly loved for this, and even today his followers are conspicuous for what they call the Pythagorean way of life. Again, we read told nothing of this kind about Homer. If the stories about him are true, Socrates, his companion, Creophilus, 3 seems to have been an even more ridiculous example of education than his name suggests. For they tell us that while Homer was alive, Creophilus completely neglected him. See, they do tell us that. But, Glaucon, if Homer had really been able to educate people and make them better, if he'd known about these things, and not merely about how to imitate them, wouldn't he have had many companions and been loved and honored by them? Protagoras of Abdera, Prodicus of CEOs, and a great many others are able to convince anyone who associates with them in private that he wouldn't be able to manage his household or city unless they themselves supervise his education, and they are so intensely loved because of this wisdom of theirs that their disciples do everything but carry them around on their shoulders. So do you suppose that, if Homer had been able to beneath people and make them more virtuous, his companions would have allowed either him or Hesiod to wander around as rhapsodes? Instead, wouldn't they have clung? One the Homerite were the rhapsodes and poets who recited and expounded Homer throughout the Greek world. 2 Thales of Miletus is the RST philosopher we know of in ancient Greece. He is said to have predicted the solar eclipse of 585 BC, and Anacharsis, who lived around 600 BC, is credited with beginning Greek geometry and with being able to calculate the distance of ships at sea. 3 Creophilus is said to have been an epic poet from Chios. His name comes from 2 words meaning meat and race or kind. A modern equivalent would be meathead. 4 Protagoras and Prodicus were 2 of the most famous FTH century sophists. Republic X 1205. Tied her to them and to gold and compelled them to live with them in their homes, or, if they failed to persuade them to do so, wouldn't they have followed them wherever they went until they had received sufficient edue cation? It seems to me, Socrates, that what you say is entirely true. Then shall we conclude that all poetic imitators, beginning with Homer, imitate images of virtue and all the other things they write about and have no grasp of the truth? As we were saying just now, a painter, though he knows nothing about cobblery, can make what seems to be a cobbler do. Those who know as little about it as he does and who judge things by their 601 colors and shapes. That is right. And in the same way, I suppose we'll say that a poetic imitator uses words and phrases to paint colored pictures of each of the crafts. He himself knows nothing about them, but he imitates them in such a way that others, as ignorant as he, who judge by words, will think he speaks extremely well about cobblery or generalship or anything else whatever, provided so great is the natural charm of these things that he speaks with meter, rhythm, and harmony. For if you strip a poet's works of their musical colorings and take them by themselves, I think you know what they look like. You've surely seen them. I certainly have. Don't they resemble the faces of young boys who are neither Andy nor beautiful after the bloom of youth has left them? Absolutely. Now, consider this. We say that a maker of an image, an imitator, knows nothing about that which is but only about its appearance. Isn't. That's so. See. Yes. Then let us not leave the discussion of this point halfway, but examine it fully. Go ahead. Don't we say that a painter paints reins and a mouthbit? Yes. And that a cobbler and a metal worker makes them? Of course. Then, does a painter know how the reins and mouthbit have to be? Or is it the case that even a cobbler and metal worker who make them don't know this, but only someone who knows how to use them, namely, a horseman? That is absolutely true. And one we say that the same holds for everything. What? That for each thing there are these 3 crafts, one that uses it, one that makes it, and one that imitates it? Yes. 1206 Socrates/Glaucon. Then aren't the virtue or excellence, the beauty and correctness of each Manufactured item, living creature, and action related to nothing but the use for which each is made or naturally adapted. They are. It is wholly necessary, therefore, that a user of each thing has most experience of it and that he tell a maker which of his products performs well or badly in actual use. A ute player, for example, tells a ute maker about the utes that respond well in actual playing and prescribes what kind of utes he is to make, while the maker follows his instructions. Of course. Then doesn't he the one who knows give instructions about good and bad utes, and doesn't he the other rely on him in making them? Yes. Therefore, a maker through associating with and having to listen to the one who knows has right opinion about whether something he makes is any or bad, but the one who knows is the user. 602. That's right. Does an imitator have knowledge of whether the things he makes are any or right through having made use of them, or does he have right opinion about them through having to consort with the one who knows and being told how he is to paint them? Neither. Therefore an imitator has neither knowledge nor right opinion about whether the things he makes are any or bad. Apparently not. Then a poetic imitator is an accomplished fellow when it comes to wisdom about the subjects of his poetry. Hardly. Nonetheless, he'll go on imitating, even though he doesn't know the good or bad qualities of anything, but what he'll imitate, it seems, is what appears any or beautiful to the majority of people who know nothing. B. Of course. It seems, then, that we fairly well agreed that an imitator has no worthwhile knowledge of the things he imitates, that imitation is a kind of game and not something to be taken seriously, and that all the tragic poets, whether they write in iambics or hexameters, are as imitative as they could possibly be. That's right. Then is this kind of imitation concerned with something that is third from the truth, or what? Yes, it is. And on which of a person's parts does it exert its power? What do you mean? This, something looked at from close at hand doesn't seem to be the same size as it does when it is looked at from a distance. No, it doesn't. Republic X 1207. And something looks crooked when seen in water and straight when seen out of it, while something else looks both concave and convex because our eyes are deceived by its colors, and every other similar sort of confusion is clearly present in our soul. And it is because they exploit this weakness in our nature that trompe l'oeil painting, conjuring, and other forms of trickery have powers that are little short of magical. That is true. And Dante measuring, counting, and weighing give us most welcome assistance in these cases, so that we aren't ruled by something as looking bigger, smaller, more numerous, or heavier, but by calculation, measure, meant, or weighing. Of course. And calculating, measuring, and weighing are the work of the rational part of the soul. They are. But when this part has measured and has indicated that some things are larger or smaller or the same size as others, the opposite appears to it. At the same time. Yes. And didn't we say that it is impossible for the same thing to believe opposites about the same thing at the same time? 5. We did, and we were right to say it. Then the part of the soul that forms a belief contrary to the measurements couldn't he be the same as the part that believes in accord with them? 603. No, it couldn't he. Now, the part that puts its trust in measurement and calculation is the best part of the soul. Of course. Therefore, the part that opposes it is one of the inferior parts in us. Necessarily. This, then, is what I wanted to get agreement about when I said that painting and imitation as a whole produce work that is far from the truth. Namely, that imitation really consorts with a part of us that is far from reason, and the result of their being friends and companions is neither sound nor true. B. That is absolutely right. Then imitation is an inferior thing that consorts with another inferior thing to produce an inferior offspring. So it seems. Does this apply only to the imitations we see, or does it also apply to the ones we hear, the ones we call poetry? It probably applies to poetry as well. However, we mustn't rely solely on a mere probability based on the analogy with painting. Instead, we must go directly to the part of our 5C436b, c. 1208 Socrates/Lacan. Thought with which poetic imitations consort and see whether it is inferior or something to be taken seriously. See. Yes, we must. Then let us say about it as follows. We say that imitative poetry imitates human beings acting voluntarily or under compulsion, who believe that, as a result of these actions, they are doing either well or badly and who experience either pleasure or pain in all this. Does it imitate anything apart from this? Nothing. Then is a person of one mind in all these circumstances? Or, just as he was at war with himself in matters of sight and held opposite beliefs about the same thing at the same time, does he also GHT with himself and engaged in civil war with himself in matters of action? But there is really no need for us to reach agreement on this question now, for I remember that we already came to an adequate conclusion about all these things in our earlier arguments, when we said that our soul is full of a myriad of such oppositions at the same time. 6. And rightly so. It was right, but I think we omitted some things then that we must now discuss. What are they? We also mentioned somewhere before 7 that, if a decent man happens to lose his son or some other prized possession, he'll bear it more easily than the other sorts of people. Certainly. But now let us consider this. Will he not grieve at all, or, if that is impossible, will he be somehow measured in his response to pain? The latter is closer to the truth. Now, tell me this about him, will he GHT his pain and put up more resistance to it when his equals can see him or when he is alone by himself? 604. In solitude, he'll GHT it far more when he is being seen. But when he is alone I suppose he'll venture to say and do lots of things that he'd be ashamed to be heard saying or seen doing. That is right. And isn't it reason and law that tells him to resist his pain, while his experience of it tells him to give in? B. True. And when there are two opposite inclinations in a person in relation to the same thing at the same time, we say that he must also have two parts. Of course. 6439 CFF. 7C387D, E. Republic X 1209. ISNT one part ready to obey the law wherever it leads him. How so? The law says, doesn't it, that it is best to keep as quiet as possible in misfortunes and not get excited about them. First, it isn't clear whether such things will turn out to be good or bad in the end. Second, it doesn't make the future any better to take them hard. Third, human affairs aren't worth taking very seriously, and, Nelly, grief prevents the very thing we most need in such circumstances from coming into play as quickly as possible. What are you referring to? Deliberation. We must accept what has happened as we would the fall of the dice, and then arrange our affairs in whatever way reason determines to be best. We must hug the hurt part and spend our time weeping and wailing like children when they trip. Instead, we should always accustom our souls to turn as quickly as possible to healing the disease and putting The disaster right, replacing lamentation with cure. D. That would be the best way to deal with misfortune, at any rate. Accordingly, we say that it is the best part of us that is willing to follow this rational calculation. Clearly. Then 1t we also say that the part that leads us to dwell on our misfortunes and to lamentation, and that can never get enough of these things, is irrational, idle, and a friend of cowardice. We certainly will. Now, this excitable character admits of many multicolored imitations. But a rational and quiet character, which always remains pretty well the same, is neither easy to imitate nor easy to understand when imitated. Especially not by a crowd consisting of all sorts of people gathered together at a theater festival, for the experience being imitated is alien to them. Absolutely. 605. Clearly, then, an imitative poet isn't by nature related to the part of the soul that rules in such a character, and, if he has to attain a good reputation with the majority of people, his cleverness isn't directed to pleasing it. Instead, he has related to the excitable and multicolored character, since it is easy to imitate. Clearly. Therefore, we'd be right to take him and put him beside a painter as his counterpart. Like a painter, he produces work that is inferior with respect to truth and that appeals to a part of the soul that is similarly inferior rather than to the best part. So we were right not to admit him into a city that is to be well governed, for he arouses, nourishes, and strengthens this part of the soul and so destroys the rational one, in just the way that someone destroys the better sort of citizens when he strengthens the vicious ones and surrenders the city to them. Similarly, we'll say that an imitative poet puts a bad constitution in the soul of each individual. 1210 Socrates/Lacan. By making images that are far removed from the truth and by gratifying the irrational part, which cannot distinguish the large and the small but believes that the same things are large at one time and small at another. That's right. However, we haven't yet brought the most serious charge against imitation, namely, that with a few rare exceptions it is able to corrupt even decent people, for that is surely an altogether terrible thing. It certainly is, if indeed it can do that. Listen, then, and consider whether it can or not. When even the best of us hear Homer or some other tragedian imitating one of the heroes' sorrow, and making a long lamenting speech or singing and beating his breast, you know that we enjoy it, give ourselves up to following it, sympathize with the hero, take his suffering seriously, and praise as a good poet the one who affects us most in this way. Of course we do. But when one of us suffers a private loss, you realize that the opposite happens. We pride ourselves if we are able to keep quiet and master our grief, for we think that this is the manly thing to do and that the behavior we praise before is womanish. I do realize that. Then are we right to praise it? Is it right to look at someone behaving in a way that we would consider unworthy and shameful and to enjoy and praise it rather than being disgusted by it? No, by God, that doesn't seem reasonable. No, at least not if you look at it in the following way. 606. How? If your RST, that the part of the soul that is forcibly controlled in our private misfortunes and that hungers for the satisfaction of weeping and wailing, because it desires these things by nature, is the very part that receives satisfaction and enjoyment from poets, and, second, that the part of ourselves that is best by nature, since it hasn't been adequately educated, either by reason or habit, relaxes its guard over the lamenting part when it is watching the sufferings of somebody else. The reason it does so is this: it thinks that there is no shame involved for it in praising and pitying another man who, in spite of its claim to goodness, grieves excessively. Indeed, it thinks that there is a denied gain involved in doing so, namely, pleasure. And it wouldn't want to be deprived of that by despising the whole poem. I suppose that only if you are able to grow out that enjoyment of other people as sufferings is necessarily transferred to our own, and that the pitying part, if it is nourished and strengthened on the sufferings of others, won't be easily held in check when we ourselves suffer. That's very true. See. And doesn't the same argument apply to what provokes laughter? If there are any jokes that you yourself would be ashamed to tell but that you very much enjoy hearing and don't detest as something evil in comic plays or in private, aren't you doing the same thing as in the case of what? Republic X 1211. Provokes pity. The part of you that wanted to tell the jokes and that was held back by your reason, for fear of being thought a buffoon, you then release, not realizing that, by making it strong in this way, you will be led into becoming a guru of fun where your own affairs are concerned. Yes, indeed. And in the case of sex, anger, and all the desires, pleasures, and pains that we say accompany all our actions, poetic imitation has the very same effect on us. It nurtures and waters them and establishes them as rulers in us when they ought to wither and be ruled, for that way we'll become better and happier rather than worse and more wretched. I can disagree with you. And so, Glaucon, when you happen to meet those who praise Homer, and say that he is the poet who educated Greece, that it is worth taking up his works in order to learn how to manage and educate people, and that one should arrange one's whole life in accordance with his teachings, you should welcome these people and treat them as friends, since they are as good as they were capable of being, and you should agree that Homer is the 607 most poetic of the tragedians and the RST among them. But you should also know that hymns to the gods and eulogies to good people are the only poetry we can admit into our city. If you admit the pleasure-giving muse, whether in lyric or epic poetry, pleasure and pain will be kings in your city instead of law or the thing that everyone has always believed to be best, namely, reason. That is absolutely true. Then let this be our defense now that we return to the topic of poetry that, in view of its nature, we had reason to banish it from the city earlier, for our argument compelled us to do so. But in case we are charged with a certain harshness and lack of sophistication, let us also tell poetry that there is an ancient quarrel between it and philosophy, which is evidenced by such expressions as the dog yelping and shrieking at its master, great in the empty eloquence of fools, the mob of wise men that has mastered Zeus, 8 and the subtle thinkers, beggars all. Nonetheless, if the poetry that aims at pleasure and imitation has any argument to bring forward that proves it ought to have a place in a well-governed city, we at least would be glad to admit it, for we are well aware of the charm it exercises. But, be that as it may, to betray what one believes to be the truth is impious. What about you, Glaucon? Don't you feel the charm of the pleasure-giving muse, especially when you study her through the eyes of Homer? D. Very much so. Therefore, isn't just that such poetry should return from exile when it has successfully defended itself, whether in lyric or any other meter? Certainly. 8. Reading Deisiphon in C1. 1212 Socrates/Glaucon. Then we'll allow its defenders, who aren't poets themselves but lovers of poetry, to speak in prose on its behalf and to show that it not only gives pleasure but is beneficial both to constitutions and to human life. Indeed, We listen to them graciously, for we certainly proti if poetry were shown to be not only pleasant but also beneficial. How could we fail to proti? However, if such a defense isn't made, we behave like people who have fallen in love with someone but who force themselves to stay away from him, because they realize that their passion isn't beneficial. In the same way, because the love of this sort of poetry has been implanted in us by the upbringing we have received under our constitutions, we are well disposed to any proof that it is the best and truest thing. But if it isn't able to produce such a defense, then, whenever we listen to it, we 608 repeat the argument we have just now put forward like an incantation so as to preserve ourselves from slipping back into that childish passion for poetry which the majority of people have. And we go on chanting that such poetry is not to be taken seriously or treated as a serious undertaking, with some kind of hold on the truth, but that anyone who is anxious about the constitution within him must be careful when he hears it and must continue to believe what we have said about it. B. I completely agree. Yes, for the struggle to be good rather than bad is important, Glaucon. Much more important than people think. Therefore, we must not be tempted by honor, money, rule, or even poetry into neglecting justice and the rest of virtue. After what we've said, I agree with you, and so, I think, would any one else. And yet we haven't discussed the greatest rewards and prizes that have been proposed for virtue. They must be inconceivably great, if they were greater than those you've already mentioned. Could anything really great come to pass in a short time? And isn't the time from childhood to old age short when compared to the whole of time? It's a mere nothing. Well, do you think that an immortal thing should be seriously concerned with that short period rather than with the whole of time? D. I suppose not, but what exactly do you mean by this? Haven't you realized that our soul is immortal and never destroyed? He looked at me with wonder and said, no, by God, I haven't. Are you really in a position to assert that? I'd be wrong not to, I said, and so would you, for it isn't difficult. It is for me, so I'd be glad to hear from you what's not difficult about it. Listen, then. Just speak, and I will. Do you talk about good and bad? I do. Republic X 1213. And do you think about them the same way I do? E. What way is that? The bad is what destroys and corrupts, and the good is what preserves. And Bani TS. I do. And do you say that there is a good and a bad for everything? For example, ophthalmia for the eyes, sickness for the whole body, blight for grain, rot for wood, rust for iron or bronze. In other words, is there, as I 609 say, a natural badness and sickness for pretty well everything? There is. And when one of these attaches itself to something, doesn't it make the thing in question bad, and in the end, doesn't it disintegrate it and destroy it wholly? Of course. Therefore, the evil that is natural to each thing and the bad that is peculiar to it destroy it. However, if they don't destroy it, nothing else will, for the good would never destroy anything, nor would anything, neither good nor bad. B. How could they? Then, if we discover something that has an evil that makes it bad but isn't able to disintegrate and destroy it, can't we infer that it is naturally incapable of being destroyed? Probably so. Well, what about the soul? Isn't there something that makes it bad? Certainly, all the things we were mentioning, injustice, licentiousness, cowardice, and lack of learning. See. Does any of these disintegrate and destroy the soul? Keep your wits about you, and let us not be deceived into thinking that, when an unjust and foolish person is caught, he has been destroyed by injustice, which is evil in a soul. Let us think about it this way instead, just as the body is worn out, destroyed, and brought to the point where it is a body no longer. By disease, which is evil in the body, so all the things we mentioned just now reach the point at which they cease to be what they are through their own peculiar evil, which attaches itself to them and is present in them. Isn't that so? D. Yes. Then look at the soul in the same way. Do injustice and the other vices that exist in a soul by their very presence in it and by attaching themselves to it corrupt it and make it waste away until, having brought it to the point of death, they separate it from the body. That is not at all what they do. But surely it is unreasonable to suppose that a thing is destroyed by the badness proper to something else when it is not destroyed by its own. That is unreasonable. Keep in mind, Glaucon, that we don't think that a body is destroyed by the badness of food, whether it is staleness, rottenness, or anything. 1214 Socrates/Glaucon. Else. But if the badness of the food happens to implant in the body an evil proper to a body, we say that the body was destroyed by its own evil, namely, disease. But, since the body is one thing and food another, we never judge that the body is destroyed by the badness of food, unless it 610 implants in it the body's own natural and peculiar evil. That is absolutely right. By the same argument, if the body as evil doesn't cause an evil in the soul that is proper to the soul, we never judge that the soul, in the absence of its own peculiar evil, is destroyed by the evil of something else. We never accept that anything is destroyed by an evil proper to something else. That is also reasonable. Then let us either refute our argument and show that we were wrong. Or, as long as it remains unrefuted, let us never say that the soul is destroyed by a fever or any other disease or by killing either, for that matter, not even if the body is cut up into tiny pieces. We must say that the soul is even close to being destroyed by these things until someone shows us that these conditions of the body make the soul more unjust and more impious. When something has the evil proper to something else in it, but its own peculiar evil is absent, we won't allow anyone to say that it is destroyed, no matter whether it is a soul or anything else whatever. See. And you may be sure that no one will ever prove that the souls of the dying are made more unjust by death. But if anyone dares to come to grips with our argument, in order to avoid having to agree that our souls are immortal, and says that a dying man does become more vicious and unjust, we reply that, if what he says is true, then injustice must be as deadly to unjust people as a disease. And those who catch it must die of it because of its own deadly nature, d. With the worst cases dying quickly and the less serious dying more slowly. As things now stand, however, it isn't like that at all. Unjust people do indeed die of injustice, but at the hands of others who ICT the death penalty on them. By God, if injustice were actually fatal to those who contracted it wouldn't seem so terrible, for it would be an escape from their troubles. But I rather think that it is clearly the opposite, something that kills other people if it can, while, on top of making the unjust themselves lively, it even brings them out at night. Hence it is very far from being deadly to its possessors. You were right, for if the soul has own evil and badness isn't enough to kill and destroy it, an evil appointed for the destruction of something else will hardly kill it. Indeed, it won't kill anything at all except the very thing it is appointed to destroy. Hardly is right, or so it seems. Now, if the soul isn't destroyed by a single evil, whether its own or something else s, then clearly it must always be. And if it always is, it is immortal. 611. Republic X 1215. Necessarily so. So be it. And if it is so, then you realize that there would always be the same souls, for they couldn't be made fewer if none is destroyed, and they couldn't be made more numerous either. If anything immortal is increased, you know that the increase would have to come from the mortal, and then everything would end up being immortal. That is true. Then we must not think such a thing, for the argument doesn't allow it. Nor must we think that the soul in its truest nature is full of multicolored variety and unlikeness, or that it differs with itself. B. What do you mean? It isn't easy for anything composed of many parts to be immortal if it isn't put together in the nest way, yet this is how the soul now appeared to us. It probably isn't easy. Yet our recent argument and others as well compel us to believe that the soul is immortal. But to see the soul as it is in truth, we must not study it as it is while it is maimed by its association with the body and other evils, which is what we were doing earlier, but as it is in its pure state. See. That is how we should study the soul, thoroughly and by means of logical reasoning. We then and that it is a much a thing than we thought, and that we can see justice and injustice as well as all the other things. We discussed far more clearly. What we said about the soul is true of it as it appears at present. But the condition in which we studied it is like that of the sea god Glaucus, whose primary nature can easily be made out by those who catch glimpses of him. Some of the original parts have been broken off, others have been crushed, and his whole body has been maimed by the waves and by the shells, seaweeds, and stones that have attached themselves to him, so that he looks more like a wild animal than his natural self. The soul, too, is in a similar condition when we study it, beset by many evils. That, Glaucon, is why we have to look somewhere else in order to discover its true nature. To where? To its philosophy, or love of wisdom. We must realize what it grasps and longs to have intercourse with, because it is akin to the divine and immortal and what always is, and we must realize what it would become if it followed this longing with its whole being, and if the resulting effort lifted it out of the sea in which it now dwells, and if the many stones and 612 shells, those which have grown all over it in a wild, earthy, and stony profusion because it feasts at those so-called happy feastings on earth, were hammered off it, then we see what its true nature is and be able to determine whether it has many parts or just one, and whether or in what manner it is put together. But we've already given a decent account, I think, of what its condition is and what parts it has when it is immersed in human life. We certainly have. 1216 Socrates/Glaucon. And haven't we cleared away the various other objections to our argument without having to invoke the rewards and reputations of justice, as you said Homer and Hesiod did? 9. And haven't we found that justice itself is the best thing for the soul itself, and that the soul, whether it has the ring of Gyges or even it together with the cap of Hades 10, should do just things? We have. That is absolutely true. Then can there now be any objection, Glaucon, if in addition we return to justice and the rest of virtue, both the kind and quantity of wages that they obtain for the soul from human beings and gods, whether in this life see or the next? None whatever. Then will you give me back what you borrowed from me during the discussion? What are you referring to in particular? I granted your request that a just person should seem unjust and an unjust one just, for you said that, even if it would be impossible for these things to remain hidden from both gods and humans, still, this had to be granted for the sake of argument, so that justice itself could be judged in relation to injustice itself. Don't you remember that? D. It would be wrong of me not to. Well, then, since they've now been judged, I ask that the reputation justice in fact has among gods and humans be returned to it, and that we agree that it does indeed have such a reputation and is entitled to carry off the prizes it gains for someone by making him seem just. It is already clear that it gives good things to anyone who is just, and that it doesn't deceive those who really possess it. That is a fair request. Then 1 grant that it doesn't escape the notice of the gods. At least as to which of the two is just and which isn't. We will. Then if neither of them escapes the gods' notice, one would be loved by the gods and the other hated, as we agreed at the beginning. That is right. And 1 we also agree that everything that comes to someone who is loved by gods, insofar as it comes from the gods themselves, is the best possible, unless it is the inevitable punishment for some mistake he made. 613. In a former life? Certainly. Then we must suppose that the same is true of a just person who falls into poverty or disease or some other apparent evil, namely, that this will 9c 357, 367a. 10. The ring of Gyges is discussed at 359d, 368. The cap of Hades also made its wearer invisible. Republic X 1217. And well for him, either during his lifetime or afterwards, for the gods never neglect anyone who eagerly wishes to become just and who makes himself as much like a god as a human can by adopting a virtuous way of life. B. It makes sense that such a person not be neglected by anyone who is like him. And mustn't we suppose that the opposite is true of an unjust person? Deniedly. Then these are some of the prizes that a just person, but not an unjust one, receives from the gods. That is certainly my opinion. What about from human beings? What does a just person get from them? Or, if we read to tell the truth, isn't this what happens? Aren't clever but unjust people like runners who run well for the RST part of the course, but not for the second? They leap away sharply at RST, but they become ridiculous by the end and go off uncrowned, with their ears drooping on their shoulders like those of exhausted dogs, while true runners, on the other hand, get to the end, collect the prizes, and are crowned. And isn't it also generally true of just people that, towards the end of each course of action, association, or life, they enjoy a good reputation and collect the prizes from other human beings? Of course. Then will you allow me to say all the things about them that you yourself said about unjust people? I'll say that it is just people who, when they old enough, rule in their own cities, if they happen to want ruling of C, D. And that it is they who marry whomever they want and give their children in marriage to whomever they want. Indeed, all the things that you said about unjust people I now say about just ones. As for unjust people, the majority of them, even if they escape detection when they were young, are caught by the end of the race and are ridiculed. And by the time they get old, they become wretched, for they are insulted by foreigners and citizens, beaten with whips, and made to suffer those punishments, such as racking and burning, which you rightly described as crude. Imagine that I've said that they suffer all such things, and see whether you will allow Me to say it? Of course I will. What you say is right. Then these are the prizes, wages, and gifts that a just person receives from gods and humans while he is alive, and that are added to the good things that justice itself provides. 614. Yes, and they re very any and secure ones too. Yet they re nothing in either number or size compared to those that await just and unjust people after death. And these things must also be heard, if both are to receive in full what they are owed by the argument. Then tell us about them, for there aren't many things that would be more pleasant to hear. B. 1218 Socrates/Lacan. It isn't, however, a tale of Alcinous that I'll tell you, but that of a brave Pamphylian man called the son of Armenius, who once died in a war. 11. When the rest of the dead were picked up 10 days later, they were already putrefying, but when he was picked up, his corpse was still quite fresh. He was taken home, and preparations were made for his funeral. But on the 12th day, when he was already laid on the funeral pyre, he revived. And, having done so, told what he had seen in the world beyond. He said that, after his soul had left him, it traveled together with many others, until they came to a marvelous place, where there were two adjacent sea openings in the earth, and opposite and above them two others in the heavens, and between them judges sat. These, having rendered their judgment, ordered the just to go upwards into the heavens through the door on the right, with signs of the judgment attached to their chests, and the unjust to travel downward through the opening on the left, with signs of all their deeds on their backs. When himself came forward, they told him that he was to be a messenger to human beings about the things that were there, and that he was to listen to and look at everything in the place. He said that he saw souls departing after judgment through one of the openings in the heavens and one in the earth, while through the other two souls were arriving. From the door in the earth souls came up covered with dust and dirt, and from the door in the heavens souls came down pure. And the souls who were arriving all the time seemed to have been on long journeys, so that they went gladly to the meadow, like a crowd going to a festival, and camped there. Those who knew each other exchanged greetings, and those who come up from the earth asked those who came down from the heavens about the things there, and were in turn questioned by them about the things below. And so they told their stories to one another, the former weeping as they recalled all they had suffered 615, and seen on their journey below the earth, which lasted 1,000 years, while the latter, who had come from heaven, told about how well they had fared and about the inconceivably any and beautiful sights they had seen. There was much to tell, Glaucon, and it took a long time, but the main point was this: for each in turn of the unjust things they had done, and for each in turn of the people they had wronged, they paid the penalty 10 times over, once in every century of their journey. Since a century is roughly the length of a human life, this means that they paid a tenfold penalty for each injustice. If, for example, some of them had caused many deaths by betraying cities or armies and reducing them to slavery, or by participating in other wrongdoing, they had to suffer 10 times the pain they had caused to each individual. But if they had done good deeds and had become just and pious, they were rewarded according to the same scale. He said some other things about the stillborn and those who had lived for only a short time, but they were not worth recounting. And he also 11 books 9, 11 of the Odyssey were traditionally referred to as the Tales of Alcinous. Republic X 1219 spoke of even greater rewards or penalties for piety or impiety towards gods or parents, and for murder with one's own hands. For example, he said he was there when someone asked another where the great Ardiaeus was. This Ardiaeus was said to have been tyrant in some city in Pamphylia 1,000 years before, and to have killed his aged father and older brother, and committed many other impious deeds as well. And he said that the one who was asked responded, he hasn't arrived here yet and never will, for this too was one of the terrible sights we saw. When we came near the opening on our way out, after all our sufferings were over, we suddenly saw him together with some others, pretty well all of whom were tyrants, although there were also some private individuals among them who had committed great crimes. They thought that they were ready to go up, but the opening wouldn't let them through, for it roared whenever one of these incurably wicked people or anyone else who hadn't paid a sufficient penalty tried to go up. And there were savage men, all airy to look at, who were standing by, and when they heard the roar, they grabbed some of these criminals and led them away, but they bound the feet, hands, and head of Ardiaeus and the others, threw them down, and tied them. Then they dragged them out of the 616 way, lacerating them on thorn bushes, and telling every passerby that they were to be thrown into Tartarus, and explaining why they were being treated in this way. And he said that of their many fears the greatest each one of them had was that the roar would be heard as he came up, and that everyone was immensely relieved when silence greeted him. Such, then, were the penalties and punishments and the rewards corresponding to them. B. Each group spent 7 days in the meadow, and on the 8th they had to get up and go on a journey. On the 4th day of that journey, they came to a place where they could look down from above on a straight column of light that stretched over the whole of heaven and earth, more like a rainbow than anything else, but brighter and more pure. After another day, they came to the light itself, and there, in the middle of the light, they saw the extremities of its bonds stretching from the heavens. For the light binds the heavens like the cables girding a trireme and holds its entire revolution together. From the extremities hangs the spindle of necessity, by means of which all the revolutions are turned. Its stem and hook are of adamant, whereas in its whirl 12 adamant is mixed with other kinds of material. The nature of the whirl was this: its shape was like that of an ordinary whirl, but, from what said, we must understand its structure as follows. It was as if one big whirl had been made hollow by being thoroughly scooped out, with another smaller whirl closely fitted into it, like nested boxes, and there was a third whirl inside the second, and so on, making 8 whirls altogether, lying inside one another, with their rims appearing as circles from above, while from the back they formed 12. A whirl is the weight that twirls a spindle. 1220 Socrates. One continuous whirl around the stem, which was driven through the center of the 8th. The RST or outside whirl had the widest circular rim. That of the 6th was second in width, the 4th was third, the 8th was 4th, the 7th was FTH, the FTH was 6th, the 3rd was 7th, and the 2nd was 8th. The rim of the largest was spangled, that of the 7th was brightest, that of the 8th took its color from the 7th S617. Shining on it, the 2nd and FTH were about equal in brightness, more yellow than the others, the 3rd was the whitest in color, the 4th was rather red, and the 6th was second in whiteness. The whole spindle turned at the same speed, but, as it turned, the inner circles gently revolved in a direction opposite to that of the whole of the whirls themselves. The 8th was the fastest, second came the 7th, 6th, and FTH, all at the same speed. It seemed to them that the 4th was third in its speed of Revolution, the fourth, third, and the second, FTH. The spindle itself turned. On the lap of necessity. And up above on each of the rims of the circles stood a siren, who accompanied its revolution, uttering a single sound. One single note. And the concord of the 8 notes produced a single harmony. And there were 3 other beings sitting at equal distances from one another, each on a throne. These were the Fates, the daughters of necessity, Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos. They were dressed in white, with garlands on their heads, and they sang to the music of the sirens. Lachesis sang of the past, Clotho of the present, and Atropos of the future. With her right hand, Clotho touched the outer circumference of the spindle and helped it turn, but left off doing so from time to time. Atropos did the same to the inner ones, and Lachesis helped both motions in turn, one with one hand and one with the other. When the souls arrived at the light, they had to go to Lachesis right away. There a speaker arranged them in order, took from the lap of Lachesis a number of lots and a number of models of lives, mounted a high pulpit, and spoke to them. Here is the message of Lachesis, the maiden daughter of necessity, ephemeral souls. This is the beginning of another cycle that will end in death. Your daemon or guardian spirit will not be assigned to you by lot, you will choose him. The one who has the RST lot will be the RST to choose a life to which he will then be bound by necessity. Virgin knows no master, each will possess it to a greater or less degree, depending on whether he values or disdains it. The responsibility lies with the one who makes the choice, the god has none. When he had said this, the speaker threw the lots among all of them, and each, with the exception of Er, who wasn't he allowed to choose, picked up the one that fell next to him. And the lot made it clear to the one who picked it up where in the order he would get to make his choice. After that, the models of lives were placed on the ground before them. There were far more of them than there were souls present, and they were of all kinds, 618. For the lives of animals were there, as well as all kinds of human lives. There were tyrannies among them, some of which lasted throughout life, while others ended halfway through in poverty, exile, and beggary. There, Republic X 1221, were lives of famous men, some of whom were famous for the beauty of their appearance, others for their strength or athletic prowess, others still for their high birth and the virtue or excellence of their ancestors. And there were also lives of men who weren't famous for any of these things. And the same for lives of women. But the arrangement of the soul was not included in the model because the soul is inevitably altered by the different lives it chooses. But all the other things were there, mixed with each other and with wealth, poverty, sickness, health, and the states mediate to them. Now, it seems that it is here, Glaucon, that a human being faces the greatest danger of all. And because of this, each of us must neglect all other subjects and be most concerned to seek out and learn those that will enable him to distinguish the good life from the bad and always to make the best choice possible in every situation. He should think over all the things we have mentioned and how they jointly and severally determine what the virtuous life is like. That way he will know what the good and bad effects of beauty are when it is mixed with wealth, poverty, and a particular state of the soul. He will know the effects of high or low birth, private life or ruling of physical strength or weakness, ease or difficulty in learning, and all the things that are either naturally part of the soul or are acquired, and he will know what they achieve when mixed with one another. And from all this he will be able, by considering the nature of the soul, to reason out which life is better and which worse and to choose accordingly, calling a life worse if it leads the soul to become more unjust, better if it leads the soul to become more just, and ignoring everything else. We have seen that this is the best way to choose, whether in life or death. Hence, we must go down to Hades holding with adamantine determination to the belief that this is so, lest we be dazzled thereby. Wealth and other such evils, rush into a tyranny or some other similar 619 course of action, do irreparable evils, and suffer even worse ones. And we must always know how to choose the mean in such lives and how to avoid either of the extremes, as far as possible, both in this life and in all those beyond it. This is the way that a human being becomes happiest. Then our messenger from the other world reported that the speaker spoke as follows: there is a satisfactory life rather than a bad one available, even for the one who comes last, provided that he chooses it rationally and lives it seriously. Therefore, let not the RST be careless in his choice, nor the last discouraged. He said that when the speaker had told them this, the one who came up RST chose the greatest tyranny. In his folly and greed he chose it without adequate examination, and didn't he notice that, among other evils, he was fated to eat his own children as a part of it. When he examined at leisure the life he had chosen, however, he beat his breast and bemoaned his choice. And, ignoring the warning of the speaker, he blamed chance, demons, or guardian spirits, and everything else for these evils but himself. He was one of those who had come down from heaven, having lived 1222 Socrates, his previous life under an orderly constitution, where he had participated in virtue through habit and without philosophy. Broadly speaking, indeed, most of those who were caught out in this way were souls who had come down from heaven and who were untrained in suffering as a result. The majority of those who had come up from the earth, on the other hand, having suffered themselves and seen others suffer, were in no rush to make their choices. Because of this and because of the chance of the lottery, there was an interchange of goods and evils for most of the souls. However, if someone pursues philosophy in a sound manner when he comes to live here on earth, and if the lottery doesn't make him one of the last to choose, then, given what has reported about the next world, it looks as though not only will he be happy here, but his journey from here to there and back again won't be along a rough underground path, but along a smooth heavenly one. Said that the way in which the souls chose their lives was a sight worth seeing, since it was pitiful, funny, and surprising to watch. For the 620 most part, their choice depended upon the character of their former life. For example, he said that he saw the soul that had once belonged to Orpheus choosing a swan-ass life, because he hated the female sex because of his death at their hands, and so was unwilling to have a woman conceive and give birth to him. Saw the soul of Timorous 13 choosing the life of a nightingale, a swan choosing to change over to a human life, and other musical animals doing the same thing. The 20th soul chose the life of a lion. This was the soul of Ajax, son of Telamon. 14 He avoided human life because he remembered the judgment about the armor. The next soul was that of Agamemnon, whose sufferings also had made him hate the human race, so he changed to the life of an eagle. Atlanta 15 had been assigned a place near the middle, and when she saw great honors being given to a male athlete, she chose his life, unable to pass them by. After her, he saw the soul of Ebias, the son of Pinopus, taking on the nature of a craftswoman. 16 And very close to last, he saw the soul of the ridiculous their sides clothing itself as a monkey. 17 Now, it chanced that the soul of 13 Timurus was a legendary poet and singer, who boasted that he could defeat the muses in a song contest. For this they blinded him and took away his voice. He is mentioned at Iliad 2.596, 600. 14 Ajax is a great Homeric hero. He thought that he deserved to be awarded the armor of the dead Achilles, but instead it went to Odysseus. Ajax was maddened by this injustice and nearly killed himself because of the terrible things he had done while mad. See Sophocles, Ajax. 15 Atalanta was a mythical huntress, who would marry only a man who could beat her at running. In most versions of the myth, losers were killed. 16 Epius is mentioned at Odyssey 8.493 as the man who helped Athena make the Trojan horse. 17 Thersites is an ordinary soldier who criticizes Agamemnon at Iliad 2.211, 77. Odysseus beats him for his presumption and is widely approved for doing so. Republic X 1223. Odysseus got to make its choice last of all, and since memory of its former sufferings had relieved its love of honor, it went around for a long time, looking for the life of a private individual who did his own work, and with difficulty it found one lying off somewhere neglected by the others. He chose it gladly and said that he'd have made the same choice even if he'd been RST. Still other souls changed from animals into human beings, or from one kind of animal into another, with unjust people changing into wild animals, and just people into tame ones, and all sorts of mixtures OC. Curd. After all the souls had chosen their lives, they went forward to Lachesis, in the same order in which they had made their choices, and she assigned to each the daemon it had chosen as guardian of its life and folder of its choice. This daemon RST led the soul under the hand of Clotho as it turned the revolving spindle to con RM the fate that the lottery and its own choice had given it. After receiving her touch, he led the soul to the spinning of Atropos, to make what had been spun irreversible. Then, without turning around, they went from there under the throne of necessity and, when all of them had passed through, they traveled to the plane of forgetfulness. In burning, choking, terrible heat, for it was empty of trees and earthly 621 vegetation. And there, beside the river of unheeding, whose water no vessel can hold, they camped, for night was coming on. All of them had to drink a certain measure of this water, but those who weren't saved by reason drank more than that, and as each of them drank, he forgot every thing and went to sleep. But around midnight there was a clap of thunder, and an earthquake, and they were suddenly carried away from there, this way and that, up to their berths, like shooting stars. Er himself was forbid then to drink from the water. All the same, he didn't know how he had come back to his body, except that waking up suddenly he saw himself lying on the pyre at dawn. And so, Glaucon, his story wasn't he lost but preserved, and it would save us, if we were persuaded by it, for we would then make a good crossing of the river of forgetfulness, and our souls wouldn't be delayed. But if we are persuaded by me, we believe that the soul is immortal and able to endure every evil and every good, and we always hold to the upward path, practicing justice with reason in every way. That way we be friends, both to ourselves and to the gods while we remain here on earth, and afterwards like victors in the games who go around collecting their prizes we receive our rewards. Hence, both in this life and on the 1,000-year journey we described, we do well and be happy. Timaeus offers the reader a rhetorical display, not a philosophical dialogue. In a stage-setting conversation, Socrates reviews his own previous day's exposition of the institutions of the ideal city, apparently those of the Republic, but the remainder of the work is taken up by Timaeus' very long speech describing the creation of the world. Other works in the Platonic corpus similarly consist of a single speech, not to mention the Apology. The same is true of Critias, Timaeus' incomplete companion piece, and Menecenius. But Timaeus' speech is unique among them in having extensive philosophical content. Here we get philosophy, but grandiose and rhetorically elaborate cosmic theorizing, not the down-to-earth dialectical investigation of most of Plato's philosophical works. For a parallel one has to look to Phaedrus, where Socrates too speeches on erotic love, especially the second, similarly deck out philosophical theses in brilliant, image-studied rhetorical dress. Timaeus, who appears to be a dramatic invention of Plato's, comes from southern Italy, noted for its Greek mathematicians and scientists. He bases his cosmology on the Platonic division, familiar for example from Phaedo and Republic, between eternal, unchanging forms and their unstable regions, in the physical, perceptible world of becoming. But he introduces a creator, God, the demiurge, Greek for craftsman, who crafts and brings order to the physical world by using the forms as patterns. Timaeus does not conceive the forms as themselves shaping the world, and he develops the theory of a receptacle underlying physical things, onto which, as onto a featureless plastic stuff, the formal patterns are imposed. In these terms, and emphasizing mathematical relationships as the basis for cosmic order, Timaeus sets out the foundations of the sciences of astronomy, physics, chemistry, and physiology, including the physiology and psychology of perception, ending with the classification of the diseases of body and soul and provisions for their treatment. Timaeus was a central text of Platonism in later antiquity and the Middle Ages. It was almost the only work of Plato's available in Latin and the subject of many controversies. Did Timaeus' creation story mean that the world was created in time, or did it merely tell in temporal terms a story of the world's eternal dependence on a higher reality, the forms? Did the demiurge really stand apart from those realities in designing it, or were they in fact simply the contents of his own divine mind? Timaeus was central to debates on these and other questions of traditional Platonism. Most scholars would date Timaeus among Plato's last works, though a minority argue for a date in the middle period, closer to Republic, which at 1224. Timaeus 1225. Seems certainly to postdate. Plato, as author of the work, is responsible for all Timaeus' theories. How far do they represent his own philosophical convictions? At the time he wrote, Timaeus himself emphasizes in effect, because of the great distance, literal and metaphorical, separating us from the heavens, on which the rest of the world depends, that we cannot have more than a likely story, not the full, transparent truth, about the physical details of the world's structure. It may be instructive to work out detailed theories, but he offers them as no more than reasonable ways in which the Creator might have proceeded in designing the world. Moreover, according to the Phaedrus, rhetoric, skilled speakers will base what they say on the full philosophical truth, but will vary and embellish it as needed to attract and hold their hearers' attention and to persuade them to accept what is essential in it. Timaeus may be Plato's spokesman, but if Plato attended to the Phaedrus' strictures on rhetoric in composing his speech, one should exercise more than ordinary caution in inferring from what Timaeus says to details of Plato's own commitments even on matters of philosophical principle. In what Timaeus says about being and becoming, the forms and regions, the demiurge and the receptacle, and the arguments he offers on these subjects, what belongs to the rhetorical embellishment intended to impress Socrates and his other listeners, and what is the sober truth, as Plato now understands it. The dialogue forces these questions on us, but gives no easy answers. JMC. Socrates, 1, 2, 3. Where's number 4, Timaeus? The 417. Of you were my guests yesterday and today I'm to be yours. Timaeus, he came down with something or other. Socrates. He wouldn't have missed our meeting willingly. Socrates, well then, isn't it for you and your companions to LL in for your absent friend? Timaeus, you're quite right. Anyhow, we'll do our best not to come up be short. You did such a job yesterday hosting us visitors that now it wouldn't be right if the three of us didn't go all out to give you a feast in return. Socrates, do you remember all the subjects I assigned to you to speak on? Timaeus, some we do. And if there are any we don't, well, you're here to remind us. Better still, if it's not too much trouble, why don't you take a few minutes to go back through them from the beginning? That way, they'll be the more RMLYXET in our minds. Socrates, very well. I talked about politics yesterday and my main point, I think, had to do with the kind of political structure cities should. Translated by Donald J. Zill. 1226 Timaeus. Have and the kind of men that should make it up so as to be the best possible. Timaeus, yes, Socrates, so you did, and we were all very satisfied with your description of it. Socrates, didn't we begin by separating off the class of farmers and all the other craftsmen in the city from the class of those who were to wage war on its behalf? Timaeus, yes. Socrates, and we followed nature in giving each person only one on one craft for which he was well suited. And so we said that only those whose job it was to wage war on everyone's behalf should be the guardians of the city. And if some foreigner or even a citizen were to go against the city to cause trouble, these guardians should judge their own 18 subjects lightly, since they are their natural friends. But they should be harsh, we said, with the enemies they encountered on the battlefield. Timaeus, yes, absolutely. Socrates, that is because, as I think we said, the guardian souls should have a nature that is at once both spirited and philosophical to the highest degree, to enable them to be appropriately gentle or harsh as the case may be. Timaeus, yes. Socrates, what about their training? Didn't we say that they were to be given both physical and cultural training, as well as training in any other appropriate fields of learning? Timaeus, we certainly did. Socrates, yes, and we said, I think, that those who receive this training shouldn't consider gold or silver or anything else as their own private property. Like the professionals they are, they should receive from those under their protection a wage for their guardianship that is in keeping with their moderate way of life. And we said that they should share their expenses and spend their time together, live in one another as company, and devote their care above all to excellence, now that they were relieved of all other occupations. Timaeus, yes, we said that as well. Socrates, and in fact we even made mention of women. We said that their natures should be made to correspond with those of men, and that all occupations, whether having to do with war or with the other aspects of life, should be common to both men and women. Timaeus, that, too, was discussed. Socrates, and what did we say about the procreation of children? We couldn't possibly forget that subject, because what we said about it was so unusual. We decided that they should all have spouses and children in common, and that schemes should be devised to prevent any one of them from recognizing his or her own particular child. Every one of them would believe that they all make up a single family, and that all who fall within their own age bracket are their sisters and brothers, that those who are Timaeus 1227 older, who fall in an earlier bracket, are their parents or grandparents, while those who fall in a later one are their children or grandchildren. Timaeus, you were right. That really was an unforgettable point. Socrates, and surely we also remember saying, don't we, that to make their natures as excellent as possible right from the start, the rulers, male and female, should secretly arrange marriages by lot, to make sure that good men and bad ones would each as a group be separately matched up with women like themselves. And we said that this arrangement wouldn't create any animosity among them, because they believed that the matching was due to chance. Timaeus, yes, we remember. Socrates, and do we also remember saying that the children of the 19 good parents were to be brought up, while those of the bad ones were to be secretly handed on to another city? And that these children should be constantly watched as they grew up, so that the ones that turned out deserving might be taken back again, and the ones they kept who did not turn out that way should change places with them. Timaeus, we did say so. Socrates, so now, Timaeus, are we done with our review of yesterday's talk, at least with its main points, or are we missing some point we made? Then, have we left anything out? Timaeus, not a thing. Socrates, this is exactly what we said. B. Socrates, all right, I'd like to go on now and tell you what I've come to feel about the political structure we've described. My feelings are like those of a man who gazes upon magnificent-looking animals, whether they re animals in a painting or even actually alive but standing still, and who then ends himself longing to look at them in motion or engaged in some struggle or concept that seems to show off their distinctive physical qualities. I felt the same thing about the city we've described. I'd love to listen to someone give a speech depicting our city in a contest with other cities, competing for those prizes that cities typically compete for. I'd love to see our city distinguish itself in the way it goes to war and in the way it pursues the war, that it deals with the other cities, one after another, in ways that rec't positively on its own education and training, both in word and deed, that is, both in how it behaves toward them and how it negotiates with them. Now on these matters, Critias and Hermocrates, I charge myself with being quite unable to sing praise to our city and its men. That this should be so in my case isn't at all surprising. But I have come to have the same opinion of the poets, our ancient poets as well as today's. I have no disrespect for poets in general, but everyone knows that imitators as a breed are best and most adept at imitating the sort of things they've been trained to imitate. It is difficult enough for any one of them to do a decent job of imitating in performance, let alone in narrative description, anything that lies outside their training. And again, I've always thought that sophists as a class are very well versed in making long speeches and doing many other things. But because they wander from 1228 Timaeus, one city to the next, and never settle down in homes of their own, I am afraid their representations of those philosopher-statesmen would simply miss their mark. Sophists are bound to misrepresent whatever these leaders accomplish on the battlefield when they engage any of their enemies, whether in actual warfare or in negotiations. So that leaves people of your sort, then. By nature as well as by training. You take part in both philosophy and politics at once. Take Timaeus here. He is from Locri, an Italian city under the rule of excellent laws. None of 20. His compatriots outrank him in property or birth, and he has come to occupy positions of supreme authority and honor in his city. Moreover, he has, in my judgment, mastered the entire eld of philosophy. As for Critias, I am sure that all of us here in Athens know that he has no mere layman in any of the areas we read talking about. And many people whose testimony must surely be believed assure us that Hermocrates, too, is well qualified by nature and training to deal with these matters. Already be. Yesterday I was aware of this when you asked me to discuss matters of government, and that's why I was eager to do your bidding. I knew that if you did agree to make the follow-up speech, no one could do a better job than you. No one today besides you could present our city pursuing a war that reacts her true character. Only you could give her all she requires. So now that I am done speaking on my assigned subject, I've turned the tables and assigned you to speak on the subject I've just described. You've thought about this together as a group, and you've agreed to reciprocate. See, at this time, your speeches are your hospitality gifts, and so here I am, all dressed up for the occasion. No one could be more prepared to receive your gifts than I. Hermocrates, yes indeed, Socrates, you want and us short on enthusiasm. As Timaeus has already told you. We don't have the slightest excuse for not doing as you say. Why, already yesterday, right after we had left here and got to Critias' guest quarters where we were staying, and even earlier on our way there we were thinking about this very thing. And then Critias brought up a story that goes back a long way. Tell him the story now, Critias, so he can help us decide whether or not it will serve the purpose of our assignment. Critias, yes, we really should, if our third partner, Timaeus, also agrees. Timaeus, of course I do. Critias, let me tell you the story then, Socrates. It is a very strange one. But even so, every word of it is true. It is a story that Solon, the wisest of the 7 sages, once vouched for. He was a kinsman and a very close friend of my great-grandfather Dropides. Solon himself says as much in many places in his poetry. Well, Dropides told the story to my grandfather, Critias, and the old man in his turn would tell it to us from memory. The story is that our city had performed great and marvelous deeds in ancient times, which, owing to the passage of time and to the destruction of human life, have vanished. Of all these deeds one in particular was magnificent. It is this one that we should now do well to commemorate and present 21. Timaeus 1229. To you as our gift of thanks. In so doing we shall also offer the goddess a hymn, as it were, of just and true praise on this her festival. 1. Socrates, splendid. Tell me, though, what was that ancient deed our city performed, the one that Solon reported and old Critias told you about? I've never heard of it. They say it really happened. Critias, I'll tell you. It is an ancient story I heard from a man who was no youngster himself. In fact, at the time Critias was pretty close to 90 years old already, so he said, and I was around 10 or so. As it happened, it was the day of the presentation of children during the aperturia. 2. On this occasion, too, we children got the customary treatment at the feast. Our fathers started a recitation contest. Many compositions by many different and poets were recited, and many of us children got to sing the verses of Solon, because they were new at the time. Now someone, a member of our clan, said that he thought that Solon was not only the wisest of men in general, but that his poetry in particular showed him to be the most civilized of all the poets. The man may have been speaking his mind, or else he may have just wanted to make Critias feel good. And the old man, how well I remember it, was tickled. He grinned broadly and said, yes, Aminander, it is too bad that Solon wrote poetry only as a diversion. And didn't he seriously work at it like the other poets? And too bad that he never finished the story he brought back home with him from Egypt. He was forced to abandon that story on account of the civil contests and all the other troubles he found here when he returned. Otherwise not even Hesiod or Homer, or any other poet at all would ever have become more famous than he. That's what I think, anyhow. Well, Critias. What story was that? Asked the other. It is the story about the most magnificent thing our city has ever done, replied Critias, an accomplishment that deserves to be known far better than any of her other achievements. But owing to the march of time and the fact that the men who accomplished it have perished, the story has not survived to the present. Please tell us from the beginning, said the other, what was this true story that Solon heard? How did he get to hear it? Who told him? In Egypt, Critias began, in that part of the delta where the stream of the Nile divides around the vertex there is a district called the Saitic. The most important city of this district is Sais. This is in fact also the city from which King Amasis came. This city was founded by a goddess whose name was Neith in Egyptian and, according to the people there, Athena in Greek. They are very friendly to Athens and claim to be related to our people somehow or other. Now Solon said that when he arrived there the people began to revere him. Furthermore, he said that when he asked 22 those priests of theirs who were scholars of antiquity about ancient times, one the goddess is Athena, patron deity of Athens, the conversation is presumably taking place at the celebration of the Panathena festival in Athens. 2. The aperturia was celebrated in Athens in October, November of each year. The presentation of children took place on the third day. 1230 Timaeus. He discovered that just about every Greek, including himself, was all but completely ignorant about such matters. On one occasion, wanting to lead them on to talk about antiquity, he broached the subject of our own ancient history. He started talking about Phoronius the RST human being, it is said, and about Niobe, and then he told the story of how Deucalion and Pyrrha survived the good. He went on to trace the lines of descent of their posterity, and tried to compute their dates by calculating the number of years which had elapsed since the events of which he spoke. And then one of the priests, a very old man, said, Ah, Solon, you Greeks are ever children. There isn't an old man among you. On hearing this, Solon said, What do you mean? You are young, the old priest replied. Young in soul, every one of you. Your souls are devoid of beliefs about antiquity handed down by ancient tradition. Your souls lack any learning, made hoary by time. The reason for that is this, there have been, and there will continue to be, numerous disasters that have destroyed human life in many kinds of ways. The most serious of these involve and water, while the lesser ones have numerous other causes. And so also, among your people the tale is told that Phaethon, child of the sun, once harnessed his father's chariot, but was unable to drive it along his father's course. He ended up burning everything on the Earth's surface and was destroyed himself when a lightning bolt struck him. This tale is told as a myth, but the truth behind it is that there is a deviation in the heavenly bodies that travel around the Earth, which causes huge residential that destroy what is on the Earth across vast stretches of time. When this happens, all those people who live in mountains or in places that are high and dry are much more likely to perish than the ones who live next to rivers or by the sea. Our Nile, always our savior, is released and at such times, too, saves us from this disaster. On the other hand, whenever the gods send goods of water upon the earth to purge it, the herdsmen and shepherds in the mountains preserve their lives, while those who live in cities, in your region, are swept by the rivers into the sea. But here, in this place, water does not out from on high onto our elves, either at such a time or any other. On the contrary, its nature is always to rise up from below. This, then, explains the fact that the antiquities preserved here are said to be the most ancient. The truth is that in all places where neither inordinate cold nor heat prevented, the human race will continue to exist, sometimes 23, in greater, sometimes in lesser numbers. Now of all the events reported to us, no matter where they be occurred in your parts or in ours, if there are any that are noble or great or distinguished in some other way, they be all been inscribed here in our temples and preserved from antiquity on. In your case, on the other hand, as in that of others, no sooner have you achieved literacy and all the other resources that cities require, than there, again, after the usual number of years, comes the heavenly hood. It sweeps upon you like a plague, and leaves only your illiterate and uncultured people behind. You become infants all over again, as it were, completely unfamiliar with anything there was in ancient times, whether here or in Timaeus 1231, your own region. And so, Solon, the account you just gave of your people's lineage is just like a nursery tale. First of all, you people remember only one hood, though in fact there had been a great many before. Second, you are unaware of the fact that the nest and best of all the races of humankind once lived in your region. This is the race from whom you yourself, your whole city, all that you and your countrymen have today, are sprung, see, thanks to the survival of a small portion of their stock. But this has escaped you, because for many generations the survivors passed on without leaving a written record. Indeed, Solon, there was a time, before the greatest of these devastating hoods, when the city that is Athens today not only excelled in war but also distinguished itself by the excellence of its laws. In every area, its accomplishments and its social arrangements are said to have been the nest of all those under heaven of which we have received report. When Solon heard this he was astounded, he said, and with unreserved eagerness begged the priests to give him a detailed, consecutive account of all that concerned those ancient citizens. I want grudge you this. Solon, the priest replied. I'll tell you the story for your own vanity as well as your city as, and especially in honor of our patron goddess who has founded, nurtured, and educated our cities, both yours and ours. Yours. She founded RST, 1,000 years before ours, when she had received from earth and Hephaestus the seed from which your people were to come. Now our social arrangement, according to the records inscribed in our sacred documents, is 8,000 years old. 9,000 years ago, then, did these fellow citizens of yours live, whose laws and whose nest achievement I'll briefly describe to you. At another time we'll go 24 through all the details one by one at our leisure and inspect the documents themselves. Let us compare your ancient laws with ours today. You'll discover many instances that once existed among you, existing among us today. First, you'll that the class of priests is marked off and separated from the other classes. Next, in the case of the working class, you'll that each group, the herdsmen, the hunters, and the farmers, works independently, without mixing with the others. In particular, I am sure you've noticed that our warrior class has been separated from all the others. It has been assigned by law to occupy itself exclusively with matters of war. Moreover, the style of armor used is that of shields and spears, which we were the RST among the peoples of Asia to use for arming ourselves. The goddess instructed us just as she RST instructed you in the regions where you live. Moreover, as for wisdom, I am sure you can see how much attention our way of life here has devoted to it, right from the beginning. In our study of the world order we have traced all our discoveries, including prophecy and health-restoring medicine, from those divine realities to human levels. And we have also acquired all the other related disciplines. This is in fact nothing less than the very same system of social order that the goddess RST devised for you when she founded your city, which she did once she, 1232 Timaeus, had chosen the region in which your people were born, and had discerned that the temperate climate in it throughout the seasons would bring forth men of surpassing wisdom. And, being a lover of both war and wisdom, the goddess chose the region that was likely to bring forth men most like herself, and founded it RST. And so you came to live there, and to observe laws such as these. In fact your laws improved even more, so that you came to surpass all other peoples in every excellence, as could be expected from those whose begetting and nurture were divine. Now many great accomplishments of your city recorded here are awe-inspiring, but there is one that surely surpasses them all in magnitude and excellence. The records speak of a vast power that your city once brought to a halt in its insolent march against the whole of Europe and Asia at once, a power that sprang forth from beyond, from the Atlantic Ocean. For at that time this ocean was passable, since it had an island in it in front of the strait that you people say you call the Pillars of Heracles. 3. This island was larger than Libya and Asia combined, and it provided passage to the other islands for people who traveled in those days. From those islands one could then travel to the entire continent on the other 25 side, which surrounds that real sea beyond. Everything here inside the strait we were talking about seems nothing but a harbor with a narrow entrance, whereas that really is an ocean out there, and the land that embraces it all the way around truly deserves to be called a continent. Now on this Isle of Atlantis a great and marvelous royal power established itself, and ruled not only the whole island, but many of the other islands and parts of the continent as well. What's more, their rule extended even inside the strait, over Libya as far as Egypt, and over Europe as far as Tyrrhenia. 4b. Now one day this power gathered all of itself together, and set out to enslave all of the territory inside the strait, including your region and ours, in one fell swoop. Then it was, Solon, that your city as might shone bright, with excellence and strength, for all humankind to see. Preeminent among all others in the nobility of her spirit and in her use of all the arts of war. She RST rose to the leadership of the Greek cause. Later, forced to stand sea alone, deserted by her allies, she reached the point of extreme peril. Nevertheless she overcame the invaders and erected her monument of victory. She prevented the enslavement of those not yet enslaved, and generously freed all the rest of us who lived within the boundaries of Heracles. Sometime later excessively violent earthquakes and doods occurred, and after the onset of an unbearable day and a night, your entire warrior force sank below the earth all at once, and the Isle of Atlantis likewise sank below the sea and disappeared. That is how the ocean in that region has come. 3. The Strait of Gibraltar. 4. South of the Mediterranean the empire extended across North Africa to the western frontier of Egypt. To the north it included Europe as far east as central Italy. Timaeus 1233. To be even now unnavigable and unexplorable, obstructed as it is by a layer of mud at a shallow depth. 5. The residue of the island as it settled. What I've just related, Socrates, is a concise version of old Critias' story, as Solon originally reported it. While you were speaking yesterday about politics and the men you were describing, I was reminded of what I've just told you and was quite amazed as I realized how by some supernatural chance your ideas are on the mark, in substantial agreement with what Solon said. I didn't want to say so at the time, though, because it had been 26 so long ago. I didn't remember Solon's story very well. So I realized that I would have to recover the whole story for myself well enough, and then to tell it that way. That's why I was so quick to agree to your assignment yesterday. The most important task in situations like these is to propose a speech that rewards people's expectations, and so I thought that we would be well supplied if I gave this one. And that is how, as Hermocrates has already said the moment I left here yesterday, I began to repeat the story to him and to Timaeus as it came back to me. After I left them I concentrated on it during the night and recovered just about the whole thing. They say that the lessons of childhood have a marvelous way of being retained. How true that is. In my case, I don't know if I'd be able to recall everything I heard yesterday, but I'd be extremely surprised if any part of the story has gotten away from me, even though it has been a very long time since I heard it. What I heard then gave me so much childlike pleasure. The old man was so eager to teach me because I kept on asking one question after another that the story has stayed with me, like the indelible markings of a picture with the colors burnt in. Besides, I told the whole story to Timaeus and Hermocrates RST thing this morning, so that not just I, but they, too, would have a supply of material for our speech. I've said all this, Socrates, to prepare myself to tell Solon's story now. I want to just give you the main points, but the details, one by one, just the way I heard it. We'll translate the citizens and the city you described to us in mythical fashion yesterday to the realm of fact, and place it before us as though it is ancient Athens itself. And we'll say that the citizens you imagined are the very ones the priest spoke about, our actual ancestors. The congruence will be complete, and our song will be in tune if we say that your imaginary citizens are the ones who really existed at that time. We'll share the task among us, and we'll all try our best to do justice to your assignment. What do you think, Socrates? Will this do as our speech? Or should we look for another to replace it? Socrates, well, Critias, what other speech could we possibly prefer to this one? We're in the midst of celebrating the festival of the goddess, and this speech really TS the occasion. So it couldn't be more appropriate. And of course the fact that it has no made-up story but a true account is no. 5. Reading Kata Brachios in D5. 1234 Timaeus. Small matter. How and where shall we and the others to celebrate if we let these men go? We've no choice. Go on with your speech, then, and good luck. It's my turn now to sit back and listen to your speeches that page 27. Back mine of yesterday. Critias, all right, Socrates, what do you think of the plan we've arranged for our guest gift to you? We thought that because Timaeus is our expert in astronomy and has made it his main business to know the nature of the universe, he should speak RST, beginning with the origin of the universe, and concluding with the nature of human beings. Then I'll go next. Once I am in possession of Timaeus' account of the origin of human beings, and your account of how some of them came to have a superior education, I'll introduce them, as not only Solon's account but also his law would have it, into our courtroom and make them citizens of our ancient city, as really being those Athenians of old whom the report of the sacred records has rescued from obscurity, and from then on I'll speak of them as actual Athenian citizens. Socrates, apparently I'll be getting a complete, brilliant banquet of speeches in payment for my own. Very well then, Timaeus, the task of being our next speaker seems to fall to you. Why don't you make an invocation to the gods, as we customarily do? Timaeus, that I will, Socrates. Surely anyone with any sense at all will see. Always call upon a god before setting out on any venture, whatever its importance. In our case, we are about to make speeches about the universe, whether it has an origin or even if it does not, and so if we not to go completely astray, we have no choice but to call upon the gods and goddesses, and pray that they above all will approve of all we have to say, and that in consequence we will, too. Let this, then, be our appeal to the gods. To ourselves we must appeal to make sure that you learn as easily as possible, and that I instruct you in the subject matter before us, in the way that best conveys my intent. As I see it, then, we must begin by making the following distinction. What is that which always is and has no becoming, and what is that which becomes 7 but never is? The former is grasped by understanding, which 28 involves a reasoned account. It is unchanging. The latter is grasped by opinion, which involves unreasoning sense perception. It comes to be and passes away, but never really is. Now everything that comes to be must, of necessity, come to be by the agency of some cause, for it is impossible for anything to come to be without a cause. So whenever the craftsman 9. 6 reading ei gegen and ekai against esten in C5. 7 omitting aei in a 1. 8 becoming and coming to be here as elsewhere translate the same Greek word. Genesis, and its cognates, the Greek word does not say, as English comes to be does, that once a thing has come to be, it now is or has being. 9 Greek demiurgos, also sometimes translated below as maker, 40 C2, 41 7, or fash. Ioneer, 69 C3, whence the divine demiurge one reads about in accounts of the Timaeus. Timaeus 1235. Looks at what is always changeless and, using a thing of that kind as his model, reproduces its form and character, then, of necessity, all that he so be completes is beautiful. But were he to look at a thing that has come to be, and use as his model something that has been begotten, his work will lack beauty. Now as to the whole universe 10 or world order cosmos, let us just call it by whatever name is most acceptable in a given context. There is a question we need to consider RST. This is the sort of question one should begin with in inquiring into any subject. Has it always existed? Was there no origin from which it came to be? Or did it come to be and take its start from some origin? It has come to be. For it is both visible and tangible. And it has a body, and all things of that kind are perceptible. And, as we see, have shown, perceptible things are grasped by opinion, which involves sense perception. As such, they are things that come to be, things that are begotten. Further, we maintain that, necessarily, that which comes to be must come to be by the agency of some cause. Now to NT the maker and father of this universe to pen is hard enough, and even if I succeeded, to declare him to everyone is impossible. And so we must go back and raise this question about the universe: which of the two models did the maker use when he fashioned it? Was it the one that does not change and stays 29 the same, or the one that has come to be? Well, if this world of ours is beautiful and its craftsmen good, then clearly he looked at the eternal model. But if what it is blasphemous to even say is the case, then he looked at one that has come to be. Now surely it is clear to all that it was the eternal model he looked at, for, of all the things that have come to be, our universe is the most beautiful, and of causes the craftsman is the most excellent. This, then, is how it has come to be. It is a work of craft, modeled after that which is changeless and is grasped by rational account, that is, by wisdom. Since these things are so, it follows by unquestionable necessity that this world is an image of something. Now in every subject it is of utmost importance to begin at the natural beginning, and so, on the subject of an image and its model, we must make the following specification: the AC accounts we give of things have the same character as the subjects they set forth. So accounts of what is stable and XED and transparent to understand are themselves stable and unshifting. We must do our very best to make these accounts as irrefutable and invincible as any account may be. On the other hand, accounts we give of that which has been formed to be like that reality, since they are accounts of what is a likeness, are themselves likely, and stand in proportion to the previous accounts, i.e., what being is to becoming, truth is to convincingness. Don't be surprised then, Socrates, if it turns out repeatedly that we want to be able to produce accounts on a great many subjects on God's or the coming to be of the universe that are completely and perfectly consistent and accurate. Instead, if we can 10 our annos, i.e., heaven, 1236 Timaeus, come up with accounts no less likely than any, we ought to be content, keeping in mind that both I, the speaker, and you, the judges, are only human. So we should accept the likely tale on these matters. It behooves us not to look for anything beyond this. Socrates, bravo, Timaeus. By all means. We must accept it as you say. We should. This overture of yours was marvelous. Go on now and let us have the work itself. Timaeus, very well then. Now why did he who framed this whole universe of becoming frame it? Let us state the reason why. He was good, and one who is good can never become jealous of anything. And so, being free of jealousy, he wanted everything to become as much like himself as was possible. In fact, men of wisdom will tell you, and you couldn't do better than to accept their claim, that this, more than anything else, was the most preeminent reason for the origin of the world as coming to be. The God wanted everything to be good and nothing to be bad so far as that was possible, and so he took over all that was visible not at rest but in discordant and disorderly motion and brought it from a state of disorder to one of order, because he believed that order was in every way better than disorder. Now it wasn't he permitted, nor is it now, that one who is supremely good should do anything but what is best. Accordingly, God reasoned and concluded that in the realm of things naturally visible, no unintelligent thing could as a whole be better than anything which does possess intelligence as a whole, and he further concluded that it is impossible for anything to come to possess intelligence apart from soul. Guided by this reasoning, he put intelligence in soul, and soul in body. And so he constructed the universe. He wanted to produce a piece of work that would be as excellent and supreme as its nature would allow. This, then, in keeping with our likely account, is how we must say divine providence brought our world into being as a truly living thing, endowed with soul and intelligence. This being so, we have to go on to speak about what comes next. When the Maker made our world, what living thing did he make it resemble? Let us not stoop to think that it was any of those that have the natural character of a part, for nothing that is a likeness of anything incomplete could ever turn out beautiful. Rather, let us lay it down that the universe resembles more closely than anything else that living thing of which all other living things are parts, both individually and by kinds. For that living thing comprehends within itself all intelligible living things, just as our world is made up of us and all the other visible creatures. Since the God wanted nothing more than to make the world like the best of the intelligible things, complete in every way, he made it a single visible living thing, which contains within itself all the living things whose nature it is 31. To share its kind. Have we been correct in speaking of one universe, or would it have been more correct to say that there are many, in fact innately many universes? There is but one universe, if it is to have been crafted after its model. For that which contains all of the intelligible living things couldn't he ever be one. Timaeus 1237. Of a pair, since that would require there to be yet another living thing. The one that contained those two, of which they then would be parts, and then it would be more correct to speak of our universe as made in the likeness, now not of those two, but of that other, the one that contains them. So, in order that this living thing should be like the complete living thing in respect of uniqueness, the Maker made neither two, nor yet an infinite number of worlds. On the contrary, our universe came to be as the one and only thing of its kind, is so now and will continue to be so in the future. Now that which comes to be must have bodily form, and be both visible and tangible, but nothing could ever become visible apart from nor tangible without something solid, nor solid without earth. That is why, as he began to put the body of the universe together, the God came to make it out of and earth. But it isn't possible to combine two things well all by themselves, without a third. There has to be some bond between the two that unites them. Now the best bond is one that really and truly makes a unity of itself together with the things bonded by it, and this in the nature of things is best accomplished by proportion. For whenever of three numbers which are either solids 11 or squares the middle term between any 32, two of them is such that what the RST term is to it, it is to the last, and conversely, what the last term is to the middle, it is to the RST, then, since the middle term turns out to be both RST and last, and the last and the RST likewise both turn out to be middle terms, they will all of necessity turn out to have the same relationship to each other, and, given this, will all be united. So if the body of the universe were to have come to be as a two-dimensional plane, a single middle term would have said to bind together be its co and joining terms with itself. As it was, however, the universe was to be a solid, and solids are never joined together by just one middle term, but always by two. Hence the God set water and air between and earth, and made them as proportionate to one another as was possible, so that what re is to air is to water, and what air is to water is to earth. He then bound them together and thus he constructed the visible and tangible universe. This is the reason why these four particular constituency yents were used to beget the body of the world, making it a symphony of proportion. 12 They bestowed friendship 13 upon it, so that, having come, 11 solids are cubes, example 2 times 2 times 2, or 8. 12 A simple example of a proportionate progression that satisfies Plato's requirements. In 32 it might be that of 2, 4, 8. So, 2:4 4:8, the RST term is to the middle what the middle is to the last term is to the middle what the middle is to the RST, 4:2 8:4 or 4:8 2:4, the middle term turns out to be RST and the RST and last terms turn out to be middles. Since, however, the body of the world is three-dimensional, its components must be represented by solid numbers, see previous note. This will require two middle terms. 13 Compare Gorgias 508a. Wise men claim that partnership and friendship hold together heaven and earth, and that is why they call this universe a world order. 1238 Timaeus. Together into a unity with itself, it could not be undone by anyone but the one who had bound it together. Now each one of the four constituents was entirely used up in the process of building the world. The builder built it from all the water, air and earth there was, and left no part or power of any of them out. His intentions in so doing were these: first, that as a living thing it should be 33 as whole and complete as possible and made up of complete parts. Second, that it should be just one universe, in that nothing would be left over from which another one just like it could be made. Third, that it should not get old and diseased. He realized that when heat or cold or anything else that possesses strong power surrounds a composite body from outside and attacks it, it destroys that body prematurely, brings disease and old age upon it, and so causes it to waste away. That is why he concluded that he should fashion the world as a single whole, composed of all wholes, complete and free of old age and disease, and why he fashioned it that way. And he gave it a shape appropriate to the kind of thing it was. The appropriate shape for that living thing that is to contain within itself all the living things would be the one which embraces within itself all the shapes there are. Hence he gave it a round shape, the form of a sphere, with its center equidistant from its extremes in all directions. This of all shapes is the most complete and most like itself, which he gave to it because he believed that likeness is incalculably more excellent than unlikeness. And he gave it a smooth round niche all over on the outside, for many reasons. It needed no eyes, since there was nothing visible left outside it. Nor did it need ears, since there was nothing audible there, either. There was no air enveloping it that it might need for breathing, nor did it need any organ by which to take in food or, again, expel it when it had been digested. For since there wasn't anything else, there would be nothing to leave it or come to it from anywhere. It supplied its own waste for its food. Anything that it did or experienced it was designed to do or experience within itself and by itself. For the builder thought that if it were self-sufficient, it would be a better thing than if it required other things. And since it had no need to catch hold of or fend off anything, the god thought that it would be pointless to attach hands to it, nor would it need feet or any support to stand on. In fact, he awarded it the movement suited 34 to its body, that one of the 7 motions which is especially associated with understanding and intelligence. And so he set it turning continuously in the same place, spinning around upon itself. All the other 6 motions he took away, and made its movement free of their wanderings. And since it didn't need feet to follow this circular path, he begot it without legs or feet. Applying this entire train of reasoning to the God that was yet to be, the eternal God made it smooth and even all over, equal from the center, a whole and complete body itself, but also made up of complete bodies. In its center he set a soul, which he extended throughout the whole body, and with which he then covered the body outside. And he set it to turn in a circle, a single solitary universe, whose very excellence enables it to Timaeus 1239. Keep its own company without requiring anything else. For its knowledge of and friendship with itself is enough. All this, then, explains why this world which he begot for himself is a blessed God. As for the world as soul, even though we are now embarking on an account of it after we've already given an account of its body, it isn't the case that the God devised it to be younger than the body. For the God would not have united them and then allowed the elder to be ruled by the younger. We have a tendency to be casual and random in our speech, reacting, no doubt, the whole realm of the casual and random of which we are a part. The God, however, gave priority and seniority to the soul, both in its coming to be and in the degree of its excellence, to be the body as mistress and to rule over it as her subject. The components from which he made the soul and the way in which 35 he made it were as follows: in between the being that is indivisible and always changeless, and the one that is divisible and comes to be in the corporeal realm, he mixed a third, intermediate form of being, derived from the other two. Similarly, he made a mixture of the same, and then one of the different, in between their indivisible and their corporeal, divisible counterparts. And he took the 3 mixtures and mixed them together to make a uniform mixture, forcing the different, which was hard to mix, into conformity with the same. Now when he had mixed these two together with being, and from the 3 had made a single mixture, he redivided the whole mixture into as many parts as his task required, 14 each part, remaining a mixture of the same, the different, and of being. This is how he began the division. RST he took one portion away from the whole, and then he took another, twice as large, followed by a third, 1.5 times as large as the second and 3 times as large as the RST. The fourth portion he took was twice as large as the second, the FTH 3 times as large as the third, the sixth 8 times that of the RST, and the seventh 27 times that of the RST. After this he went on to LL the double and triple intervals by cutting 36 off still more portions from the mixture and placing these between them, in such a way that in each interval there were 2 middle terms, one exceeding the RST extreme by the same fraction of the extremes by which it was exceeded by the second, and the other exceeding the RST extreme by a number equal to that by which it was exceeded by the second. These connections produced intervals of 3 halves, 4 thirds, and 9 eighths within the previous intervals. He then proceeded to LL all the 4 thirds intervals with the 9 eighths interval, leaving a small portion over every time. The terms of this interval of the portion left over made a numerical ratio of 256/243. And so it was that the mixture, from which he had cut off these portions, was eventually completely used up. 14 In order to establish in the soul, through connected geometrical proportions, the source of the harmonious order it needs to impart to the 3-dimensional body of the world, and in particular to the heaven and the bodies it contains. 1240 Timaeus. Next, he sliced this entire compound into along its length, joined the Two halves together center to center like an X, and bent them back in AC. Circle, attaching each half to itself end to end and to the ends of the other. Half at the point opposite to the one where they had been joined together. He then included them in that motion which revolves in the same place, without variation, and began to make the one the outer, and the other the inner circle. And he decreed that the outer movement should be the movement of the same, while the inner one should be that of the different. 15. He made the movement of the same revolve toward the right by way of the side, and that of the different toward the left by way of the diagonal. And he made the revolution of the same, i.e., the uniform, the dominant d. 1 in that he left this one alone undivided, while he divided the inner one 6 times, to make 7 unequal circles. 16. His divisions corresponded to the several double and triple intervals, of which there were 3 each. He set the circles to go in contrary directions, 3 to go at the same speed, and the other 4 to go at speeds different from both each other s. And that of the other 3. Their speeds, however, were all proportionate to each other. Once the whole soul had acquired a form that pleased him, he who formed it went on to fashion inside it all that is corporeal, and, joining e center to center, he did the two together. The soul was woven together with the body from the center on out in every direction to the outermost limit of the universe, and covered it all around on the outside. And, revolving within itself, it initiated a divine beginning of unceasing, intelligent life for all time. Now while the body of the universe had come to be as a visible thing, the soul was invisible. But even so, because it shares in reason and harmony, the soul came to be as the most excellent of all the 37 things begotten by him who is himself most excellent of all that is intelligible and eternal. Because the soul is a mixture of the same, the different, and being, the 3 components we described, because it was divided up and bound together in various proportions, and because it circles round upon itself. Then, whenever it comes into contact with something whose being is scattered, able or else with something whose being is indivisible, it is stirred through out its whole self. It then declares what exactly that thing is the same as, or what it is different from, and in what respect and in what manner, as be. Well as when, it turns out that they are the same or different and are. 15. The outer band is the circle responsible for the constant daily rotation of the XET stars, hence for the movement of the same. The inner band is the circle responsible for contrary movements in the zodiac of the 7 wandering stars, moon and sun, plus the VE planets known to the ancients, hence for the movements of the different. 16. These circles or bands are the ones responsible for the individual movements in the zodiac respectively of moon, sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, the 7 wanderers, C38c, d. The sun, Venus, and Mercury are the 3 mentioned just below as going at the same speed, C38d. Timaeus 1241. Characterized as such. This applies both to the things that come to be, and to those that are always changeless. And when this contact gives rise to an account that is equally true whether it is about what is different or about what is the same, and is born along without utterance or sound, within the self-moved thing, then, whenever the account concerns anything that is perceptible, the circle of the different goes straight and proclaims it throughout its whole soul. This is how RM and true opinions and convictions come about. Whenever, on the other hand, the account concerns C, any object of reasoning, and the circle of the same runs well and reveals it, the necessary result is understanding and knowledge. And if anyone should ever call that in which these two arise, not soul but something else, what he says will be anything but true. Now when the Father who had begotten the universe observed it set in motion and alive, a thing that had come to be as a shrine for the everlasting gods, he was well pleased, and in his delight he thought of making it more like its model still. So, as the model was itself an everlasting living thing, he set himself to bringing this universe to completion in such a way that it, too, would have that character to the extent that was possible. Now it was a living thing as nature to be eternal, but it isn't possible to bestow eternity fully upon anything that is begotten. And so he began to think of making a moving image of eternity. At the same time as he brought order to the universe, he would make an eternal image, moving according to number, of eternity remaining in unity. This number, of course, is what we now call time. For before the heavens came to be, there were no days or nights, no months or years. But now, at the same time as he framed the heavens, he devised their coming to be. These all are parts of time, and was and will be our forms of time that have come to be. Such notions we unthinkingly, but incorrectly apply to everlasting being. For we say that it was and is, and will be, but according to the true account only is appropriately said. 38. Of it was and will be are properly said about the becoming that passes in time, for these two are motions. But that which is always changeless and motionless cannot become either older or younger in the course of time. It neither ever became so, nor is it now such that it has become so, nor will it ever be so in the future. And all in all, none of the characteristics that becoming has bestowed upon the things that are born about in the realm of perception are appropriate to it. These, rather, are forms of time that have come to be time that imitates eternity and circles according to number. And what is more, we also say things like these, that what has come to be is what has come to be, that what is coming to be is what is coming to be, and also that what will come to be is what will come to be, and that what is not is what is not. None of these expressions of ours is accurate. But I don't suppose this is a good time right now to be too meticulous about these matters. Time, then, came to be together with the universe so that just as they were begotten together, they might also be undone together, should there 1242 Timaeus ever be an undoing of them. And it came to be after the model of that which is sempiternal, so that it might be as much like its model as possible. See. For the model is something that has being for all eternity, while it, on the other hand, has been, is, and shall be for all time, forevermore. Such was the reason, then, such the God has designed for the coming to be of time, that he brought into being the sun, the moon, and the other stars, for the begetting of time. These are called wanderers, and they came to be in order to set limits to and stand guard over the numbers of time. When the God had finished making a body for each of them, he placed them into the orbits traced by the period of the different 7 bodies in 7D orbits. He set the moon in the RST circle, around the earth, and the sun in the second, above it, the dawn-bearer, the morning star, or Venus, and the star said to be sacred to Hermes, Mercury, he set to run in circles that equal the sun s in speed, though they received the power contrary to its power. As a result, the sun, the star of Hermes, and the dawn-bearer alike are overtaken by one another. As for the other bodies, if I were to spell out where he situated them, and all his reasons for doing so, my account, already a digression, would make more work than its purpose calls for. Perhaps later on we could at our leisure give this subject the exposition it deserves. Now when each of the bodies that were to cooperate in producing time had come into the movement prepared for carrying it, and when, bound by bonds of soul, these bodies had been begotten with life and learned their assigned tasks, they began to revolve along the movement of the different, which is oblique and which goes through the movement of the 39. Same, by which it is also dominated. 17 Some bodies would move in a larger circle, others in a smaller one, the latter moving more quickly and the former more slowly. Indeed, because of the movement of the same, the ones that go around most quickly appear to be overtaken by those going more slowly, even though in fact they were overtaking them. For as it revolves, this movement gives to all these circles a spiral twist, because they are moving forward in two contrary directions at once. As a result, it makes that body which departs most slowly from it and it is the fastest of the movements appear closest to it. And so that there might be a conspicuous measure of their relative slowness and quickness with which 18 they move along in their 8 revolutions, the god kindled a light in the orbit second from the earth, the light that we now call the sun. Its chief work would be to shine upon the whole universe and to bestow upon all those living things appropriately endowed and taught by the revolution of the same and the uniform, a share in number. In this way and for these reasons night and day, the period of AC single circling, the wisest one, came to be. A month has passed when the 17 reading Ios and Kertumen and in a 1, 2, 18 accepting the emendation cat ha in B3. Timaeus 1243. Moon has completed its own cycle and overtaken the sun, a year when the sun has completed its own cycle. As for the periods of the other bodies, all but a scattered few have failed to take any note of them. Nobody has given them names or investigated their numerical measurements relative to each other. And so people are all but ignorant of the fact that time really is the wanderings of these bodies, bewilderingly numerous as they are and astonishingly variegated. It is none the less possible, however, to discern that the perfect number of time brings to completion the perfect year at that moment when the relative speeds of all 8 periods have been completed together and, measured by the circle of the same that moves uniformly, have achieved their consummation. This, then, is how as well as why those stars were begotten which, on their way through the universe, would have turnings. The purpose was to make this living thing as like as possible to that perfect and intelligible living thing, by way of imitating its sempiternity. Prior to the coming to be of time, the universe had already been made to resemble in various respects the model in whose likeness the god was making it, but the resemblance still fell short in that it didn't yet contain all the living things that were to have come to be within it. This remaining task he went on to perform, casting the world into the nature of its model. And so he determined that the living thing he was making should possess the same kinds and numbers of living things as those which, according to the discernment of intellect, are contained within the real living thing. Now there are 4 of these kinds, RST, the heavenly race of gods, next, the kind that has wings and travels through the air, third, the kind that 40 lives in water, and fourth, the kind that has feet and lives on land. The gods he made mostly out of Re, to be the brightest and fairest to the eye. 19. He made them well-rounded, to resemble the universe, and placed them in the wisdom of the dominant circle, i.e., of the same, to follow the course of the universe. He spread the gods throughout the whole heaven, to be a true adornment cosmos for it, an intricately wrought whole. And he bestowed 2 movements upon each of them. The RST was rotation, an unvarying movement in the same place, by which the god would always think the same thoughts about the same things. The other was revolution, B, a forward motion under the dominance of the circular carrying movement of the same and uniform. With respect to the other VE motions, the gods are immobile and stationary, in order that each of them may come as close as possible to attaining perfection. This, then, was the reason why all those everlasting and unwandering stars, divine living things which stay etc by revolving without variation in the same place, came to be. Those that have turnings and thus wander in that sort of way came to be as previously described. 19 These are the XET stars, i.e., those other than the moon, sun, and planets, which have already been created, cf below, 40b. 1244 Timaeus. The earth he devised to be our nurturer, and, because it winds around the axis that stretches throughout the universe, also to be the maker and guardian of day and night. Of the gods that have come to be within the universe, earth ranks as the foremost, the one with greatest seniority. To describe the dancing movements of these gods, their juxtapositions, and the back circlings and advances of their circular courses on themselves. To tell which of the gods come into line with one another at their conjunctions and how many of them are in opposition, and in what order and at which times they pass in front of or behind one another, so that some are occluded from our view to reappear once again, thereby bringing terrors and portents of things to come to those who cannot reason to tell all this without the use of visible models would be labor spent in vain. We will make do with this account, and so let this be the conclusion of our discussion of the nature of the visible and generated gods. As for the other spiritual beings, dying ones, it is beyond our task to know and speak of how they came to be. We should accept on faith the assertions of those girls of the past who claim to be the offspring of gods. They must surely have been well informed about their own ancestors. So we cannot avoid believing the children of gods, even though their accounts lack plausible or compelling proofs. Rather, we should follow custom and believe them, on the ground that what they claim to be reporting are matters of their own concern. Accordingly, let us accept their account of how these gods came to be and state what it is. Earth and heaven gave birth to Ocean and Tethys, who in turn gave birth to 4 Cronus and Rhea and all the gods in that generation. Cronus and Rhea gave birth to Zeus and Hera, as well as all those siblings 41, who are called by names we know. These in turn gave birth to yet another generation. In any case, when all the gods had come to be, both the ones who make their rounds conspicuously and the ones who present themselves only to the extent that they are willing, the begetter of this universe spoke to them. This is what he said. O gods, works divine whose maker and father I am, whatever has come to be by my hands cannot be undone but by my consent. 20 Now, while it is true that anything that is bound is liable to being undone, still, only one who is evil would consent to the undoing of what has been well did together and is in any condition. This is the reason why you, as creatures that have come to be, are neither completely immortal nor exempt from being undone. Still, you will not be undone nor will death be your portion, since you have received the guarantee of my will, a greater, more sovereign bond than those with which you were bound when you came to be. Learn now, therefore, what I declare to you. There remain still 3 kinds of mortal beings that have not yet been begotten, and as long as they have not come to be, the universe will be incomplete, for it will still lack within it all the kinds of living things it must have if it is to be seen. 20 Accepting the emendation Dian and the supplement before Dema in a 7. Timaeus 1245. Sufficiently complete. But if these creatures came to be and came to share in life by my hand, they would rival the gods. It is you, then, who must Turn yourselves to the task of fashioning these living things, as your nature allows. This will assure their mortality, and this whole universe will really be a completed whole. Imitate the power I used in causing you to be. And, to the extent that it is fitting for them to possess something that shares our name of immortal, something described as divine and ruling within. Those of them who always consent to follow after justice and after you, I shall begin by sowing that seed, and then hand it over to you. The rest of the task is yours. Weave what is mortal to what is immortal, fashion and beget living things. Give them food, cause them to grow, and when they perish, receive them back again. When he had finished this speech, he turned again to the mixing bowl he had used before, the one in which he had blended and mixed the soul of the universe. He began to pour into it what remained of the previous ingredients and to mix them in somewhat the same way, though these were no longer invariably and constantly pure, but of a second and third grade of purity. And when he had compounded it all, he divided the mixture into a number of souls equal to the number of the stars and assigned each soul to a star. He mounted each soul in a carriage, as if he were, and showed it the nature of the universe. He described to them the laws that had been foreordained. They would all be assigned one and the same initial birth, so that none would be less well treated by him than any other. Then he would sow each of the souls into that instrument of time suitable to it, where they were to acquire the nature of being the most 42. God-fearing of living things, and, since humans have a twofold nature, the superior kind should be such as would from then on be called man. So, once the souls were of necessity implanted in bodies, and these bodies had things coming to them and leaving them, the RST innate capacity they would of necessity come to have would be sense perception, which arises out of forceful disturbances. This they all would have. The second would be love, mingled with pleasure and pain. And they would come to have fear and spiritedness as well, plus whatever goes with having these emotions, as well as all their natural opposites. And if they could master these emotions, their lives would be just, whereas if they were mastered by them, they would be unjust. And if a person lived a good life throughout the due course of his time, he would at the end return to his dwelling place in his companion star, to live a life of happiness that agreed with his character. But if he failed in this, he would be born a second time, now as a woman. See. And if even then he still could not refrain from wickedness, he would be changed once again, this time into some wild animal that resembled the wicked character he had acquired. And he would have no rest from these toilsome transformations until he had dragged that missive accretion off water earth into conformity with the revolution of same engine form within him, and so subdued that turbulent, irrational mass by means of the reason. This would return him to his original condition of excellence. 1246 Timaeus. Having set out all these ordinances to them which he did to exempt himself from responsibility for any evil they might afterwards do, the God proceeded to sow some of them into the earth, some into the moon, and others into the various other instruments of time. After the sowing, he handed over to the young gods the task of weaving mortal bodies. He had them make whatever else remained that the human soul still needed to have, plus whatever goes with those things. He gave them the task of ruling over these mortal living things and of giving them the best possible guidance they could give, without being responsible for any evils these creatures might bring upon themselves. When he had finished assigning all these tasks, he proceeded to abide at rest in his own customary nature. His children immediately began to attend to and obey their father's assignment. Now that they had received the immortal principle of the mortal living thing, they began to imitate the craftsmen who had made them. They borrowed parts of earth, water and air from the world, intending to pay them back again, and 43. Bonded together into a unity the parts they had taken, but not with those indissoluble bonds by which they themselves were held together. Instead, they proceeded to fuse them together with copious rivets so small as to be invisible, thereby making each body a unit made up of all the components. And they went on to invest this body into and out of which things were to with the orbits of the immortal soul. These orbits, now bound within a mighty river, neither mastered that river nor were mastered by it, but tossed it violently and were violently tossed by it. Consequently, the living thing as a whole did indeed move, but it would proceed in a disorderly, random, and irrational way that involved all six of the motions. 21. It would go forwards and backwards, then back and forth to the right and the left, and upwards and downwards, wandering every which way in these six directions. For mighty as the nourishment-bearing billow was in its ebb and out, mightier still was the turbulence produced by the disturbances caused by the things that struck against the living things. Such disturbances would occur when the body encountered and collided with external i.e., other than the body's own, or for that matter, with a hard lump of earth or with the of gliding waters, or when it was caught up by a surge of air-driven winds. The motions produced by all these encounters would then be conducted through the body to the soul, and strike against it. That is no doubt why these motions as a group came afterwards to be called sensations, as they are still called today. 22. It was just then, at that very instant, that they produced a very long and intense commotion. They cooperated with the continually owing channel D. 21 Timaeus is here describing the uncontrolled movements of a newborn animal. He goes on to describe the confusion produced in its soul by its RST sensations. 22 It is not clear what etymological point involving the word aesthesis, sensations, Plato wants to make here. Perhaps he thinks, incorrectly, that aesthesis is etymologically related to eisane, to shake, to stir and violently shake the orbits of the soul. They completely bound that of the same by flowing against it in the opposite direction, and held it fast just as it was beginning to go its way. And they further shook the orbit of the different right through, with the result that they twisted every which way the three intervals of the double and the three of the triple, as well as the middle terms of the ratios of 3/2, 4/3, and 9/8 that connect them. 23 These agitations did not undo them, however, because they cannot be completely undone except by the one who had bound them together. They mutilated and disfigured the circles in every possible way so that the circles barely held together, and though they remained in motion, they moved without rhyme or reason, sometimes in the opposite direction, sometimes sideways and sometimes upside down like a man upside down, head propped against the ground and holding his feet up against something. In that position his right side will present itself both to him and to those looking at him as left, and his left side as right. It is this very thing and others like it that had such a dramatic effect upon the revolutions of the soul. Whenever they encounter something outside of them characterizable as same or different, they will speak of it as the same, as something, or as different from something else when the truth is just the opposite, so proving themselves to be misled and unintelligent. Also, at this stage souls do not have a ruling orbit taking the lead. And so when certain sensations come in from outside and attack them, they sweep the soul's entire vessel along with them. It is then that these revolutions, however much in control they seem to be, are actually under their control. All these disturbances are no doubt the reason why even today, and not only at the beginning, whenever a soul is bound within a mortal body, it at first lacks intelligence. But as the stream that brings growth and nourishment diminishes and the soul's orbits regain their composure, resume their proper courses and establish themselves more and more with the passage of time, their revolutions are set straight, to conform to the configuration each of the circles takes in its natural course. They then correctly identify what is the same and what is different, and render intelligent the persons who possess them. And to be sure, if such a person also gets proper nurture to supplement his education, he'll turn out perfectly whole and healthy, and will have escaped the most grievous of illnesses. But if he neglects this, he'll limp his way through life and return to Hades uninitiated and unintelligent. But this doesn't happen until later. Our present subject, on the other hand, needs a more detailed treatment. We must move on to treat the prior questions, the ones that deal with how bodies came to be, part by part, as well as the soul. What were the gods' reasons? What was their plan when they caused these to be? In discussing these questions we shall hold fast to what is most likely, and proceed accordingly. 23c 36b above. Timaeus 1247. E. 44. B. C. D. 1248 Timaeus. Copying the revolving shape of the universe, the gods bound the two divine orbits into a ball-shaped body, the part that we now call our head. This is the most divine part of us, and master of all our other parts. They then assembled the rest of the body and handed the whole of it to the head, to be in its service. They intended it to share in all the motions there were to be. To keep the head from rolling around on the ground without any way of getting up over its various high spots and out of below, they gave it the body as a vehicle to make its way easy. This is the reason why the body came to have length and grow 4 limbs that could extend themselves, divinely devised for the purpose of getting about. Holding on and supporting itself with these limbs, it would be capable of making its way through all regions, while carrying at the top the dwelling 45 place of that most divine, most sacred part of ourselves. This is how, as well as why we have all grown arms and legs. And considering the front side to be more honorable and more commanding than the back, the gods gave us the ability to travel for the most part in this direction. Human beings no doubt ought to have the front sides of their bodies distinguishable from and dissimilar to their backs, and so the gods began by setting the face on that side of the head, the soul as vessel. They bound organs inside it to provide completely for the soul, and they assigned this side, the natural front, to be the part that takes the lead. The eyes were the RST of the organs to be fashioned by the gods, to conduct light. The reason why they fastened them within the head is this. They contrived that such re as was not for burning but for providing a gentle light should become a body, proper to each day. Now the pure re inside us, cousin to that re, they made to out through the eyes, so they made the eyes the eye as a whole but its middle in particular close, textured, smooth, and dense, to enable them to keep out all the other, coarser stuff, and let that kind of re pass through pure by itself. Now, whenever daylight surrounds the visual stream, light makes contact with light and coalesces with it to make up a single homogeneous body aligned with the direction of the eyes. This happens wherever the internal re strikes and presses against an external object it has connected with. And because this body of re has become uniform throughout and thus uniformly affected, it transmits the motions of whatever it comes in contact with as well as of whatever comes in contact with it, to and through the whole body until they reach the soul. This brings about the sensation we call seeing. At night, however, the kindred re has departed and so the visual stream is cut off. For now it exits only to encounter something unlike itself. No longer able to bond with the surrounding air, which now has lost its re, it undergoes changes and dies out. So it not only stops seeing, but even begins to induce sleep. For when the eyelids which the gods devised to keep eyesight safe are closed, they shut in the power of the internal re, which then disperses and evens out the internal motions, and when these have been evened out, a state of quietness ensues. And if this quietness is deep, one falls into an all but dreamless sleep. But if some, Timaeus 1249, fairly strong motions remain, they produce images similar in kind and in 46 number to the kind of motions they are, and the kind of regions in which they remain images which, though formed within, are recalled upon waking as external objects. And so there is no longer any difficulty in understanding how images are produced in mirrors or in any other smooth reacting surfaces. On such occasions the internal re joins forces with the external re, to form on the smooth surface a single re which is reshaped in a multitude of ways. So once the re from the face comes to coalesce with the re from the side on the smooth and bright surface, you have the inevitable appearance of all images of this sort. What is left will appear as right, because the parts of the re from side connect with the opposite parts of the re from the face, contrary to the usual manner of encounter. But, on the other hand, what is right does appear as right, and what is left whenever light switches sides in the process of coalescing with the light with which it coalesces. And this happens whenever the mirror's smooth surface is curled upwards on both sides, thereby bending the right part of the re from side towards the left, and the left part towards the right. And when this same smooth surface is turned along the length of the face, i.e., vertically, it makes the whole object appear upside down, because it bends the lower part of the ray toward the top, and the upper part toward the bottom. Now all of the above are among the auxiliary causes employed in the service of the god as he does his utmost to bring to completion the character of what is most excellent. But because they make things cold or hot, compact or disperse them, and produce all sorts of similar effects, most people regard them not as auxiliary causes, but as the actual causes of all things. Things like these, however, are totally incapable of possessing any reason or understanding about anything. We must pronounce the soul to be the only thing there is that properly possesses understanding. The soul is an invisible thing, whereas water, earth, and air have all come to be as visible bodies. So anyone who is a lover of understanding and knowledge must of necessity pursue as primary causes those that belong to intelligent nature, and as secondary all those belonging to things that are moved by others and that set still others in motion by necessity. We too, surely, must do likewise. We must describe both types of causes, distinguishing those which possess understanding and thus fashion what is beautiful and good, from those which, when deserted by intelligence, produce only haphazard and disorderly effects every time. Let us conclude, then, our discussion of the accompanying auxiliary causes that gave our eyes the power which they now possess. We must next speak of that supremely beneficial function for which the god gave 47 them to us. As my account has it, our sight has indeed proved to be a source of supreme benefit to us, in that none of our present statements about the universe could ever have been made if we had never seen any stars, sun, or heaven. As it is, however, our ability to see the periods of 1250 Timaeus. Day and night, of months and of years, of equinoxes and solstices, has led to the invention of number, and has given us the idea of time and opened the path to inquiry into the nature of the universe. These pursuits have given us philosophy, a gift from the gods to the mortal race whose value neither has been nor ever will be surpassed. I am quite prepared to declare this to be the supreme good our eyesight offers us. Why then should we exalt all the lesser good things, which a non-philosopher struck blind would lament and bewail in vain? 24 Let us rather declare that the cause and purpose of the supreme good is this: the God invented sight and gave it to us so that we might observe the orbits of intelligence in the universe, and apply them to the revolutions of our own understanding. For there is a kinship between them, even though our revolutions are disturbed, whereas the universal orbits are undisturbed. So once we have come to know them and to share in the ability to make correct calculations according to nature, we should stabilize the straying revolutions within ourselves by imitating the completely unstraying revolutions of the God. Likewise, the same account goes for sound and hearing. These two are the God's gifts, given for the same purpose and intended to achieve the same result. Speech was designed for this very purpose. It plays the greatest part in its achievement, and all such composition as lends itself to making audible musical sound. 25 is given in order to express harmony, and so serves this purpose as well. And harmony, whose movements are akin to the orbits within our souls, is a gift of the muses, if our dealings with them are guided by understanding, not for irrational pleasure, for which people nowadays seem to make use of it, but to serve as an ally in the GHT, to bring order to any orbit in our souls that has become unharmonized, and make it concordant with itself. Rhythm, too, has likewise been given us by the muses for the same purpose, to assist us. For with most of us our condition is such that we have lost all sense of measure, and are lacking in grace. Now in all but a brief part of the discourse I have just completed I have presented what has been crafted by intellect. But I need to match this account by providing a comparable one concerning the things that have come about by necessity. For this ordered world is of mixed birth, it is 48. The offspring of a union of necessity and intellect. Intellect prevailed over necessity by persuading it to direct most of the things that come to be toward what is best, and the result of the subjugation of necessity to wise persuasion was the initial formation of this universe. So if I am to tell the story of how it really came to be in this way, I also have to introduce the character of the straying cause, how it is its nature to set things adrift. I shall have to retrace my steps, then, and, armed with a second starting point that also applies to these same things, I must go back once again to 24 a near quotation from Euripides, Phoenician Women, 1762. 25 Reading phones in D1. Timaeus 1251. The beginning, and start my present inquiry from there, just as I did with my earlier one. We shall of course have to study the intrinsic nature of water, air, and earth prior to the heaven as coming to be, as well as the properties they had then. So far no one has as yet revealed how these four came to be. We tend to posit them as the elemental letters of the universe and tell people they are its principles on the assumption that they know what and the other three are. In fact, however, they shouldn't even be compared to syllables. Only a very unenlightened person might be expected to make such a comparison. So let me now proceed with my treatment in the following way. For the present I cannot state the principle or principles of all things, or however else I think about them, for the simple reason that it is difficult to show clearly what my view is if I follow my present manner of exposition. Please do not expect me to do so then. I couldn't convince even myself that I could be right to commit myself to undertaking a task of such magnitude. I shall keep to what I stated at the beginning, the virtue of likely accounts, and so shall try right from the start to say about things, both individually and collectively, what is no less likely than any more likely, in fact, than what I have said before. 26. Let us therefore at the outset of this discourse call upon the God to be our Savior this time, to give us safe passage through a strange and unusual exposition, and lead us to a view of what is likely. And so let me begin my speech again. The new starting point in my account of the universe needs to be more complex than the earlier one. Then we distinguish two kinds, but now we must specify a third, one of a different sort. The earlier two said. For our previous account, one was proposed as a model, intelligible and always changeless, a second as an imitation of the model, something that 49 possesses becoming and is visible. We did not distinguish a third kind at the time, because we thought that we could make do with the two of them. Now, however, it appears that our account compels us to attempt to illuminate in words a kind that is difficult and vague. What must we suppose it to do and to be? This above all, it is a receptacle of all becoming. Its witness, as it were. However true that statement may be, we must nevertheless describe it more clearly. This is a difficult task, particularly because it requires us to raise a preliminary problem about and the other three. It is difficult to say of each of them in a way that employs a reliable and stable account which one is the sort of thing one should really call water rather than or which one should call some one of these, rather than just any and every one of them. What problem, then, do they present for us to work through in likely fashion? And then how and in what manner are we to go on to speak about this third kind? 26 Accepting the insertion of after Malinda in D3. 1252 Timaeus. First, we see, or think we see, the thing that we have just now been calling water condensing and turning to stones and earth. Next, we see this same thing dissolving and dispersing, turning to wine and air, when ignited, turning to and then we see being condensed and extinguished and turning back to the form of air, and air coalescing and thickening and turning back into cloud and mist. When these are compressed still more we see them turning into owing water, which we see turning to earth and stones once again. In this way, then, they transmit their coming to be one to the other in a cycle, or so it seems. Now then, since none of these appears ever to remain the same, which one of them can one categorically assert, without embarrassment, to be some particular thing, this one, and not something else? One can rather, the safest course by far is to propose that we speak about these things in the following way. What we invariably observe becoming different at different times for example to characterize that, i.e., not as this, but each time as what is such, and speak of water not as this, but always as what is such, and never to speak of anything else as this, as though it has some stability, of all the things at which we point and use the expressions that and this and so think we are designating something. For it gets away without abiding the charge of that and this, or any other X-phrase, Zion that indicts them of being stable. It is in fact safest not to refer to it by any of these expressions. Rather, what is such coming around like what it was, again and again, that's the thing to call it in each and every case. So and generally everything that has becoming it is safest to call what is altogether such, but that in which they each appear to keep coming into being and from which they subsequently pass out of being. That's the only thing to refer to by means of the expressions that N50. This, a thing that is some such or other, however hot or white, say, or any one of the opposites, and all things constituted by these should be called none of these things, i.e., this or that. 27. 27. An alternative translation of 49c7, 50 has been proposed by H. F. Sheerness, A.M. J. O. Philol. 75, 113 ff. Since these thus never appear as severally identical, concerning which of them could one without shame RMLY assert that this is any particular thing and not another? It is not possible, but by far the safest way is to speak of them on this basis, what we ever see coming to be at different times in different places, for example not to say this is but what on any occasion is such and such is nor this is water, but what is always such and such is water, nor ever this, as if it had some permanence, is some other of the things that we think we are designating as something when by way of pointing we use the term this or that, for it slips away and does not abide the assertion of that and this or any assertion that indicts them of being stable. But it is safest not to speak of these as severally distinct but so to call the such and such that always recurs alike in each and all cases together. For example, to call that which is always such and such and so with everything. Timaeus 1253. I must make one more effort to describe it, more clearly still. Suppose you were molding gold into every shape there is, going on non-stop molding one shape into the next. If someone then were to point at one of them and ask you, what is it, your safest answer by far, with respect to truth, would be to say, gold, but never triangle or any of the other shapes that come to be in the gold, as though it is these, because they change even while you're remaking the statement. However, that answer, too, should be satisfactory, as long as the shapes are willing to accept what is such as someone asks designation. This has a degree of safety. Now the same account, in fact, holds also for that nature which receives all the bodies. We must always refer to it by the same term, for it does not depart from its own character in any way. Not only does it always receive all things, it has never in any way whatever taken on any character is similar to any of the things that enter it. Its nature is to be available for anything to make its impression upon, and it is modified, shaped and reshaped by the things that enter it. These are the things that make it appear different at different times. The things that enter and leave it are imitations of those things that always are, imprinted after their likeness, in a marvelous way that is hard to describe. This is something we shall pursue at another time. For the moment, we need to keep in mind three types of things: that which comes to be, that in which it comes to be, and d. that after which the thing coming to be is modeled, and which is the source of its coming to be. It is in fact appropriate to compare the receiving thing to a mother, the source to a father, and the nature between them to their offspring. We also must understand that if the imprints are to be varied, with all the varieties there to see, this thing upon which the imprints are to be formed could not be well prepared for that role if it were not itself devoid of any of those characters that it is to receive from elsewhere. For if it resembled any of the things that enter it, it could not successfully copy their opposites or things of a totally different nature whenever it were to receive them. It would be showing its own face as well. This is why the thing that is to receive in itself all the elemental kinds must be totally devoid of any characteristics. Think of people who make fragrant ointments. They expend skill and ingenuity to come up with something just like this, i.e., a neutral base, to have on hand to start with. The liquids that are to receive the fragrances they make as odorless as possible. Or think of people who work at impressing shapes upon soft materials. They emphatically refuse to allow any such material to already have some denied shape. Instead, they'll even it out and make it as smooth as it can be. In the same 51. That comes to be, and, on the other hand, that in which these severally distinct characteristics are ever and anon being manifested as they come to be in it and out of which, again they are passing away, it is safest to designate it alone when we employ the word this or that, but what is of any kind soever, hot or white or any of the contraries and all that consist of these, not in turn to call it any of these. 1254 Timaeus. Way, then, if the thing that is to receive repeatedly throughout its whole self the likenesses of the intelligible objects, the things which always are 28. If it is to do so successfully, then it ought to be devoid of any inherent characteristics of its own. This, of course, is the reason why we shouldn't call the mother or receptacle of what has come to be, of what is visible or perceivable in every other way, either earth or air, or water, or any of their compounds or their constituents. But if we speak of it as an invisible and characterless sort of thing, one that receives all things and shares in be a most perplexing way in what is intelligible, a thing extremely difficult to comprehend, we shall not be misled. And in so far as it is possible to arrive at its nature on the basis of what we've said so far, the most correct way to speak of it may well be this: the part of it that gets ignited appears on each occasion as the dampened part as water, and parts as earth or air in so far as it receives the imitations of these. But we must prefer to conduct our inquiry by means of rational argument. Hence we should make a distinction like the following: is there such a thing as a fire by itself? Do all these things of which we always say that each of them is something by itself really exist? Or are the things we see, and whatever else we perceive through the body, the only things that possess this kind of actuality, so that there is absolutely nothing else besides them at all? Is our perpetual claim that there exists an intelligible form for each thing a vacuous gesture, in the end nothing but mere talk? No. We certainly will not do justice to the question before us if we dismiss it, leaving it undecided and unadjudicated, and just insist that such things exist, but neither must we append a further lengthy digression to a discourse already quite long. If, however, a sine cant distinction formulated in few words were to present itself, that would suit our present needs best of all. So here is how I cast my own vote: if understanding and true opinion are distinct, then these by themselves things do nightly exist, these forms, the objects not of our sense perception, but of our understanding only. But if, as some people think, true opinion does not differ in any way from understanding, then all the things we perceive through our bodily senses must be assumed to be the most stable things there are. But we do have to speak of understanding and true opinion as distinct, of course, because we can come to have one without the other, and the one is not like the other. It is through instruction that we come to have understanding, and through persuasion that we come to have true belief. Understanding always involves a true account, while true belief lacks any account. And while understanding remains unmoved by persuasion, true belief gives into persuasion. And of true belief, it must be said, all men have a share, but of understanding, only the gods and a small group of people do. Since these things are so, we must agree that that which keeps its own 52 Form unchangingly, which has not been brought into being and is not. 28. Accepting the insertion of no n before panton in a 1. Timaeus 1255. Destroyed, which neither receives into itself anything else from anywhere else, nor itself enters into anything else anywhere, is one thing. It is invisibly. It cannot be perceived by the senses at all, and it is the role of understanding to study it. The second thing is that which shares the other as name and resembles it. This thing can be perceived by the senses, and it has been begotten. It is constantly born along, now coming to be in a certain place and then perishing out of it. It is apprehended by opinion, which involves sense perception. And the third type is space, which exists always and cannot be destroyed. It provides a XED state for all things that come to be. It is itself apprehended by a kind of bastard reasoning that does not involve sense perception, and it is hardly even an object of conviction. We look at it as in a dream when we say that everything that exists must of necessity be somewhere, in some place and occupying some space, and that which doesn't exist somewhere, whether on earth or in heaven, doesn't exist at all. We prove unable to draw all these distinctions and others related to them even in the case of that unsleeping, truly existing reality, because our dreaming state renders us incapable of waking up and stating the truth, which is this, since that for which an image has come to be is not at all intrinsic to the image, which is invariably born along to picture something else, it stands to reason that the image should therefore come to be in something else, somehow clinging to being, or else be nothing at all. But that which really is receives support from the accurate, true AC. Count that as long as the one is distinct from the other, neither of them ever comes to be in the other in such a way that they at the same time become one and the same, and also two. Let this, then, be a summary of the account I would offer, as computed by my vote. There are being, space, and becoming, three distinct things, which existed even before the universe came to be. Now as the wet nurse of becoming turns watery and airy and receives the character of earth and air, and as it acquires all the properties that come with these characters, it takes on a variety of visible aspects, but because it is LLED with powers that are neither similar nor evenly balanced, no part of it is in balance. It sways irregularly in every direction as it is shaken by those things, and being set in motion it in turn shakes them. And as they are moved, they drift continually, some in one direction and others in others, separating from one another. They are winnowed out, as it were, like grain that is sifted by winnowing sieves or other such implements. They are carried off and settled down, the dense and heavy ones in 53. One direction, and the rare and light ones to another place. That is how at that time the four kinds were being shaken by the receiver, which was itself agitating like a shaking machine, separating the kinds most unlike each other furthest apart and pushing those most like each other closest together into the same region. This, of course, explains how these different kinds came to occupy different regions of space, even before the universe was set in order and constituted from them at its coming to 1256 Timaeus. B. Indeed, it is a fact that before this took place the four kinds all lacked proportion and measure, and at the time the ordering of the universe was undertaken, water, earth and air initially possessed certain traces of what they are now. They were indeed in the condition one would expect thoroughly God-forsaken things to be in. So, ending them in this natural condition, the RST thing the God then did was to give them their distinctive shapes, using forms and numbers. Here is a proposition we shall always affirm above all else: the God fashioned these four kinds to be as perfect and excellent as possible, when they were not so before. It will now be my task to explain to you what structure each of them acquired, and how each came to be. My account will be an unusual one, but since you are well schooled in the elts of learning in terms of which I must of necessity proceed with my exposition, I am sure you will follow me. First of all, everyone knows, I am sure, that earth, water, and air are bodies. Now everything that has bodily form also has depth. Depth, moreover, is of necessity comprehended within surface, and any surface bounded by straight lines is composed of triangles. Every triangle, moreover, derives from two triangles, each of which has one right angle and two acute angles. Of these two triangles, one the isosceles right-angled triangle has at each of the other two vertices an equal part of a right angle, determined by its division by equal sides, while the other the scalene right-angled triangle has unequal parts of a right angle at its other two vertices, determined by the division of the right angle by unequal sides. This, then, we presume to be the originating principle of and of the other bodies, as we pursue our likely account in terms of necessity. Principles yet more ultimate than these are known only to the God, and to any man he may hold dear. We should now say which are the most excellent four bodies that can come to be. They are quite unlike each other, though some of them are capable of breaking up and turning into others and vice versa. If our account is on the mark, we shall have the truth about how earth and and their proportionate intermediates water and air came to be. For we shall never concede to anyone that there are any visible bodies more excellent than these, each conforming to a single kind. So we must wholeheartedly proceed to tee together the four kinds of bodies of surpassing excellence, and to declare that we have come to grasp their natures well enough. Of the two right-angled triangles, the isosceles has but one nature, 54, while the scalene has innightly many. Now we have to select the most excellent one from among the innightly many, if we are to get a proper start. So if anyone can say that he has picked out another one that is more excellent for the construction of these bodies, his victory will be that of a friend, not an enemy. Of the many scalene right-angled triangles, then, we posit as the one most excellent, surpassing the others, that one from a pair of which the equilateral triangle is constructed as a third gur. Timaeus 1257. Why this is so is too long a story to tell now. But if anyone puts this claim to the test and discovers that it isn't so, his be the prize, with our congratulations. So much, then, for the selection of the two triangles out of which the bodies of and the other bodies are constructed. The right-angled isosceles, and the right-angled scalene whose longer side squared is always triple its shorter side squared, i.e., the half equilateral. At this point we need to formulate more precisely something that was not stated clearly earlier. For then it appeared that all four kinds of bodies could turn into one another by successive stages. 29. But the appearance is wrong. While there are indeed four kinds of bodies that come to be from the right-angled triangles we have selected, three of them come from triangles that have unequal sides, whereas the fourth alone is fashioned out of isosceles triangles. Thus not all of them have the capacity of breaking up and turning into one another, with a large number of small bodies turning into a small number of large ones and vice versa. There are three that can do this. For all three are made up of a single type of triangle, so that when once the larger bodies are broken up, the same triangles can go to make up a large number of small bodies, assuming shapes appropriate to them. And likewise, when numerous small bodies are fragmented into their triangles, these triangles may well combine to make up some single massive body belonging to another kind. So much, then, for our account of how these bodies turn into one another. Let us next discuss the form that each of them has come to have, and the various numbers that have combined to make them up. Leading the way will be the primary form, the tetrahedron, the tiniest structure, whose elementary triangle is the one whose hypotenuse is twice the length of its shorter side. Now when a pair of such triangles are juxtaposed along the diagonal, i.e., their hypotenuses, and this is done 3 times, and their diagonals and short sides converge upon a single point as center, the result is a single equilateral triangle, composed of 6 such triangles. When 4 of these equilateral triangles are combined, a single solid angle is produced at the junction of 3 plane angles. This, 55, it turns out, is the angle which comes right after the most obtuse of the plane angles. 30, and once 4 such solid angles have been completed, we get the primary solid form, which is one that divides the entire circumference of the sphere in which it is inscribed into equal and similar parts. The second solid form, the octahedron, is constructed out of the same triangles which, however, are now arranged in 8 equilateral triangles, and produce a single solid angle out of 4 plane angles. And when 6 such solid angles have been produced, the second body has reached its completion. Now the third body, the icosahedron, is made up of a combination of 120 of the elementary triangles, and of 12 solid b 29 cf 49 b c 30. The solid angle is the conjunction of 360 degrees plane angles, totaling 180 degrees. 1258 timius angles, each enclosed by VE plane equilateral triangles. This body turns out to have 20 equilateral triangular faces. And let us take our leave of this one of the elementary triangles, the one that has begotten the above 3 kinds of bodies, and turn to the other one, the isosceles right-angled triangle, which has begotten the fourth, the cube, arranged in sets of 4 whose right angles come together at the center. The isosceles triangle produced a single equilateral quadrangle, i.e., a square. And when 6 of these quadrangles were combined together, they produced 8 solid C angles, each of which was constituted by 3 plane right angles. The shape of the resulting body so constructed is a cube, and it has 6 quadrangular equilateral faces. One other construction, AFTH, still remained, and this one the god used for the whole universe, embroidering gears on it. 31. Anyone following this whole line of reasoning might very well be puzzled about whether we should say that there are innightly many worlds, or a night number of them. If so, he would have to conclude that to answer the innightly many is to take the view of one who is really unniched in things he ought to be niched in. He would do better to stop with the question whether we should say that there is really just one world or VE, and be puzzled about that. Well, our probable account answer declares there to be but one world, a god, though someone else, taking other things into consideration, will come to a different opinion. We must set him aside, however. Let us now assign to earth, water, and air the structures which have just been given their formations in our speech. To earth let us give the cube, because of the 4 kinds of bodies earth is the most immobile and the most pliable, which is what the solid whose faces are the most secure must of necessity turn out to be, more so than the others. Now of the right-angled triangles we originally postulated, the face belonging to those that have equal sides has a greater natural stability than that belonging to triangles that have unequal sides, and the surface that is composed of the 2 triangles, the equilateral quadrangle, the square, holds its position with greater stability than does the equilateral triangle, both in their parts and as wholes. Hence, if we assign a solid gur to earth, 56, we are preserving our likely account. And of the solid gurs that are left, we shall next assign the least mobile of them to water, to the most mobile, and to air the one in between. This means that the tiniest body belongs to the largest to water, and the intermediate one to air, and also that the body with the sharpest edges belongs to the next sharpest to air, and the third sharpest to water. Now in all these cases the body that has the fewest faces is of necessity the most mobile, in that it, more than any other, has edges that are the sharpest and best for cutting in every direction. It is also the lightest, in that it is made up of the least 31 the dodecahedron, the remaining one of the regular solids. It approaches most nearly a sphere in volume, the shape of the universe, on Timaeus' story. Timaeus 1259. Number of identical parts. The second body ranks second in having these same properties, and the third ranks third. So let us follow our account, which is not only likely but also correct, and take the solid form of the pyramid that we saw constructed as the element or the seed of and let us say that the second form in order of generation is that of air, and the third that of water. Now we must think of all these bodies as being so small that due to their small size none of them, whatever their kind, is visible to us individually. When, however, a large number of them are clustered together, we do see them in bulk. And in particular, as to the proportions among their numbers, their motions, and their other properties, we must think that when the god had brought them to complete and exact perfection, to the degree that necessity was willing to comply obediently, he arranged them together proportionately. Given all we have said so far about the kinds of elemental bodies, the following account of their transformations is the most likely. When earth D encounters and is broken up by Re's sharpness, it will drift about. Whether the breaking up occurred within itself, or within a mass of air or water until its parts meet again somewhere, T themselves together and become earth again. The reason is that the parts of earth will never pass into another form. But when water is broken up into parts by or even by air, it could happen that the parts recombine to form one corpuscle of and 2 of air. And the fragments of air could produce from any single particle that is broken up, 2 corpuscles. And conversely, whenever a small amount of is enveloped by a large quantity of air or water or perhaps earth and is agitated inside them as they move, and in spite of its resistance is beaten and shattered to bits, then any 2 corpuscles may combine to constitute a single form of air. And when air is overpowered and broken down, then 2 1/2 entire forms of air will be consolidated into a single entire form of water. Let us recapitulate and formulate our account of these transformations as follows. Whenever one of the other kinds is caught inside and gets 57 cut up by the sharpness of Re's angles and edges, then if it is reconstituted as it will stop getting cut. The reason is that a thing of any kind that is alike and uniform is incapable of affecting any change in, or being affected by, anything that is similar to it. But as long as something involved in the transformation has something stronger than it to contend with, the process of its dissolution will continue non-stop. And likewise, when a few of the smaller corpuscles are surrounded by a greater number of bigger ones, they will be shattered and quenched. The quenching will stop when These smaller bodies are willing to be reconstituted into the form of the kind that prevailed over them, and so from re will come air, and from air, water. But if these smaller corpuscles are in process of turning into these and one of the other kinds encounters them and engages them in battle, their dissolution will go on non-stop until they are either completely squeezed and broken apart and escape to their own likes, or else are 1260 Timaeus defeated, and, melting from many into one, they are assimilated to the kind that prevailed over them, and come to share its abode from then on. And, what is more, as they undergo these processes, they all exchange their territories, for as a result of the receptacle S agitation the masses of each of the kinds are separated from one another, with each occupying its own region, but because some parts of a particular kind do from time to time become unlike their former selves and like the other kinds, they are carried by the shaking towards the region occupied by whatever masses they are becoming like to. These, then, are the sorts of causes by which the unalloyed primary bodies have come to be. Now the fact that different varieties are found within their respective forms is to be attributed to the constructions of each of the elementary triangles. Each of these two constructions did not originally yield a triangle that had just one size, but triangles that were both smaller and larger, numerically as many as there are varieties within a given form. That is why when they are mixed with themselves and with each other they display an innate variety, which those who are to employ a likely account in their study of nature ought to take note of. Now as for motion and rest, unless there is agreement on the manner and the conditions in which these two come to be, we will have many obstacles to face in our subsequent course of reasoning. Although we have already said something about them, we need to say this as well: there will be no motion in a state of uniformity. For it is difficult, or rather impossible, for something to be moved without something to set it in motion, or something to set a thing in motion without something to be moved by it. When either is absent, there is no motion, but when they are present it is quite impossible for them to be uniform. And so let us always presume that rest is found in a state of uniformity and to attribute motion to non-uniformity. The latter, moreover, is caused by inequality, the origin of 58, which we have already discussed. 32. We have not explained, however, how it is that the various corpuscles have not reached the point of being thoroughly separated from each other, kind by kind, so that their transformations into each other and their move meant toward their own regions would have come to a halt. So let us return to say this about it: once the circumference of the universe has comprehended the four kinds, then, because it is round and has a natural tendency to gather in upon itself, it constricts them all and allows no empty space to be left over. This is why re, more than the other three, has come be to enumerate all of the others, with their in second place, since it is second in degree of subtlety, and so on for the rest. For the bodies that are generated from the largest parts will have the largest gaps left over in their construction, whereas the smallest bodies will have the tiniest. Now this gathering, contracting process squeezes the small parts into the gaps inside the big ones. So now, as the small parts are placed among the large ones and the smaller ones tend to break up the larger ones while the larger tend to 32. The reference is unclear. Cf. perhaps 52e. Timaeus 1261. Cause the smaller to coalesce, they all shift, up and down, into their own respective regions. For as each changes in quantity, it also changes the position of its region. This, then, is how and why the occurrence of non-uniformity is perpetually preserved, and so sets these bodies in perpetual motion, both now and in the future without interruption. Next, we should note that there are many varieties of re that have come to be. For example, there is both aim and the effluence from aim, which, while it doesn't burn, gives light to the eyes. And then there is the residue of aim which is left in the embers when the aim has gone out. The same goes for air. There is the brightest kind that we call ether, and also the murkiest, mist and darkness. Then there are other, less sorts which result from inequality among the triangles. The varieties of water can rst of all be divided into two groups, the liquid and the liquiable. Because the former possesses water parts that are not only unequal but also small, it turns out to be mobile, both in itself and when acted upon by something else. This is due to its non-uniformity and the congruation of its shape. The other type of water, composed of large and uniform kinds, is rather more immobile and heavy, compacted as it is by its uniformity. But when repenetrates it and begins to break it up, it loses its uniformity, and once that is lost it is more susceptible to motion. When it has become quite mobile it is spread out upon the ground under pressure from the air surrounding it. Each of these changes has its own name, melting for the disintegration of its bulk and owing for the spreading on the ground. But when, conversely, the re is expelled from 59, it, then, since the re does not pass into a void, pressure is exerted upon the surrounding air, which in turn compresses the still mobile liquid mass into the places previously occupied by the re and mixes it with itself. As it is being compressed, the mass regains its uniformity now that re, the agent of non-uniformity, has left the scene, and it resettles into its own former state. The departure of the re is called cooling, and the compress sign that occurs when the re is gone is called gelling. Of all these types of water that we have called liquiable, the one that consists of the nest, b, the most uniform parts and has proved to be the most dense, one that is unique in its kind and tinged with brilliant yellow, is gold, our most precious possession, layered through rocks and thereby compacted. And gold as offshoot, which because of its density is extremely hard and has a black color, is called adamant. Another has parts that approximate gold, and comes in more than one variety. In terms of density, it is in one way denser than gold and includes a small, any part of earth, so that it is harder. But it is actually lighter than gold, because it has large gaps inside of it. This, it turns out, is copper, one variety of the bright, gel kinds of water. Whenever the earth part of the mixture separates off again from the rest in the passage of time, this part, called verdigris, becomes visible by itself. As for going further and giving an account of other stuffs of this sort, along the lines of the likely stories we have been following, that is no complicated matter. And should one take a break and lay aside accounts 1262 Timaeus about the things that always are, deriving instead a carefree pleasure from surveying the likely accounts about becoming, he would provide his life with a moderate and sensible diversion. So shall we, then, at this time, give free rein to such a diversion and go right on to set out the next likelihoods on these subjects, as follows. Take now the water that is mixed with re. It is any and liquid, and on account of its mobility and the way it rolls over the ground it is called liquid. It is soft, moreover, in that its faces, being less rm than those of earth, give way to it. When this water is separated from its re and air, and is isolated, it becomes more uniform, and it is pressed together into itself by the things that leave it. So compacted, the water above the earth, which is most affected by this change, turns to hail, while that on earth turns to ice. Some water is not affected quite so much, being still only half compacted. Such water above the earth becomes snow, while that on the earth becomes what is called frost, from dew that is congealed. Now most of the varieties of water which are mixed with one another are collectively called saps, because they have been cleared through 60 plants that grow out of the earth. Because they are mixed, each of them has its own degree of non-uniformity. Many of these varieties are nameless, though 4 of them, all with 3 in them, are particularly conspicuous, and so have been given names. First, there is wine, which warms not only the body but the soul as well. Second, there are the various oils, which are smooth and divide the ray of sight, and for that reason glisten, appearing bright and shiny to the eye. These include resin, castor oil, olive oil, and others that share their properties. And third, there is what is most commonly called honey, which includes all that relaxes the taste passages of the mouth back to their natural state, and which by virtue of this property conveys a sense of sweetness. Fourth, there is what has been named tart juice, quite distinct from all the other saps. It is a foamy stuff, and is caustic, and hence hazardous to the ash. As for the varieties of earth, RST, such earth as has been cleared through water turns into a stony body in something like the following way. When the water that is mixed with it disintegrates in the mixing process, it is transformed into the form of air, and, once it has turned into air, it thrusts its way upwards toward its own region. And since there is no void above it pushes aside the air next to it. And when this air, heavy as it is pressed and poured around the mass of earth, it squeezes it hard and compresses it to LL the places vacated by the recently formed air. When so compressed by air, earth is insoluble in water and constitutes itself as stone. The more beautiful kind of stone is stone that is transparent and made up of equal and uniform parts. The uglier kind is just the opposite. Second, there is the kind of earth from which moisture has been completely expelled by a swiftly burning and which thus comes to have a rather more brittle constitution than the RST kind of earth. This is a kind to which the name pottery has been given. Sometimes, however, moisture gets left in and we get earth that is made liqueable by when it has cooled. Timaeus 1263. It turns to stone that is black in color, i.e., lava. Then, thirdly, there are the 2 varieties of earth that both alike are the residue of a mixture of a great quantity of water. They are briny, made up of the nest parts of earth, and turn out to be semi-solid and water-soluble again. One of these is soda, a cleansing agent against oil and dirt. The other is salt, which is well suited to enhance various blends of air and has, not unreasonably, proven itself to be a stuff pleasing to the gods. There are also compounds of earth and water which are soluble by but not by water. 33. These are compacted in this way for the following sort of reason: neither air nor will dissolve masses of earth, because air and consist of parts that by nature are smaller than are the gaps within earth. They thus pass without constraint through the wide gaps of a mass of earth, leaving it intact and undissolved. But since the parts of water are naturally bigger, they must force their way through, and in so doing they undo and dissolve the earth. For water alone can in this way dissolve 61 earth that isn't forcibly compressed, but when earth is compressed nothing but Re can dissolve it. That is because Re is the only thing left that can penetrate it. So also, only Re can disperse water that has been compressed with the greatest force, whereas both Re and air can disperse water that is in a looser state. Air does it by entering the gaps, and Re by breaking up the triangles. The only way in which air that has been condensed under force can be broken up is into its elemental triangles, and even when it is not forcibly compressed, only Re can dissolve it. So as for these bodies that are mixtures of earth and water, as long as the gaps within a given mass of earth are occupied by its own water, which is tightly packed within the gaps, the water parts that come charging upon it from the outside have no way of getting into the mass and so out around the whole of it, leaving it undissolved. The Re parts, however, do penetrate the gaps within the water parts, and hence as Re they do to water. 34. What water did to earth, they alone, it turns out, cause this partnership of earth and water to come apart and become UID. These compounds of earth and water include not only bodies that have less water in them than earth, such as glass and generally all stone formations that can be called liqueable, but also bodies that have more water than earth, namely all those that have the consistency of wax or of incense. See, we have now pretty much completed our presentation of the kinds of bodies that are distinguished by their multifarious shapes, their combinations and their intertransformations. Now we must try to shed some light on what has caused them to come to have the properties they do. First, we need at every step in our discourse to appeal to the existence of sense perception, but we have so far discussed neither the coming to be of Esh, or of what pertains to Esh, nor the part of the soul that is mortal. It's a 33, i.e., glass, wax, and similar bodies, see below. 34. Accepting the conjecture Hunter at B5. 1264. Timaeus. Happens, however, that we cannot give an adequate account of these matters without referring to perceptual properties, but neither can we give an account of the latter without referring to the former, and to treat them simultaneously is all but impossible. So we must start by assuming the one or the other, and later revisit what we have assumed. Let us begin by taking for granted for now the existence of body and soul. This will allow our account of these properties to succeed the account we've just given of the elemental kinds. First, then, let us see what we mean when we call Re hot. Let us look at it in this way. We notice how Re acts on our bodies by dividing and cutting them. We are all well aware that the experience is a sharp one. The nayness of Re's edges, the sharpness of its angles, the minuteness of its parts, and the swiftness of its motion, all of which make Re severely piercing, so that it makes sharp cuts in whatever it encounters, must be 62. Taken into consideration as we recall how its shape came to be. It is this substance, more than any other, that divides our bodies throughout and cuts them up into small pieces, thereby giving us the property, as well as the name Carmethesian, that we now naturally call hot thermon. What the opposite property is quite obvious. We should not, however, keep anything left out of our account, as the larger parts of the moisture surrounding our bodies penetrate our bodies and push out the smaller parts, but are unable to take up the places vacated by those smaller parts. They compress the moisture within us and congeal it by rendering it in a state of motionlessness in place of a state of moving non-uniformity, by virtue of the uniformity and compression so introduced. But anything which is being unnaturally compressed has a natural tendency to resist such compression, and pushes itself outward, in the opposite direction. This resistance, this shaking, is called shivering and chill, and the experience as a whole, as well as what brings it about, has come to have the name cold. Hard we call whatever our esh gives way to, soft, whatever gives way to our esh. And this is how they are relative to each other. Whatever stands upon a small base tends to give way. The form composed of quadrangles, C, however, is the least liable to being displaced because its bases are very secure, and that which is compacted to its maximum density is particularly resistant to being displaced. Heavy and light can be most clearly explained if we examine them in conjunction with what we call above and below. It is entirely wrong to hold that there are by nature two separate regions, divorced from and entirely opposite one another, the one the region below, toward which anything that has physical mass tends to move, and the other the region above, toward which everything makes its way only under force. For given that the whole heaven is spherical, all the points that are situated as extremes d at an equal distance from the center must by their nature be extremes of just the same sort, and we must take it that the center, being equidistant from the extremes, is situated at the point that is the opposite to all the Timaeus 1265 extremes. Now if this is the universe's natural constitution, which of the points just mentioned could you posit as above or below without justly giving the appearance of using totally inappropriate language? There is no just cation for describing the universe's central region either as a natural above or a natural below, but just as at the center. And the region at the circumference is, to be sure, not the center, but neither is one of its parts so distinguished from any other that it is related to the center, in a species way more so than any of the parts opposite to it. What contrary terms could you apply to something that is by nature all alike in every direction? How could you think to use such terms appropriately? If, further, there is something solid and evenly balanced at the center of the universe, 63, it could not move to any of the extreme points, because these are all alike in all directions. But if you could travel around it in a circle, you would repeatedly take a position at your own antipodes and call the very same part of it now the part above, and then the part below. For the whole universe, as we have just said, is spherical, and to say that some region of it is its above, and another its below, makes no sense. The origin of these terms and the subjects to which they really apply, which explain how we have become accustomed to using them in dividing the world as a whole in this way, we must resolve by adopting the following supposition, b. Imagine a man stepping onto that region of the universe that is the particular province of Re, where the greatest mass of Re is gathered together, and toward which other Re moves. Imagine, further, that he has the power to remove some parts of the Re and place them on scales. When he raises the beam and drags the Re into the alien air, applying force to it, clearly see, the lesser quantity of Re somehow gives way to his force more easily than the greater. For when two things are raised by one and the same exertion, the lesser quantity will invariably yield more readily and the greater, which offers more resistance, less readily, to the force applied. And so the large quantity will be described as heavy and moving downward, and the small one as light and moving upward. Now this is the very thing we must detect ourselves doing in our own region. When we stand on the earth and weigh out one earth-like thing against another, and some earth itself, we drag these things by force, contrary to their natural tendency, into the alien air, while both of them tend to cling to what is akin to them. Nevertheless the smaller one will yield sooner and more readily than the larger one to the force we apply that introduces it into the alien stuff. Now this is what we call light, and the region into which we force it to go we call above, their opposites we call heavy and below. Now the things having any of these designations necessarily differ relatively to one another, because the various masses of the elemental kinds of body occupy opposite regions. What in one region is light, heavy, below or above will all be found to become, or to be, directly opposite to, e, or at an angle to, or in any and every different direction from, what is light, heavy, below or above in the opposite region. In fact, this is the one thing that should be understood to apply in all these cases, the path towards 1266 Timaeus. Its own kind is what makes a thing moving along it heavy and the region into which it moves, below, whereas the other set of terms light and above are for things behaving the other way. This, then, concludes our account of what causes things to have these properties. As for smooth and rough, I take it that anyone could discern the explanation of those properties and communicate it to someone else. Roughness results from the combination of hardness with non-uniformity, while smoothness is the result of uniformity as contribution to density. 64. The most important point that remains concerning the properties that have a common effect upon the body as a whole, pertains to the causes of pleasures and pains in the cases we have described as well as all cases in which sensations are registered throughout the bodily parts, sensations which are also simultaneously accompanied by pains and pleasures in those parts. With every property, whether perceived or not, let us take up the question of the causes of pleasure or pain in the following way, recalling the distinction made in the foregoing between what is easily moved and b, what is hard to move. This is the way in which we must pursue all that we intend to comprehend. When even a minor disturbance affects that which is easily moved by nature, the disturbance is passed on in a chain reaction with some parts affecting others in the same way as they were affected, until it reaches the center of consciousness and reports the property that produced the reaction. On the other hand, something that is hard to move remains XED and merely experiences the disturbance without passing it on in any chain reaction. It does not disturb any of its neighboring parts, so that in the absence of some parts passing on the disturbance to others, the initial disturbance affecting them fails to move on into the living thing as a whole and renders the disturbance unperceived. This is true of our bones and hair and of the other mostly earth-made parts that we possess. But the former is true of our sight and hearing in particular, and this is due to the fact that their chief inherent power is that of air and of re. This, then, is what we should understand about pleasure and pain. An unnatural disturbance that comes upon us with great force and intensity is painful, while its equally intense departure, leading back to the natural state, is pleasant. One that is mild and gradual is not perceived, whereas the opposite is the case with the opposite disturbance. Further, one that occurs readily can be completely perceived, more so than any other, though neither pleasure nor pain is involved. Take, for example, those involved in the act of seeing. Earlier 35 we described the ray of sight as a body that comes into being with the daylight as an extension of ourselves. The cuttings, the burnings, and whatever else it undergoes don't cause any pains in it, nor does the return to its former state yield any pleasures. Its perceptions are the more vivid and clear the more it is affected and the greater the number of things it encounters and makes contact with, for there is absolutely no violence involved when it is severed by the cutting. 35 and 45 c. Timaeus 1267. And burning, etc., and reconstituted bodies consisting of larger parts, on the other hand, 1t easily give way to what acts upon them. They pass on the motions they receive to the entire body, and so they do get pleasures. and pains when they are alienated from their natural condition, and pleasures when they are once again restored to it. All those bodies 65, which experience only gradual departures from their normal state or grad, UAL depletions but whose replenishments are intense and substantial are bodies that are unaware of their depletions but not of their replenishments, and hence they introduce very substantial pleasures in the mortal part of the soul but not any pains. This is clear in the case of fragrances. But all those bodies whose alienations are intense while their restorations to their former states are but gradual and slow, pass on motions that are entirely contrary to those mentioned just before. Again, this clearly turns out to be the case when the body suffers burns or cuts. We have now pretty much covered those disturbances that affect the whole body in a common way, as well as all the terms that have come to be applied to the agents that produce them. We must now try to discuss, if we can, those that take place in our various particular parts, and, as before, their causes, which lie in the agents that produce them. First, then, see. We need to shed what light we can on what we left untreated earlier when we talked about tastes, and these are the properties physically connected to the tongue. It seems that these, too, in common with most other properties, come about as a result of contractions and dilations, but apart from that, these tongue-related properties seem rather more than any of the others to involve roughness and smoothness. Now as earth-like parts penetrate the area around the tiny vessels that act as testers for the tongue, and reach down to the heart, they impact upon the moist, soft ash of the tongue and are melted away. In the process they contract the vessels and dry them up. When they tend to be rather rough, we taste them as sour. When less rough, as tangy. Things that rinse the vessels and wash the entire area around the tongue are all called bitter when they do so to excess and so assault the tongue as to dissolve some of it, as soda actually can do. When they are not as strong as soda and effect only a moderate rinsing, they taste salty to us. They have none of the harsh bitterness, and we envy them rather agreeable. Things that absorb the heat of the mouth, by which they are also worn smooth, are ignited and in their turn return their to that which made them hot. Their lightness carries them up to the senses. In the head, as they cut any and everything they come up against. Because 66. This is what they do. Things of this sort have all been called pungent. On the other hand, there are those things which have been rened by the process of decomposition and which then intrude themselves into the narrow vessels. These are proportioned both to the earth parts and those of air that are contained within the vessels, so that they agitate the earth and air parts and cause them to be stirred one around the other. As these are being stirred, they surround one another, and, as parts of one sort, intrude themselves into parts of another, they make hollows which envelop. 1268 Timaeus. The parts that go inside. So when a hollow envelope of moisture, whether be earthy or pure, as the case may be, is stretched around air, we get moist vessels of air, hollow spheres of water. Some of these, those that form a transparent enclosure consisting of a pure moisture are called bubbles. Those, on the other hand, whose moisture is earthy and agitates and rises upward all at once are called by the terms effervescence and fermentation. That which causes these disturbances is called acid to the taste. There is a disturbance that is the opposite of all the ones we have just discussed, one that is the effect of an opposite cause. Whenever the composition of the moistened parts that enter the vessels of the tongue is such that it is congruent with the natural condition of the tongue, these entering parts make smooth and lubricate the roughened parts and in some cases constrict while in others they relax the parts that have been abnormally dilated or contracted. They decisively restore all those parts back to their natural position. As such, they prove to be a cure for the violent disturbances just discussed, being fully pleasant and agreeable to one and all, and are called sweet. So much for the subject of tastes. As for the power belonging to the nostrils, there are no types within it. This is because a smell is always a half breed. None of the elemental shapes, as it happens, has the proportions required for having any odor. The vessels involved in our sense of smell are too narrow for the varieties of earth and water parts, yet too wide for those of earth and air. Consequently no one has ever perceived any odor coming from these elemental bodies. Things give off odors when they either get damp or decay, or melt or evaporate, for when water changes to air or air to water, odors are given off in the transition. All odors, collectively, are either vapor or mist, mist being what passes from air to water, and vapor what passes from water to air, and this is why odors as a group turn out to be than water, yet grosser than air. Their character becomes clear when one strains to draw one breath through something that obstructs one breathing. There will be no odor that lingers through. All that comes through is just the breath itself, devoid of any odor. These variations among odors, then, form two sets, neither of which has 67. A name, since they do not consist of a species number of simple types. Let us draw the only clear distinction we can draw here, that between the pleasant and the offensive. The latter of these irritates and violates the whole upper body from the top of the head to the navel, while the former soothes that area and welcomes it back to its natural state. A third kind of perception that we want to consider is hearing. We must describe the causes that produce the properties connected with this perception. In general, let us take it that sound is the percussion of air by way of the ears upon the brain and the blood and transmitted to the soul, and that hearing is the motion caused by the percussion that begins in the head and ends in the place where the liver is situated. And let us take it that whenever the percussion is rapid, the sound is high-pitched, and that the slower the percussion, the lower the pitch. A regular percussion produces a Timaeus 1269 uniform, smooth sound, while a contrary one produces one that is rough. A forceful percussion produces a loud sound, while a contrary one produces one that is soft. But we must defer discussion of harmonization in sounds to a later part of our discourse. The fourth and remaining kind of perception is one that includes a vast number of variations within it, and hence it requires subdivision. Collectively, we call these variations colors. Color is a aim which has forth from bodies of all sorts, with its parts proportional to our sight so as to produce perception. At an earlier point in our discourse we treated only the causes that led to the origination of the ray of sight. 36 now, at this point, it is particularly appropriate to provide a well-reasoned account of colors. Now the parts that move from the other objects and impinge on the ray of sight are in some cases smaller, in others larger than, and in still other cases equal in size to, the parts of the ray of sight itself. Those that are equal are imperceptible, and these we naturally call transparent. Those that are larger contract the ray of sight, while those that are smaller, on the other hand, dilate it, and so are cousin to what is cold or hot in the case of the ash, and, in the case of the tongue, with what is sour, or with all those things that generate heat and that we have therefore called pungent. So, black and white, it turns out, are properties of contraction and dilation, and are really the same as these other properties, though in a different class, which is why they present a different appearance. This, then, is how we should speak of them. White is what dilates the ray of sight, and black is what does the opposite. Now when a more penetrating motion of a different type of rebounces on the ray of sight and dilates it right up to the eyes, and forces its way 68 through the very passages within the eyeballs and melts them, it discharges from those passages a glob of Re and water, which we call it here. The penetrating motion itself consists of Re, and as it encounters Re from the opposite direction, then, as the one Re leaps out from the eyes like a lightning ash and the other enters them but is quenched by the surrounding moisture, the resulting turmoil gives rise to colors of every hue. The disturbance so produced we call dazzling, and that which produces it we name bright and brilliant. On the other hand, the type of Re that is intermediate between white and bright is one that reaches the moisture in the eyes and blends with it, but is not brilliant. As the Re shines through the moisture with which it is mixed, it yields the color of blood, which we call red. And when bright is mixed with red and white, we get orange. But it would be unwise to state the proportions among them, even if one could know them. It is impossible, even approximately, to provide a proof or a likely account on these matters. 306045b, d. 1270 Timaeus. Now red mixed with black and white is of course purple. When this C combination is burnt further and more black is mixed with it, we get violet. Gray is a mixture of black and white, and the mixture of orange and gray produces amber. Beige comes from white mixed with orange. White, combined with bright and immersed in a saturated black, produces a cobalt blue color, which, when blended with white, becomes turquoise. A mixture of amber with black yields green. As for the other hues, it should be fairly clear from the above cases by what mixtures they are to be represented, in a way that preserves our likely story. But if anyone in considering these matters were to put them to an actual test, he would demonstrate his ignorance of the difference between the human and the divine. It is God who possesses both the knowledge and power required to mix a plurality into a unity and, conversely, to dissolve a unity into a plurality, while no human being could possess either of these, whether at the present time or at any time in the future. And so all these things were taken in hand, their natures being determined mind and by necessity in the way we be described by the craftsman of the most perfect and excellent among things that come to be, at the time when he brought forth that self-sufficient, most perfect God. Although he did make use of the relevant auxiliary causes, it was he himself who gave their fair design to all that comes to be. That is why we must distinguish two forms of cause, the divine and the necessary. First, the divine, for which we must search in all things if we are to gain a life of happiness to 69, the extent that our nature allows, and second, the necessary, for which we must search for the sake of the divine. Our reason is that without the necessary, those other objects, about which we are serious, cannot on their own be discerned, and hence cannot be comprehended or partaken of in any other way. We have now sorted out the different kinds of cause, which lie ready for us like lumber for carpenters. From them we are to weave together the remainder of our account. So let us return to our starting point, and quickly proceed to the same place from which we arrived at our present position. 37 Let us try to put a NAL head on our account, one that be TS in with our previous discussion. To repeat what was said at the outset, the things we see were in a condition of disorderliness when the God introduced as much proportional ity into them and in as many ways making each thing proportional, both to itself and to other things as was possible for making them be commensurable and proportionate. For at the time they had no proportion ality at all, except by chance, nor did any of them qualify at all for the names we now use to name them, names like Re, water, etc. All these things, rather, the God RST gave order to, and then out of them he proceeded to construct this universe, a single living thing that contains within itself all living things, mortal or immortal. He himself fashioned those that were 37 CF 31b, 32c and 48b, 48e, 49a, respectively. Timaeus 1271. Divine, but assigned his own progeny the task of fashioning the generation of those that were mortal. They imitated him, having taken the immortal origin of the soul, they proceeded next to encase it within a round mortal body the head, and to give it the entire body as its vehicle. And within the body they built another kind of soul as well, the mortal kind, which contains within it those dreadful but necessary disturbances, pleasure, RST of all, evil as most powerful lure, then pains, that make us run away from what is good. Besides these, boldness also and fear, foolish counselors both, then also the spirit of anger hard to assuage, and expectation easily led astray. These they fused with unreasoning sense perception and all venturing lust, and so, as was necessary, they constructed the mortal type of soul. In the face of these disturbances they scribbled to stain the divine soul only to the extent that this was absolutely necessary, and so they provided a home for the mortal soul in another place in the body, away from the other. Once they had built an isthmus as boundary between the head and the chest by situating a neck between them to keep them apart. Inside the chest, then, and in what is called the trunk they proceeded to enclose the mortal type of soul. And since one part of the mortal soul was naturally superior to the other, they built the hollow of the trunk in sections, dividing them the way that women's quarters are divided from man's. They situated 70. The midriff between the sections to serve as a partition. Now the part of the mortal soul that exhibits manliness and spirit, the ambitious part, they settled nearer the head, between the midriff and the neck, so that it might listen to reason and together with it restrained by force the part consisting of appetites, should the latter at any time refuse outright to obey the dictates of reason coming down from the citadel. The heart, then, which be ties the veins together, the spring from which blood courses with vigorous pulse throughout all the bodily members, they set in the guardhouse. That way, if spirit s might should boil over at a report from reason that some wrongful act involving these members is taking place, something being done to them from outside, or even something originating from the appetites within every bodily part that is sensitive may be keenly sensitized through all the narrow vessels to the exhortations or threats, and so listen and follow completely. In this way the best part among them all can be left in charge. The gods foreknew that the pounding of the heart, which occurs when one expects what one fears or when one's spirit is aroused, would, like all such swelling of the passions, be caused by Re. So they devised some thing to relieve the pounding. They implanted lungs, a structure that is RST of all soft and without blood, and that secondly contains pores bored through it like a sponge. This enables it to take in breath and drink, and thereby cool the heart, bringing it respite and relaxation in the heat. That, then, is why they cut the passages of the windpipe down to the lungs, and situated the lungs around the heart like padding, so that when spirit within the heart should reach its peak, the heart might pound against 1272 Timaeus. Something that gives way to it and be cooled down by laboring less. It might be better able to join spirit in serving reason. The part of the soul that has appetites for food and drink and whatever else it feels a need for, given the body's nature, they settled in the area E, between the midriff and the boundary toward the navel. In the whole of this region they constructed something like a trough for the body's nourishment. Here they tied this part of the soul down like a beast, a wild one, but one they could not avoid sustaining along with the others if a mortal race were ever to be. They assigned it its position there, to keep it ever feeding at its trough, living as far away as possible from the part that takes counsel, and making as little clamor and noise as possible, thereby letting the supreme part take its counsel in peace about what is Banichale 71. For one and all, they knew that this part of the soul was not going to understand the deliverances of reason, and that even if it were in one way or another to have some awareness of them, it would not have an innate regard for any of them, but would be much more enticed by images and phantoms night and day. Hence the god conspired with this very tendency. By constructing a liver, a structure which he situated in the dwelling place B of this part of the soul, he made it into something dense, smooth, bright, and sweet, though also having a bitter quality, so that the force of the thought sent down from the mind might be stamped upon it as upon a mirror that receives the stamps and returns visible images. So whenever the force of the mind's thoughts could avail itself of a congenial portion of the liver's bitterness and threaten it with severe command, it could then frighten this part of the soul, and by infusing the bitterness all over the liver, it could project bilious colors onto it and shrink the whole liver, making it wrinkled and rough. It could curve and shrivel up the liver SC lobe and block up and close off its receptacles and portal sewers, thereby causing pains and bouts of nausea. And again, whenever thought gentle inspiration should paint quite opposite pictures, its force would bring respite from the bitterness by refusing to stir up or to make contact with a nature opposite to its own. It would instead use the liver's own natural sweetness on it and restore the whole extent of it to be straight and smooth and free, and make that portion of the soul that inhabits the region around the liver gracious and well behaved, conducting itself with moderation during the night when, seeing that it has no share in reason and understanding, it practices divination by dreams. For our creators recalled their father's instruction to make the mortal race as excellent as possible, and so redeem even the base part of ourselves in this way. They set the center of divination here, so that it might have some grasp of truth. The claim that God gave divination as a gift to human folly has good support. While he is in his right mind, no one engages in divination, however divinely inspired and true it may be, but only when his power of understanding is bound in sleep or by sickness, or when some sort of possession works a change in him. On the other hand, it takes a man who has his wits about him to recall and ponder the pronouncements produced by Timaeus 1273. This state of divination or possession, whether in sleep or while awake, it takes such a man to thoroughly analyze any and all visions that are seen, 72, to determine how and for whom they signify some future, past, or present, good or evil. But as long as the T remains on him, the man is incompetent to render judgment on his own visions and voices. As the ancient proverb well puts it, only a man of sound mind may know himself and conduct his own affairs. This is the reason why it is customary practice to appoint interpreters to render judgment on an inspired divination. These persons are called diviners by some who are entirely ignorant of the fact that they are expositors of utterances or visions communicated through riddles. Instead of diviners, the correct thing to call them is interpreters of things divined. This, then, explains why the liver's nature is what it is, and why it is situated in the region we say it is for the purpose of divination. Now, while each creature is still alive, an organ of this sort will display marks that are fairly clear, but once its life has gone, the organ turns blind and its divinations are too faint to display any clear marks. Moreover, the neighboring organ situated on its left turns out to have a structure which is meant to serve the liver in keeping it bright and clean continuously, like a dust cloth provided for wiping a mirror, placed next to it and always available. Hence, whenever impurities of one sort or another, the effects of bodily illnesses, turn up all around the liver, the spleen, a loosely woven organ with hollow spaces that contain no blood, cleans them all away and absorbs them. In consequence it becomes engorged with the impurities it has cleaned off, swells to great size and festers. Later, when the body's cleansing is complete, the swelling subsides, and the spleen once again shrinks back to its normal size. So, as for our questions concerning the soul, to what extent it is mortal, and to what extent divine, where its parts are situated, with what organs they are associated, and why they are situated apart from one another, that the truth has been told is something we could affirm only if we had divine confirmation. But that our account is surely at least a likely one is a claim we must risk, both now and as we proceed to examine the matter more closely. Let that be our claim, then. Our next topic must be pursued along the same lines. This was to describe how the rest of the body came to be. 38. The following train of reasoning should explain its composition best of all. The creators of our race knew that we were going to be undisciplined in matters of food and drink. They knew that our gluttony would lead us to consume much more than the moderate amount we needed. So, to prevent the swift destruction of our mortal race by diseases and to forestall its immediate, premature 73 demise, they had the foresight to create the lower abdomen, as it is called, as a receptacle for storing the excess food and drink. They wound the intestines round in coils to prevent the nourishment from passing through. 38 cf 61c. 1274 Timaeus. So quickly that the body would of necessity require fresh nourishment just as quickly, thereby rendering it insatiable. Such gluttony would make our whole race incapable of philosophy and the arts, and incapable of eating the most divine part within us. As for ash and bones and things of that nature, this is how it is. The starting point for all these was the formation of marrow. For life as chains. As long as the soul remains bound to the body, are bound within the marrow, giving roots for the mortal race. The marrow itself came to be out of other things. For the god isolated from their respective kinds those primary triangles which were in distort and smooth, and hence, owing to their exactness, were particularly well suited to make up water, air, and earth. He mixed them together in the right proportions, and from them made the marrow, a universal seed contrived for every mortal kind. Next, he implanted in the marrow the various types of soul and bound them fast in it. And in making his initial distribution, he proceeded immediately to divide the marrow into the number and kinds of shapes that matched the number and kinds of shapes that the types of soul were to possess, type by type. He then proceeded to mold it out, as it were. That was to receive the divine seed, making it round, and called this portion D of the marrow, brain. Each living thing was at its completion to have a head to function as a container for this marrow. That, however, which was to hold fast the remaining mortal part of the soul, he divided into shapes that were at once round and elongated, all of which he named marrow. And from these as from anchors he put out bonds to secure the whole soul, and so he proceeded to construct our bodies all around this marrow, beginning with the formation of solid bone as a covering for the whole of it. This is how he constructed bone. He sifted earth that was pure and smooth, kneaded it and soaked it with marrow. Next, he set this mixture in re, and then dipped it in water, then back in re, followed by water again. By moving it this way repeatedly from the one end and back to the other, he made it insoluble by both. He made use of this material in shaping a round, bony globe to enclose the brain, and left it with a narrow passage out. From the material he then proceeded to mold vertebrae to 74. Enclose marrow of the neck and back, and set them in place one underneath another, beginning with the head and proceeding along the whole length of the trunk, to function as pivots. And so, to preserve all of the seed, he fenced it in with a stony enclosure. In this enclosure he made joints, employing in their case the character of the difference situated between them to allow them to move and to X. Moreover, the god thought that bone as such was rather too brittle and be inexable, and also that repeatedly getting extremely hot and cold by turns would cause it to disintegrate and to destroy in short order the seed within it. That is why he contrived to make sinews and esh. He bound all the limbs together with sinews that could contract and relax, and so enabled the body to X about the pivots and to stretch itself out. The esh he, Timaeus 1275, made as a defense against summer he and as protection against winter cold, and, as protection against injuries, too, he made the esh so that it would give way softly and gently to bodies like the felted coverings we wear. He made it to contain within itself a warm moisture that would come out as perspiration during summertime, when, by moistening the body on the outside, it would impart the body's own coolness to the whole of it. And conversely, in wintertime this moisture would provide an adequate defense, by means of this against the frost which surrounds it, and attacks it from outside. Such were the designs of him who molded us like wax. He made a mixture using water, and earth, which he adjusted together, and created a compound of acid and brine, a fermented mixture which he combined with the previous mixture, and so he formed esh, sappy and soft. The sinews he made out of a mixture of bone and unfermented esh, to make up a single yellow stuff whose character was intermediate between them both. That is the reason the sinews came to have a stretchier and tougher character than esh, yet softer and more moist than bone. With these the god wrapped the bones and the marrow. First he bound the bones to each other with sinews, and then he laid a shroud of esh upon them all. All those bones that had more soul than others he proceeded to wrap in a very thin layer of esh, while those that contained less he wrapped in a very thick layer of very dense esh. And indeed, at the joints of the bones, where it appeared that reason did not absolutely require the press ints of esh, he introduced only a thin layer of esh, so that the ability of the joints to X would not be impeded, a condition that would have made it very difficult for the bodies to move. A further reason was this: if there were a thick layer of esh there, packed extremely densely together, its hardness would cause a kind of insensibility, which would make thinking less retentive and more obscure. This he wanted to prevent. This explains why thighs and calves, the area around the hips, arms 75, both upper and lower, and all other bodily parts where there are no joints as well as all the internal bones, are all fully provided with esh. It is because they have only small amounts of soul in their marrow, and so are devoid of intelligence. On the other hand, all those bodily parts that do possess intelligence are less eshy, except perhaps for a eshy thing. The tongue, for example, that was created to be itself an organ of sensation. But in most cases it is as I said. For there is no way that anything whose generation and composition are a consequence of necessity can accommodate the combination of thick bone and massive esh with keen and responsive sensation. If these two characteristics had not refused their concomitance, our heads above all else would have been so constituted as to possess this combination, and the human race, crowned with a head 40 ed with esh and sinews, would have a life twice, or many more times as long, a healthier and less painful life than the one we have now. As it was, however, our makers calculated the pros and cons of giving our race greater longevity, but making it worse, versus making it better, though less long-lived, and 1276 Timaeus decided that the superior though shorter lifespan was in every way able for everyone to the longer but inferior one. This is why they capped the head with a sparse layer of bone and not with esh and sinew, given that the head has no joints. For all these reasons, then, the head has turned out to be more sensitive and intelligent, but also, in every man's case, much weaker than the body to which it is attached. With this in mind the god thus positioned sinews at the very edge of the head, around the neck, and welded them uniformly. To these sinews he fastened the ends of the jawbones underneath the face. The other sinews he shared out among all the limbs, fastening joint to joint. Our makers did the mouth out with teeth, a tongue, and lips in their current arrangement, to accommodate both what is necessary and what is best. They designed the mouth as the entry passage for what is necessary, and as the exit for what is best, for all that comes in and provides nourishment for the body is necessary, while that stream of speech that ows out through the mouth, that instrument of intelligence, is the fairest and best of all streams. Moreover, the head couldn't be left to consist of nothing but bare bone, in view of the extremes of seasonal heat and cold. On the other hand, any mass of esh with which it might be veiled couldn't be allowed to make it dull and insensitive, either. And so, an outer layer, disproportionately 76 large, the thing we now call skin, was separated off from the esh of the upper body that wasn't drying out completely. The moisture in the area of the brain enabled this layer to draw together toward itself and grow so as to envelop the head all around, coming up under the sutures. This moisture watered it, and closed it together upon the crown, drawing it together in a knot, as it were. The sutures varied considerably, owing to the effect of the revolutions in the head 39 and of the nourishment taken. The greater the condict among these revolutions, the more numerous the sutures, the lesser the condict, the less numerous they were. B. Now the divine part, the brain, began to puncture this whole area of skin all around with its Once the skin was pierced and the moisture had exuded outward through it, all that was purely wet and hot went away. The part that was compounded of the same stuff that the skin was made up of, caught up by this motion, was stretched to a great length outside the skin, no thicker than the punctured hole through which it passed. However, it moved slowly, and so the surrounding air pushed it back inside to curl underneath the skin and take root there. This is the process by which hair has come to grow on the skin. Hair is something bruise, made of the same stuff as the skin, though harder and more dense. Due to the felting effect of the cooling process, once a hair separates off from skin, it is cooled and so gets felted together. With this stuff, then, our maker made our heads bushy, availing himself of the causal factors just described. His intention was that this, not bear. 39 cf 43 ff. Timaeus 1277. Esh, ought to provide a protective covering for the part of the head that d. holds the brain. It was light, and just right for providing shade in summer. And shelter in winter, without obstructing or interfering with the head's sensitivity in any way. Sinew, skin, and bone were interwoven at the ends of our injures and toes. The mixture of these three was dried out, resulting in the formation of a single stuff, a piece of hard skin, the same in every case. Now these were merely auxiliary causes in its formation. The preeminent cause of its production was the purpose that took account of future generations. Our creators understood that one day women and the whole realm of wild beasts would one day come to be from men, and in particular they knew that many of these offspring would need the use of nails and claws or hoofs for many purposes. 40. This is why they took care to include nails, formed in a rudimentary way in their design for humankind, right at the start. This was their reason, then, and these the professed aims that guided them in making skin, hair, and nails grow at the extremities of our limbs. So all the parts, all the limbs of the mortal living thing came to constitute a natural whole. Of necessity, however, it came about that he lived his life 77, surrounded by and air, which caused him to waste away and be depleted, and so to perish. The gods, therefore, devised something to protect him. They made another mixture and caused another nature to grow, one congenial to our human nature though endowed with other features and other sensations, so as to be a different living thing. These are now cultivated trees, plants, and seeds, taught by the art of agriculture, to be domesticated for our use. But at RST the only kinds there were be wild ones, older than our cultivated kinds. We may call these plants living things on the ground that anything that partakes of life has an incontest able right to be called a living thing. 41. And in fact, what we are talking about now partakes of the third type of soul, the type that our account has situated between the midriff and the navel. This type is totally devoid of opinion, reasoning, or understanding, though it does share in sensation, pleasant and painful, and desires. For throughout its existence it is completely passive, and its formation has not entrusted it with a natural ability to discern and re-ECT upon any of its own characteristics, by revolving within and about itself, repelling movement from without and exercising its own inherent movement. Hence it is alive, to be sure, and unmistakably a living thing, but it stays put, standing XED and rooted, since it lacks self-motion. All these varieties were planted by our masters, to whom we are subject, to nourish us. Having done that, they proceeded to cut channels throughout. 40 C below, 90E, 92C. 41. The word for living things here, zoa, which is often appropriately translated ani, mals, is cognate with Timaeus' word for life. His point is that because plants have life, zen, they are appropriately called zoa, even though they are not animals. 1278 Timaeus. Our bodies, like water pipes in a garden, so that our bodies could be irrigated, as it were, by an oncoming stream. First, they cut two blood veins, channels hidden underneath the skin where the esh joins it, to go down either side of the back. The body is a twofold thing, with a right and a left side. They situated these veins alongside the spine, and between them they placed the life-giving marrow as well, to give it its best chance to nourish, and to allow the bloodstream, which courses downhill, to out readily from this region and uniformly irrigate the other parts of the body. They next split these veins in the region of the head, and wove them through one another, crossing them in opposite directions. They diverted the veins from the right toward the left side of the body, and those from the left toward the right, so that they, together with the skin, would act as a bond to keep the head fastened to the body, seeing that there were no sinews attached to the crown to enclose the head all around. They did this especially to make sure that the stimulations received by the senses, coming from either side of the body, might register clearly upon the body as a whole. From here the gods proceeded to fashion the irrigation system in the following way. We'll come to see it more easily if we can RST agree on 78. This point, whatever is made up of smaller parts holds in larger parts, while what consists of larger parts is incapable of holding in smaller parts. Of all the elemental kinds, Re is made up of the smallest parts, and that is the reason it can pass through water, earth, and air, and any of their compounds. Nothing can hold it in. Now we must apply the same point to our belly. When food and drink descend into it, it holds them in, but B. It cannot hold in air and Re, consisting as they do of smaller parts than it does. And so the god availed himself of Re and air to conduct moisture from the belly to the two veins. He wove together an interlaced structure of air and Re, something like a SH trap. At its entrance it had a pair of funnels, one of which in turn he subdivided into two. And from the funnels, he stretched reeds, as it were, all around throughout the structure, right to its extremities. All the interior parts of this network he made of Re, see. The funnels and the shell he made of air. He took this structure and set it around the living thing which he had fashioned, in the following way. The funnel part he inserted into the mouth. And, consisting as it did of two funnels, he let one of them descend into the lungs down the windpipe, and the other alongside the windpipe into the belly. He made a split in the RST1 and assigned each of its parts a common outlet by way of the nostrils, so that when the one part fails to provide passage by way of the mouth, all of its currents also might be replenished from that one. The shell, the other part of the trap, he made to grow around the hollow part of the body, and he made this whole thing now out together onto the funnels, compressing them gently, because they are made of air now. When the funnels out back expanding again, he made the interlaced structure sink into and through the body arella. Timaeus 1279. Typically porous thing and pass outside again. 42. The interior rays of Re. Inside the shell, bound from side to side, he made to follow the air as it passed in both directions. This process was to go on non-stop for as long as the mortal living thing holds together, and this, of course, is the phenom. Enon to which the name giver, so we claim, assigned the names of inhalation and exhalation. This entire pattern of action and reaction, irrigating and cooling our bodies, supports their nutrition and life. For whenever the internal Re, united with the breath that passes in or out, follows it along, it surges up and down continually and makes its way through and into the belly, where it gets hold of the food and drink. These it dissolves or 79. Breaks up into tiny parts, which it then takes through the outbound sages along which it is advancing, and transfers them into the two veins, as water from a spring is transferred into water pipes. And so it causes the currents of the veins to out through the body as through a conduit. Let us, however, take another look at what happens in respiration. What explains its having the character that it now actually has? It is this. Since B. There is no void into which anything that is moving could enter, and since the air we breathe out does move out, away from us, it clearly follows that this air doesn't move into a void, but pushes the air next to it out of its place. As this air is pushed out, it drives out the air next to it, and so on, and so inevitably the air, displaced all around, enters the place from which the original air was breathed out and realls that place, following hard on the breath. This all takes place at once, like the rotation of a wheel, see. Because there is no such thing as a void. Consequently, even as the breath is being discharged, the area of the chest and the lungs lls up again. With the air that surrounds the body, air that goes through the cycle of displacement and penetrates the porous ash. And again, when the air is turned back and passes outward through the body, it comes round to push respiration inward by way of the mouth and the nostrils. How did these processes get started? The explanation, we must suppose, is this: in the case of every living thing, its inner parts that are close to the blood and the veins are its hottest parts and inner spring of reinside it, as it were. This, of course, is what we've been comparing to the interlaced structure of a sh trap. It is entirely woven of we said, and extended throughout its middle, while the rest of it, the external parts, are woven of air. Now it is beyond dispute that what is hot has a natural tendency to move outward into its own proper region, toward that which is akin to it. In this case there are two passages out, one out through the pores of the body, and the other out through the mouth and nose. So when every hot air rushes out the one passage, it pushes air around into the other, and the air so pushed around gets hot as it encounters the while the 42s79c, E seems to show, Timaeus appears to envisage the shell as an envelope of air surrounding the exterior of the torso, being drawn through the interstices of the body into the interior and then pushed out again, as breathing takes place. 1280 Timaeus. Air that passes out is cooled down. Now as the temperature changes and the air that enters by way of one or the other of the passages gets hotter, the hotter air is more inclined to return by way of the passage it entered, since it moves toward what is like itself, and so it pushes air around to and through the other passage. This air is affected the same way, and produces the same effect every time, and so, due to both these principles, it produces an oscillation back and forth, thereby providing for inhalation and exhalation to occur. In this connection we should pursue along these lines an inquiry into the causes of the phenomena associated with medical cupping, and of aiding swallowing, as well as of the motion of all projectiles that are dispatched into the air and along the ground. We should also investigate all sounds, whether fast or slow sounds that appear to us as high-pitched or low. Sometimes, when the motion they produce in us as they move towards us lacks conformity, these sounds are inharmonious. At other times, when the motion does have conformity, the sounds are harmonious. What happens in the latter case is this: the slower sounds catch up with the motions of the earlier and quicker sounds as these are already dying away and have come to a point of conformity with the motions produced by the slower sounds that travel later. In catching up with them, the slower sounds do not upset them, even though they introduce another motion. On the contrary, they graft onto the quicker movement, now dying away, the beginning of a slower one that conforms to it, and so they produce a single effect, a mixture of high and low. Hence the pleasure they bring to fools, and the delight they afford by their expression of divine harmony in mortal movement to the wise. And what is more, every kind of water current, even the descent of AC thunderbolt, as well as that marvelous attraction exercised by ember and by the lodestone, in all these cases there is no such thing as a force of attraction. As any careful investigator will discover, there is no void. These things push themselves around into each other, all things move by exchanging places, each to its own place, whether in the process of combination or of dissolution. He will discover that these works of wizardry are due to the interactive relationships among these phenomena. The phenomenon of respiration, which provided the occasion for this account, is a case in point. The above are the principles and causes to which it owes its existence, as we have said before. The re cuts up the food in our bellies, and as it follows the breath it oscillates inside us. As the oscillation goes on, the re pumps the cut up bits of food from the belly and packs them into the veins. This is the mechanism by which the streams of nourishment continue to out throughout the bodies of all living things. The bits of food, freshly cut up and derived from things like themselves from fruits or from vegetables which the god had caused to eat, grow for this very purpose, to serve us as food, come to have a variety of colors as a result of being mixed together, but a reddish color pervading them predominates, a character that is the product of the cutting and Timaeus 1281. Staining action of re upon moisture. This is why the color of the liquid that house in our bodies looks the way we described. This liquid we call blood, which feeds our ash and indeed our whole bodies. From this source 81. The various parts of our bodies are watered and so replenish the supports of the depleted areas. Now both processes, the replenishment and the depletion, follow the manner of the movement of anything within the universe at large. Everything moves toward that which is of its own kind. In this case, our external environment continually wastes us away and distributes our bulk by dispatching each elemental kind toward its own sort. The ingredients in our blood, then, having been chopped up inside us and encompassed by the individual living thing as by the frame of the universe, of necessity imitate the universe as motion. And so, as each of the fragmented parts inside moves toward its own kind, it replenishes once again the area just then depleted. In every case, whenever there is more leaving a body than owing in to replenish it, it diminishes. When ever less, the body grows. So while a living thing as constitution is still young, and its elemental triangles are fresh from the slips, as it were, the triangles are RMLY locked together, even though the frame of its entire mass is pliable, seeing that it has just lately been formed from marrow sea and nourished with milk. Now when the triangles that constitute the young living thing as food and drink enter its body from the outside and are enveloped within it, the body's own new triangles cut and prevail over these others, which are older and weaker than they are. The living thing is thus nourished by an abundance of like parts, and so made to grow big. But when the roots of the triangles are slackened as a result of numerous contests they have waged against numerous adversaries over a long period of time, they are no longer able to cut up the entering food triangles into conformity with themselves. They are themselves handily destroyed by the invaders from outside. Every living thing, then, goes into decline when it loses this battle, and it suffers what we call old age. Eventually the interlocking bonds of the triangles around the marrow can no longer hold on, and come apart under stress, and when this happens they let the bonds of the soul go. The soul is then released in a natural way, and NDS it pleasant to take its side. All that is unnatural, we recall, is painful while all that occurs naturally is pleasant. This is true of death as well. A death that is due to disease or injury is painful and forced, while a death that comes naturally, when the aging process has run its course, is of all deaths the least distressing and pleasant, not a painful death. How diseases originate is, I take it, obvious to all. Given that there are 82 four kinds of stuff out of which the body has been constructed: earth, water, and air, it may happen that some of these unnaturally increase themselves at the expense of the others. Or they may switch regions, each leaving its own and moving into another S region. Or again, since there is in fact more than one variety of and the other stuffs, it may happen that a given bodily part accommodates a particular variety that is not appropriate for it. When these things happen, they bring unconscious and 1282 Timaeus diseases. For when any of these unnatural occurrences and changes take place, bodily parts that used to be cold become hot, or those that are dry go on to become moist, and so with light and heavy, too. They undergo all sorts of changes in all sorts of ways. Indeed, it is our view that only when that which arrives at or leaves a particular bodily part is the same as that part, consistent, uniform, and in proper proportion with it, will the body be allowed to remain stable, sound, and healthy. On the other hand, anything that causes offense by passing beyond these bounds as it arrives or departs will bring on a multiplicity of altered states and an infinity of diseases and degenerations. Furthermore, since there is a class of secondary structures to be found in nature, anyone who intends to understand diseases will have a second set of subjects to study. Since marrow and bone, and sinew are composed of the elemental stuffs from which blood also has been formed, though in a different way most of the diseases are brought on in the manner just described. But the most serious and grievous diseases are contracted when the process of generation that led to the formation of these structures is reversed. When this happens, they degenerate. It is natural for and sinews to be formed from blood, the sinew from the burr, which is of its own kind, and the from the part of the blood that congeals when the sinew is separated from it, and the sticky and oily stuff that in its turn emerges from the sinew and the both glues the to the bone and feeds the marrow encompassing bone itself, so causing it to grow. And because the bone is so dense, the part of this stuff that lures through, consisting as it does of the purest, smoothest, and oiliest kind of triangles, forms droplets inside the bone and waters the marrow. And when this is the way it actually happens in each case, health will generally result. Disease, however, will result if things happen the other way around. For when that is wasting away passes its waste back into the veins will contain not only air but also an excess of blood of great variety. This blood will have a multitude of colors and bitter aspects, and even acidic and salty qualities, and will contain bile and serum and phlegm of every sort. These are all back products and agents of destruction. To begin with, they corrupt the blood itself, and then also they do not supply 83 the body any further with nourishment. They move everywhere through out the veins, no longer keeping to the order of natural circulation. They are hostile to one another, since none receives any advantage from any other, and they wage a destructive and devastating war against the constituents of the body that have stayed intact and kept to their posts. Now as the oldest part of the wastes away, it resists assimilation. It turns black as a result of being subjected to a prolonged process of burning, and because it is thoroughly eaten up it is bitter, and so it launches a severe attack against any part of the body that has not yet been destroyed. Sometimes the bitterness is largely rened away, and then the black color acquires an acidic quality that replaces the bitter. At other times, though, Timaeus 1283, the bitterness is steeped in blood, and then it comes to have more of a reddish color, and when the black is mixed with this, it becomes a grass like green. Further, when the ash that is disintegrated by the rio of the inamation is fairly young, the color that is mixed with the bitterness is a yellowish orange. Now the name bile, common to all these varieties, was given to them either by doctors, possibly, or else by someone who had the ability to look at a plurality of unlike things and see in them a single kind that deserves to be called by a single name. As for everything that can be called a variety of bile, each has its own distinctive definition, depending on its color. In the case of serum, some of it, the watery part of the blood, is benign, while that which is a part of the black, acid bile is malignant when he causes it to be mixed with a salty quality. This kind of thing is called acid phlegm. Furthermore, when the stuff that comes from the disintegration of young, tender ash is exposed to air and blown up with wind and enveloped in moisture, bubbles form as a result, each one too small to be seen though collectively amounting to a visible mass. These bubbles look white, as foam begins to form. All this disintegration of tender ash reacting with air is what we call white phlegm. Newly formed phlegm, furthermore, has a watery part which consists of perspiration and tears, as well as any other impurities that are discharged every day. So whenever the blood, instead of being replenished in the natural way by nutrients from food and drink, derives its volume from opposite sources, contrary to nature's way, all these things, it turns out, serve as instruments of disease. Now when a certain part of the ash is decomposed by disease, as long as the foundations of the ash remain intact, the effect of the calamity is only half of what it would otherwise be, for there is still a chance of an easy recovery. But when the stuff that binds the ash to the bones becomes 84 disease and no longer nourishes the bone or binds the ash to the bone, because it is now separated from ash and bone as well as from sinews, 43, it turns from being slick and smooth and oily to being rough and briny, shriveled up in consequence of its bad regimen. When this occurs, all the stuff that this happens to crumbles away back into the ash and the sinew, and separates from the bone. The ash, which collapses with it away from its roots, leaves the sinews bare and full of brine, and the ash itself succumbs back into the bloodstream, where it works to aggravate the previously mentioned diseases. Severe as these bodily processes are, those disorders that affect the more basic tissues are even more serious. When the density of the ash prevents the bone from getting enough ventilation, the bone gets moldy, which causes it to get too hot. Gangrene sets in and the bone cannot take in its nourishment. It then crumbles and, by a reverse process, is dissolved into that nourishment which, in its turn, enters the ash, and as the ash lands in the blood it causes all of the previously mentioned diseases to become 43 reading O2XEK known Hamicon neuron into 1284 Timaeus. More virulent still. But the most extreme case of all is when the marrow becomes diseased, either as a result of some deficiency or some excess. This produces the most serious, the most critically fatal diseases, in which all the bodily processes are made to out backwards. Further, there is a third class of diseases, which we should think of as arising in three ways. A. One way is from air, B. Another from phlegm, D. And C. The third from bile. A. When the lungs, the dispensers of air to the body, are obstructed by humors, they do not permit a clear passage. At some places the air cannot get in, while at others more than the appropriate amount gets in. In the former case, there will be parts of the body that don't get any breath and so begin to decay, while in the latter case the air forces its way through the veins and twists them together like strands. makes its way into the central region of the body, the region that contains the midriff, where it is shut in, thereby causing the body to waste away. These factors produce countless painful diseases, often accompanied by profuse perspiration. And often, when ash disintegrates inside the body, air is produced there, but is unable to get out. This air then causes just as much excruciating pain as the air that comes in from outside. The pain is most severe when the air settles around the sinews and the veins there, and causes them to swell, thereby stretching backwards the backstays, the great sinews of the shoulder and arm, and the sinews attached to them. It is from this phenomenon of stretching, of course, that the diseases, called tetanus, tension, and epistatonus, backward stretching, have received their names. These diseases are difficult to cure. In fact, the onset of a fever affords the best prospects for relief from such ailments. 85. B. Now as for the white phlegm, as long as it is trapped in the body, it is troublesome because of the air in its bubbles. But if it NTS event to the outside of the body, it is gentler, even though it does deck the body with white, leprous spots and engenders the corresponding diseases. If it is mixed with black bile and the mixture is sprayed against the divine circuits in the head, thereby throwing them into confusion, the effect is fairly mild if it comes during sleep, but should it come upon someone be while awake, it is much harder to shake off. Seeing that it is a disease of the sacred part of our constitution, it is entirely just that it should be called the sacred disease, i.e., epilepsy. Acid and salty phlegm is the source of all those diseases that come about by passage of oods. These disorders have been given all sorts of different names, in view of the fact that the bodily regions into which the oods are quite diverse. See, all inhamations in the body, so called from their being burned or set aim, are caused by bile. When bile NTS event to the outside, it boils over and sends up all sorts of tumors, but when it is shut up inside, it creates many inflammatory diseases. The worst occurs when the bile gets mixed with clean blood and disrupts the disposition of the blood as bears, which are interspersed throughout the blood. These bears act to preserve a balance of thinness and thickness, i.e., to prevent both the blood, Timaeus 1285, from getting so liquid, due to the body's heat, that it oozes out from the body as spores, and, on the other hand, it's getting so dense that it is sluggish, and hardly able to circulate within the veins. The bears, then, by virtue of their natural composition, preserve the appropriate state between these conditions. And even after death, when the blood cools down, if the bears are extracted from the blood and collected, the residue will still be completely runny, while if they are left in the blood, they, along with the surrounding cold, congeal it in no time. Given, then, that the bears have this effect upon the blood, though the bile which originated as primitive blood and then from ash was dissolved into blood again is hot and liquid at rst, as a little of it invades the blood, it congeals under the effect of the bears, and as it congeals and is forced to extinguish its heat, it causes internal cold and shivering. But as more of it ows in, it overpowers the bears with its own heat. It boils over and shakes them up into utter confusion. And if it proves capable of sustaining its power to the end, it penetrates to the marrow and burns it up, thereby loosening the cables that hold the soul there, like a ship, and setting the soul free. But when there is rather little of it and the body resists its dissolution, the bile is itself overpowered and is expelled either by way of the body as a whole, or else it is compressed through the veins into the lower or upper belly, and is expelled from the body like an exile from a city in civil strife, so 86. Bringing on diarrhea, dysentery, and every disease of that kind. Bodies affected mostly by an excess of air will generate continuous states of heat and fevers. Those suffering from an excess of air produce fevers that recur every day, while those that have an excess of water have fevers that recur only every other day, given that water is more sluggish than air or we. Bodies affected by an excess of earth, the most sluggish of the four, are purged within a fourfold cycle of time and produce fevers that occur every fourth day, fevers that are hard to get over. The foregoing described how diseases of the body happen to come about. B. The diseases of the soul that result from a bodily condition come about in the following way. It must be granted, surely, that mindlessness is the disease of the soul, and of mindlessness there are two kinds. One is madness, and the other is ignorance. And so if a man suffers from a condition that brings on either one or the other, that condition must be declared a disease. We must lay it down that the diseases that pose the gravest dangers for the soul are excessive pleasures and pains. When a man enjoys himself too much, or, in the opposite case, when he suffers great pain, and he exerts himself to seize the one and avoid the other in inopportune ways, he lacks the ability to see or hear anything right. He goes raving mad and is at that moment least capable of rational thought. And if the seed of a man's marrow grows to overwhelming abundance like a tree that bears an inordinately plentiful quantity of fruit, he is in for a long series of bursts of pain, or of pleasures, in the area of his desires and their fruition. These severe pleasures and pains drive him mad for the greater part of his life. 1286 Timaeus. And though his body has made his soul diseased and witless, people will think of him not as sick, but as willfully evil. But the truth about sexual overindulgence is that it is a disease of the soul caused primarily by the condition of a single stuff which, due to the porousness of the bones, within the body and renders it moist. And indeed, just about every type of succumbing to pleasure is talked about as something reproachable, as though the evils are willfully done. But it is not right to reproach people for them, for no one is willfully evil. A man becomes evil, rather, as a result of one or another corrupt condition of his body and an uneducated upbringing. No one who incurs these pernicious conditions would will to have them. And as for pains, once again it is the body that causes the soul so much trouble, and in the same ways, when any of a man has acid and briny phlegms or any bitter and bilious humors wander up and down his body, without ending a vent to the outside and remain pent up inside, they mix 87. The vapor that they give off with the motion of the soul and so are confounded with it. So they produce all sorts of diseases of the soul, some more intense and some more frequent than others. And as they move to the three regions of the soul, each of them produces a multitude of varieties of bad temper and melancholy in the region it attacks, as well as of recklessness and cowardice, not to mention forgetfulness and stupidity. Furthermore, when men whose constitutions are bad in this way have bad forms of government where bad civic speeches are given, both in public and in private, and where, besides, no studies that could remedy the situation are at all pursued by people from their youth on up, that is how all of us who are bad come to be that way, the products of two causes both entirely beyond our control. It is the begetters far more than the begotten, and the nurturers far more than the nurtured, that bear the blame for all this. Even so, one should make every possible effort to ease from badness, whether with the help of one's upbringing, or the pursuits or studies one undertakes, and to seize its opposite But that is the subject for another speech. The counterpart to the subject just dealt with, i.e., how to treat our bodies, and states of mind and preserve them whole, is one that it is nothing, and right to give its turn. After all, good things have more of a claim to be the subject of our speech than bad things. Now all that is good is beautiful, and what is beautiful is not ill-proportioned. Hence we must take it that if a living thing is to be in good condition, it will be well proportioned. We can perceive the less important proportions and do some hearing about them, but the more important proportions, which are of the greatest consequence, we are unable to grow out. In determining the health and disease or virtue and vice, no proportion or lack of it is more important than that between soul and body, yet we do not think about any of them, nor do we realize that when a vigorous and excellent soul is carried about by a too frail and puny frame, or when the two are combined in the opposite way, the living thing as a whole lacks beauty, because it is lacking in the most important of proportions. That living thing, however, TTS 1287, which NTS itself in the opposite condition is, for those who are able to observe it, the most beautiful, the most desirable of all things to behold. Imagine a body which lacks proportion because its legs are too long, or something else is too big. It is not only ugly but also causes itself no end of troubles. As its parts try to cooperate to get its tasks done, it frequently tires itself out or gets convulsive, or, because it lurches this way and that, it keeps falling down. That is how we ought to think of that combination of soul and body which we call the living thing. When within it there is a soul more powerful than the body, and the soul gets excited, it churns 88 the whole being and LLS it from inside with diseases, and when it concentrates on one or another course of study or inquiry, it wears the body out. And again, when the soul engages in public or private teaching sessions, or verbal battles, the disputes and contentions that then occur cause the soul to rear the body up and rock it back and forth, so inducing discharges, which trick most so-called doctors into making misguided diagnoses. But when, on the other hand, a large body, too much for its soul, is joined with a puny and feeble mind, then, given that human beings have to be sets of natural desires, desires of the body for food and desires of the most divine part of us for wisdom, the motions of the stronger part will predominate and amplify their own interest. They render the functions of the soul dull, stupid, and forgetful, thereby bringing on the gravest disease of all, ignorance. From both of these conditions there is in fact one way to preserve oneself, and that is not to exercise the soul without exercising the body, nor the body without the soul, so that each may be balanced by the other and so be sound. The mathematician, then, or the ardent devotee of any other intellectual discipline should also provide exercise for his body by taking part in gymnastics, while one who takes care to develop his body should, in his turn, practice the exercises of the soul by applying himself to the arts and to every pursuit of wisdom, if he is to truly deserve the joint epithets of any and good. And the various bodily parts should also be looked after in the same way, in imitation of the structure of the universe. For since the body is heated and cooled inside by things that enter it, and is dried and moistened by things outside of it, and made to undergo the consequent changes by both of these motions, it will happen that when a man subjects his body to these motions when it has been in a state of rest, the body is overcome and brought to ruin. But if he models himself after what we have called the foster mother and nurse of the universe, and persistently refuses to allow his body any degree of rest but exercises and continually agitates it through its whole extent, he will keep in a state of natural equilibrium the internal and the external motions. And if the agitation is a measured one, he will succeed in bringing order and regularity to those disturbances and those elemental parts that wander all over the body according to their affinities in the way described in the account we gave earlier about the universe. He will not allow one hostile element to position itself next to another and so breed wars and diseases in the body. 1288 Timaeus. Instead, he will have one friendly element placed by another, and so bring 89. About health. Now the best of the motions is one that occurs within oneself and is caused by oneself. This is the motion that bears the greatest kinship to understanding and to the motion of the universe. Motion that is caused by the agency of something else is less good. Worst of all is the motion that moves, part by part, a passive body in a state of rest, and does so by means of other things. That, then, is why the motion induced by physical exercise is the best of those that purify and restore the body. Second is that induced by the rocking motion of sea travel or travel in any other kind of conveyance that doesn't tire one out. The third type of motion is be useful in an occasional instance of dire need, barring that, however, no man in his right mind should tolerate it. This is medical purging by means of drugs. We should avoid aggravating with drugs diseases that aren't particularly dangerous. Every disease has a certain makeup that in a way resembles the natural makeup of living things. In fact, the constitution of such beings goes through an ordered series of stages throughout their life. This is true of the species as a whole, and also of its individual members, each of which is born with its allotted span of life, barring unavoidable accidents. This is because its triangles are so made up, right from the beginning, as to have the capacity to hold up for a limited time beyond which life cannot be prolonged any further. Now diseases have a similar makeup, so that when you try to wipe them out with drugs before they have run their due course, the mild diseases are liable to get severe, and the occasional ones frequent. That is why you need to cater to all such diseases by taking care of yourself to the extent you are free and have the time to do that. What you should not do is aggravate a stubborn irritation with drugs. Let these remarks see, then, on the subject of the living thing as a whole and its bodily parts, and how a man should both lead and be led by himself in order to have the best prospects for leading a rational life. Indeed, we must give an even higher priority to doing our utmost to make sure that the part that is to do the leading is as superbly and perfectly as possible fit for that task. Now a thoroughgoing discussion of these matters would in and of itself be a considerable task, but if we treat it as a side issue, in line with what we have said before, it may not be out of turn to conclude our discourse with the following observations. There are, as we have said many times now, 3 distinct types of soul that reside within us, each with its own motions. So now too, we must say in the same vein, as briefly as we can, that any type which is idle and keeps its motions inactive cannot but become very weak, while one that keeps exercising becomes very strong. And so we must keep watch to 90. Make sure that their motions remain proportionate to each other. Now we ought to think of the most sovereign part of our soul as God has given to be our guiding spirit. This, of course, is the type of soul that, as we maintain, resides in the top part of our bodies. It raises Timaeus 1289 us up away from the earth and toward what is akin to us in heaven, as though we are plants grown not from the earth but from heaven. In saying this, we speak absolutely correctly. For it is from heaven, the place from which our souls were originally born, that the divine part suspends our head, i.e., our root, and so keeps our whole body erect. So if a man has become absorbed in his appetites or his ambitions and takes great pains to further them, all his thoughts are bound to become merely mortal. And, so far as it is at all possible for a man to become thoroughly mortal, he cannot help but fully succeed in this, seeing that he has cultivated his mortality all along. On the other hand, if a man has seriously devoted himself to the love of learning and to true wisdom, if he has exercised these aspects of himself above all, then there is absolutely no way that his thoughts can fail to be immortal and divine, should truth come within his grasp. And to the extent that human nature can partake of immortality, he can in no way fail to achieve this, constantly caring for his divine part. As he does, keeping well ordered the guiding spirit that lives within him, he must indeed be supremely happy. Now there is but one way to care for anything, and that is to provide for it the nourishment and the motions that are proper to it, and the motions that have an AF90 to the divine part within us are the thoughts and revolutions of the universe. These, surely, are the ones which each of us should follow. We should redirect the revolutions in our heads that were thrown off course at our birth, 44 by coming to learn the harmonies and revolutions of the universe, and so bring into conformity with its objects our faculty of understanding, as it was in its original condition. And when this conformity is complete, we shall have achieved our goal, that most excellent life offered to humankind by the gods, both now and forevermore. And now indeed, it seems, we have all but completed our initial assignment, that of tracing the history of the universe down to the emergence of humankind. We should go on to mention briefly how the other living things came to be a topic that one to require many words. By doing this, we all seem to be in better measure with ourselves so far as our words on these subjects are concerned. Let us proceed, then, to a discussion of this subject in the following way. According to our likely account, all male-born humans who lived lives of cowardice or injustice were reborn in the second generation as women. And this explains why at that time the gods fashioned the desire for sexual 91 union, by constructing one ensouled living thing in us as well as another one in women. This is how they made them in each case. There is in a man a passage by which fluids exit from the body, where it receives the liquid that has passed through the lungs down into the kidneys and on into the bladder and expels it under pressure of air. From this passage, they bored a connecting one into the compacted marrow that runs from the head along the neck through the spine. This is in fact the marrow that be 44c 43a, 44a, 1290 Timaeus. We have previously called seed 45 now because it has soul in it and had now found a vent to the outside. This marrow instilled a life-giving desire for emission right at the place of venting, and so produced the love of procreation. This is why, of course, the male genitals are unruly and self-willed, like an animal that will not be subject to reason and, driven crazy by its desires, seeks to overpower everything else. The very same causes operate in women. A woman's womb or uterus, as it is called, is a living thing within her with a desire for childbearing. Now when this remains unfruitful for an unseasonably long period of time, it is extremely frustrated, and travels everywhere up and down her body. It blocks up her respiratory passages, and by not allowing her to breathe it throws her into extreme emergencies, and visits all sorts of other illnesses upon her until now the woman's desire and the man's love bring them together, and, like plucking the fruit from a tree, they sow the seed into the plowed of her womb, living things too small to be visible and still without form. And when they have again given them distinct form, they nourish these living things so that they can mature inside the womb. Afterwards, they bring them to birth, introducing them into the light of day. That is how women and females in general came to be. As for birds, as a kind they are the products of a transformation. They grow feathers instead of hair. They descended from innocent but simple-minded men who studied the heavenly bodies but in their naivete believed that the most reliable proofs concerning them could be based upon visual observation. Land animals in the wild, moreover, came from men who had no tincture of philosophy and who made no study of the universe whatsoever, because they no longer made use of the revolutions in their heads but instead followed the lead of the parts of the soul that reside in the chest. As a consequence of these ways of theirs they carried their forelimbs and their heads dragging towards the ground, like the tops of their heads became elongated and took all sorts of shapes, depending on the particular way the revolutions were squeezed together 92. From lack of use. This is the reason animals of this kind have 4 or more feet. The god placed a greater number of supports under the more mindless beings, so that they might be drawn more closely to the ground. As for the most mindless of these animals, the ones whose entire bodies stretch out completely along the ground, the gods made them without feet, crawling along the ground, there being no need of feet anymore. The fourth kind of animal, the kind that lives in water, came from those men who were without question the most stupid and ignorant of all. The gods, who brought about their transformation, concluded that these no longer deserved to breathe pure air, because their souls were tainted with transgress signs of every sort. Instead of letting them breathe rare and pure air, they shoved them into water to breathe its murky depths. This is the origin of sh, of all shell sh, and of every water-inhabiting animal. They're justly 45 at 73c1, 74 at 4. Timaeus 1291. The reward for their extreme stupidity is their extreme dwelling place. See. These, then, are the conditions that govern, both then and now, how all the animals exchange their forms, one for the other, and in the process, lose or gain intelligence or folly. And so now we may say that our account of the universe has reached its conclusion. This world of ours has received and teems with living things, mortal and immortal. A visible living thing containing visible ones. Perceptible God, image of the intelligible living thing, 46 its grandness, goodness, beauty, and perfection are unexcelled. Our one universe, indeed, the only one of its kind, has come to be. 46 cf 30 c, d, and 39 e. Critias. At the beginning of Timaeus, Socrates, Critias, Timaeus, and Hermocrates agree to an exchange of speeches for the entertainment of the others on the previous day. Socrates had explained the institutions of the Republic's ideal city. But a truly satisfying account of their excellence would require more than that theoretical description. We need to see them fully in effect, functioning in a city's actual life, especially in wartime, the most severe test of a city's mettle. Critias, an Athenian, offers to do this, on the supposition that the Athens of 9,000 years before was governed by the institutions of Socrates' city, as a myth from Egypt that he has heard recited has suggested to him. This Critias is either Plato's mother's cousin, the Critias of Charmides, Protagoras, and Eryxias, or that cousin's grandfather. He will tell the tale of ancient Athens' war with the inhabitants of Atlantis, an island then located in the Atlantic Ocean near the entrance to the Mediterranean Sea. Under their kings, the technologically advanced Atlantids had conquered Europe as far as Italy, and Africa up to the border of Egypt, and it fell to the freedom-loving, well-governed Athenians to defeat these interlopers and save the Mediterranean peoples from outside domination. At the successful conclusion of the war, Atlantis itself was destroyed in an earthquake, and sank into the sea, carrying its inhabitants and all the warriors of Athens its adult male population to their deaths. The Timaeus itself is taken up with Timaeus' preliminary account of the creation of the world, down to that of human beings, whose paragon specimens are the men of Athens at the time of the Atlantic War. Having heard that AC count, Critias now tells the tale of the conflict between Athens and Atlantis, or rather the introductory part of it. Plato left the dialogue incomplete, without reaching the war. To all appearances, Critias' speech would have completed the agenda agreed to at the outset. However, near the beginning of Critias' SOC rate seems confusingly to suggest that the fourth personage of the dialogue, Hermocrates, an historical general and statesman of Syracuse, will have a turn to speak after that, though he does not indicate at all what his subject would be. If that marks an alteration of Plato's plan, he evidently never carried it out. JMC. Timaeus, what a pleasure it is, Socrates, to have completed the long 106 march of my argument. I feel the relief of the traveler who can rest after. Translated by Diskin Clay. 1292. A long journey. Now I offer my prayer to that God who came to be long ago in reality, but who has just now been created in my words. My prayer is that he grant the preservation of all that has been spoken properly, but that he will impose the proper penalty if we have, despite our best intentions, spoken any discordant note. For the musician who strikes the wrong note, the proper penalty is to bring him back into harmony. To assure, then, that in the future we will speak as we should concerning the origin of the gods, we pray that he will grant the best and most perfect remedy. Understanding. And, now that we have offered our prayer, we will keep our agreement and hand over to Critias the speech that is to follow ours, in its proper sequence. Critias, very well, Timaeus. I will accept the task, but I will make the same plea as you made at the beginning of your speech, when you asked for our sympathy and understanding on account of the magnitude of the argument you were undertaking. I make the same entreaty now too, but I ask to be granted even greater understanding for what I am going to say. And I must admit that I realize that what I am pleading for is self-indulgent and a less polite request than it should be. But I must make it, nonetheless. Now, who in his senses would undertake to maintain that your speech was not an excellent speech? As for the speech you are about to hear, I must somehow bring home to you the fact that it requires greater indulgence, given the difficulty of my subject. It is easier, Timaeus, for someone to give the impression that he is a successful speaker when he speaks of gods to an audience of mortals. The audience's lack of experience and sheer ignorance concerning a subject they can never know for certain provide the would-be speaker with great eloquence. We know how we stand when it comes to our knowledge of the gods. To make my meaning plainer, let me ask you to follow me in this illustration. It is inevitable, I suppose, that everything we have all said is a kind of representation and attempted likeness. Let us consider the graphic art of the painter that has as its object the bodies of both gods and men and the relative ease and difficulty involved in the painter's convincing his viewers that he has adequately represented the objects of his art. We will observe first that we are satisfied if an artist is able to represent even to some small extent the earth and mountains and rivers and forests and all of heaven and the bodies that exist and move within it, and render their likeness, and next that, since we have no precise knowledge of such things, we do not examine these paintings too closely or find fault with them, but we are content to accept an art of suggestion and illusion for such things, as vague and deceptive as this art is. But, when a painter attempts to create a likeness of our bodies, we are quick to spot any defect, and, because of our familiarity and lifelong knowledge, we prove harsh critics of the painter who does not fully reproduce every detail. We must view the case of speeches as precisely the same. We embrace what is said about the heavens and things divine with enthusiasm, even when what is said is quite implausible, but we are nice critics of what is said of mortals and human beings. Critias 1293. B. C. 107. B. C. D. 1294. Critias. Now, with these reactions in mind, which I have offered for the present occasion, if we are unable to speak fully and tingly in representing our theme, we deserve your sympathy. You must realize that human life is no easy subject for representation, but is rather one of great difficulty, if we are to satisfy people's opinions. I wanted to remind you of this, Socrates, 108. To make my plea not for less but for greater sympathy and understanding, as you listen to what I am about to say. If you indeed that I made a just claim on this favor, grant it with goodwill. Socrates, why, Critias, would we hesitate to grant it? Let this favor of ours be granted to Hermocrates as well, who will follow you as the third to speak. It is clear that a little later, when it comes his turn to speak, he will make the same entreaty as have you and Timaeus. So to make it be possible for him to invent another preamble and not compel him to repeat what Timaeus and Critias have said, let him speak when his turn comes, knowing that he has our sympathy. But now, my dear Critias, I must caution you about the attitude of your audience in this theater, the RST of the poets to compete in it put on such a glorious performance that you will need a great measure of sympathy if you are going to be able to compete after him. Hermocrates, the injunction you made to Critias here applies to me. Socrates, as well. But, even so, Critias, the faint-hearted have never yet set up a victory monument. You must march bravely forward to encounter your speech, and, as you invoke Paean and the Muses, display in your hymn of praise the bravery of your ancient citizens. Critias, dear Hermocrates, you stand last in rank, but, since there is someone standing in front of you, you are still content that courage is needed. You will discover yourself when you take my place. But I must pay attention to your exhortation and encouragement, and, in addition to the gods you just named, invoke the other gods and make a special prayer to Mnemosyne. To the success or failure of just about everything that is most important in our speech lies in the lap of this goddess. For, if we can succinctly recall and relate what was said long ago by the priests and brought here to Athens by Solon, you the audience in our theater will envy. I am content that we have put on a worthy performance and acquitted ourselves of our task. So much said. Now we must act. Let us delay no more. We should recall at the very beginning that, in very rough terms, it was some 9,000 years since the time when a war is recorded as having broken out between the peoples dwelling outside the pillars of Heracles III, and all those dwelling within. This war I must now describe. Now they 1. Apollo, the healer. 2. The mother of the nine muses and the goddess of memory. 3. The Straits of Gibraltar. Critias 1295. said that the city of Athens was the ruler of the Mediterranean peoples, and fought for the duration of the entire war. They said, too, that the kings of the island of Atlantis were the rulers of the other peoples. This island, as we were saying, for was at one time greater than both Libya and Asia combined. 5. But now because of earthquakes it has subsided into the great ocean and has produced a vast sea of mud that blocks the passage of mariners who would sail into the great ocean from Greek waters, and for 109. This reason it is no longer navigable. In its progress, our tale will describe, as if it were unrolled, the many barbarian nations and all the different Greek peoples of that time, encountering them as they emerge from place to place. It is necessary at the beginning of this tale to describe the condition of the Athenians of that age and the adversaries with whom they waged war, their respective power and their respective constitutions. But of these themes, pride and place must go to the condition of Athens before this war. At one time, the gods received their due portions over the entire earth, region by region and without strife. To claim that gods did not recognize what was proper to each would not be fitting, nor would it be right to say that, although they recognized what belonged by just title to others, some would attempt to take possession of this for themselves in open strife. But, as they received what was naturally theirs in the allotment of justice, they began to settle their lands. Once they had settled them, they began to raise us as their own chattel and livestock, as do shepherds their sheep. But they did not compel us by exerting bodily force on our bodies, as do shepherds who drive their ox to pasture by blows, but rather by what makes a creature turn course most easily, as they pursued their own plans. They directed us from the stern, as if they were applying to the soul the rudder of persuasion. And in this manner they directed everything mortal as do helmsmen their ships. Now, as the gods received their various regions lot by lot, they began to improve their possessions. But, in the case of Hephaestus and Athena, since they possessed a common nature, both because she was his sister of the same father and because they had entered the same pursuits in their love of wisdom and the arts, they both received this land as their portion, in a single lot, because it was congenial to their character and was naturally suited to them in its excellence and intelligence. And they fashioned in it good men sprung from the land itself and gave them a conception of how to govern their society. The names of these RST inhabitants have been preserved, but their deeds have perished on account of the catastrophes that befell those who succeeded them and the long passage of time intervening. 4 C. Timaeus 24e, 25d. 5 For Critias' contemporaries Asia was denuded by the Nile and the Hellespont, and Libya enclosed the entire coast of Saharan Africa west of the Nile. Thus, with Europe, these were the other two parts of the known world. 1296 Critias. Those of their race who survived these successive destructions were, as I said before, 6 left as an illiterate mountain people who had only heard the tradition of the names of the rulers of their country and beyond these, only little of their deeds. Now, they were pleased to give their descendants the names of these rulers, even though they were unaware of their ancestors, virtues and institutions except for some dim legends concerning each of them. Then, for many generations, these survivors and their children lived in distress for their survival and gave thought to their needs. They spoke only of supplying these needs, and had no interest in the events 110 of the distant past. For it is in the train of leisure that mythology and inquiry into the past arrive in cities, once they have observed that in the case of some peoples the necessities of life have been secured, but not before. This is why the names of the ancients have been preserved but not their deeds. I make this claim and cite as my evidence the statement of Solon, who said that, in their account of the war of that time, the Egyptian priests gave for the most part names such as Cecrops and Erechtheus, and Erichthonius, and Erysichthon, 7 and the names of most of the others which have come down in tradition before the generation of Theseus. And the same is true of the names of the women. Consider too the attributes of the goddess Athena and her statue. At that time the military training of women and men was common. For this reason the people of that time fashioned the statue of the goddess as armed to rect that ancient cus. Tom an indication that all the female and male creatures that live together in Aeoc can very well pursue in common, as much as is possible, the special talents that are suited to each species. Now, at that time, the other classes of citizens who dwelt in our city were engaged in manufacture and producing food from the earth, but the warrior class that had originally been separated from them by godlike men lived apart. They had all that was appropriate to their training and education. None of them had any private possession, but they thought of all their possessions as the common property of all, and they asked to receive nothing from the other citizens beyond what they needed to live. Their activities were all of the activities that were spoken of yesterday, when the guardians proposed by our theory were discussed. The report of the Egyptian priests concerning our territory was plausible and true. First of all, at that time its boundaries extended to the isthmus of Corinth, and, on the mainland to the north, they extended to the summits of Cithaeron and Parnes. And, descending to the east, the boundaries extended down to the region of Oropus to the north, and they were denuded by the Asopus river down to the sea. In its great fertility our land far surpassed every other, for it was then capable of supporting a great army of men who did not work the land. There is impressive evidence for this. 6 Timaeus 22 DFF. 7 Mythical figures in the early history of Athens and Attica, that RST 3 as kings. Critias 1297. Excellence. What has now survived of this land can rival any other land. In the variety and quality of its crops and the pasture it offers all species of animals. But, at that time, our land produced all this not only of high 111 quality but in great abundance. You might ask how this is credible and how our present land could possibly be called a vestige of our earlier land. From the interior this entire land extends a great distance into the sea, as if it jutted out as a promontory. It so happens that the entire basin of the sea that surrounds falls off precipitously. Many and great were the goods that occurred in the space of 9,000 years, for this is the number of years between that time and the present, and during this succession of natural disasters the soil was washed down from the high places. It did not form any considerable alluvial deposits, as in other regions, but it disappeared into the deep, as in it after it was continuously washed into the sea from all sides. What actually remains is like our small and barren islands, and, compared to the land it once was, Attica of today is like the skeleton revealed by wasting disease. Once all the rich topsoil has been eroded and only the thin body of the land remains. But in that age our land was undiminished and had high hills with soil upon them. What we now call the rocky barrens were covered with deep sea rich soil, and in the mountains there were dense forests of which there still survives clear evidence. Some of our mountains can now grow just barely enough for bees, but it was not so long ago that lofty trees grew there. 8 There can still be found intact rafters cut from trees that were felled and brought down to be used for the greatest building projects. And there were many trees that were cultivated for their fruit, and they provided limitless fodder for ox of sheep and goats. Every year there was a harvest of 2 cent rain. It was not lost, as it is now, as it ows off the hard surface of the ground into the sea, but the deep soil absorbed the rain and it stored it away as it created a reservoir, with a covering of clay soil above it, and, as it distributed the water it had absorbed from the high places into its hollows, it produced an abundant of water to feed springs and rivers throughout every region of the country. There are even today some sacred monuments at these ancient springs that are evidence of the truth of what we are now saying about our country. This was the nature of the countryside. The land was cultivated with the great skill, as we can reasonably conjecture, by farmers who were farmers, in the true sense of the word, and who devoted themselves to the single occupation, but farmers who had an eye for beauty and were of a truly noble nature, and who in addition possessed a most fertile land and water in abundance, and above this land a climate and seasons that were most temperate. As for the city itself, it was laid out at that time in a plan that I will now describe. First of all, the Acropolis was very different then than it is. 8. There is a lacuna of a few words here in the MSS. 1298 Critias. Now, a single night of torrential rain stripped the Acropolis of its soil 112, and reduced it to bare limestone in a storm that was accompanied by earthquakes. Before the destructive of Deucalion, this was the third such cataclysmic storm. In the past, the Acropolis extended to the Eridanus and Ilissus and held within its circuit the PNYX and Amphilycobitus that faces the PNYX. It was entirely covered by soil and, except for some small outcroppings, level on top. Outside the Acropolis and under its slopes there lived the class of artisans and those of the farmers who worked the neighboring land. But on the heights the class of warriors lived in isolation, as if they belonged to a single household, around the sanctuary of Athena and Hephaestos, which they had enclosed by a single garden wall. On the far northern edge of the Acropolis they inhabited common dwellings and ate together in common messes in buildings they had constructed for their winter quarters. And they had a supply of all that was needed for their communal institutions, both in buildings for themselves and for the sea priests. They made no use of gold or silver possessions they never had any need of. But, in pursuing a mean between ostentation and servility, they built for themselves tasteful houses, and they grew old in them in the company of their grandchildren, and for generation after generation they passed these dwellings down to descendants who were like themselves. As for the south of the Acropolis, when they left their orchards, gymnasia, and common messes, as they would for the summer season, they converted it to these uses. There was a single spring in the location of the present Acropolis, but it has been choked by the debris of the earthquakes of that night, and its waters now only in a trickle about the circuit wall. But it provided the men of that age with an abundant supply of water, since it was situated in a location that made it neither too cold in the winter nor too hot in the summer. This was the manner of their life. They were the guardians of their own citizens and the leaders of the rest of the Greek world, which followed them willingly. And they kept their population stable as far as they could, both of men and women, for generation after generation, maintaining the population of those who had reached military age or were still of military age at close to 20,000 at most. Such, to conclude, was the character of this people, and such was their life generation after generation, as they directed the life of their city and of Greece with justice. Their fame for the beauty of their bodies and for the variety and range of their mental and spiritual qualities spread through all of Asia and all of Europe, and the consideration in which they were held and their renown was the greatest of all the nations of that age. As for the state of those who went to war against them and the origins of that state, we will now openly reveal its history to you, our friends, as the common property of friends, if we have not lost the memory of what we heard when we were still boys. I must explain one small point before 113. I enter into my history so that you will not be astonished as you hear. Critias 1299. Greek names frequently used for people who are not Greek. You will now learn the origins of these names. Solon, when he was contemplating his own poetic version of this legend and was inquiring into the meaning of these names, discovered that his Egyptian sources had been the RST to record them, once they had translated their meaning into their own land. Gage. He, in his turn, recovered the meaning of each of these names and recorded it as he translated them into Greek. These very manuscripts were in the possession of my grandfather, and they now remain in my possession. When I was a boy, I studied them carefully. Consequently, do not be astonished if you hear names that sound like Greek names. You now know their explanation. What follows, approximately, was the introduction to the long account I heard then. As I said before concerning the distribution of lands among the gods, in some regions they divided the entire earth into greater apportionments, and in others into lesser apportionments, as they established sanctuaries and sacrifices for themselves. So it was that Poseidon received as one of his domains the island of Atlantis, and he established dwelling places for the children he had fathered of a mortal woman in a certain place on the island that I shall describe. Now seaward, but running along the middle of the entire island, was a plain which is said to have been the loveliest of all plains and quite fertile. Near this plain in the middle of the island and at about ft stads 9 distance was a uniformly low and a hill. Now, there lived on this hill one of the people of this island who had originally sprung up from the earth. His name was Ebener, and he dwelt there with his wife Lysip. They had an only child, a daughter by the name of Clito. When this girl grew to marriageable age, both her mother and father died. It was then that Poseidon conceived a desire for her and slept with her. To make the hill on which she lived a strong enclosure, he broke it to form a circle, and he created alternating rings of sea and land around it. Some he made wider and some he made more narrow. He made 2 rings of land and 3 of sea as round as if he had laid them out with compass and lathe. They were perfectly equidistant from one another. And so the hill became inaccessible to humans. For at that time ships and the art of navigation had not yet come into existence. And the god himself greatly beautified the island he had created in the middle to make it a dwelling suitable for a god. Because he was a god, he did this with little effort. He drew up 2 subterranean streams into springs. One gushed out in a warm fountain and the other in a cold fountain. And from the earth he produced all varieties of crops that were sufficient to his island. He sired pairs of twin sons, and he raised them to manhood. He divided the entire island of Atlantis into 10 districts. To the RST born of the RST set of twins he gave as his portion the dwelling. 9. There are 3 units of measure in Critias' description of the island: the foot, the plethron, 100 feet, and the stade, 600 feet. 1,300 Critias. Of his mother and the circular island, since it was the largest and the best. 114. And he made him king over the others. The other sons he made governors. And to each of these he gave the rule over many men and a great extent of land. And he gave each of his sons names. To the son who was oldest and king he gave the name from which the entire island and its surrounding sea derived their names, because he was the RST of the kings of that time. His name was Atlas. The island is called Atlantis and the sea Atlantic after him. to the twin born after him, who had received as his portion the cape B of the island facing the pillars of Heracles opposite what is now called the territory of Gadara. After this region, he gave the name that translates into Greek as Eumelos, but in the language of Atlantis, it is Gadarus. It would seem that he gave his name to the region of Cadiz. The two brothers of the second set of twins he called Amphores and the Euaemon. To the third set he gave the name Nasis, to the Rst born and autochthon to the second born. Of the fourth set Elasippus was the Rst born, Mestor the second. For the FTH set he gave the name Osus to the Rst born and the name Diapropes to the second. Now all of these sons inhabited the island, as did their sons and descendants over many generations. They were the rulers of many other islands in the Atlantic and, as I have said, they even extended their rule into the Mediterranean as near to us as Etruria and Egypt. The race of Atlas increased greatly and became greatly honored. And they maintained their kingdom through many generations, as the oldest king would hand his kingship on to his oldest son. They amassed more wealth than had ever been amassed before in the rule of any previous kings or could easily be amassed after them. And they provided for every thing that was needed, both in the city and in the rest of the island. For their empire brought them many imports from outside, and the island itself provided most of what was needed for their livelihood. First, there were the mines that produced both hard and fusible ore. And in many regions of the island they exploited that metal which is now only a name to us, but which was then more than a name or ikakos. 11 In that age it was valued only less than gold. And the island provided all trees to be hewn and worked by builders, and this in great abundance. It also produced abundant animal life, both domestic and wild. In addition to these there was a great population of elephants. There was pasture land for the other animals who graze in marshlands and along lakes and rivers and on mountainsides and plains, and there was plenty for them and for this the 115 greatest of animals, which consumes the most fodder. The island produced in addition all the aromatic plants the earth produces now, sweet-smelling roots and greens, herbs, trees, and gums from 10 Timaeus 25a, b. 11 mountain copper or yellow copper ore. Critias 1301. Flowers and fruits as well, and they are rich there. The island also produced the domesticated crop of grains on which we live and all the other crops on which we depend for our food. It also produced the kinds of crops we call pulse and the trees that give us our drink, food, and oils. And the crop that sprung up for the sake of our entertainment and pleasure is hard to preserve, and comes from treetops. It produced the side dishes we offer the weary guest as a relief after he has eaten his LL and that refresh him after dinner. All of these did that sacred island once bear in that age under a fostering sun products lovely, marvelous, and of abundant bounty. And they took all these products from the earth, and from their proceeds they constructed their sanctuaries and their palaces, their harbor sea, and their ship sheds, and they improved the rest of their land according to the plan I will now describe. First, they constructed bridges joining the rings of sea, which surrounded the ancient metropolis, making a road out from the palace and into the palace. Their RST project was to build a palace in the dwelling of the god and of their ancestors. One king inherited the project from his predecessor, and, as he improved on the beauty of what had already been improved, he would surpass to the extent of his resources what his predecessor had been able to achieve. They continued this progress until they had created for themselves a dwelling astonishing in its size and in its manifold beauty. And starting at the sea they excavated a canal 3 platra in width, 100 feet in depth, and FTY stads in length up to the outermost sea ring. They then made passage from the sea into the interior possible by opening a channel into the sea ring that was wide enough for the largest ships to sail into it as if it were a harbor. And, as for the land rings that separated the rings of sea, they pierced them at the point of the bridges, and thus joined them by water. The resulting canal was wide enough for a single trireme to sail through as it passed into a ring of water. They constructed a roof over the channel to protect the passage of ships, for the walls of the canal through the land rings were high enough from the sea to the bridge above to allow ships to pass under. The largest of the water rings into which the passage from the sea had been excavated was 3 stads in width, and the next land ring was equal to it. Of the next rings of water and land, the ring of water was 2 stads wide, and, as in the RST case, the land ring was equal to it as well. And, nally, the ring of water running around the island in the middle was a stade wide. The island where the palace was located had a diameter of BE stads 116. They threw up an unbroken stone circuit wall around this island, and they also walled the land rings, and the bridge, which was a platron wide. They built towers and gates at the point where the bridges crossed over the rings of water. They quarried stone from under the circular island that formed the center ring and from the inner and outer land rings as well. There were 3 colors of stone, white, black, and red. As they quarried this stone, they fashioned ship sheds for 2 ships in the rock roof by the stone of the quarry itself. 1302 Critias. Some of their buildings they constructed of stones of uniform color. But to delight themselves they made of others a tapestry of stones of different colors, variegating the colors to bring out their natural charm. And they invested the entire circuit wall of the outermost land ring with bronze, as if the bronze revetment were a bright dye. The interior of the land wall they invested with tin, and the wall surrounding the Acropolis itself they invested with orichalcos, which glittered like darting rici. I will now describe the palace buildings erected within the Acropolis. At its center was the shrine of Clito and Poseidon. It was kept consecrated, and no one was permitted to enter it. It was surrounded by a wall of gold. It was here that Poseidon and Clito RST begot and produced the race of the 10 kings. It was to the shrine that each of the 10 divisions came to offer their RST fruits to each of these original kings in a yearly festival. The temple of Poseidon was in this area. It was 1 stade long, 3 platra wide, and of a height that appeared to be proportional to its length and width, but it had something barbaric about its appearance. They invested the entire exterior of the temple with silver, except for the acroteria, which they gilded with gold. The interior presented a roof of solid ivory inlaid with gold, silver, and orichalcos, and they plated all the other areas of the temple with the same metal, the cella walls, the interior columns, and doors. They placed gold statues within the temple. There was a statue of Poseidon standing in a chariot with a team of 6 winged horses. This statue was so tall that his head touched the rafter of the temple roof. There were 100 nereids riding dolphins and arranged in a circle about him, for men of that age thought that the nereids were 100 in number, and there were many other statues inside which were the offerings of private individuals. Outside and surrounding the temple there stood gold statues of all the descendants of the 10 kings and their wives, and many other dedications of great size made by the kings and private individuals who came from the city of Atlantis itself and from the subject peoples elsewhere. There was an altar on the same scale as the temple, and its workmanship was 117. Equally lavish. The palace was magnificent in its monumental architecture, and it was worthy of the greatness of their empire and the adornment of the temple and shrines. They drew their water from two springs, a spring of cold water and a spring of hot water. Both had an abundant awe and in the amazing natural freshness and quality of its waters each had its own use. They built fountain houses around them and plantations of trees suitable to the temperature of the waters. And they also built reservoirs around the springs. Some they left open, but to the north they covered the reservoirs to convert them to warm baths. The reservoirs of the kings were separate from those of the rest of the population. Some reservoirs were reserved for the use of women, others for watering horses and other draft animals, and each they fashioned appropriately to its use. The overow they channeled into the grove of Poseidon, where, thanks to the fertility of the soil, there grew all Critias 1303 varieties of trees of extraordinary beauty and height. They also irrigated the outer land rings by means of canals that crossed over along the bridges, joining them. Here there were constructed numerous shrines to numerous gods and sea. The land was laid out for many orchards and gymnasia. There were gymnasia for men on each of the two ring islands, and tracks for horses were set apart as well. And, remarkably, through the middle of the greatest of the islands they laid out a separate racecourse for horses, one stayed wide, and it extended in a circle around the entire island. Located on each side of the central racecourse were quarters for the palace guard. The garrison of the most reliable soldiers was established on the smaller of the ring islands, the islands situated nearest to the Acropolis, and quarters were built on the Acropolis for the most reliable soldiers of all, surrounding the palaces of the kings themselves. The ship sheds were LED with reams and all the things needed for triremes, and all were in good working order. Such, then, were the buildings they constructed around the dwellings of the kings themselves. Now, once you had crossed over the 3 rings of water, you would come to a circuit wall that began at the sea and surrounded the greatest of the land rings on all sides at a uniform distance of 50 stads from the greatest land ring and its harbor. It began at the point where the channel had been dug through to the sea. The entire area within was settled by a dense population whose houses were crowded close together. The water way into the interior and the greatest harbor was teeming with ships and crowds of merchants who had arrived from all over the world and whose voices and bustle produced a commotion and hubbub that could be heard day and night. I have recalled this description of the capital and the ancient dwelling of the kings pretty much as it was told to Solon at that time. But now I 118 must attempt to recall the nature of the rest of the country and the manner in which it was improved. To begin with, the priests said that the entire country was very high and that it rose sheer from the sea. The entire plain that surrounded the capital was itself surrounded by a ring of mountains that sloped down as far as the sea. The plain was smooth and level and entirely rectangular. On its long sides it extended for 3,000 stads, and, as measured from the sea, it was over 2,000 stads across. The slope of the island was to the south and it was protected from the northerly winds. The mountains surrounding the plain were legendary for their number and size and beauty. None of the mountain ranges that exist today can compare with them. They contained on their slopes and in their valleys many populous and wealthy villages, and they contained rivers and lakes and meadows that supplied enough to feed all the animals there, both domesticated and wild. In their abundance and variety, the shrubs and trees were plentiful for all kinds of constructions and uses. I will now relate how this plain had been developed by nature, and by sea. Many kings and over a long period of time. For the most part, the plain, 1,304 Critias, was naturally rectangular, regular, and oblong. Where it was not perfectly straight and even they evened it out by excavating a great canal around it. As described, its depth and width and length provoked disbelief, since it was the work of human hands and so vast when compared to the other building projects. Nevertheless, I must repeat precisely what we heard. Then, the great canal was excavated to the depth of a plethron. It measured a stade wide along its entire length, and as it framed the entire plain it came to a total length of 10,000 stads. As it received the of water that came off the mountains, and as this water circulated and reached the city on 2 sides, the trench allowed the water to out to the sea. Towards the interior, canals were cut in straight lines from the city over the plain 100 feet broad at most, and these emptied their waters into the great canal facing the sea. These were spaced at an interval of 100 stads. They also cut horizontal connecting channels linking one canal with another and with the city, and it is by these canals that they transported timber and the other products of the land on barges from the mountains to the city. They harvested their crops twice a year. In the winter season they relied on the water of 2 cent rains, and in the summer season they used the water stored in the earth, drawing it into their canal system to irrigate the crops. Now, as for the numbers of the men of the plain who were to serve in the army, each military district was assigned to contribute 1 commander. The area of each district was as much as 100 stads. The 119 total of these districts came to 60,000. And as far as the population of the mountainous regions and the rest of the country goes, it was said to be too large to calculate. But, counted by regions and villages, all men for military service were assigned to one of the 60,000 military districts, and they served under the commander of each district. In times of war each commander was assigned to have in readiness a 6th part of the complement of a war chariot as a contribution to a force of 10,000 chariots, and in addition, 2 horses and 2 riders, a pair of horses without a chariot, with its complement of 2 riders, a runner, a rider, who could GHT on foot armed with a small shield, and serving as a charioteer, a rider who could mount either horse, 2 hoplites, 2 archers, and 2 sling men, 3 light armed soldiers with stones and 3 with javelins. He also had to contribute 4 sailors to the crews manning 12,000 ships. These were the principles for raising an army in the royal city. The formulas varied in the 9 other cities, and it would take a long time to describe them. The original ordering of powers and honors in Atlantis was as follows. C. Within his own patrimony and in his own city, each of the 10 kings held power over the inhabitants and over most of the laws, and he could punish or put to death whomever he wished. But, as for their common empire and federation, the kings were regulated by the laws of Poseidon, as these had been passed down by tradition and according to an inscription which Critias 1305. The RST kings had cut on a stele of Oricacos. This inscription was placed in the middle of the island in the sanctuary of Poseidon. Here in every FTH, or 6th year, and in alternating sequence, it was their custom to gather to both the even and to the odd they accorded an equal share. Once they had assembled, they deliberated on matters of common concern and held an assize to determine if any one of them had broken the law, and they gave judgment. Whenever they were about to declare judgment, they RST offered one another pledges in this manner, as all 10 kings were alone in the sanctuary of Poseidon, where bulls had been allowed to run free. They joined in prayer to ask the god to be allowed to capture the bull which would be the most acceptable offering to him. They pursued the bulls with the staffs and nooses but with no iron weapon, and they led the bull they had captured to the steel. 12 There they slaughtered it on the crest of the steel and let its blood spill down over the inscription. In addition to the laws written on the steel there was an oath inscribed calling terrible curses down upon those who broke them. And, when they had then said the bull following this ritual, they would burn all the limbs of the bull 120. And, mixing his blood in a mixing bowl, they would pour a clot of his blood over the head of each of them, and, once they had scrubbed the steel clean, they would bring the remaining blood over to the re. After this, they would draw the blood from the mixing bowl into gold pouring vessels. Pouring the blood over the re they would take an oath to render justice according to the laws inscribed on the steel and to punish anyone who had violated these laws since last they met. They swore that in the future they would not willingly violate any of the provisions of the inscription and that they would neither rule nor obey a ruler if either they or he did not issue commands that were in conformity with the laws of their father. When each of the kings had made this oath and engaged both himself and his descendants, they drank and dedicated their pouring vessels in the sanctuary of the god. And, once they had finished with their dinner and everything else they had to do and night had fallen and the about the sacrificial offerings had subsided, they all put on a deep blue robe of the most splendid appearance and, sitting on the ground next to the embers of the sacrificial victim, at night, they put out the re-still ickering in the sanctuary and judged anyone accused of violating any of their laws and were judged themselves. Once they had passed judgment, when day dawned, they recorded their judgments on a gold tablet which they dedicated as a memorial offering along with their robes. There were many other particular laws concerning the prerogatives of each of the kings, but the most important of these were those forbidding them to bear arms against one another and commanding them to help one another should anyone in any of their cities make an attempt to overturn the divine family, that they should deliberate together, as had there 12 a block or slab, of the sort to be inscribed with a record of victories, dedications, treaties, decrees, etc. 1306 Critias. Ancestors before them, over their decisions concerning war and their other actions, but that they should cede leadership to the royal family of Atlantis. And, nally, that the king should have power to put none of his kinsmen to death, if he could not obtain the approval of the majority of the 10 kings. Now, this was the power, so great and so extraordinary, that existed in that distant region at that time. This was the power the god mustered and brought against these Mediterranean lands. It was said that his pretense was something like what I shall describe. For many generations and as long as enough of their divine nature survived, they were obedient unto their laws and they were well disposed to the divinity they were kin to. They possessed conceptions that were true and entirely lofty. And in their attitude to the disasters and chance events that constantly befall men and in their relations with one another they exhibited a combination of mildness and prudence, because, except for virtue, they held all else in disdain and thought of their present good fortune of no consequence. They bore their vast wealth of gold and other possessions without difficulty, treating them as if they were a burden. They did not become intoxicated with the luxury 121 of the life their wealth made possible. They did not lose their self-control and slip into decline, but in their sober judgment they could see distinctly that even their very wealth increased with their amity and its companion, virtue. But they saw that both wealth and concord decline as possessions become pursued and honored, and virtue perishes with them as well. Now, because these were their thoughts and because of the divine nature that survived in them, they prospered greatly as we have already related. But when the divine portion in them began to grow faint as it was often blended with great quantities of mortality and as their human nature gradually gained ascendancy, at that moment, in their inability to bear their great good fortune, they became disordered. To whoever had eyes to see they appeared hideous, since they were losing the nest of what were once their most treasured possessions. But to those who were blind to the true way of life oriented to happiness, it was at this time that they gave the semblance of being supremely beauteous and blessed. Yet, inwardly they were led with an unjust lust for possessions and power. But as Zeus, god of the gods, reigning as king according to law, could clearly see the state of affairs, he observed this noble race lying in this abject state and resolved to punish them and to make them more careful and harmonious as a result of their chastisement. To this end he called all the gods to their most honored abode, which stands at the middle of the universe and looks down upon all that has a share in generation. And, when he had gathered them together, he said, Minos, Socrates and a friend try to end the adenition of law, while his friend thinks that laws are whatever is decided upon in various cities. Socrates argues that laws reveal a certain reality, the truth of how civilized life should be regulated. This reality is common and unchanging, and has been grasped best of all in the ancient Cretan legal system. It was King Minos, under the tutelage of Zeus, who established these laws for the benefit of the Cretans. He was a hero of legislation, and one must not believe the slanders heaped upon him by Athenian dramatists. The assumptions and techniques of argument in Minos are thoroughly Platonic. Indeed, it is a sort of preface to Plato's laws. It explains why the laws begins with the story that Minos was the divinely inspired lawgiver of Crete, which is the starting point of a discussion about legislation between three old men on their way from Knossos, the capital city of Minos, to the Idaean cave, where Minos was said to have learned about legislation from Zeus. In Minos, bodies of laws are conceived as written texts which can be true or false, a conception shared by Plato, who also held that legal texts emanate from leader. A elaboration, Law 718c, 723d. Proper laws express the reality of social life, a reality which is as enduring as the ideal city which the three old men sketch in laws the best possible social, political, and legal system under which people can live in cities in permanent peace and stability. Although Minos was probably written after laws, it adopts an earlier conception of politics as the skill of herding human beings, the conception discussed and rejected in Plato's Statesman. The Greek word for law is nomos, which is also used for custom or an established usage or practice. Socrates' friend in Minos attempts to deem nomos as something nomizomenon, the present passive participle of the related verb nomizo, that is, accepted. Indeed, nomizo has a wide range of uses, in practice, have in common or customary use, in act, treat, consider as, accept the idea that, hold the customary or conventional belief that, believe, hold. Most of these uses, and the translation of nomizomenon by accepted, rather more easily with nomos conceived as custom than as written law. From the formal point of view, Minos is composed of dry academic dialectic, together with a literary historical excursus. The classic example of such an excursus is the Atlantis myth in Plato's Timaeus and Critias, and there are other examples in Alcibiades, Second Alcibiades, Hipparchus, and probably in the, now mostly lost, Socratic dialogues of Antisthenes and Aeschines. The 1307, 1308 Minos. Academic dialectic of Minos is a good example of the way questions were discussed in the mid-4th century academy, the dialectic studied in Aristotle's Topics and Sophistical Refutations. The combination of dialectic and excursus in Minos is very similar to that in Hipparchus, as is the skepticism toward the values implicit in Athenian popular culture and history. Many scholars conclude that they are the work of the same author, probably writing soon after the middle of the 4th century BC. DSH. Socrates, law in our view, what is it? 313. Friend, what sort of laws are you asking about? Socrates, well, no. Is it possible that law differs from law in this very respect of being law? Think about the question I'm actually asking you. If I had asked, what is gold, then if you had asked me in the same way, what sort of gold am I referring to, I reckon that your question would have been incorrect. For surely gold does not differ at all from gold, nor stone from stone in respect of being stone or in respect of being gold. B. And so law too, I suppose, does not differ at all from law. They are all the same thing. Each of them is law-like, not one more, another less. What I am asking, then, is just this the global question, what is law? If you have an answer to hand, say it. Friend, what else would law be? Socrates, but what is accepted? Socrates, and so speech, in your view, is what is spoken, or sight what is seen, or hearing what is heard. Or is speech one thing, what is spoken see another, sight one thing, what is seen another, hearing one thing, what is heard another, and so law one thing, what is accepted another. Is that so, or what is your view? Friend, they are two different things, as it now seems to me. Socrates, law, then, is not what is accepted. Friend, I don't think so. Socrates, so what can law be? Let's investigate the question as follows. Suppose someone had asked us about what we said just now, since you say it is by sight that what is seen, what is the sight by which such 314 things are seen? We would have replied to him, that form of sense perception which reveals such things through the eyes. And if he had asked us another question, well, now, since it is by hearing that what is heard, what is this hearing, we would have replied to him, that form of sense perception which reveals sounds to us through our ears. So, then, if he were to ask us, since it is by law that what is accepted, what is this law by which such things are accepted? Is it a form of perception or revealing, as what is learned by the bee? Translated by Malcolm Scoeld. Minus 1309. Revelations of knowledge. Or is it a form of discovery, as what is discovered? Is discovered, for example, facts about health and sickness by medicine? Or the intentions of the gods, as the diviners say, by divination, for its skill? Is surely in our view a discovery of things, is it not? Friend, certainly. Socrates, which among these alternatives, then, would we be most inclined to suppose law to be? Friend, the resolutions and decrees themselves, in my own view. What else could one say that law is? So it looks as though the answer to your global question about law has to be, resolution of a city. Socrates, political judgment, it appears, is what you call law. Friend, I do. Socrates, and perhaps this is a good answer. But maybe we'll get a better one in the following way. Do you call certain people wise? Friend, I do. Socrates, aren't the wise wise in virtue of wisdom? Friend, yes. Socrates, well then, aren't the just in virtue of justice? Friend, certainly. Socrates, and aren't the law abiding in virtue of law? Friend, yes. Socrates, and the lawless by virtue of lawlessness? D. Friend, yes. Socrates, and the law abiding are just? Friend, yes. Socrates, and the lawless unjust? Friend, unjust. Socrates, aren't justice and law something very enemy? Friend, that is so. Socrates, but injustice and lawlessness are something very shameful? Friend, yes. Socrates, and the one preserves cities and everything else, but the other destroys and subverts them? Friend, yes. Socrates, then we must think about law as something that is enemy, and seek it as something good? Friend, obviously. Socrates, now we said that law is resolution of a city? Friend, we did say so. E. Socrates, well, now, is it not the case that some resolutions are admirably, others wicked? Friend Itis. Socrates, yet law was not wicked? Friend, no. Socrates, it is not correct, then, to reply in such unqualified terms that law is resolution of a city. 1310 minus. Friend, not in my view. Socrates, it would not be in order, then, to take it that a wicked resolution is law. Friend, no indeed. Socrates, but still, it is quite apparent to me for my part that law is a kind of judgment. And since it is not the wicked judgment, is it not quite obvious by now that it is the admirable, given that law is judgment? Friend, yes. Socrates, but what is admirable judgment? Is it not true judgment? Friend, yes. 315. Socrates, now isn't true judgment discovery of reality? Friend Itis. Socrates, then ideally law is discovery of reality. Friend, how is it, Socrates, if law is discovery of reality, that we do not always make use of the same laws on the same matters, assuming we have discovered reality? Socrates, ideally, nevertheless, law is discovery of reality. So it must be that any human beings who do not always make use of the same laws, be, as appears to be the case with us, are not always capable of discovering what ideally the law does discover reality. Let us have a look and see whether it actually does become quite clear to us from our inquiry whether we always make use of the same laws, or different ones at different times, and whether all make use of the same laws, or different people differ. And ones. Friend, that is not difficult to determine, Socrates, the same people do not always make use of the same laws, and different people make use of different ones. For example, with us there is no law providing for human sacrifice, indeed it is unholy, whereas the Carthaginians make such sacrifice as something that is holy and lawful for them, and in fact some of them sacrifice even their own sons to Cronus, as perhaps you have heard yourself. And it is not just foreigners who make use of different laws from us, but those people in Lycia and the descendants of Athamas perform the sacrifice they perform even though they are Greeks. You know about ourselves too, I imagine, from what you have heard yourself, the sorts of laws we made use of in the past with regard to those who died, slaughtering sacred victims before the corpse was carried out and sending for urn women. Again, those who lived in still earlier times used to bury their dead right there in the house. We do none of these things. One could give thousands of such examples. There is ample room to prove that we do not always make use of the same laws as we ourselves recognize, nor do people make use of the same laws as one another. Socrates, look, my friend, it wouldn't be at all surprising if what you say was correct but went over my head. So long as you express your views in lengthy speeches in your own style, and I do too in my turn, I don't think we'll ever reach any agreement. But if the inquiry is made a common, minus 1311, enterprise, maybe we would agree. So join in a common inquiry with me, asking questions of me if you like, or answering them if you would rather. Friend, Socrates, I am willing to answer whatever you like. Socrates, right, then, do you accept that just things are unjust and unjust things just, or that the just are just and the unjust unjust? Friend, I accept that the just are just and the unjust unjust. 316. Socrates, now are they accepted as such among all people as they are here? Friend, yes. Socrates, so among the Persians as well? Friend, among the Persians as well. Socrates, always, I suppose. Friend, always. Socrates, are things which pull down the scale more accepted here as heavier, and those which pull it down less as lighter, or the opposite? Friend, no, those which pull it down more as heavier, those less as lighter. Socrates, and is this the case in Carthage and in Lycia as well? Friend, yes. Socrates, things that are any are accepted as any everywhere, it appears, b. And things that are shameful as shameful, and not the shameful as any or the any as shameful. Friend, that is so. Socrates, therefore, to generalize to all cases, what is so is accepted as being so, not what is not so, both among us and among all other people. Friend, that is my view. Socrates, then anyone who mistakes what is so mistakes what is ac. Cept. Friend, when you express things this way, Socrates, these things do seem to be accepted always both by us and by the others. But when I consider that we are constantly turning the laws upside down, I cannot be persuaded. Socrates, perhaps you do not take into consideration that when we move the pieces at checkers they remain the same pieces. But look at the question with me in the following way. Have you ever come across a treatise on health for the sick? Friend, I have. Socrates, then you know what skill it is that this is the treatise of? Friend, I do know medicine. Socrates, don't you call those who possess knowledge of these matters doctors? Friend, I agree. Socrates, do people who possess knowledge accept the same things on the same matters, or do different people accept different things? Friend, the same things, in my view. 1312 minus. Socrates, is it simply that the Greeks accept the same things as the Greeks on the matters they know about, or do foreigners too accept the same things, agreeing among themselves and with the Greeks? Friend, I would suppose it definitely has to be the case that those who know agree in accepting the same things, both Greeks and foreigners. Socrates, well answered. And one they always agree. Friend, yes, always. Socrates, and don't the doctors in their treatises on health write what they accept as being so? Friend, yes. Socrates, then these treatises of the doctors are medical, and laws of medicine. Friend, medical, to be sure. Socrates, so farming treatises too are laws of farming? Friend, yes. Socrates, and whose are the treatises and accepted ideas on working the garden? Friend, gardeners. Socrates, then these are our laws of gardening. Friend, yes. Socrates, formulated by people who know how to manage a garden? Friend, obviously. Socrates, and it is the gardeners who have the knowledge. Friend, yes. Socrates, and whose are the treatises and accepted ideas on preparing a meal? Friend, cooks. Socrates, then these are the laws of cookery. Friend, cookery. Socrates, formulated, as it appears, by people who know how to manage 317. The preparation of a meal? Friend, yes. Socrates, and it is the cooks who have the knowledge, as they claim? Friend, yes, they have the knowledge. Socrates, very well. But then, whose are the treatises and accepted ideas on administration of a city? Isn't it those who know how to manage cities? Friend, in my view it is. Socrates, and does anyone possess this knowledge except those who are skilled in politics and kingship? Friend, those it is. Socrates, then these writings which people call laws are treatises on politics, treatises by kings and good men. B. Friend, what you say is true. Socrates, then surely those who possess knowledge will not write different things at different times on the same matters? Friend, no. Minus 1313. Socrates, nor yet will they ever change one set of accepted ideas for another on the same matters? Friend, certainly not. Socrates, so if we see anyone doing this anywhere, shall we say that those who do it are in possession of knowledge, or not in possession? Friend, not in possession. Socrates, and one we also say that whatever is correct is the accepted idea in each sphere, whether in medicine or in cookery or in gardening. Friend, yes. See. Socrates, and whatever is not correct, we shall never again say that it is the accepted idea? Friend, never again. Socrates, then it proves to be unlawful. Friend, it must be. Socrates, and in treatises on what is just and unjust and in general on the organization of a city and on how one should administer a city, isnt. What is correct a law of royal skill? But not what is not correct, although it is taken to be law by those who don't know. That is unlawful. Friend, yes. Socrates, then we were correct in agreeing that law is discovery of reality. Friend, it seems so. Socrates, now to a further point that we need to note carefully on the topic. Who has knowledge of how to distribute seed over land? Friend, a farmer. Socrates, does he distribute appropriate seed for each sort of land? Friend, yes. Socrates, then the farmer is a good apportioner of it, and his laws and distributions are correct in this sphere? Friend, yes. Socrates, and who is a good apportioner of notes in songs? One whose laws are correct here? Friend, the laws of the oudist and the lute player. Socrates, then the person whose laws are most authoritative in this sphere is the person whose command of lute playing is best. Friend, yes. Socrates, and who is best at distributing nourishment for human body? Yes. Is it not the person who distributes it appropriately? Friend, yes. Socrates, then his distributions and laws are best, and the person whose laws are most authoritative in this sphere is also the best apportioner. Friend, certainly. Socrates, who is this person? Friend, a trainer. 318. 1 conjecturally deleting kai ta axionium and d8, 9. 1314 minus. Socrates, he is supreme at driving a human herd? 2. Friend, yes. Socrates, and who is supreme at driving a herd of sheep? What is his name? Friend, a shepherd. Socrates, then it is the laws of the shepherd that are best for the sheep. Friend, yes. Socrates, and the laws of the cowherd for cattle? Friend, yes. Socrates, and whose laws are best for human souls? Isn't those of the king? Agreed. Friend, I do agree. Socrates, you were doing well in your answers. Can you now say who in B? Antiquity proved himself a good lawgiver in the sphere of laws of Eude. Playing. Perhaps you don't call him to mind. Would you like me to remind you? Friend, certainly. Socrates, isn't it said to be Marsyas, and his boyfriend Olympus the Phrygian? 3. Friend, what you say is true. Socrates, now their tunes are absolutely divine, and alone stir, and make manifest those who are in need of the gods enter the Stacy. There are still only these, because they are divine. Friend, that is so. Socrates, and who among the ancient kings is said to have proved himself to be a good lawgiver, so that even to this day his accepted Zions remain in force, because they are divine? Friend, I cannot call him to mind. Socrates, don't you know which of the Greeks make use of the most ancient laws? Friend, are you referring to the Spartans, and Lycurgus the lawgiver? Socrates, but that is not yet 300 years ago, perhaps, or a little more than that. Where do the best of their accepted provisions come from? Do you know? Friend, people say from Crete. Socrates, so among the Greeks it is the Cretans who make use of the most ancient laws? Friend, yes. Socrates, then do you know who were their good kings? Minos and Rhadamanthus, the sons of Zeus and Europa, these laws were theirs. 2. Accepting a conjectural deletion of Theoeusometos in a 1, 2. 3. Marsyas was said to have invented a form of music for wind instruments, such as the aulos, here conventionally but misleadingly translated Eude. Olympus was credited with bringing this music from the Near East to Greece and developing it further. Minus 1315. Friend, people certainly claim that Rhadamanthus was a just man, Socrates, but they say Minos was savage and harsh and unjust. Socrates, my good friend, you are telling a theatrical Attic version of the story? Friend, well, isn't that what they say about Minos? Socrates, not Homer and Hesiod. Yet they are more persuasive than all the tragedians put together. Who are the people you are listening to? If this is what you are saying. Friend, and what is it that Homer and Hesiod say about Minos? Socrates, I will tell you, so that you won't commit impiety along with the mass of people. There cannot be anything more impious than this, nor anything over which one should take more precautions, than being mistaken in word and deed with regard to gods, and in second place, with regard to divine humans. You should always exercise very great forethought, when you are about to criticize or praise a man, to ensure 319. That you don't speak incorrectly. This is why you should learn to distinguish admirable from wicked men. For God vents his anger when anyone criticizes someone similar to himself, or praises someone whose condition is opposite to his own. The former is a good man. For you really must think that there are sacred stones and pieces of wood and birds and snakes, but not humans. For a good human being is the most sacred of all of these, and one who is wicked the most elect. So now I will speak about Minos, and how Homer and Hesiod sing his praises, with this purpose in mind, that you, as a human and the son of a human, may not be mistaken in what you say about a hero who is son of Zeus. Homer, when telling us about Crete and how there are many men in it and 90 cities, says, among them is Knossos, a great city, where Minos was king in the 9th season, having converse with great Zeus. 5. This, then, is how Homer sings the praises of Minos, Brewy expressed c. But Homer composed nothing like it for any of the heroes. That Zeus is a sophist, and that this art of his is something altogether excellent, he makes clear here as well as in many other places. For he means that during the 9th year Minos got together with Zeus to discuss things, and went regularly to be educated by Zeus as though he were a sophist. So, the fact that Homer assigns this privilege of being educated by Zeus to no one among the heroes but to Minos is extraordinary praise. And in the Book of the Dead in the Odyssey he represents Minos, not Rhadamanthus, as giving judgment with a golden scepter. 6. He does not represent. 4. Reading toy for TI in a 5. 5. Odyssey 19.178, 79. 6. Odyssey 11.568, 71. 1316 Minos. Rhadamanthus as giving judgment in this passage, nor as associated with Zeus in any passage. For this reason I say that Minos beyond all others has had his praises sung by Homer. To be the son of Zeus and then to be the only one educated by Zeus is praise that cannot be exceeded. For this verse, was king in the 9th season, having converse with great Zeus indicates that Minos was an associate of Zeus. Converses are discussions, and someone who has converse is an associate in discussions. In other words, every 9 years, Minos would go into the cave of Zeus, partly to learn and partly to demonstrate what he had learned from Zeus in the preceding 9th year. There are those who suppose that someone who has converse is a drinking and partying companion of Zeus, but one may use the following as evidence that those who make this supposition talk nonsense. Of all the 320 many human beings there are, Greeks and foreigners, none abstain from drinking sessions, and the sort of partying there is when wine is present. Except Cretans, and in second place Spartans, who have learned it from the Cretans. In Crete it is one of the laws Minos laid down that people are not to drink together to the point of drunkenness. And indeed it is clear that what he accepted as admirable he laid down as accepted practice. Also for his own citizens. For Minos would surely not have accepted one thing but done something different from what he accepted, like a dishonest person. His form of association was, as I say, through discourses for education into virtue. This is why he laid down for his own citizens those laws, which have made Crete happy for all time, and Sparta from whence she began to make use of them, because they are divine. Rhadamanthus was a good man, he had been educated by Minos. But see, he had been educated not in the art of kingship as a whole, but in one subsidiary to it, connected to presiding in law courts. That is why he was said to be a good judge. Minos used him as watcher over the law in the town, but Talos in the rest of Crete. Talos used to tour the villages 3 times a year, preserving a watch over the law in them by having the laws written on bronze tablets. This is why he was called Bronze. Hesiod too has said some things akin to these with regard to Minos. After making mention of his name he says, who proved to be most kingly of mortal kings, and ruled over most of the people in the countryside, holding the scepter of Zeus with which he exercised kingship also over cities. 7. He means by the scepter of Zeus nothing other than the education he received from Zeus, by means of which he governed Crete. Friend, why, then, Socrates, has this rumor about Minos as someone who was uneducated and harsh ever been spread about? Socrates, because of something over which you, my good friend, will take precautions, if you are sensible, and so will anyone else who cares for a good reputation, never to fall out with any man who is skilled. 7 Hesiod FRG 144, Merkel bequest. Minus 1317. In poetry, the poets have great power where reputation is concerned. Whichever mode eulogy or abuse they adopt in writing about people. Which was the mistake Midas made in waging war on the city, whereas, well as many other forms of wisdom there are poets of every kind, who compose tragedy as well as every other kind of poetry. Tragedy is in 321. Ancient form here, not beginning with Thespes as some suppose nor with Phrynichus, 8 if you care to consider the matter you will indeed it to be a very ancient discovery, made in this very city. Tragedy is that form of poetry, which most delights the populace and which most seduces the soul. So it is in tragedy that we torture Midas and take vengeance upon him for that tribute he compelled us to pay. 9 This, then, was the mistake Midas made in falling out with us. And that is why, to answer your question, he has come to have a worse and worse reputation. He was good and law-abiding, b. As we said at the outset, a good apportioner. And the greatest indication of this is that his laws are unaltered, that shows how well he did at discovering reality as regards habitation of a city. Friend, in my view, Socrates, the account you have given is a likely one. Socrates, now if what I say is true, is it your view that the Cretans, who are citizens of Midas and Rhadamanthus, make use of the most ancient laws? Friend, they seem to. Socrates, then these two have proved to be the best lawgivers among the ancients, apportioners, and shepherds of men, just as Homer said that the good general was shepherd of the people. 10. Friend, certainly. Socrates, please, now, by Zeus god of friendship, if someone were to ask us what are these things that the good lawgiver and apportioner for the body distributes to the body to make it better, we would say if we were to reply well and why, food and hard work, building it up with the one, and exercising and constituting the body itself with the other. Friend, quite correct. Socrates, if then after this he were to ask us, whatever then are those things that the good lawgiver and apportioner distributes to the soul to make it better, what reply would we make if we are not to be ashamed, both of ourselves and of our mature years? Friend, I don't any more know what to say. Socrates, yet it really is a disgrace to the soul in each of us that it plainly doesn't know what in it constitutes goodness and badness for it, whereas what constitutes goodness and badness for the body, and for other things, is something it has already considered. 8 Thespes was the RST playwright to win a prize at the Athenian festival of Dionysus. About 535 BC. Phrynichus was a tragic playwright active in the early FTH century. 9 According to legend, after Midas defeated the Athenians, he exacted a tribute every 9 years of 7 maidens and 7 young men, whom he imprisoned in the labyrinth, eventually to be devoured by the Minotaur, the bull of Midas. 10 Iliad I.263, Odyssey 4.532, and elsewhere. Laws. This work, Plato's longest and a product of his last years, was left unpublished. At his death, perhaps because he felt it still needed revision. Plato's associate, Philip of Opus, is said to have transcribed it for publication. It seems to be complete as it stands. 3 elderly gentlemen, all apparently Clinias from Crete, Megil, Luz, a Spartan, and an unnamed Athenian begin a journey on foot from Knossos in Crete to the shrine of Zeus' birthplace on Mount Ida. The Athenian begins a conversation on laws and constitutions, which continues till the end of Book 3, by querying the central purpose of his Cretan and Spartan friends' famously similar civic institutions, the optimal conduct of war, as Clinias maintains. As one might expect in an Athenian, this strikes him as too narrow and exclusive a focus on one aspect of civic life, and that a secondary one. Wars are undertaken to make secure the activities of peacetime. Laws should indeed see to the training of citizens in the virtues of wartime, but also, and even more, in those of peace. A broader and culturally deeper education and range of experience are needed to produce truly good human beings. Athens itself, however, had been ruined by its predilection for the personal freedoms provided by democratic institutions. The best laws would follow the Cretan and Spartan lead by establishing strong civic authority and discipline, but they would aim at the fullest possible development of all the human virtues. At the end of Book 3, Clinias reveals that he is one of 10 commissioners and trusted with establishing the laws for a new city being founded in Crete, and the conversation continues, with the Athenian now offering his advice on the laws that will be needed to achieve this objective. Since these are to be citizens of a free, self-governing state, the laws must have preambles that explain the purposes for which they are instituted, so as to gain the willing acquiescence of those to whom they apply. Commands backed by threats, contained in the bare text of the law, are otherwise not appropriately addressed to a free person. Book 4, and it is in the preliminary discussion and preambles to the law set out in the following books, running the gamut from family law and education to administrative, trade, property, and criminal law, that we enter the philosophy, calcor of the dialogues, jurisprudence, and social and political theory. Of special note are the theory of punishment and its legitimate purposes in Book 9, and the elaborate argument in Book X to prove the existence of gods, and to establish the law forbidding behavior that denies them due deference, and enacting the appropriate punishments for infractions. 1318. Laws I 1319. Understandably, most people nowadays read the laws for its theoretical ideas more than for any practical applications. Scholars debate whether the constitution of laws replaces and implicitly criticizes the constitution of republic, with its rule by philosopher kings essentially untrammeled by law, and they compare and contrast the accounts of the rule of law and its philosophical basis given in statesmen and laws. But Plato's academy was not merely an institute for higher education and for research in mathematics, the sciences, philosophy, and ethical and political thought. Plato and his associates were called upon also for concrete advice about laws and constitutions in forming existing states and founding new ones. In writing laws, Plato was perhaps not engaging in pure constitutional and legislative theory, as in States, Man and Republic. In considering laws in relation to these other works, one should bear in mind this context of possible practical applications. JMC. Book I. Athenian, tell me, gentlemen, to whom do you give the credit for 624? Establishing your codes of law. Is it a god, or a man? Clinias, a god, sir, a god, and that's the honest truth. Among us Cretans, it is Zeus, in Sparta, which is where our friend here hails from, they say. It is Apollo, I believe. Isn't that right? Megillus, yes, that's right. Athenian, you follow Homer, presumably, and say that every 9th year Midas used to go to a consultation with his father Zeus, one and laid down laws for your cities on the basis of the gods' pronouncements. Clinias, yes, that's our Cretan version, and we add that Midas' brother Rhadamanthus, doubtless you know the name, was an absolute paragon 625 of justice. We Cretans would say that he won this reputation because of the scrupulously fair way in which he settled the judicial problems of his day. Athenian, a distinguished reputation indeed, and one particularly Procreate for a son of Zeus. Well then, since you and your companion have been raised under laws with such a splendid ancestry, I expect you will be quite happy if we spend our time together today in a discussion about constitutions and laws, and occupy our journey in a mutual exchange be abuse. I've heard it said that from Knossos to Zeus' cave and shrine is quite a long way, and the tall trees along the route provide shady resting places which will be more than welcome in this stingly hot weather. At. Translated by Trevor J. Saunders. Text, Bud, BKS. I, 6 ed. E to places, 7, 12 ed. A dies, Paris, 1951, 1956. 1 Odyssey 19.178, 79. Minos was a legendary king of Crete. 1,320 laws. Our age, there is every excuse for having frequent rest in them, so as to refresh ourselves by conversation. In this way we shall come to the end of the whole journey without having tired ourselves out. Clinias, and as you go on, sir, you and tremendously tall and graceful see cypress trees in the sacred groves, there are also meadows in which we can pause and rest. Athenian, that sounds a good idea. Clinias, it is indeed, and it'll sound even better when we see them. Well, then, shall we wish ourselves bon voyage, and be off? Athenian, certainly. Now, answer me this. You have meals which you eat communally, you have a system of physical training, and a special type of military equipment. Why is it that you give all this the force of law? Clinias, well, sir, I think that these customs are quite easy for anyone to understand, at any rate in our case. You see, the Cretan terrain in general does not have the fatness of Thessaly, hence we usually train by running whereas the Thessalians mostly use horses, because our land is hilly and more suited to exercise by racing on foot. In this sort of country we have to keep our armor light so that we can run without being weighed down. And bows and arrows seem appropriate because of their lightness. All these Cretan practices have been developed for wars, and that's precisely the purpose I think the legislator intended them to serve when he instituted them. Likely enough, this is why he organized the common meals, too. He observed that when men are on military service they are all obliged by the pressure of events, for their own protection, to eat together throughout the campaign. In this, I think, he censured the stupidity of ordinary men, who do not understand that they are all engaged in a never-ending lifelong war against all other states. So, if you grant the necessity of eating together for self-protection in wartime, and of appoint 626 officers and men in turn to act as guards, the same thing should be done in peacetime too. The legislator's position would be that what most men call peace is really only Asian, and that in cold fact all states are by nature getting an undeclared war against every other state. If you see things in this light, you are pretty sure to indeed that the Cretan legislator established all these institutions of ours, both in the public sphere and the private, with an eye on war, and that this was the spirit in which he gave us his laws for us to keep up. He was convinced that if we don't come be out on top in war, nothing that we possess or do in peacetime is of the slightest use, because all the goods of the conquered fall into the possession of the victors. Athenian, you certainly have had a splendid training, sir. It has, I think, enabled you to make a most penetrating analysis of Cretan institutions. But explain this point to me rather more precisely. The definition you gave of a well-run state seems to me to demand that its organization and administration should be such as to ensure victory in war over other states. Correct. Laws I 1321. Clinias, of course, and I think our companion supports my definition. Megillus, my dear sir, what other answer could one possibly make, if one is a Spartan? Athenian, but if this is the right criterion as between states, what about as between villages? Is the criterion different? Clinias, certainly not. Athenian, it is the same, then. Clinias, yes. Athenian, well now, what about relations between the village as separate households, and between individual and individual? Is the same true? Clinias, the same is true. Athenian, what of a man as relations with himself should he think of himself as his own enemy? What is our answer now? Clinias, well done, my Athenian friend. I'd rather not call you Attic, because I think it is better to call you after the goddess, too, as you deserve. You have made the argument clearer by expressing it in its most elementary form. Now you will indeed that much easier to realize that the position we took up a moment ago is correct. Not only is everyone an enemy of everyone else in the public sphere, but each man GHTS a private war against himself. Athenian, you do surprise me, my friend. What do you mean? Clinias, this, sir, is where a man wins the RST and best of victories over himself. Conversely, to fall a victim to oneself is the worst and most shocking thing that can be imagined. This way of speaking points to a war against ourselves within each one of us. Athenian, now let us reverse the argument. You hold that each one of us is either conqueror of or conquered by himself, or we to say that 627. The same holds good of household, village, and state? Or not? Clinias, you mean that they are individually either conquerors of or conquered by themselves? Athenian, yes. Clinias, this again is a good question to have asked. Your suggestion is most emphatically true, particularly in the case of states. Wherever the better people subdue their inferiors, the state may rightly be said to be conqueror of itself, and we should be entirely just in praising it for its victory. Where the opposite happens, we must give the opposite verdict. Athenian, it would take too long a discussion to decide whether in fact there is a sense in which the worse element could be superior to the better. So let us leave that aside. For the moment, I understand your position to amount to this: sometimes evil citizens will come together in large numbers and forcibly try to enslave the virtuous minority, although both sides are members of the same race and the same state. When they prevail, the state may properly be said to be inferior to itself and to be an evil one, but to Athena, goddess of wisdom and patron of Athens in Attica, 1322 laws. When they are defeated, we can say it is superior to itself and that it is a good state. Clinias, that is a paradoxical way of putting it, sir, but it is impossible to disagree. 3. Athenian, but now wait a minute. Let us look at this point again. Suppose a father and mother had several sons, should we be surprised if the majority of these brothers were unjust, and the minority just? Clinias, by no means. Athenian, we could say that if the wicked brothers prevail, the whole household and family may be called inferior to itself, and superior to itself if they are subdued, but it would be irrelevant to our purpose to labor the point. The reason why we are now examining the usage of the common man is not to pass judgment on whether he uses language early or improperly, but to determine what is essentially right and wrong in a given law. Clinias, very true, sir. Megillus, I agree, it has been nicely put, so far. Athenian, let us look at the next point. Those brothers i.e. just men. Shouldn't they have a judge, I suppose? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, which of these judges would be the better, the one who put all the bad brothers to death and told the better ones to run their own lives, or the one who put the virtuous brothers in command, but let the scoundrels go on living in willing obedience to them? And we can probably add a third and even better judge, the one who will take the single quarreling family in hand and reconcile its members, without killing any 628 of them, by laying down regulations to guide them in the future. He will be able to ensure that they remain on friendly terms with each other. Cleinias, yes, this judge the legislator would be incomparably better. Athenian, but in framing these regulations he would have his eye on the exact opposite of war. Cleinias, true enough. Athenian, but what about the man who brings harmony to the state? In regulating its life, will he pay more attention to external war, or internal? B. This civil war, as we call it, does break out on occasion, and is the last thing a man would want to see in his own country, but if it did up, he would wish to have it over and done with as quickly as possible. Cleinias, he'll obviously pay more attention to the second kind. Athenian, one side might be destroyed through the victory of the other, and then peace would follow the civil war, or, alternatively, peace and friendship might be the result of reconciliation. Now, which of these results? 3. Cleinias is struck by the paradox that when inferior numbers conquer, the state is morally superior, and when superior numbers conquer, it is morally inferior. Laws I 1323. Would you prefer, supposing the city then had to turn its attention to a foreign enemy? C. Cleinias, everybody would prefer the second situation to the RST, so far as his own state was concerned. Athenian, and wouldn't a legislator have the same preference? Cleinias, he certainly would. Athenian, now surely, every legislator will enact his every law with the aim of achieving the greatest good? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, the greatest good, however, is neither war nor civil war. God forbid we should ever need to resort to either of them, but peace and goodwill among men. And so the victory of a state over itself, it seems, does not after all come into the category of ideals, it is just one of those things in which we've no choice. You might just as well suppose that the sick body which has been purged by the doctor was therefore in the pink of condition, and disregard the body that never had any such need. Similarly, anyone who takes this sort of view of the happiness of a state or even an individual will never make a true statesman in the true sense if, that is, he adopts foreign warfare as his RST and only concern. He'll become a genuine lawgiver only if he designs his legislation about war as a tool for peace, rather than his legislation for peace as an instrument of war. Cleinias, what you say, sir, has the air of having been correctly argued. Even so, I shall be surprised if our Cretan institutions, and the Spartan ones as well, have not been wholly orientated towards warfare. Athenian, well, that's as may be. At the moment, however, there's no 629 call for a stubborn dispute on the point. What we need to do is to conduct our inquiry into these institutions dispassionately, seeing that we share this common interest with their authors. So keep me company in the conversation I am going to have. Let us put up Tertius, for example, an Athenian by birth who became a citizen of Sparta. He, of all men, was particularly concerned with what we are discussing. He said, I'd not mention a man, I'd take no account of him. No matter, he goes on, if he were the richest of men, no matter if he had a huge number of good things, he enumerated pretty nearly all of them. Unless his prowess in war were beyond compare. Doubtless you too have heard the lines, Megillus here knows them backwards, I expect. For Tertius, mid-7th century, was noted for his poems in praise of courage in war. The Athenian quotes the RST line of the poem verbatim and then summarizes the next 9. At 629 he gives a somewhat adapted quotation of lines 11 and 12. For the whole poem see J. M. Edmonds, Elegy and Iambus, Loeb, Volume I, pages 74 to 77. 1324 laws. Megillus, I certainly do. Cleinias, and they have certainly got as far as Crete, they were brought across from Sparta. Athenian, now then, let us jointly ask our poets some such question as this. Tertius, you are a poet, and divinely inspired. We are quite sure of your wisdom and virtue, from the special commendation you have bestowed on those who have particularly distinguished themselves in active service. On this point we Megillus here, Cleinias of Knossos and I ourselves, we think, emphatically in agreement with you, but we want to be quite clear that we are talking about the same people. Tell us, do you clearly distinguish, as we do, two sorts of war? Or what? I fancy that in reply to this even a man far less gifted than Tertius would state the facts of the case and say to the RST would be what we all call civil war, and as we were saying just now, this is the most bitterly fought of all, and we shall all agree, I think, in making the other type of war the one we GHT when we quarrel with our foreign enemies from outside the state, which is a much less vicious sort of war than the other. Cleinias, I agree. Athenian, well now, Tertius, which category of soldiers did you shower with your praises and which did you censure? Which was the type of war they were working, that led you to speak so highly of them? The war fought against foreign enemies, it would seem at any rate, you have told us in your verses that you have no time for men who cannot stand the sight of bloody butchery, and do not attack in close combat with the foe. So here is the next thing we say, it looks as if you reserve your special praise, Tertius, for those who GHT with conspicuous gallantry in external war against a foreign enemy. I suppose he agree to this, and say yes. Cleinias, surely. Athenian, however, while not denying the courage of those soldiers, we still maintain that those who display conspicuous gallantry in total war 630 are very much more courageous. We have a poet to bear witness to this. Theonis, 5 a citizen of Megara in Sicily, who says, Cernus, Anti a man you can trust in deadly feuding. He is worth his weight in silver and gold. 5 Theonis, late 6th century, belonged to the landed gentry of Megara, probably the Megara near Athens, in spite of what is said here. He wrote lively, indignant poems, from a conservative point of view about the social and political changes of his day. Some 1,400 lines of his work survive, see J. M. Edmonds, Elegy and Iambus, Loeb, Volume I, pp. 216 to 401. The Athenian quotes lines 77 to 78. Laws I 1325. Such a man, in our view, who GHTS in a tougher war, is far superior to the other to just about the same degree as the combination of justice, b. self-control and good judgment, reinforced by courage, is superior to courage alone. In civil war a man will never prove sound and loyal unless he has every virtue, but in the war Tertius mentions there are hordes of mercenaries who are ready to dig their heels in and dieting, 6 most of whom, apart from a very small minority, are reckless and insolent rogues. And just about the most witless people you could envy. Now, what conclude? Zion does my argument lead to? What is the point I am trying to make? Clear in saying all this? Simply that in laying down his laws every legislator see, who is any use at all, and especially your legislator here in Crete, duly instructed by Zeus, will never have anything in view except the highest virtue. This means, in theonist terms, loyalty in a crisis, one might call it complete justice. The virtue that TTS praised so highly is indeed a noble one, and has been appropriately celebrated by the poet, but strictly speaking, in order of merit it comes only fourth. D. Clinias, and that, sir, is to reduce our Cretan legislator to the status of a failure. Athenian, no, my dear fellow, it is not. The failure was entirely on our part. We were quite wrong to imagine that when Lycurgus and Midas 7 established the institutions of Sparta and this country, the primary end they had in view was invariably warfare. Clinias, but what ought we to have said? Athenian, we had no particular axis to grind in our discussion, and I think we ought to have told the honest truth. We ought not to have said that the legislator laid down his rules with an eye on only a part of virtue, and the most trivial part at that. We should have said that he aimed at virtue in its entirety, and that the various separate headings under which he tried to frame the laws of his time were quite different from those employed by modern legal draftsmen. Each of these invents any category he feels he wants, and adds it to his code. For instance, one will come up with a category on inheritances and heiresses, another with assault, and others will suggest other categories ad infinitum. But we insist that the correct procedure for framing laws, which is followed by those who do 631 the job properly, is precisely the one we have just embarked upon. I am delighted at the way you said about explaining your laws. You rightly started with virtue, and explained that this was the aim of the laws the legislator laid down. However, you did say that he legislated entirely by reference to only one part of virtue, and the most inconsiderable part at that. Now there I thought you were wrong, hence all these additional 60 tertia 16 to 18. 7 traditional founders of the Spartan and Cretan constitutions. 1326 laws. Remarks. So what is this distinction I could have wished to hear you draw in your argument? Shall I tell you? B. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, now, sir, you ought to have said, it is no accident that the laws of the Cretans have such a high reputation in the entire Greek world. They are sound laws, and achieve the happiness of those who observe them, by producing for them a great number of bene ts. These bene ts fall into two classes, human and divine. The former depend on the latter, and if a city receives the one sort, it wins the other to the greater C. Include the lesser, if not, it goes without both. Health heads a list of the lesser bene ts, followed by beauty, there comes strength, for racing and other physical exercises. Wealth is fourth, not blind wealth, 8, but the clear-sighted kind whose companion is good judgment and good judge. Ment itself is the leading divine bene t, second comes the habitual self. Control of a soul that uses reason. If you combine these two with courage, you get, thirdly, justice. Courage itself lies in fourth place. All these take a natural precedence over the others, and the lawgiver must of course rank them in the same order. Then he must inform the citizens that the other instructions they receive have these bene ts in view, the human bene ts have the divine in view, and all these in turn look towards reason, which is supreme. The citizens join in marriage, then children, male and female, are born and reared, they pass through childhood and later life, and now reach old age. At every stage the lawgiver should supervise his people, and confer suitable marks of honor or disgrace. Whenever they associate with each other, he should observe their pains, pleasures and desires, and watch their passions in all their intensity. He 632. Must use the laws themselves as instruments for the proper distribution of praise and blame. Again, the citizens are angry or afraid, they suffer from emotional disturbances brought on by misfortune, and recover from them when life is going well. They have all the feelings that men usually experience in illness, war, poverty, or their opposites. In all these instances, the lawgiver's duty is to isolate and explain what is good and what is bad, in the way each individual reacts. Next, the lawgiver must supervise the way the citizens acquire money and spend it. He must keep a sharp eye on the various methods they all employ to make and dissolve, voluntarily or under duress, their associations with one another, noting which methods are proper and which are not. Honors should be conferred upon those who comply with the laws, and specie and penalties imposed on the disobedient. C. When the lawgiver comes to the NAL stages of organizing the entire life of the state, he must decide what honors should be accorded the dead and how the manner of burial should be varied. His survey completed, the author of the legal code will appoint guardians, some of whom will have 8. Plutus, the god of wealth, was traditionally represented as blind. Laws I 1327. Rational grounds for their actions, while others rely on true opinion, so that all these regulations may be welded into a rational whole. Demonstra. Bly inspired by considerations of justice and self-restraint, not of wealth and ambition. That is the sort of explanation, gentlemen, that I should have liked you to give, and still want now an explanation of how all these conditions are met in the laws attributed to Zeus and the Pythian Apollo, which Midas and Lycurgus laid down. I wish you could have told me why the system on which they are arranged is obvious to someone with an expert technical or even empirical knowledge of law, while to laymen like ourselves it is entirely obscure. Clinias, well then, sir, where do we go from here? Athenian, I think we ought to go back and start again. As before, we should consider RST the activities that promote courage, then, if you like, we'll work through the other kinds of virtue, one by one. We'll take the way we deal with the RST as a model, and try to wall away the journey by discussing the others in the same way. Then after dealing with virtue as a whole, we shall show, God willing, that the regulations we have just listed had this in view. Megillus, a splendid idea. Our friend here is an admirer of Zeus, so 633. Try examining him, to start with. Athenian, I'll try to examine not only him, but you, and myself as well. We all have a stake in the discussion. Tell me, then, you two, do we maintain that the common meals and gymnastic exercises have been invented by your legislator for the purpose of war? Megillus, yes. Athenian, what about a third such institution, and a fourth? To make a full list like this will probably be the right procedure in the case of the other parts of virtue, too, or whatever the right terminology is, no matter. So long as one as meaning is clear. Megillus, I and any Spartan, for that matter, would mention the Legis B. Later S invention of hunting as the third item. Athenian, let us have a shot at adding a fourth, and a FTH too, if we can. Megillus, well, I might try to add a fourth, the endurance of pain. This is a very conspicuous feature of Spartan life. You end it in our boxing matches, and also in our raids, which invariably lead to a severe whipping. There is also the secret service, known as it is called, which involves a great deal of hard work, and is a splendid exercise in endurance. In winter, its members go barefoot and sleep without bedclothes. They dispense with orderlies and look after themselves, ranging night and day over the whole country. Next, in the naked games, men display fantastic endurance, contending as they do with the full heat of summer. There are a great nine-in-a-jail organization of young Spartans, who had the job of keeping the Spartan slave class, helots, in subjection. 1,328 laws. Many other practices of the same kind, but if you produced a detailed list, it would go on pretty well forever. Athenian, you've put it all very well, my Spartan friend. But what is to be our definition of courage? Are we to end it simply in terms of GHT against fears and pains only, or do we include desires and pleasures, which cajole and seduce us so effectively? They mold the heart like wax. Even the hearts of those who loftily believe themselves superior to such instances. Megillus, yes, I think so. The GHT is against all these feelings. Athenian, now, if we remember right what was said earlier on, our friend from Knossos spoke of a city and an individual as conquered by themselves. Isn't that right? Clinias, surely. Athenian, well, shall we call bad only the man who is conquered by pains, or shall we include the victim of pleasures as well? Clinias, the term bad we apply, I think, to the victim of pleasures, even more than to the other. When we say that a man has been shamefully conquered by himself, we are all, I fancy, much more likely to mean someone defeated by pleasures than by pains. Athenian, but the legal code of those lawgivers, inspired as they are 634 by Zeus and Apollo, certainly did not envisage a courage with one hand tied behind its back, able to hit out on the left, but powerless in face of the cunning and seductive blandishments from the right. Surely it was supposed to resist in both directions. Clinias, yes, both, I think. Athenian, we ought to mention next what practices exist in your two cities that give a man a taste of pleasure rather than teach him how to avoid it. You remember how a man could not avoid pains, but was surrounded by them, and then forced, or persuaded by awards of honor, to get the better of them. Now where in your codes of law is the institution be that does the same for pleasure? Could you say, please, what institution you have that makes one and the same body of citizens courageous in face of pains and of pleasures alike, so that they conquer where they ought to conquer and never fall victims to these their most intimate and dangerous enemies? Megillus, I was certainly able to point to a good many laws that were designed to counteract pains, stranger, but I doubt if I should end it so easy to give striking and clear examples in the case of pleasures. I might have some success, perhaps, in ending minor cases. Clinias, no more would I be able to end an obvious illustration of this sort of thing in the laws of Crete. Athenian, my dear sirs, this should not surprise us. I hope, by the way, that if in his desire to discover goodness and truth any of us is led to criticize some legal detail in the homeland of either of his companions. Laws I 1329. We shall receive such criticism from each other tolerantly and without truculence. Clinias, you have put it quite fairly, my Athenian friend. We must do as you say. Athenian, truculence, Clinias, would be hardly the thing for men of our age. Clinias, no indeed. Athenian, the criticisms people bring against the way Sparta and Crete are run may be right or wrong, that is another issue. At any rate, I am probably better able than either of you to report what most people generally say. However, granted that your codes of law have been composed with reasonable success, as indeed they have been, one of the best regulations you have is the one which forbids any young man to inquire into the relative merits of the laws. Everyone has to agree, with one heart and a voice, that they are all excellent and exist by divine act. If anyone says differently, the citizens must absolutely refuse to listen to him. If an old man has some point to make about your institutions, he must make such remarks to an upshail, or someone of his own age when no young man is present. Clinias, that's absolutely right, sir. You must be a wizard. You are far removed in time from the legislator who laid down these laws, but I think you have hit on his intentions very nicely, and state them with 635 perfect accuracy. Athenian, well, there are no young men here now. In view of our age, the legislator surely grants us the indulgence of having a private discussion on these topics without giving offense. Clinias, so be it. Don't hesitate to criticize our laws. There is no disgrace in being told of some blemish. Indeed, if one takes criticism in good part, without being rough-ed by it, it commonly leads one to a remedy. B. Athenian, splendid. But criticism of your laws is not what I propose. That can wait until we have scrutinized them exhaustively. I shall simply mention my difficulties. Among all the Greek and foreign peoples who have come to my knowledge, you are unique in that you have been instructed by your lawgiver to keep away from the most attractive entertainments and pleasures, and to refrain from tasting them. Yet when it came to pains and fears, your legislator reckoned that if a man ran away from them on every occasion from his earliest years and was then faced with hardships, pains, and fears he could not avoid, he would likewise run away from any enemies who had received such a training, and become their slaves. I think this same lawgiver ought to have taken the same line in the case of pleasures too. He ought to have said to himself, if our citizens grow up without any experience of the keenest pleasures, and if they are not trained to stand RM when they encounter them, and to refuse to be pushed into any disgraceful action, their fondness for pleasure will bring them to the D. 1330 laws. Same bad end as those who capitulate to fear. Their slavery will be of a different kind, but it will be more humiliating. They will become the slaves of those who are able to stand RM against the onslaughts of pleasure and who are past masters in the art of temptation. Utter scoundrels, sometimes. Spiritually, our citizens will be part slave, part free, and only in a limited sense will they deserve to be called courageous and free. Just consider this argument. Do you think it has any relevance at all? Clinias, yes, I think it has, at RST blush. But it is a weighty business, and to jump to content conclusions so quickly may well be childish and naive. Athenian, well then, Clinias and our friend from Sparta, let us turn to the next item we put on the agenda. After courage, let us discuss self-control. We found, in the case of war, that your two political systems were superior to those of states with a more haphazard mode of government. Whereas, the superiority in the case of self-control. 636. Megillus, that's rather a difficult question. Still, I should think that common meals and the gymnastic exercises are institutions well calculated to promote both virtues. Athenian, well, my friends, I should think the real difficulty is to make Political systems re-ECT in practice the trouble-free perfection of theory. The human body is probably a parallel. One cannot rigidly prescribe a given regimen for a given body, because any regimen will invariably turn out, in some respects, to injure our bodies at the same time as it helps be them in others. For instance, these gymnastic exercises and common meals, useful though they are to a state in many ways, are a danger in their encouragement of revolution. Witness the example of the youth of Miletus, Boeotia and Thurii. More especially, the very antiquity of these practices seems to have corrupted the natural pleasures of sex, which are common to man and beast. For these perversions, your two states may well be the RST to be blamed, as well as any others that make a particular point of gymnastic exercises. Circumstances may make you treat this subject either lightheartedly or seriously. In either case you ought to bear in mind that when male and female come together in order to have a child, the pleasure they experience seems to arise entirely naturally. But homosexual intercourse and lesbianism seem to be unnatural crimes of the RST rank, and are committed because men and women cannot control their desire for pleasure. It is the Cretans we all hold to blame for making up the story of Ganymede. 10 They were so RMLY convinced that their laws came from Zeus that they saddled him with this fable, in order to have a divine precedent when enjoying that particular pleasure. That story, however, we may dismiss, but not the fact that when men investigate legislation, they tend a handsome boy carried off to be Zeus' companion and cupbearer. See Homer, Iliad. XX.231 ff. Laws I 1331. Investigate almost exclusively pleasures and pains as they affect society and the character of the individual. Pleasure and pain, you see, are like two springs released by nature. If a man draws the right amount from the right one at the right time, he lives a happy life, but if he draws unintelligently at the wrong time, his life will be rather different. State and individual, and every living being are on the same footing here. McGillis, well, sir, I suppose that what you say is more or less right. At any rate, we rebuff it to end an argument against it. But in spite of that, I still think the legislator of Sparta is right to recommend a policy of avoiding pleasure. Our friend here will come to the rescue of the laws of Gnosis, if he wants to. The Spartan law relating to pleasure seems to 637. Me the best you could ND anywhere. It has completely eliminated from our country the thing which particularly prompts men to indulge in the keenest pleasures, so that they become unmanageable and make every kind of a fool of themselves. Drinking parties, with all their violent incitements to every sort of pleasure, are not a sight you'll see anywhere in Sparta, either in the countryside or in the towns under her control. None of us would fail to an ICT there, and then the heaviest punishment on any tipsy Mary B. Maker he happened to meet, he would not let the man off even if he had the festival of Dionysus as his excuse. Once, I saw men in that condition on wagons in your country, and at Tarentum, among our colonials, I saw the entire city drunk at the festival of Dionysus. We don't have anything like that. Athenian, my Spartan friend, all this sort of thing is perfectly laudable. In men with a certain strength of character, it is when they cannot stop themselves that it becomes rather silly. A countryman of mine could soon see come back at you tit for tat by pointing to the easy virtue of your women. There is one answer, however, which in Tarentum and Athens and Sparta, too, is apparently thought to excuse and justify all such practices. When a foreigner is taken aback at seeing some unfamiliar custom there, the reply he gets on all hands is this: there is no need to be surprised, stranger. This is what we do here. Probably you handle these things differently. Still, my friends, the subject of this conversation is not mankind in general, but only the merits and faults of legislators. In fact, there is a great deal more we ought to say on the whole subject of drinking. It is a custom of some little importance, and needs a legislator of some little skill to understand it properly. I am not talking about merely drinking wine or totally abstaining from it, I mean drunkenness. How should we deal with it? 1. Policy is that adopted by the Scythians and Persians, as well as by the Carthaginians, Celts, Iberians, and Thracians, belligerent races, all of them. Or should we adopt your policy? This, as you say, is one of complete abstention, whereas the Scythians and Thracians, the women as well as the men, take their wine neat, and tip it down all over their clothes. In this they reckon to be following a glorious and splendid custom. And the 1332 laws. Persians indulge on a grand scale, though with more decorum, in these and other luxuries which you reject. McGillis, oh, but my ND sir, when we get weapons in our hands we 638. Rout the lot of them. Athenian, oh, but my dear sir, you must not say that. Many a time an army has been defeated and routed in the past, and will be in the future, without any very obvious reason. Merely to point to victory or defeat in battle is hardly to advance a clear and indisputable criterion of the merits or demerits of a given practice. Larger states, you see, defeat smaller ones in battle, and the Syracusans enslave the Locrians, the very people who are supposed to be governed by the best laws you could ND in those parts. The Athenians enslave the Ceans, and we could ND plenty of other similar instances. It is by discussing the individual practice itself that we should try to convince ourselves of its qualities. For the moment, we ought to leave defeats and victories out of account, and simply say that such and such a practice is good and such is bad. First, though, listen to my explanation of the correct way to judge the relative value of these practices. McGillis, well then, let us have the explanation. See. Athenian, I think that everyone who sets out to discuss a practice with the intention of censuring it or singing its praises as soon as it is mentioned is employing quite the wrong procedure. You might as well condemn cheese 11 out of hand when you heard somebody praising its merits as a food, without stopping to ask about what effect it has and how it is taken. By which I mean such questions as how it should be given, who should take it, what should go with it, in what condition it should be served, and the state of health required of those who eat it. But this is just what I think we are doing in our discussion. We have only to hear the word drunkenness, and one side immediately disparages it while the other praises it, a pointless procedure if there ever was one. Each puts up enthusiastic witnesses to endorse its recommendations. One side thinks that the number of its witnesses clinches the matter, the other points to the side of the teetotalers conquering in battle, not that the facts of the case are beyond dispute even here. Now, if this is the way we are going to work one by one through the other customs, I for one shall ND it goes against the grain. I want to discuss our present subject, drunkenness, by following a different and, I think, correct procedure, to see if I can demonstrate the right way to conduct an inquiry into such matters as these. In general, thousands and thousands of states, you see, differ from your pair of states in their view of these things, and would be prepared to GHT it out in discussion. McGillis, certainly, if a correct method of inquiry into such matters is 639. Available, we ought not to shy away from hearing what it is. 11. Accepting the conjecture of Turrets in C5. Laws I 1333. Athenian, let us conduct the inquiry more or less like this. Suppose somebody were to praise goat keeping, and commended the goat as a valuable article of possession. Suppose somebody else were to disparage goats because he had seen some doing damage to cultivated land by grazing on it without a goat herd, and were to envy similar fault with every animal he saw under incompetent control or none at all. What do we think of the censure of someone like that? Does it carry any weight at all? Megillus, hardly. Athenian, if a man possesses only the science of navigation, can we say that he will be a useful captain on board a ship, and ignore the question b, whether he suffers from seasickness or not? Can we say that, or can we? Megillus, certainly not, at any rate if, for all his skill, he is prone to the complaint you mention. Athenian, what about the commander of an army? Is he capable of taking command just by virtue of military skill, in spite of being a coward? In face of danger? The seasickness in this case is produced by being, as it were, drunk with terror. Megillus, hardly a capable commander, that. Athenian, and what if he combines cowardice with incompetence? Megillus, you are describing a downright useless fellow a commander. Of the daintiest of dainty women, not of men at all. Athenian, take any social gathering you like, which functions naturally see under a leader and serves a useful purpose under his guidance. What are we to think of the observer who praises or censures it although he has never seen it gathered together and running properly under its leader, but always with bad leaders or none at all? Given that kind of observer and that kind of gathering, do we reckon that his blame or praise will have any value? Megillus, how could it, when he has never seen or joined any of these gatherings run in the proper way? Athenian, hold on a moment. There are many kinds of gatherings, and presumably we say drinkers and drinking parties were one? Megillus, of course. Athenian, has anyone ever seen such a gathering run in the proper way? You do, of course, and the answer easy, never, absolutely never. Drinking parties are just not held in your countries, besides being illegal. But I have come across a great many, in different places, and I have investigated pretty nearly all of them. However, I have never seen or heard of one that was properly conducted throughout. One could approve of a few insignificant details, but most of them were mismanaged virtually all the time. Cleinias, what are you getting at, sir? Be a little more explicit. As you said, we have no experience of such events, so that even if we did envy ourselves at one we would probably be unable to tell offhand which 640 features were correct and which not. 1334 laws. Athenian, very likely. But you can try to understand from my explanation. You appreciate that each and every assembly and gathering for any purpose whatever should invariably have a leader? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, we said a moment ago that if it is a case of men thing, their leader must be brave. Cleinias, yes, indeed. Athenian, and a brave man, surely, is less thrown off balance by fears than cowards are. Cleinias, that too is true enough. B. Athenian, if there were some device by which we could put in charge of an army a commander who was completely fearless and imperturbable, this is what we should make every effort to do, surely. Cleinias, it certainly is. Athenian, but the man we are discussing now is not going to take the lead in hostile encounters as between enemies, but in the peaceful meetings of friends with friends, gathering to foster mutual goodwill. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, but we can assume that this sort of assembly will get rather drunk, so it won't be free of a certain amount of disturbance, I suppose. Cleinias, of course not, I imagine precisely the opposite. Athenian, to start with, then, the members of the gathering will need a leader. Cleinias, of course they will, more than anybody else. Athenian, presumably we should if possible equip them with a leader who can keep his head. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, and he should also, presumably, be a man who knows how to handle a social gathering, because his duty is not only to preserve the existing friendliness among its members, but to see that it is strengthened as a result of the party. D. Cleinias, quite true. Athenian, so, when men become merry with drink, Dante they need someone put in charge of them who is sober and discreet rather than the opposite. If the man in charge of the revelers were himself a drinker, or young and indiscreet, he ought to thank his lucky stars if he managed to avoid starting some serious trouble. Cleinias, lucky. I'll say so. Athenian, consequently, an attack on such gatherings in cities where they are conducted impeccably might not in itself amount to unjust criticism, provided the critic were attacking the institution itself. But if he abuses the institution simply because he sees every possible mistake being made in running it, he clearly does not realize, RST, that this is a case of mismanagement, and secondly that any and every practice will appear in Laws I 1335. The same light if it is carried on without a sober leader to control it. Surely, you appreciate that a drunken steersman, or any commander of anything, 641, will always make a total wreck of his ship or chariot or army, or whatever else he may be directing? Cleinias, yes, sir, there is truth in that, certainly. But the next step is for you to tell us what conceivable vanity this custom of drinking parties would be to us, given proper management. For instance, to take our exam. PLE of a moment ago, if an army were properly controlled, its soldiers would win the war and this would be a considerable vanity, and the same reasoning applies to our other instances. But what solid vanity would it be? To individuals or the state to instruct a drinking party how to behave itself? Athenian, well, what solid vanity are we to say it is to the state when just one lad or just one chorus of them has been properly instructed? If the question were put like that, we should say that the state gets very little vanity from just one, but ask in general what great vanity the state derives from the training by which it educates its citizens, and the reply will be perfectly straightforward. The good education they have received will make them good men, and being good they will achieve success in other ways, and even conquer their enemies in battle. Education leads to victory. But victory, on occasions, results in the loss of education, because men often swell with pride when they have won a victory in war, and this pride LLS them with a million other vices. Men have won many cadmean victories, and will win many more, but there has never been such a thing as cadmean education. 12. Cleinias, it looks to us, my friend, as if you mean to imply that passing the time with friends over a drink provided we behave ourselves is a considerable contribution to education. Athenian, most certainly. Cleinias, well then, could you not produce some justicatine for this view? Athenian, justicatine? Only a god, sir, would be entitled to insist that this view is correct. There are so many contrasting opinions. But if necessary, I am quite prepared to give my own, now that we have launched into a Discussion of laws and political organizations. Cleinias, this is precisely what we are trying to discover, your own opinion of the business we are now debating. Athenian, well then, let that be our agenda. You have to direct your efforts to understanding the argument, while I direct mine to expounding it as clearly as I can. But RST, listen to this, by way of preface, ULLND. Every Greek takes it for granted that my city likes talking and does a great 12. Compare our expression Pyrrhic victory, i.e., one which is more disastrous for the victors than the vanquished. Cadmus, founder of Thebes, sowed the teeth of a dragon. Armed men sprang up and killed each other. 1336 laws. Deal of it, whereas Sparta is a city of few words and Crete cultivates the intellect rather than the tongue. I don't want to make you feel that I am 642. Saying an awful lot about a triviality, if I deal exhaustively and at length with such a limited topic as drinking. In fact, the genuinely correct way to regulate drinking can hardly be explained adequately and clearly except in the context of a correct theory of culture, and it is impossible to explain this without considering the whole subject of education. That calls for a very long discussion indeed. So what do you think we ought to do now? What about skipping all this for the moment, and passing on to some other legal topic? B. Megillus, as it happens, sir, perhaps you haven't heard my family represents the interests of your state, Athens, in Sparta. I dare say all children, when they learn they are proximity 13 of a state, conceive a liking for it from their earliest years. Each of us thinks of the state he represents as a fatherland, second only to his own country. This is exactly my own experience now. When the Spartans were criticizing or praising the Athenici, I used to hear the little children say, Megillus, your state has done the dirty on us, or, it has done us proud. By listening to all this and constantly resisting on your behalf the charges of Athens' detractors, I acquired a wholehearted affection for her, so that to this day I very much enjoy the sound of your accent. It is commonly said that when an Athenian is good, he is very, very good, and I am sure that that's right. They are unique in that they are good not because of any compulsion, but spontaneously. By grace of heaven, it is also genuine and unfeigned. So you re-welcome D. To speak as long as you like, so far as I am concerned. Cleinias, I endorse your freedom to say as much as you like, sir, ULL. See that when you've heard what I have to say, too. You have probably heard that Epimenides, a man who was divinely inspired, was born here. Abouts. He was connected with my family, and 10 years before the Persian attack he obeyed the command of the oracle to go to Athens, 14, where he performed certain sacrifices which the god had ordered. He told the Athenians, who were apprehensive at the preparations the Persians were making, that the Persians would not come for 10 years, and that when they did, they would go back with all their intentions frustrated, after sustaining greater losses than they had in Iced. That was when my ancestors formed ties of friendship with you Athenians, and ever since then my forebears and I have held you in affection. 643. Athenian, well then, on your part you are prepared to listen, apparently. On my side, I am ready and willing to go ahead, but the job will certainly tax my abilities. Still, the effort must be made. To assist the argument, we 13. Aproxinos looked after the interests of a foreign state in his own country. 14. Cleinias' chronology is a trifle confused. He thinks that Epimenides, a seer and wonder worker, lived about 500 BC, which is 100 years later than his actual date. Laws I 1337. Ought to take the preliminary step of denying education and its potentially ties, because we have ventured on a discussion which is intended to lead us to the god of wine, and we are agreed that education is as it were the route we have to take. Cleinias, certainly let us do that, if you like. Athenian, I am going to explain how one should describe education. B. See if you approve of my account. Cleinias, your explanation, then, please. Athenian, it is this, I insist that a man who intends to be good at a particular occupation must practice it from childhood, both at work and at play. He must be surrounded by the special tools of the trade. For instance, the man who intends to be a good farmer must play at farming, and the man who is to be a good builder must spend his playtime building toy houses, and in each case the teacher must provide miniature tools that copy the real thing. In particular, in this elementary stage they must learn the essential elementary skills. For example, the carpenter must learn in his play how to handle a rule and plumb line, and the soldier must learn to ride a horse, either by actually doing it, in play, or by some similar activity. We should try to use the children as games to channel their pleasures and desires towards the activities in which they will have to engage when they are adult. To sum up, we say that the correct way to bring up and educate a child is to use his playtime to imbue his soul with the greatest possible liking for the occupation in which he will have to be absolutely perfect when he grows up. Now, as I suggested, consider the argument so far. Do you approve of my account? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, but let us not leave our description of education in the air. When we abuse or commend the upbringing of individual people and say that one of us is educated and the other uneducated, we sometimes use this latter term of men who have in fact had a thorough education, one directed towards petty trade or the merchant shipping business, or something like that. But I take it that for the purpose of the present discussion, we are not going to treat this sort of thing as education. What we have in mind is education from childhood in virtue, a training which produces a keen desire to become a perfect citizen who knows how to rule and be ruled as justice demands. I suppose we should want to mark 644 off this sort of training from others and reserve the title education for it alone. A training directed to acquiring money or a robust physique, or even to some intellectual facility not guided by reason and justice, we should want to call coarse and illiberal, and say that it had no claim whatever to be called education. Still, let us not quibble over a name, let us stick to the proposition we agreed on just now. As a rule, men with a correct education become good, and nowhere in the world should education be despised, for when combined with great virtue, it is an asset of incalculable 1338 laws value. If it ever becomes corrupt, but can be put right again, this is a lifelong task which everyone should undertake to the limit of his strength. Cleinias, true. We agree with your description. Athenian, here is a further point on which we agreed some time ago. 15. Those who can control themselves are good, those who cannot are bad. Cleinias, perfectly correct. Athenian, let us take up this point again and consider even more closely. See just what we mean. Perhaps let me try to clarify the issue by means of an illustration. Cleinias, by all means. Athenian, are we to assume, then, that each of us is a single individual? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, but that he possesses within himself a pair of witless and mutually antagonistic advisors, which we call pleasure and pain. Cleinias, that is so. Athenian, in addition to these two, he has opinions about the future, whose general name is expectations. Specifically, the anticipation of pain is called fear, and the anticipation of the opposite is called condensity. Over and against all these we have calculation, by which we judge the relative merits of pleasure and pain, and when this is expressed as a public decision of a state, it receives the title law. Cleinias, I can scarcely follow you, but assume I do, and carry on with what comes next. Megillus, yes, I am in the same difficulty. Athenian, I suggest we look at the problem in this way. Let us imagine that each of us living beings is a puppet of the gods. Whether we have been constructed to serve as their plaything, or for some serious reason, is something beyond our ken, but what we certainly do know is this: we have these emotions in us, which act like cords or springs and tug us about. They work in opposition, and tug against each other to make us perform actions that are opposed correspondingly. Back and forth we go across the boundary line where vice and virtue meet. One of these dragging forces, according to our argument, demands our constant obedience, and this is the one we have to hang on to, come what may. The pull of the other cord 645. We must resist. This cord, which is golden and holy, transmits the power of calculation, a power which in a state is called the public law. Being golden, it is pliant, while the others, whose composition resembles a variety of other substances, are tough and inexorable. The force exerted by law is excellent, and one should always cooperate with it, because although calculation is a noble thing, it is gentle, not violent, and its efforts need assistance, so that the gold in us may prevail over the other substances. If we do give our help, the moral point of this fable, in which we appear as v. 15 c 626 Laws I 1339. Puppets, will have been well and truly made. The meaning of the terms self-superior and self-inferior 16 will somehow become clearer, and the duties of state and individual will be better appreciated. The latter must digest the truth about these forces that pull him, and act on it in his life. The state must get an account of it either from one of the gods or from the human expert we mentioned, and incorporate it in the form of a law, to govern both its internal affairs and its relations with other states. A further result will be a clearer distinction between virtue and vice. The light cast on that problem will perhaps in turn help to clarify the subject of education and the various other practices, particularly the business of drinking parties. It may well be thought that this is a triviality on which a great deal too much has been said, but equally it may turn out that the topic really does deserve this extended discussion. Cleinias, you are quite right. We certainly ought to give full consideration to anything that deserves our attention in the symposium we are having now. Athenian, well then, tell me, if we give drink to this puppet of ours, what effect do we have on it? Cleinias, what is your purpose in harking back to that question? Athenian, no particular purpose, for the moment. I am just asking, in a general way, what effect is had on something when it is associated with something else. I'll try to explain my meaning even more clearly. This is what I am asking: does drinking wine make pleasures and pains, anger and love, more intense? Cleinias, very much so. Athenian, what about sensations, memory, opinions, and thought? Do these two become more intense? Or rather, don't they entirely desert a man if he lulls himself with drink? Cleinias, yes, they desert him entirely. Athenian, so he reverts to the mental state he was in as a young child? Cleinias, indeed. Athenian, and it is then that his self-control would be at its lowest? Cleinias, yes, at its lowest. 646. Athenian, a man in that condition, we agree, is very bad indeed. Cleinias, very. Athenian, so it looks as if it is not only an old man who will go through a second childhood, but the drunkard too. Cleinias, that is well said, sir. Athenian, now, is there any argument that could even begin to persuade us that we ought to venture on this practice, rather than make every possible effort to avoid it? 16 cf 620 dff. 1340 laws. Cleinias, apparently there is, at any rate, this is what you say, and a minute ago you were ready to produce it. Athenian, a correct reminder, I am ready still, now that you have both said you would be glad to listen to me. Cleinias, we'll be all ears, sir, if only because of your amazing paradox, that a man should, on occasions, voluntarily abandon himself to extreme depravity. Athenian, you mean spiritual depravity, don't you? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and what about degradation of the body, my friend Amatia? Disgurgement, ugliness, impotence. Shouldn't we be startled to envy a man voluntarily reducing himself to such a state? See. Cleinias, of course we should. Athenian, we don't suppose, do we, that those who voluntarily take themselves off to the surgery in order to drink down medicines are unaware of the fact that very soon after, for days on end, their condition will be such that, if it were to be anything more than temporary, it would make life insupportable? We know, surely, that those who resort to gymnasia for vigorous exercises become temporarily enfeebled? Cleinias, yes, we are aware of all this. Athenian, and of the fact that they go there of their own accord, for the sake of the benignity they will receive after the initial stages? Cleinias, most certainly. Athenian, so shouldn't we look at the other practices in the same light? Cleinias, yes indeed. Athenian, so the same view should be taken of time spent in one's cups if, that is, we may think of it as a legitimate parallel. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, now if time so spent turned out to benignity us no less than time devoted to the body, it would have the initial advantage over physical exercises in that, unlike them, it is painless. Cleinias, you rewrite enough in that, but I'd be surprised if we could discover any such benignity in this case. Athenian, then this is the point it looks as if we ought to be trying to explain. Tell me, can we conceive of two roughly opposite kinds of fear? Cleinias, which? Athenian, these, when we expect evils to occur, we are in fear of them. I suppose? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, and we often fear for our reputation, when we imagine we are going to get a bad name for doing or saying something disgraceful. 647. This is the fear which we, and I fancy everyone else, call shame. Cleinias, surely. Athenian, these are the two fears I meant. The second resists pains and the other things which read as well as your keenest and most frequent pleasures. Laws I 1341. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, the legislator, then, and anybody of the slightest merit, values this fear very highly, and gives it the name modesty. The feeling of condence that is its opposite he calls insolence, and reckons it to be the biggest curse anyone could suffer, whether in his private or his public life. Cleinias, true. B. Athenian, so this fear not only safeguards us in a lot of other crucial areas of conduct but contributes more than anything else, if we take one thing with another, to the security that follows victory in war. Two things. Then, contribute to victory, fearlessness in face of the enemy, and fear of ill repute among one's friends. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, every individual should therefore become both afraid and unafraid, for the reasons we have distinguished in each case. See. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, moreover, if we want to make an individual proof against all sorts of fears, it is by exposing him to fear, in a way sanctioned by the law, that we make him unafraid. Cleinias, evidently we do. Athenian, but what about our attempts to make a man afraid, in a way consistent with justice? Shouldn't we see that he enters the lists against impudence, and give him training to resist it, so as to make him conquer in the struggle with his pleasures? A man has to GHT and conquer his feelings of cowardice before he can achieve perfect courage. If he has no experience and training in that kind of struggle, he will never more than half realize his potentialities for virtue. Isn't the same true of self-control? Will he ever achieve a perfect mastery here without having fought and conquered, with all the skills of speech and action both in work and play, the crowd of pleasures and desires that stimulate him to act shamelessly and unjustly? Can he afford not to have the experience of all these struggles? Cleinias, it would seem hardly likely. Athenian, well then, has any god given me a drug to produce fear, so that the more a man agrees to drink of it, the more the impression grows on him, after every draught, that he is assailed by misfortune? The effect would be to make him apprehensive about his present and future prospects. Until now even the boldest of men would be reduced to absolute terror. 648. But when he had recovered from the drink and slept it off, he would invariably be himself again. Cleinias, and what drink does that, sir? There is hardly an example we could point to anywhere in the world. Athenian, no. But if one had cropped up, would a legislator have been able to make any use of it to promote courage? This is the sort of point we might well have put to him about it. Legislator, whether your laws are to apply to Cretans or to any other people, tell us this, wouldn't you? 1342 laws. Be particularly glad to have a criterion of the courage and cowardice of your citizens. Cleinias, obviously, every legislator would say yes. Athenian, well, you'd like a safe test without any serious risks, wouldn't he? You. Or do you prefer one full of risks? Cleinias, they will all agree to this as well, safety is essential. Athenian, your procedure would be to test these people as reactions when they had been put into a state of alarm, and by encouraging, rebuking, and rewarding individuals you would compel them to become fearless. You would in ICT disgrace on anyone who dissipate and refuse to become in every respect the kind of man you wanted. You would discharge without penalty anyone who had displayed the proper courage and finished his training satisfactorily, and the failures you would punish. Or would you refuse point blank to apply the test, even though you had nothing against the drink in other respects? Cleinias, of course he would apply it, sir. Athenian, anyway, my friend, compared with current practice, this training would be remarkably straightforward, and would suit individuals, small groups, and any larger numbers you may want. Now if a man retreated into some decent obscurity, out of embarrassment at the thought of being seen before he is in good shape, and trained against his fears, alone and in privacy, equipped with just this drink instead of all the usual paraphernalia, he would be entirely just Ed. But he would be no less just Ed if, content that he was already well equipped by birth and breeding, he were to plunge into training with several fellow drinkers. While inevitably roused by the wine, he would show himself strong enough to escape its other effects. His virtue would prevent him from committing even one serious improper act, and from becoming a different kind of person. Before getting to the last round he would leave off, fearing the way in which drink invariably gets the better of a man. Cleinias, yes, sir, even he would be prudent enough to do that. Athenian, let us repeat the point we were making to the legislator. 649. Agreed then, there is probably no such thing as a drug to produce fear. Either by divine gift or human contrivance, I leave quacks out of account. They read beyond the pale. But is there a drink that will banish fear and stimulate overconfidence about the wrong thing at the wrong moment? What do we say to this? Cleinias, I suppose he'll say there is, and mention wine. Athenian, and doesn't he this do just the opposite of what we described a moment ago? When a man drinks it, it immediately makes him more cheerful than he was before. The more he takes, the more it LLS him with the boundless optimism. He thinks he can do anything. Finally, bursting with self-esteem and imposing no restraint on his speech and actions, the fellow loses all his inhibitions and becomes completely fearless. He'll say and laws I 1343. Do anything, without a qualm. Everybody, I think, would agree with us about this. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, now let us think back again to this point. We said that there were two elements in our souls that should be cultivated, one of them in order to make ourselves supremely content, its opposite to make ourselves supremely fearful. Cleinias, the latter being modesty, I suppose. Athenian, well remembered. But in view of the fact that one has to learn to be courageous and intrepid when assailed by fears, the question arises whether the opposite quality will have to be cultivated in opposite circumstances. Cleinias, probably so. Athenian, so the conditions in which we naturally become unusually bold and daring seem to be precisely those required for practice in reducing our shamelessness and audacity to the lowest possible level, so that we become terrified of ever venturing to say, suffer, or do anything disgraceful. D. Cleinias, apparently. Athenian, now aren't we affected in this way by all the following conditions: anger, love, pride, ignorance, and cowardice? We can add wealth, beauty, strength, and everything else that turns us into fools and makes us drunk with pleasure. However, we are looking for an inexpensive and less harmful test we can apply to people, which will also give us a chance to train them, and this we have in the scrutiny we can make of them when they are relaxed over a drink. Can we point to a more suitably pleasure than this, provided some appropriate precautions are taken? Let us look at it in this way. Suppose you have a man with an irritable and savage temper. This is the source of a huge number of crimes. Surely, to make contracts with him, and run the risk that he may default, is a more dangerous way to test him than to keep him company during a festival. 650. Of Dionysus. Or again, if a man's whole being is dominated by sexual pleasures, it is dangerous to try him out by putting him in charge of your wife and sons and daughters. This is to scrutinize the character of his soul, at the price of exposing to risk those whom you hold most dear. You could cite dozens of other instances, and still not do justice to the superiority of this wholly innocuous examination by recreation. In fact, I think neither the Cretans nor any other people would disagree if we summed it all up like this. We have here a pretty fair test of each other, which for cheapness, safety and speed is absolutely unrivaled. Cleinias, true so far. Athenian, so this insight into the nature and disposition of a man's soul will rank as one of the most useful aids available to the art which is concerned to foster a good character, the art of statesmanship, I take it? Cleinias, certainly. 1344 Laws. Book 2. Athenian, it looks as if the next question we have to ask is this, is the 652. Inside we somehow get into men's natural temperaments the only thing in favor of drinking parties? Or does a properly run drinking party confer some other substantial benefit that we ought to consider very seriously? What do we say to this? We need to be careful here, as far as I can see. Our argument does tend to point to the answer yes, but when we try to discover how and in what sense, we may get tripped up by it. B. Cleinias, tell us why, then. Athenian, I want to think back over our definition of correct education, and to hazard the suggestion now that drinking parties are actually at 653. Safeguard, provided they are properly established and conducted on the right lines. Cleinias, that's a large claim. Athenian, I maintain that the earliest sensations that a child feels in infancy are of pleasure and pain, and this is the root by which virtue and vice rst enter the soul. But for a man to acquire good judgment and unshakable correct opinions, however late in life, is a matter of good luck. A man who possesses them, and all the benefits they entail, is perfect. I call education the initial acquisition of virtue by the child, when the feelings of pleasure and affection, pain and hatred, that well up in his soul, are channeled in the right courses before he can understand the reason why. Then when he does understand, his reason and his emotions agree in telling him that he has been properly trained by inculcation of appropriate habits. Virtue is this general concord of reason and emotion. But there is one element you could isolate in any account you give, and this is the correct formation of our feelings of pleasure and pain, which makes us see, hate what we ought to hate from RST to last, and love what we ought to love. Call this education, and I, at any rate, think you would be giving it its proper name. Cleinias, yes, sir, we entirely approve of what you have just said about education, and that goes for your previous account, too. 1. Athenian, splendid. Education, then, is a matter of correctly disciplined feelings of pleasure and pain. But in the course of a man's life the effect wears off, and in many respects it is lost altogether. The gods, however, took pity on the human race, born to suffer as it was, and gave it relief in the form of religious festivals to serve as periods of rest from its labors. They gave us the Muses, with Apollo their leader, and Dionysus, by having these gods to share their holidays, men were to be made whole again, and, thanks to them, we enter refreshment in the celebration of these festivals. Now, there is a theory which we are always having dinned into our ears. Let's see if it squares with the facts or not. It runs like this, virtually all. 1C 643 FF. Laws 2 1345. Young things indeed it impossible to keep their bodies still and their tongues quiet. They are always trying to move around and cry out, some jumpy, and skip and do a kind of gleeful dance as they play with each other, while others produce all sorts of noises. And whereas animals have no sense of order and disorder in movement, rhythm and harmony as we call it, we human beings have been made sensitive to both and can enjoy them. This is a gift of the same gods whom we said were given to us 654. As companions in dancing, it is the device which enables them to be our chorus leaders and stimulate us to movement, making us combine to sing and dance, and as this naturally too charms us, they invented the word chorus 3. So shall we take it that this point is established? Can we assume that education comes originally from Apollo and the Muses, or not? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, so be an uneducated man we shall mean a man who has not been trained to take part in a chorus, and we must say that if a man has been sufficiently trained, he is educated. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, and of course a performance by a chorus is a combination of dancing and singing? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, and this means that the well-educated man will be able both to sing and dance well? Cleinias, so it seems. Athenian, now let us see just what that word implies. Cleinias, what word? Athenian, we say he sings well or he dances well. But should we see? Expand this and say provided he sings good songs and dances good dances? Or not? Cleinias, yes, we should expand it. Athenian, now then, take a man whose opinion about what is good is correct, it really is good, and likewise in the case of the bad, it really is bad, and follows this judgment in practice. He may be able to represent, by word and gesture, and with invariable success, his intellectual conception of what is good, even though he gets no pleasure from it and feels no hatred for what is bad. Another man may not be very good at keeping on the right lines when he uses his body and his voice to represent the good, or at trying to form some intellectual conception of it, but he may be very much on the right lines in his feelings of pleasure and pain, because he welcomes what is good and loathes what is bad. Which of these two will be the better educated musically, and the more effective member of a chorus? Cleinias, as far as education is concerned, sir, the second is in knightly suit. Period. 2 reading Heidi in a 3. 3 a playful etymology, chorus, is derived from chara, charm, joy, delight. 1346 Laws. Athenian, so if the three of us grasp what goodness is in singing and dancing, we have also a sound criterion for distinguishing the educated man from the uneducated. If we fail to grasp it, we'll never be able to make up our minds whether a safeguard for education exists, or where we ought to look for it. Isn't that so? E. Cleinias, yes, it is. Athenian, the next quarry we have to track down, like hounds at a hunt, will be what constitutes a good bodily movement, tune, song and dance. But if all these notions give us the slip and get away, it will be pointless utterly to prolong our discussion of correct education, Greek or foreign. Cleinias, quite. Athenian, good. Now, what is to be our definition of a good tune or bodily movement? Tell me, imagine a courageous soul and a cowardly soul beset by one and the same set of troubles, do similar sounds and 655 movements of the body result in each case? Cleinias, of course not. The complexion is different, to start with. Athenian, you are absolutely right, my friend. But music is a matter of rhythm and harmony, and involves tunes and movements of the body. This means that while it is legitimate to speak of a rhythmical or a harmonious movement or tune, we cannot properly apply to either of them the chorus master's metaphor brilliantly colored. But what is the appropriate gauge to describe the movement and melody used to portray the brave man and the coward? The correct procedure is to call those of brave men be good and those of cowards disgraceful. But let us not have an inordinately long discussion about the details. Can we say, without beating about the bush, that all movements and tunes associated with spiritual or bodily excellence, the real thing or representation, are good, and conversely bad if they have to do with vice? Cleinias, yes, that's a reasonable proposal. You may assume we agree. Athenian, here as a further point, do we all enjoy every type of performance by a chorus to the same degree? Or is that far from being true? See. Cleinias, as far as it could be. Athenian, but can we put our anger on the cause of our confusion? Is it that good varies from person to person? Or that it is thought to vary? Although in point of fact it does not. No one, I fancy, will be prepared to say that dances portraying evil are better than those portraying virtue, or that although other people enjoy the virtuous muse, its own personal liking is for movements expressing depravity. Yet most men do maintain that the power of music to give pleasure to the soul is the standard by which it should be judged. But this is an insupportable doctrine, and it is absolute blasphemy to speak like that. More likely, though, it has something else that is misleading us. Cleinias, what? Athenian, performances given by choruses are representations of character, and deal with every variety of action and incident. The individual. Laws 2 1347. Performers enact their roles partly by expressing their own characters, partly by imitating those of others. That is why, when they nd that the speaking or singing or any other element in the performance of a chorus appeals to their natural character or acquired habits, or both, they can help applauding with delight and using the term good. But sometimes, they nd these performances going against the grain of their natural character or their disposition or habits, in which case they are unable to take any pleasure in them and applaud them, and in this case the word they use is shocking. When a man's natural character is as it should be, but he has acquired bad habits, or conversely when his habits are correct but his natural character is vicious, his pleasure and his approval fail to coincide. He calls the performances pleasant, but depraved. Such performers, in 656, the company of others whose judgment they respect, are ashamed to make this kind of movement with their bodies, and to sing such songs as though they genuinely approved of them. But in their heart of hearts, they enjoy themselves. Cleinias, you are quite right. Athenian, now, does a man's enjoyment of bad bodily movements or bad tunes do him any harm? And does it do him any good to take pleasure in the opposite kind? Cleinias, probably. Athenian, probably. Is that all? Surely there must be a precise analogy be here with the man who comes into contact with depraved characters and wicked people, and who does not react with disgust, but welcomes them with pleasure, censuring them half-heartedly because he only half realizes, as in a dream, how perverted such a state is. He just cannot escape taking on the character of what he enjoys, whether good or bad, even if he is ashamed to go so far as to applaud it. In fact, we could hardly point to a greater force for good or evil than this inevitable assimilation of actor. Cleinias, no, I don't think we could. Athenian, so, in a society where the laws relating to culture, education, and recreation are, or will be in future, properly established, do we imagine that authors will be given a free hand? The choruses will be composed of the young children of law-abiding citizens. Will the composer be free to teach them anything by way of rhythm, tune, and words that amuses him when he composes, without bothering what effect he may have on them? As regards virtue and vice? Cleinias, that is certainly not sensible. How could it be? Athenian, but it is precisely this that they are allowed to do in virtually all states except in Egypt. Cleinias, Egypt. Well then, you'd better tell us what legislation has been enacted there. Athenian, merely to hear about it is startling enough. Long ago, apparently, they realized the truth of the principle we are putting forward only now, that the movements and tunes which the children of the state are to 1348 laws practice in their rehearsals must be good ones. They compiled a list of them according to style, and displayed it in their temples. Painters and everyone else who represent movements of the body of any kind were restricted to these forms. Modicati and innovation outside this traditional framework were prohibited, and are prohibited even today, both in this eld and the arts in general. If you examine their art on the spot, you will nd that 10,000 years ago, and I am not speaking loosely, I mean literally 10,000, paintings and reliefs were produced that are number 657. Better and no worse than those of today, because the same artistic rules were applied in making them. Cleinias, fantastic. Athenian, no, simply a supreme achievement of legislators and states. Men. You might, even so, nd some other things to criticize there, but in the matter of music this inescapable fact deserves our attention. It has in fact proved feasible to take the kind of music that shows a natural correctness and put it on arm footing by legislation. For but it is the task of a god, or a man of godlike stature. In fact, the Egyptians do say that the tunes that have been preserved for so long are compositions of Isis. Consequently, as I said, if one could get even a rough idea of what constitutes correctness in matters musical, one ought to have no qualms about giving the whole subject systematic expression in the form of a law. It is true that the craving for pleasure and the desire to avoid tedium lead us to a constant search for novelty in music, and choral performances that have been thus consecrated may be stigmatized as out of date, but this does not have very much power to corrupt them. In Egypt, at any rate, it does not seem to have had a corrupting effect at all, quite the contrary. Cleinias, so it would seem, to judge from your account. See. Athenian, so, equally without qualms, we can surely describe the proper conditions for festive music and performances of choruses more or less like this. When we think things are going well for us, we feel delight, and, to put it the other way round, when we feel delight, we come to think that things are going well. Isn't that so? Cleinias itis. Athenian, in addition, when we are in that state I mean delight, we can keep still. Cleinias, that is true. Athenian, our youngsters are keen to join the dancing and singing themselves, but we old men think the proper thing is to pass the time as spectators. The delight we feel comes from their relaxation and merry making. Our agility is deserting us, and as we feel its loss we are only too pleased to provide competitions for the young, because they can best stir in us the memory of our youth and reawaken the instincts of our younger days. Cleinias, very true. For deleting Arauta in a 7. Laws 2 1349. Athenian, so we better face the fact that there is a grain of truth in contemporary thought on the subject of holiday makers. Most people say that the man who delights us most and gives us most pleasure should be highly esteemed for his skill, and deserves to be awarded RST prize. Because the fact that we are allowed to relax on such occasions means that we ought to lionize the man who gives most people most pleasure, so that, as I said just now, he deserves to carry off the prize. In theory that is right, isn't it? And wouldn't it be equally right in practice? 658. Cleinias, maybe. Athenian, my any fellow, such a conclusion may be rash. We must Make some distinctions, and examine the question rather like this. Suppose somebody were to arrange a competition, and were to leave its character entirely open, not specifying whether it was to be gymnastic, artistic, or equestrian. Assume that he gathers together all the inhabitants of the state, and offers a prize. Anyone who wishes should come and compete in giving pleasure, and this is to be the sole criterion. The competitor who gives the audience most pleasure will win. He has an entirely free hand as to what method he employs, but provided he excels in this one respect, he will be judged the most pleasing of the competitors and win the prize. What effect do we think such an announcement would have? Cleinias, in what way do you mean? Athenian, likely enough, I suppose, one competitor will play the Homer and present epic poetry, another will sing lyric songs to music, another will put on a tragedy, and another a comedy, and it will be no surprise if somebody even reckons his best chance of winning lies in putting on a puppet show. Now, with all these competitors and thousands of others entering, can we say which would really deserve to win? Cleinias, that's an odd question. Who could answer it for you with authority before hearing the contestants, and listening to them individually? On the spot. Athenian, well then, do you want me to give you an equally odd answer? Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, suppose the decision rests with the smallest infant children. They decide for the exhibitor of puppets, one they? Cleinias, of course. D. Athenian, if it rests with the older children, they will choose the producer of comedies. Young men, ladies of cultivated taste, and I dare say pretty nearly the entire populace, will choose the tragedy. Cleinias, yes, I dare say. Athenian, we old men would probably be most great-eyed to listen to a reciter doing justice to the Iliad or Odyssey, or an extract from Hesiod. We say he was the winner by a clear margin. Who, then, would be the proper winner? That's the next question. Isn't it? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, clearly you and I are forced to say that the proper winners would be those chosen by men of our vintage. To us, from among all the 1,350 laws, customs followed in every city all over the world today, this looks like the best. Cleinias, surely. Athenian, I am, then, in limited agreement with the man in the street. Pleasure is indeed a proper criterion in the arts, but not the pleasure experienced by anybody and everybody. The productions of the muse are at their nest when they delight men of high caliber and adequate education, but particularly if they succeed in pleasing the single individual whose education and moral standards 5 reach heights attained by number 659. One else. This is the reason why we maintain that judges in these matters need high moral standards. They have to possess not only a discerning taste, 6, but courage too. A judge won't be doing his job properly if he reaches his verdict by listening to the audience and lets himself be thrown off balance by the yelling of the mob and his own lack of training, nor must he shrug his shoulders and let cowardice and indolence persuade him into a false verdict against his better judgment, so that he lies with the very lips with which he called upon the gods when he undertook of C. The truth is that he sits in judgment as a teacher of the audience, rather than as its pupil. His function, and under the ancient law of the Greeks he used to be allowed to perform it, is to throw his weight against them, if the pleasure they show has been aroused improperly and illegitimately. For instance, the law now in force in Sicily and Italy, by truckling to the majority of the audience and deciding the winner by a show of hands, has had a disastrous effect on the authors themselves, who compose C. to gratify the depraved taste of their judges. The result is that in effect, they are taught by the audience. It has been equally disastrous for the quality of the pleasure felt by the spectators. They ought to come to experience more elevated pleasures from listening to the portrayal of characters invariably better than their own, but in fact just the opposite happens, and they have no one to thank but themselves. Well, then, now that we have finished talking about that, what conclusion is indicated? Let us see if it isn't this. Cleinias, what? Athenian, for the third or fourth time, I think, our discussion has come to full circle. Once again, education has proved to be a process of attraction, of leading children to accept right principles as enunciated by the law and endorsed as genuinely correct by men who have high moral standards and are full of years and experience. The soul of the child has to be prevented from getting into the habit of feeling pleasure and pain in ways not sanctioned by the law and those who have been persuaded to obey it. He should follow in their footsteps and end pleasure and pain in the 5 moral standards here and high moral standards just below translate arrayed, else, where normally translated virtue. 6. Discerning taste translates phronesis, elsewhere usually translated good judgment, or wisdom. It is one of the 4 basic virtues Plato recognizes, along with justice, courage, and self-control, or moderation or restraint sophrosun. Laws 2 1351. Same things as the old. That is why we have what we call songs, which are really charms for the soul. These are in fact deadly serious devices for producing this concord 7 we are talking about, but the souls of the young cannot bear to be serious, so we use the terms recreation and song for the charms, and children treat them in that spirit. We have an analogy in the sick and ailing. Those in charge of feeding them try to administer the proper diet in tasty foods and drinks, and offer them on 660 wholesome items in revolting foods, so that the patients may get into the desirable habit of welcoming the one kind and loathing the other. That is just what the true legislator will persuade, or, failing persuasion, compel the man with the creative air to do with his grand and marvelous language, to compose correctly by portraying, with appropriate choreography and musical setting, men who are moderate, courageous, and good in every way. Cleinias, good heavens, sir, do you really think that's how they compose be nowadays in other cities? My experience is limited, but I know of no such proceeding as you describe, except among us Cretans or in Sparta. In dancing and all the other arts one novelty follows another. The changes are made not by law but are prompted by wildly changing fancies that are very far from being permanent and stable like the Egyptian tastes. You re-explaining, on the contrary, they are never the same from minute to minute. Athenian, well said, Cleinias. But if I gave you the impression that I was speaking of the present day when I referred to the procedure you mentioned, I expect it was my own lack of clarity in expressing my thoughts that led you astray and caused me to be misunderstood. I was only saying what I want to see happen in the arts, but perhaps I used expressions that made you think I was referring to facts. It always goes against the grain to pillory habits that are irretrievably on the wrong lines, but sometimes one has to d. So, seeing that we are agreed in approving this custom, tell me this, if you will, is it more prevalent among you Cretans and the Spartans than among the other Greeks? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and what if it became prevalent among the others as well? Presumably we say that was an improvement on present practice. Cleinias, yes, I suppose it would be a tremendous improvement if they adopted the procedure of Crete and Sparta, which is also in accordance with the recommendations you made just now. Athenian, now then, let us make sure we understand each other in the sea. Business. The essence of the entire cultural education of your countries is. Surely this, you oblige your poets to say that the good man, because he is temperate and just, enjoys good fortune and is happy, no matter whether he is big and strong, or small and weak, or rich, or poor, and that even if he is richer than Midas or Cinyras, and has not justice, he is a wretch. 7c 653b. 1352 laws. And lives a life of misery. I do not mention a man, says your poet, 8 and how right he is, and I do take no account of him, even if all his actions and possessions were what people commonly call good, if he were without 661 justice, nor even if, with a character like that, he attacked in close combat with the foe. If he is unjust, I wouldn't want him to stand aside of bloody butchery, nor outdo and speed the north wind of Thrace, nor ever achieve any of the things that are generally said to be good. You see, these things men usually call good are misnamed. It is commonly said that health comes first, beauty second, and wealth third. The list goes on. Infinitely, keen sight and hearing, and acute perception of all the objects be of sensation, being a dictator and doing whatever you like, and the seventh heaven is supposed to be reached when one has achieved all this and is made immortal without further ado. You and I, presumably, hold that all these things are possessions of great value to the just and pious, but that to the unjust they are a curse, every one of them, from health all the way down the list. Seeing, hearing, sensation, and simply being alive, are great evils, if in spite of having all these so-called good things a man gains immortality without justice and virtue in general, but if he survives for only the briefest possible time, the evil is less. I imagine you will persuade or compel the authors in your states to embody this doctrine of mine in the words, rhythms, and harmonies they produce for the education of your youth. Isn't that right? Look here, now, my position is quite clear. D. Although so-called evils are in fact evil for the just, they are good for the unjust, and so-called goods, while genuinely good for the good, are evils for the wicked. Let me ask the same question as before, are you and I in agreement, or not? Cleinias, in some ways I think we are, but certainly not in others. Athenian, I expect this is where I sound implausible. Suppose a man were to enjoy health and wealth and permanent absolute power and, if you like, I'll give him enormous strength and courage as well, and exempt him from death and all the other evils, as people call them. But suppose he had in him nothing but injustice and insolence. It is obvious, I maintain, that his life is wretchedly unhappy. Cleinias, true, that is precisely where you fail to convince. Athenian, very well, then, how should we put it now? If a man is brave, strong, handsome, and rich, and enjoys a lifelong freedom to do 662 just what he wants to, don't you think if he is unjust and insolent that his life will inevitably be a disgrace? Perhaps at any rate you do allow the term disgrace? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, will you go further, and say he will live badly? 9. 8 Tertius, C629a and note. The Athenian makes further brief quotations from the same poem. Midas and Cinyras, kings of Phrygia and Cyprus respectively, were notorious for extreme wealth. 9. The expression is ambiguous, it may mean miserably or wickedly. In his reply, Cleinias is thinking of the RST meaning. Laws 2 1353. Cleinias, no, we do not be so ready to admit that. Athenian, what about going further still, and saying he will live on pleasantly and unprotably? Cleinias, how could we possibly be prepared to go as far as that? Athenian, how? My friend, it looks as if it would be a miracle if we be ever harmonized on this point. At the moment your tune and mine are scarcely in the same key. To me, these conclusions are inescapably true. In fact, my dear Cleinias, rather more true and obvious than that Crete is an island. If I were a lawgiver, I should try to compel the authors and every inhabitant of the state to take this line, and if anybody in the land sea said that there are men who live a pleasant life in spite of being scoundrels, or that while this or that is useful and pro-table, something else is more just, I should impose pretty nearly the extreme penalty. There are many other things I should persuade my citizens to say, which would adly contradict what Cretans and Spartans maintain nowadays, apparently. To say nothing of the rest of the world. Zeus and Apollo. Just you imagine. My envy fellows, asking these gods who inspired your laws, is the life of the supreme justice also the life that gives most pleasure? Or are there two kinds of life, one being the supremely just, the other the most pleasurable? Suppose they replied there are two. If we knew the right question to ask, we might perhaps pursue the point, which category of men should we call the most blessed by heaven? Those who live the supremely just life, or the most pleasurable? If they said those who live the most able life, then that would be, for them, a curious thing to say. However, I am unwilling to associate the gods with such a statement. I prefer to think of it in connection with forefathers and lawgivers. So let us suppose those RST questions have been put to a forefather and lawgiver, and that he has replied that the man who lives the life of greatest pleasure enjoys the greatest happiness. This is what I say then, Father, didn't you want me to receive as many of the blessings of heaven as I could? Yet in spite of that you never tired of telling me to order my life as justly as possible. In taking up that kind of position our forefather or lawgiver will, I think, appear in rather an odd light. It will look as if he cannot speak without contradicting himself. However, if he declared that the life of supreme justice was the most blessed, I imagine that everybody who heard him would want to know what splendid vanity, superior to pleasure, was to be found in this kind of life. What was there in it that deserved the 663 commendation of the law? Surely, any vanity a just man got out of it would be inseparable from pleasure. Look, are we to suppose that fame and praise from gods and men are any and good, but unpleasant, and vice versa in the case of notoriety? My dear legislator, we say, of course not. Or, if you neither injure another nor are injured yourself by someone else, is that unpleasant, in spite of being any and good? Is the opposite pleasant, but disgraceful and wicked? Cleinias, certainly not. Athenian, so the argument that does not drive a wedge between please be and on the one hand and just and any and good on the other, even if 1354 laws, it achieves nothing else, will do something to persuade a man to live a just and pious life. This means that any teaching which denies the truth of all this is, from the lawgiver's standpoint, a complete disgrace and his worst enemy. Nobody would willingly agree to do something which would not bring him more pleasure than pain. Looking at a thing from a distance makes nearly everyone feel dizzy, especially children, but the lawgiver will alter that for us, and lift the fog that clouds our judgment, somehow or other by habituation, praise, or argument. He will persuade us that our ideas of justice and injustice are Like pictures drawn in perspective. Injustice looks pleasant to the enemy of justice, 10 because he regards it from his own personal standpoint, which is unjust and evil. Justice, on the other hand, looks unpleasant to him. But, from the standpoint of the just man, the view gained of justice and injustice is always the opposite. Cleinias, so it seems. Athenian, and which of these judgments are we to say has a better claim to be the correct one? The judgment of the worse soul or the better? Cleinias, that of the better, certainly. D. Athenian, then it is equally certain that the unjust life is not only more shocking and disgraceful, but also in fact less pleasant, than the just and holy. Cleinias, on this argument, my friends, it certainly looks like it. Athenian, but just suppose that the truth had been different from what the argument has now shown it to be, and that a lawgiver, even a mediocre one, had been sufficiently bold, in the interests of the young, to tell them a lie. Could he have told a more useful lie than this, or one more effective, in making everyone practice justice in everything they do, willingly and without pressure? Cleinias, truth is anything, and it is sure to prevail, but to persuade men of it certainly seems no easy task. Athenian, yes, but what about that fairy story about the Sidonian? 11. That was well nigh incredible, but it was easy enough to convince men of it, and of thousands of other similar stories. Cleinias, what sort of stories? Athenian, the sowing of the teeth and the birth of armed men from them. This remarkable example shows the legislator that the souls of the 664 young can be persuaded of anything, he has only to try. The only thing he must consider and discover is what conviction would do the state most good. In that connection, he must think up every possible device to ensure that as far as possible the entire community preserves in its songs and stories and doctrines an absolute and lifelong unanimity. But if you see the matter in any other light, have no hesitation in disputing my view. 10. Accepting the conjecture of an Antioch in C3. 11. Cadmus. C641c and note. Laws 2 1355. Cleinias, no, I don't think either of us would be able to dispute that. B. Athenian, then it will be up to me to introduce the next point. I maintain that our choruses, all three of them, should charm the souls of the children while still young and tender, and uphold all the admirable doctrines we have already formulated, and any we may formulate in the future. We must insist, as the central point of these doctrines, that the gods say the best life does in fact bring most pleasure. If we do that, we shall be telling the plain truth, and we shall convince those whom we have to convince more effectively than if we advanced any other doctrine. Cleinias, yes, one has to agree with what you say. Athenian, to start with, it will be only right and proper if the children as chorus, which will be dedicated to the muses, comes on RST to sing these doctrines with all its might and main before the entire city. Second will come the chorus of those under 30, which will call upon Apollo P and 12 to bear witness that what they say is true, and pray that he will vouchsafe to convince the young. Thirdly, there must be the songs of those between 30 and 60. That leaves the men who are older than this, who are, of course, no longer up to singing, but they will be inspired to tell stories in which the same characters will appear. Cleinias, you mentioned these three choruses, sir, what are they? We are not very clear what you mean to say about them. Athenian, but the greater part of the discussion we have had so far has been precisely for their sake. Cleinias, we still haven't seen the point. Could you try to elucidate still further? Athenian, if we remember, we said at the beginning of our discussion 13, that all young things, being airy and mettlesome by nature, are unable to keep their bodies or their tongues still, they are always making uncoordinated noises and jumping about. No other animal, we said, ever devil opposite sense of order in either respect, man alone has a natural ability to 665. Do this. Order in movement is called rhythm, and order in the vocal sounds, the combination of high and low notes, is called harmony, and the union of the two is called a performance by a chorus. We said that the gods took pity on us and gave us Apollo and the muses as companions and leaders of our choruses, and if we can cast our minds back, we said that their third gift to us was Dionysus. Cleinias, yes, of course we remember. Athenian, well, we mentioned the choruses of Apollo and the muses. The remaining one, the third, must be identified as belonging to Dionysus. B. Cleinias, what? You had better explain yourself. A chorus of elderly men dedicated to Dionysus sounds a weird and wonderful idea, at any rate at RST hearing. Are men of more than 30 and even FTY, up to 60, really going to dance in honor of Dionysus? 12. The god of healing. 13 C653 DFF. 1356 laws. Athenian, you are absolutely right to show how this could be reason able in practice does need, I think, some explanation. Cleinias, it certainly does. Athenian, are we agreed on the conclusions we have reached so far? Cleinias, conclusions about what? See. Athenian, about this, that every man and child, free man and slave, male and female, in fact, the whole state is in duty bound never to stop repeating to each other the charms 14 we have described. Somehow or other, we must see that these charms constantly change their form, at all costs. They must be continually varied, so that the performers always long to sing the songs, and end the perpetual pleasure in them. Cleinias, agreed, that is exactly the arrangement we want. Athenian, this last chorus is the noblest element in our state, it carries more conviction than any other group, because of the age and discernment of its members. Where, then, should it sing its splendid songs, if it is to do most good? Surely we are not going to be silly enough to leave this question undecided? After all, this chorus may well prove to be made masters of the noblest and most useful songs. Cleinias, no, if that's really the way the argument is going, we certainly can't leave this undecided. Athenian, so what would be a suitable method of procedure? See if this will do. Cleinias, what, then? Athenian, as he grows old, a man becomes apprehensive about singing, it gives him less pleasure, and if it should happen that he cannot avoid it causes him an embarrassment which grows with the increasingly sober tastes of his advancing years. Isn't that so? Cleinias, indeed it is. Athenian, so naturally he will be even more acutely embarrassed at standing up and singing in front of the varied audience in a theater. And if men of that age were forced to sing in the same condition as members of choruses competing for a prize, lean and on a diet after a course of voice training, then of course they would end the performance positively unpleasant and humiliating, and would lose every spark of enthusiasm. Cleinias, yes, that would be the inevitable result. 666. Athenian, so how shall we encourage them to be enthusiastic about singing? The RST law we shall pass, surely, is this: children under the age of 18 are to keep off wine entirely. We shall teach them that they must treat the violent tendencies of youth with due caution, and not pour Re on the re already in their souls and bodies until they come to undertake the real work of life. Our second law will permit the young man under 30 to take wine in moderation, but he must stop short of drunkenness and bibulous excesses. When he reaches his 30s, he should regale himself at the common meals, and invoke the gods. In particular, he should 14 c. 659. Laws 2 1357. Summon Dionysus to what is at once the playtime and the prayer time of the old, which the god gave to mankind to help cure the crabbiness of age. This is the gift he gave us to make us young again. We forget our peevishness, and our hard cast of mind becomes softer and grows more malleable, just like iron thrust in a re. Surely any man who is brought into that frame of mind would be ready to sing his songs, that is charms, as we called them often enough, with more enthusiasm and less embarrassment. I don't mean in a large gathering of strangers, but in a comparatively small circle of friends. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, as a method of inducing them to join us in our singing, there wouldn't be anything you could particularly object to in this. D. Cleinias, by no means. Athenian, but what sort of philosophy of music will inspire their songs? Obviously, it will have to be one appropriate to the performers. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, and the performers are men of almost divine distinction. What notes would be appropriate for them? Those produced by the choruses. Cleinias, well, sir, we Cretans, at any rate, and the same goes for the Spartans, would hardly be up to singing any song except those we learned to sing by growing familiar with them in our choruses. Athenian, naturally enough. In cold fact, you have failed to achieve the nest kind of song. You organize your state as though it were a military camp rather than a society of people who have settled in towns, and you keep your young fellows together like a herd of colts at grass. Not a man among you takes his own colt and drags him, furiously protesting, away from the rest of the herd. You never put him in the hands of a private groom, and train him by combing him down and stroking him. You entirely fail to lavish proper care on an education which will turn him out not merely a good soldier but a capable administrator of a state and its towns. 667. Such a man is, as we said early on, a better than those of TTS. Precisely because he does not value courage as the principal element in virtue, he consistently relegates it to fourth place wherever he ends it, whether in the individual or the state. Cleinias, I suspect, sir, you are being rather rude about our legislators. Again. Athenian, if I am, my dear fellow, it is entirely unintentionally. But if you don't mind, we ought to follow where the argument leads us. If we know of any music that is of no quality than the music of choruses and the public theaters, we ought to try to allocate it to these older people. B. They are, as we said, embarrassed at the other kind, but music of the highest quality is just what they are keen to take part in. Cleinias, yes, indeed. Athenian, the most important point about everything that has some inherent attractive quality must be either this very quality or some kind of 1358 laws correctness, or, thirdly, its usefulness. For instance, I maintain that eating and drinking and taking nourishment in general are accompanied by the particular attractive quality that we might call pleasure. As for their usefulness and correctness, we invariably speak of the wholesomeness of the foods we serve, and in their case the most correct thing in them is precisely this. Cleinias, quite. Athenian, an element of attractiveness, the pleasure we feel, goes with the process of learning, too. But what gives rise to its correctness and usefulness, its excellence and nobility, is its accuracy. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, what about the arts of imitation, whose function is to produce likenesses? When they succeed in doing this, it will be quite proper to say that the pleasure, if any, that arises out of and accompanies that success constitutes the attractive quality of these arts. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, generally speaking, I suppose, the correctness in such cases would depend not so much on the pleasure given, as on the accurate representation of the size and qualities of the original. Cleinias, well put. Athenian, so pleasure would be the proper criterion in one case only. A work of art may be produced with nothing to offer by way of usefulness, or truth or accuracy of representation, or harm, of course. It may be produced solely for the sake of this element that normally accompanies the others, the attractive one. In fact, it is when this element is associated with none of the others that it most genuinely deserves the name pleasure. Cleinias, you mean only harmless pleasure? Athenian, yes, and it is precisely this that I call play, when it has no particular good or bad effect that deserves serious discussion. Cleinias, quite right. Athenian, and we could conclude from all this that no imitation at all should be judged by reference to incorrect opinions about it or by the criterion of the pleasure it gives. This is particularly so in the case of every sort of equality. What is equal, and what is proportional is 668. Proportional, and this does not depend on anyone's opinion that it is so, nor does it cease to be true if someone is displeased at the fact. Accuracy, and nothing else whatever, is the only permissible criterion. Cleinias, yes, that is emphatically true. Athenian, so do we hold that all music is a matter of representation and imitation? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, so when someone says that music is judged by the criterion of pleasure, we should reject his argument out of hand, and absolutely refuse to go in for such music, if any were ever produced, as a serious genre. The music we ought to cultivate is the kind that bears a resemblance to its model, beauty. Laws 2 1359. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, these people, then, who are anxious to take part in the next possible singing, should, apparently, look not for a music which is sweet, but one which is correct, and correctness, as we said, lies in the imitation and successful reproduction of the proportions and characteristics of the model. Cleinias, it does indeed. Athenian, this is certainly so in the case of music. Everyone would admit that all musical compositions are matters of imitation and representation. In fact, composers, audiences, and actors would register universal agreement on this point, wouldn't they? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, so it looks as if a man who is not to go wrong about a given composition must appreciate what it is, because failure to understand its nature, what it is trying to do, and what in fact it is a representation of, will mean that he gets virtually no conception of whether the author has achieved his aim correctly or not. Cleinias, no, virtually none, naturally. Athenian, and if he cannot gauge the correctness of the composition, surely he won't be able to judge its moral goodness or badness. But this is all rather obscure. Perhaps this would be a clearer way of putting it. Cleinias, what? Athenian, there are, of course, thousands of representations that strike the eye. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, now, imagine someone who didn't know the character of each of the objects that are imitated and represented. Would he ever be able to estimate the correctness of the niched article? This is the sort of point I have in mind. Does it preserve the overall proportions of the body and the position of each of its various parts? Does it hit off the proportions exactly and keep the parts in their proper positions relative to one another? And what of their colors and contours? Have all these features been reproduced higgledy-piggledy? Do you think that if a man did not know the character of the creature represented he would ever be able to assess these points? Cleinias, of course not. Athenian, what if we knew that the thing molded or painted is a man, 669, and that all his parts with their colors and contours have been caught by the artist's skill? Suppose a man knows all that, is he without further ado necessarily ready to judge whether the work is beautiful or falls short of beauty in some respect? Cleinias, in that case, sir, pretty well all of us would be judges of the quality of a representation. Athenian, you have hit the nail on the head. So anyone who is going to be a sensible judge of any representation in painting and music and every other else should be able to assess 3 points. He must know 1360 laws. RST, what has been represented. Second, how correctly it has been copied. B. And then, third, the moral value of this or that representation produced by language, tunes and rhythms. Cleinias, apparently so. Athenian, we ought not to fail to mention the peculiar difficulty about music, which is discussed much more than any other kind of artistic representation and needs much more careful handling than all the others. A man who goes wrong on this subject will suffer a good deal of harm, because he feels attracted to evil dispositions, and his mistake is very difficult to detect, because the authors hardly have the same degree of creative ability as the actual muses. The muses would never make the ghastly mistake of composing the speech of men to a musical idiom suitable for women, or of thing rhythms appropriate to the portrayal of slaves, and slave-like people to the tune and bodily movements used to represent free men, or again of making rhythms and movements appropriate to free men accompany a combination of tune and words that connived with those rhythms. Nor would they ever mix up together into one production the din of wild animals and men and musical instruments and all kinds of other noises and still claim to be representing a unique theme. But human authors, in their silly way, jumble all these things together into complicated combinations. In Orpheus' words, anyone whose delight in life is in its springtime will envy them a rich source of amusement. And in the midst of all this confusion, he will envy that the authors also divorce rhythm and movement from the tune by putting unaccompanied words into meter, and rob tune and rhythm of words by using stringed instruments and pipes on their own without singers. When this is done, it is extraordinarily difficult to know what the rhythm and harmony without speech are supposed to signify and what worthwhile object they imitate and represent. The conclusion is inevitable. Such practices appeal to the taste of the village idiot. It is this fondness for speed and dexterity, as in reproducing the noises of wild animals, which prompts the use of pipe 670, and lyre otherwise than as an accompaniment to dancing and singing. Using either instrument on its own is in fact sheer showmanship that has nothing to do with art. But enough of theory. What we are considering is not what sort of music our citizens over 30 and FTY should avoid, but what sort they should go in for. I think our argument so far seems to point to the conclusion that the FTY-year-olds who have the duty of singing must have enjoyed an education that reached a higher standard than the music of choruses. They must, of course, have a nice appreciation of rhythms and harmonies and be able to understand them. Otherwise how could a man assess the correctness of the tunes, and tell whether the Dorian mode was appropriate or not in a given case, or judge whether the author has set the tunes to the right rhythm or not? Cleinias, clearly he couldn't. Athenian, the belief of the general public, that they can form an adequate judgment of merit and demerit in matters of harmony and rhythm, is Laws 2 1361. Laughable, they have only been drilled into singing to the pipes and march in step, and they never stop to think that they do all this without the smallest understanding of it. In fact, every tune with the right elements is correct, but if it has the wrong ones, it is faulty. Cleinias, inevitably. Athenian, what about the man who doesn't even understand what the elements are? As we said, will he ever be able to decide that any aspect of the piece is correct? Cleinias, no, how could he? Athenian, so it looks as if once again we are discovering that it is virtually indispensable for these singers of ours, who are not only being encouraged to sing but compelled to do it in a willing spirit, if I may put it like that, to have been educated up to at least this point, they should each be able to follow the notes of the tunes and the basic units of rhythm, so that they may examine the harmonies and rhythms and select those that men of their age and character could appropriately sing. If that is how they sing, they will give themselves harmless pleasure, and at the same time stimulate the younger generation to adopt virtuous customs with the proper enthusiasm. Assuming the education of these singers reaches that level, they will have pursued a more advanced course of training than will be given to ordinary men, or even the authors themselves. The author is more or less obliged to have a knowledge of rhythm and harmony, but there is no necessity for him to be able to assess the third point, whether the imitation is a morally good one or not. The men we are talking about, however, must be equally competent in all three else, so that they can isolate the primary and secondary degrees of goodness. 671. Otherwise they will never prove capable of charming the young in the direction of virtue. Athenian, our argument has done its level best. We have to consider whether it has succeeded in its original intention of showing that our defense of Dionysus' chorus was just the end. A gathering like that, of course, inevitably gets increasingly rowdier as the one hours more freely. In fact, our initial assumption in the present discussion of this business was that such a tendency is unavoidable. B. Cleinias, yes, it is unavoidable. Athenian, everyone is taken out of himself and has a splendid time. The exuberance of his conversation is matched only by his reluctance to listen to his companions, and he thinks himself entitled to run their lives as well as his own. Cleinias, he certainly does. Athenian, and didn't we say that when this happens the souls of the drinkers get hot and, like iron in a grow younger and softer, so that anyone who has the ability and skill to mold and educate them, and DS them see as easy to handle as when they were young? The man to do the molding is the same one as before the good lawgiver. When our drinker grows cheerful and content and unduly shameless and unwilling to speak, and 1362 laws, keep quiet, to drink and sing, at the proper times, the lawgiver's job will be to lay down drinking laws which will be able to make this fellow willing to mend his ways, and to do battle with this disgraceful overcondency. As soon as it appears, they will be able to send into the arena, with the blessing of justice, this divine and splendid fear we have called modesty and shame. 15. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, the cool-headed and sober should guard and cooperate with these laws by taking command of those who are not sober. The enemy without cool-headed leaders is actually less dangerous than drink without such help as this. If a man cannot show a willing spirit and Obey these commanders and the Ochales of Dionysus, who are upwards of 60 years of age. The dishonor he incurs must equal or even exceed that incurred by the man who disobeys the Ochales of the god of war. Cleinias, precisely. Athenian, so, if they drank and made merry like that, the revelers who took part in the proceedings would surely banity? They would go their way on better terms with each other than they were before, instead of loathing each other, which is what happens nowadays, and this would be because they had rules to regulate the whole of their intercourse and had 672 followed every instruction given by the sober to the tipsy. Cleinias, precisely if indeed the party were to go as you describe. Athenian, so let us not abuse the gift of Dionysus any longer in the old unqualified terms, saying that it is bad and does not deserve to be received into the state. One could, indeed, enlarge on its vanities even more. But, in front of the general public I would be chary of mentioning the main vanity conferred by the gift, because people misconstrue and misunderstand the explanation. B. Cleinias, what is a vanity? Athenian, there is a little known current of story and tradition 16 which says that Dionysus was robbed of his wits by his stepmother Hera, and that he gets his revenge by stimulating us to bacchic frenzies and all the mad dancing that results, and this was precisely the reason why he made us a present of wine. This sort of story, however, I leave to those who see no danger in speaking of the gods in such terms. But I am quite certain of this: no animal that enjoys the use of reason in its maturity is ever born with that faculty, or at any rate with it fully developed. During the time in which it has not yet attained its characteristic level of intelligence, it is completely mad, it falls uncontrollably, and as soon as it can get on its feet it jumps about with equal abandon. Let us think back, we said that this situation gave rise to music and gymnastics. 15646 EFF. 16 CF Euripides, Cyclops, 3. Laws 2 1363. Cleinias, we remember, of course. Athenian, and also that this was the source of man's appreciation of the rhythm and harmony, and Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus were the gods who cooperated to implant it in us. Cleinias, yes, indeed. Athenian, in particular, it seems that according to the common story, wine was given to men as a means of taking vengeance on us. It was intended to drive us insane. But our interpretation is entirely the opposite. The gift was intended to be a medicine and to produce reverence in the soul, and health, and strength in the body. Cleinias, yes, sir, that is a splendid recapitulation of the argument. Athenian, we are now halfway through our examination of singing and dancing. Shall we carry on with the other half in whatever way recommends itself, or shall we pass it over? Cleinias, what halves do you mean? Where do you put your dividing line? Athenian, we found that singing and dancing, taken together, amounted, in a sense, to education as a whole. One part of it, the vocal part, was concerned with rhythms and harmonies. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, the second part concerned the movement of the body. Here, too, we had rhythm, a feature shared with the movement of the voice, but the body as movements were its own particular concern, just as in the other 673. Half the tune was the special job of the vocal movements. Cleinias, true enough. Athenian, when the sound of the voice penetrates the soul, we took that to be an education in virtue, and we hazard the term music to describe it. Cleinias, and quite rightly. Athenian, when the movements of the body, which we described as dancing in delight, are such as to result in any state of physicalness, we ought to call the systematic training which does this gymnastics. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, so much, then, for music, which is roughly the half of the B. Subject of course is that we said we had examined and niched with, so that is that. Shall we discuss the other half? Or what method should we follow now? Cleinias, really, my dear fellow, you are having a conversation with Cretans and Spartans, and we have discussed music thoroughly, leaving gymnastics still to come. What sort of answer do you think you'll get to that question, from either of us? Athenian, I should say that question was a pretty unambiguous answer. See, I take it that your question, as I said, amounts in fact to a reply, in order, even, to niche off our examination of gymnastics. Cleinias, you understand me perfectly, do just that. 1364 laws. Athenian, yes, I must. Of course, discussing a subject so familiar to you both is not very difficult. You see, you have had much more experience of this particular skill than of the other. Cleinias, true enough. Athenian, again, the origin of this form of recreation too lies in the fact that every animal has the natural habit of jumping about. The human animal, as we said, acquired a sense of rhythm, and that led to the birth of dancing. The tune suggested rhythm and awakened the memory of it. And out of the union of the two was born choral singing and dancing as a recreation. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, we have already discussed one of these two, now we are going to set about the discussion of the other. Cleinias, yes, indeed. Athenian, however, if you are agreeable, let us give our discussion of the use of drink its nalrish. Cleinias, what arish do you mean? Athenian, suppose a state takes this practice we are now discussing sufficiently seriously to control it by a set of rules and use it to cultivate moderate habits. Suppose it permits a similar enjoyment of other pleasures. On the same principle, seeing it simply as a device for mastering them. In each and every case, our method will be the one that must be followed. But if the state treats a drink as recreation pure and simple, and anybody who wants to can go drinking and please himself when and with whom 674, he does it, and do whatever else he likes at the same time, then my vote would be in favor of never allowing the state or individual to take wine at all. I would go further than Cretan and Spartan practice. I would support the law of the Carthaginians, which forbids anyone on military service to take a drink of wine, and makes water the only permissible beverage during the entire campaign. As for civilians, it forbids slaves, male and female, ever to touch wine. It forbids magistrates during their year of C. Steersmen and jurymen on duty are absolutely prohibited from touching it, and so too is any counselor who is going to take part in an important discussion. Nobody at all is permitted to drink wine during the day, except for reasons of training or health, nor at night if they intend to procreate children, this prohibition applying to men and women alike. And one could point to a great many other situations in which any sensible person with a respect for the law would indeed it proper not to drink wine. See, this kind of approach would mean that no state would need many vines. And as part of the regulations covering agriculture in general and the whole question of diet, the production of wine in particular would be restricted to the most modest quantities. With your permission, gentlemen, let us take that as the nalrish to our discussion of wine. Cleinias, splendid. Permission granted. Laws 3 1365. Book 3. Athenian, we can take that as settled, then. But what about political 676? Systems. How are we to suppose the RST came into existence? I feel sure that the best and easiest way to see their origins is this. Cleinias, what? Athenian, to use the same method that we always have to adopt when we look into a state's moral progress or decline. Cleinias, what method have you in mind? Athenian, we take an infinitely long period of time and study the changes that occur in it. B. Cleinias, how do you mean? Athenian, look, do you think you could ever grasp how long it is that states have existed and men have lived under some sort of political organization? Cleinias, no, not very easily. Athenian, but at any rate you realize it must be an enormously long time? Cleinias, yes, I see that, of course. Athenian, so surely, during this period, thousands upon thousands of states have come into being, while at least as many, in equally vast numbers, have been destroyed. Time and again each one of them has adopted every type of political system. And sometimes small states have become bigger, and big ones have grown smaller, superior states have deteriorated and bad ones have improved. Cleinias, inevitably. Athenian, let's try to pin down just why these changes took place. If we can, then perhaps we shall discover how the various systems took root and developed. Cleinias, admirable. Let's get down to it. You must do your best to explain your views, and we must try to follow you. Athenian, do you think there is any truth in tradition? 677. Cleinias, what sort of tradition do you mean? Athenian, this, that the human race has been repeatedly annihilated by feuds and plagues and many other causes, so that only a small fraction of it survived. Cleinias, yes, of course, all that sort of thing strikes everyone as entirely credible. Athenian, now then, let's picture just one of the series of annihilations. I mean the effect of the wood. Cleinias, what special point are we to notice about it? Athenian, that those who escaped the disaster must have been pretty nearly all hill shepherds, a few members of mankind preserved, I imagine, on the tops of mountains. 1366 laws. Cleinias, obviously. Athenian, here as a further point, such men must have been in general unskilled and unsophisticated. In particular, they must have been quite innocent of the crafty devices that city dwellers use in the rat race to do each other down, and all the other dirty tricks that men play against one another must have been unknown. Cleinias, quite likely. Athenian, and we can take it, can't we, that the cities that had been built on the plains and near the sea were destroyed root and branch? Cleinias, yes, we can. Athenian, so all their tools were destroyed, and any worthwhile discovery they had made in politics or any other eld was entirely lost. You see, my friend, if their discoveries had survived throughout at the same level of development as they have attained today, it is difficult to see what room there can ever have been for any new invention. Cleinias, the upshot of all this, I suppose, is that for millions of years these techniques remained unknown to primitive man. Then, 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, Daedalus and Orpheus and Palamedes made their various discoveries. Marsyas and Olympus pioneered the art of music. Amphion invented the lyre, and many other discoveries were made by other people. All this happened only yesterday or the day before, so to speak. Athenian, how tactful of you, Cleinias, to leave out your friend, who really was born yesterday. Cleinias, I suppose you mean Epimenides. Athenian, yes, that's the man. His discovery, my dear fellows, put him streets ahead of all the other inventors. Hesiod had foreshadowed it in his poetry long before, but it was Epimenides who achieved it in practice, so you Cretans claim. 1. Cleinias, we certainly do claim that. Athenian, perhaps we can describe the state of mankind after the cataclysm like this. In spite of a vast and terrifying desolation, plenty of fertile land was available, and although animals in general had perished, it happened that some cattle still survived, together with perhaps a small stock of goats. They were few enough, but sufficient to maintain the correspondingly few herdsmen of this early period. 678. Cleinias, agreed. Athenian, but at the moment we are talking about the state, and the business of legislation and political organization. Is it conceivable that any trace at all of such things survived even, so to speak, in the memory? One Epimenides' magic brew was believed to have been inspired by Hesiod as mentioned. Works and days 40-41, of the virtue of Mello and Asphodel. For Epimenides, c. 642d. FFN note. Laws 3 1367. Cleinias, of course not. Athenian, so out of those conditions all the features of our present day life developed, states, political systems, technical skills, laws, rampant vice, and frequent virtue. Cleinias, what do you mean? Athenian, my dear sir, can we really suppose that the men of that period, who had had no experience of city life in all its splendor and squalor, ever became totally wicked or totally virtuous? Cleinias, a good point. We see what you mean. Athenian, so it was only as time went on, and the numbers of the human race increased, that civilization advanced and reached its present stage of development. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, the process was probably not sudden, but gradual, and took a considerable time. Cleinias, yes, that's perfectly plausible. See. Athenian, I imagine men were all numbed with fear at the prospect of descending from the hills to the plains. Cleinias, naturally enough. Athenian, and what a pleasure it must have been to see each other, there being so few of them at that time. However, pretty well all vehicles they might have used to visit each other by land or sea had been destroyed, and the techniques used to construct them had been lost, so that I suppose they found getting together none too easy. They suffered from a scarcity of timber, because iron, copper, and mineral workings in general had been overlaid with sludge and had been lost to sight, so that it was virtually impossible to re-ante fresh supplies of metal. Even if there was the odd tool left somewhere on the mountains, it was quickly worn down to nothing by use. Replacements could not be made until the technique of mining sprang up again among men. Cleinias, true. Athenian, and how many generations later did that happen, on our calculation? Cleinias, a good many, obviously. Athenian, well then, during that period, or even longer, all techniques that depend on a supply of copper and iron and so on must have gone out of use. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, for several reasons, then, war and civil war alike came to an end. Cleinias, how so? Athenian, in the RST place, men's isolation prompted them to cherish and love one another. Second, their food supply was nothing they needed 679 to quarrel about, except perhaps for a few people in the very early stages. 1368 laws. There was no shortage of ox and herds, which is what men mostly lived on in that age. They always had a supply of milk and meat, and could always add to it plenty of good food to be got by hunting. They also had an abundance of clothes, bedding, houses, and equipment for cooking and other purposes. Molding pottery and weaving, skills that have no need of iron, were a gift from God to men his way, in fact, of supplying them with all that kind of equipment. His intention was that whenever the human race was reduced to such a desperate condition it could still take root and develop. Because of all this, they were not intolerably poor, nor driven by poverty to quarrel with each other, but presumably they did not grow rich either, in view of the prevailing lack of gold and silver. Now, the community in which neither wealth nor poverty exists will generally produce the nest characters because tendencies to violence and crime, and feelings of jealousy and envy, simply do not arise. So these men were good, partly for that very reason, partly because of what we might call their naive. When they heard things labeled good or bad, they were so artless as to think it a statement of the literal truth and believe it. This lack of sophistication precluded the cynicism today, they accepted as the truth the doctrine they heard about gods and men, and lived their lives in accordance with it. That is why they were the sort of people we have described. Cleinias, Megillus and I, at least, agree with your account. The Athenian, if we compare them with the era before that and with the modern world, we shall have to say that the many generations which lived in that way were inevitably unskilled and ignorant of techniques in general, and particularly of the military devices used on land and sea. Nowadays, they must also have been innocent of the techniques of warfare, peculiar to city life generally called lawsuits and party strife in which men concoct every possible device to damage and hurt each other, by word and deed. Wherein are primitive men simple and manlier and at the same time more restrained and upright in every way. We have already explained why. Cleinias, yes, you read quite right. Athenian, let us remind ourselves that this reconstruction, and the conclusions we shall draw from it, are supposed to make us appreciate how 680 early man came to feel the need of laws, and who their lawgiver was. Cleinias, well reminded. Athenian, presumably they felt no need for legislators, and in that era, law was not yet a common phenomenon. Men born at that stage of the world cycle too did not yet have any written records, but lived in obedience to accepted usage and ancestral law, as we call it. A cycle is apparently thought of as the interval between one cosmic upheaval, e.g., the good, and the next. Laws 3 1369. Cleinias, quite likely. Athenian, but this is already a political system, of a sort. Cleinias, what sort? Athenian, autocracy, the name which everyone, I believe, uses for the political system of that age. You can still indeed it in many parts of the world today, both among Greeks and non-Greeks. I suppose this is what Homer is describing in his account of the household of the Cyclopes. 3. No laws, no councils for debate have they. They live on the tips of lofty mountains. In hollow caves, each man lays down the law to wife and children, with no regard for neighbor. See. Cleinias, that poet of yours sounds as if he was a charming fellow. I have gone through other verses of his, and very polished they were too. Not that I know his work to any great extent. We Cretans don't go in for foreign poetry very much. Megillus, but we at Sparta do, and we think Homer is the prince of epic poets, even though the way of life he describes is invariably Ionian rather than Spartan. In this instance he certainly seems to bear you out when he points in his stories to the wild life of the Cyclopes as an explanation of their primitive customs. Athenian, yes, he does testify in my favor. So let us take him as our evidence that political systems of this kind do sometimes develop. Cleinias, very well. Athenian, and they arise among these people who live scattered in separate households and individual families in the confusion that follows the cataclysms. In such a system the eldest member rules by virtue of having inherited power from his father or mother, the others follow his lead and make one act like birds. The authority to which they bow is that of their patriarch. They are governed, in effect, by the most justiciable of all forms of kingship. Cleinias, yes, of course. Athenian, the next stage is when several families amalgamate and form larger communities. They turn their attention to agriculture, initially in 681. The foothills, and build rings of dry stones to serve as walls to protect themselves against wild animals. The result now is a single large unit, a common homestead. Cleinias, I suppose that is quite probable. Athenian, well then, isn't this probable too? Cleinias, what? 3 Odyssey 9.112, 15. 1370 laws. Athenian, as these original relatively tiny communities grew bigger, each of the small constituent families lived under its own ruler, the eldest member, and followed its own particular customs which had arisen cause of its isolation from the others. The various social and religious standards to which people had grown accustomed reacted the bias of their ancestors and teachers. The more restrained or adventurous the ancestor, the more restrained or adventurous would be the character of his descendants. Consequently, as I say, the members of each group entered the larger community with laws peculiar to themselves, and were ready to impress their own inclinations on their children and their children as children. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, and of course each group inevitably approved of its own laws and looked on those of other people with rather less favor. Cleinias, exactly. Athenian, so it looks as if we have unwittingly stumbled on the origin of legislation. Cleinias, we certainly have. Athenian, at any rate the next and necessary step in this amalgamation is to choose some representatives to review the rules of all the families, and to propose openly to the leaders and heads of the people, the kings, so to speak, the adoption of those rules that particularly recommend themselves for common use. These representatives will be known as law givers, and by appointing the leaders as of chales they will create out of the separate autocracies a sort of aristocracy, or perhaps kingship. And, while the political system passes through this transitional stage, they will administer the state themselves. Cleinias, yes, that sort of change would certainly come about by stages. Athenian, so we can now go on to describe the birth of a third type of political system, one which in fact admits all systems and all their modications and exhibits equal variety and change in the actual states as well. Cleinias, what type is this? Athenian, the one which Homer too listed as the successor of the second. This is how he describes the origin of the third, for he founded Dardania. I think this is how it goes when holy Ilium, a town upon the plain for mortal men, had not been built, for still they lived upon the lower slopes of many fountained Ida. He composed these lines, as well as those about the Cyclopes, under some 682 sort of inspiration from God. And how true to life they are. This is because, for Iliad XX.216, 18. He is Dardanus, Ilium is Troy. Laws 3 1371. Poets as a class are divinely gifted and are inspired when they sing, so that with the help of graces and muses they frequently hit on how things really happen. Cleinias, they do indeed. Athenian, let us carry on with the story we are telling, it may suggest something to our purpose. I take it this is what we ought to do. Cleinias, of course. B. Athenian, Ilium was founded, according to us, when men had descended from the hills to a wide and beautiful plain. They built their city on a hill of moderate height near several rivers which poured down from Ida above. Cleinias, so the story goes. Athenian, I suppose we may assume that this descent of theirs took place many ages after the good. Cleinias, yes, naturally, many ages later. Athenian, I mean that apparently the disaster we just described must have been forgotten to a quite remarkable degree if they founded their city on the lower reaches of several rivers owing down from the mountains, and put their trust in hills that were none too high. Cleinias, yes, a clear proof that they were far removed in time from any such experience. Athenian, with the increase in the human population many other cities, one supposes, were already being founded. Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, these cities also mounted an expedition against Ilium, Proba. Blood by sea as well, because by then all mankind had overcome its fear and had taken to ships. Cleinias, so it seems. Athenian, and after a siege of about 10 years the Achaeans sacked Troy. Cleinias, indeed they did. Athenian, they besieged Ilium for 10 years, and during this period, the domestic affairs of the individual attackers took a turn for the worse. The younger generation revolted, and the ugly and criminal reception they gave the troops when they returned to their own cities and homes led to murder, massacre, and expulsion on a large scale. When the exiles came back again they adopted a new name, and were now known as Dorians, instead of Achaeans, in honor of Dorias, who had rallied them while they were in exile. A full and exhaustive account of subsequent events can be found in your traditional Spartan stories. Megillus, of course. Athenian, when we were starting to discuss legislation, the question of the arts and drinking cropped up, and we made a digression. 5 but now. 5 at 636 EFF. 1372 laws. We really do have a chance to come to grips with our subject. As if God himself were guiding us, we come back to the very point from which we digressed, the actual foundation of Sparta. You maintained that Sparta 683 was established on the right lines, and you said the same of Crete, because it has laws that bear a family resemblance to Sparta. We have had a rather random discussion about various foundations and political systems. But we have achieved at least this much. We have watched the RST, second and third type of state being founded in succession over a vast period of time, and now we discover this fourth state, or nation, if you like, whose historical foundation and development we are tracing down to its maturity today. 6 After all this, perhaps we can get some idea of what was right and wrong in the way these foundations were established. Can we see what kind of laws are responsible for continued preservation of the features that survive and the ruin of those that collapse? What detailed alterations will produce happiness in a state? If we can understand all this, Cleinias and Megillus, we shall have to discuss the whole business all over again. It will be like making a fresh start. However, we may be able to end some fault in our account so far. Megillus, well, sir, if some god were to give us his word that if we do make a second attempt to look at the problem of legislation, we shall hear an account of at least the quality and length of the one we have just had, I for one would willingly extend our journey, and the present day would seem not a moment too long, though it is in fact more or less the day when the sun god turns past summer towards winter. Athenian, so it looks as if we must press on with the investigation. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, let us imagine that we are living at the time when the territory of Sparta, Argos, and Messene, and the districts nearby, had in effect come under the control of your ancestors, Megillus. Their next decision, or so the story goes, was to split their forces into 3 and establish 3 states: Argos, Messene, and Sparta. Megillus, that is quite right. Athenian, Timaeus became king of Argos, Crispin of Messene, and Procles and Eurysthenes of Sparta. Megillus, true. Athenian, and all their contemporaries swore to them that they would go to their help if anybody tried to subvert their thrones. Megillus, precisely. Athenian, now when a monarchy is overthrown, and indeed when any other type of authority has been destroyed at any time, surely no one but 6 the 4 are 1. Single families under autocratic rule, 2. Collections of families under aristocratic rule, 3. The cities of the plains, e.g. Troy, with various constitutions, 4. A league of such cities, now to be discussed. Laws 3 1373. The rulers themselves are to blame. That was the line we took when the subject cropped up a little time ago, or have we forgotten by now? Megillus, no, of course not. Athenian, so now we can put our thesis on a better footing, because it looks as if our study of history has led us to the same conclusion as before. This means we shall carry on our investigation on the basis of the 684 actual facts rather than conjecture. The facts are, of course, as follows: each of the 3 royal families, and each of the 3 royal states they ruled, exchanged oaths in accordance with mutually binding laws which they had adopted to regulate the exercise of authority and obedience to it. The kings swore never to stiffen their rule as the nation continued down the years. The others undertook, provided the rulers kept to their side of the bargain, never themselves to overthrow the kingships nor tolerate and attempt to do so by others. The kings would help the kings and peoples if they were wronged, and the peoples would help the peoples and the kings likewise. That is right, isn't it? Megillus, certainly. Athenian, now whether it was the kings or someone else who laid down laws for this political system thus established in the 3 states, the crucial provision, surely, was this. Megillus, what? Athenian, whenever a given state broke the established laws, an alliance of the other 2 would always be there to take the eld against it. Megillus, obviously. Athenian, of course, most people only ask their legislators to enact the kind of laws that the population in general will accept without objection. But just imagine asking your trainer or doctor to give you pleasure when he trains or cures your body. Megillus, exactly. Athenian, in fact, you often have to be satisfied if you can restore your body to health and vigor without undue pain. Megillus, true. Athenian, in another respect too, the people of that time were particularly well placed to make legislation a painless process. Megillus, what respect? Athenian, their legislators' efforts to establish a certain equality of property among them were not open to one particularly damaging accusation which is frequently made in other states. Suppose a legal code is being framed and someone adopts the policy of a change in the ownership of land and a cancellation of debts, because he sees that this is the only way in which equality can be satisfactorily achieved. Hence, all fundamentals is the slogan everybody uses to attack a legislator who tries to bring in that kind of reform, and his policy of land redistribution and remission of debts earns him only curses. It is enough to make any man despair. So, 1374 laws. Here is another tremendous advantage the Dorians enjoyed, the absence of resentment. No one could object to the way the land was parceled out, and large long-standing debts did not exist. Megillus, true. Athenian, then why on earth, my friends, did this foundation and its legislation turn out such a dismal failure? Megillus, what do you mean by that? What is your objection? 685. Athenian, 3 states were founded, but in 2 of them the political system and the legal code were quickly corrupted. Only the third settlement survived, that of your state, Sparta. Megillus, a pretty difficult problem you reposing. Athenian, nevertheless, it demands our attention. So now let us look into it, and while away the journey, as we said when we set out, by amusing ourselves with laws, it is a dignified game and it suits our time of life. B. Megillus, of course. We must do as you say. Athenian, no laws could form a better subject for our investigation than those by which these states have been administered. Or are there any bigger or more famous states whose foundation we might examine? Megillus, no, it is not easy to think of alternatives. Athenian, well then, it is pretty obvious that they intended the arrangements they made to protect adequately not only the Peloponnese but the Greeks in general against any possible attack by non-Greeks, as for example occurred when those who then lived in the territory of Ilium trusted to the power of the Assyrian Empire, which Ninos had founded, and provoked the war against Troy by their arrogance. You see, a good deal of the splendor of the Assyrian Empire still remained, and the dread of its united organization was the counterpart in that age of our fear of the great king of Persia today. The Assyrians had a tremendous grudge against the Greeks. Troy, which was part of the Assyrian Empire, had been captured for a second time. 7. To meet such dangers the Dorian army formed a single unit body, although at that period it was distributed among the 3 states under the command of the kings, who were brothers, being sons of Hercules. It seemed to be excellently conceived and equipped, better even than the army which sailed against Troy. For a start, people thought the sons of Hercules were, as commanders, a cut above the grand sons of Pelops. 8. Secondly, they rated the prowess of the army itself higher than that of the expedition which went to Troy. After all, they calculated that had consisted of Achaeans, the very people the Dorians had defeated. So may we take it that this was the nature and purpose of the arrangements they made. 7. For the RST capture, see Iliad v.640. 8. Agamemnon and Menelaus, who led the expedition against Troy. Laws 3 1375. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, and for various reasons they probably expected these AR 686 arrangements would be permanent and last a long time. They had been comrades in a great many toils and dangers in the past, and now they had been brought under the control of a single family, the kings being brothers, and they had also consulted a large number of prophets, notably Apollo at Delphi. Megillus, yes, that is probable enough, of course. Athenian, but apparently these large expectations evaporated pretty quickly, except, as we said a minute ago, in the case of just one small part B of the alliance, your state, Sparta. And right up to the present day Sparta has never stopped being the other 2 members. But if they had done as they intended and had agreed on a common policy, their power would have been irresistible, militarily speaking. Megillus, it certainly would. Athenian, so just how did their plans misread? This is surely a problem we ought to look into. Why was such a vast and tremendous organization unlucky enough to be destroyed? Megillus, true, this is the right direction to look. Neglect these, and see. Ull never end any other laws or political systems preserving, or eliminating, such remarkable and important features. Athenian, what a stroke of luck. It looks as if we somehow got on to a crucial point. Megillus, no doubt about it. Athenian, well now, my Andy fellow, what hackneyed thoughts we been having, without realizing it. When people see some tremendous achievement, they always think to themselves, what terrible results it would have led to, if someone had known how to set about putting it to proper use. Here and now, perhaps our ideas on the topic we are discussing are just as wrong and unrealistic as anybody else who looks at anything in that sort of way. Megillus, well really, what do you mean? What are we supposed to think you redriving it when you say that? Athenian, I was poking fun at no one but myself, my friend. I was thinking about the army we are discussing, and it occurred to me how splendid it was and what a marvelous tool, as I said, had been put into the hands of the Greeks if only someone had put it to the proper use at the time. Megillus, and you were quite right and sensible in everything you said, and we heartily agreed with you equally rightly and sensibly. Athenian, maybe so. Still, my view is that everyone who sets eyes on something big and strong and powerful immediately gets the feeling that if the owner knew how to take advantage of its size and scale he would get tremendous results and be a happy man. 1376 laws. Megillus, and this again is surely right and proper. Or do you see 687 it differently? Athenian, well now, just consider what criteria a man ought to employ if he is going to be right to give such praise in an individual case. What about the one we are discussing, for a start? Suppose those who undertook the organization of the army in that age had known their job, somehow they would have succeeded in it, but the question is how. They ought, of course, to have consolidated their army and kept it on a permanent footing. This would have ensured them their own freedom while they ruled over anybody else they liked, and in general it would have enabled them to do whatever they or their children wanted all over the world, among the Greeks and non-Greeks indifferently. This is what men would praise them for. Isn't it? Megillus, it is indeed. Athenian, again, anyone who notices a case of great wealth or exceptional family distinction or something like that takes precisely the same line. He assumes that just because a man enjoys these advantages his every wish will be granted, or at any rate most of them, and the most important ones. Megillus, quite likely. Athenian, now then, this shows that there is one species desire common to all mankind. Isn't this the upshot of our discussion? Megillus, what desire? Athenian, that events should obey whatever orders one feels like giving invariably, if possible, but failing that, at least where human affairs are concerned. Megillus, very true. Athenian, so seeing that this is the constant wish of us all, right from childhood to old age, isn't it inevitably what we are always praying for too? Megillus, of course. Athenian, and I suppose our prayers on behalf of those whom we love will be for precisely what they themselves pray for on their own behalf. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, a man who is a father loves the child who is his son. Megillus, of course. Athenian, yet there is a good deal in the son's prayers that the father will beg the gods never to grant. Megillus, you mean when the son who prays is still young and irresponsible? Athenian, yes, and I am thinking too of when the father is senile or even unduly impulsive because of second childhood, and has lost all sense of what is right and proper. He gets into the same state as Theseus when he, Laws 3 1377, dealt with Hippolytus, who died so wretchedly. 9 And his prayers become very vehement indeed. But if the son understands the situation, do you think he will join in his father's prayers, given those circumstances? Megillus, I know what you mean. Your point, I take it, is that you should demand your own way in your prayers only if your wishes are supported by your rational judgment, and this, a rational outlook, should be the object of the prayers and efforts of us all, states and individuals alike. Athenian, it should indeed, and in particular let me remind myself 688. It should always be the aim of a state as legislator when he frames the provisions of his laws. And I remind you again to recollect the beginning of our discussion of what you two recommended. You said that the good legislator should construct his entire legal code with a view to war. 10 For my part, I maintained that this was to order him to establish his laws with an eye on only one virtue out of the four. I said he ought to keep virtue B as a whole in mind, but especially and preeminently the virtue that heads the list, judgment and wisdom, and a strength of mind such that desires and appetites are kept under control. Our discussion has come full circle. And being the speaker at the moment, I make the same point as before. You can treat it as a joke if you like, but if you prefer, you can take it seriously. I maintain that, if you lack wisdom, praying is a risky business, because you get the opposite of what you want. If you like to suppose that I am in earnest, do so. I am content that if you follow the line of argument we opened up a moment ago, you will soon discover that the cause of the ruin of the kings and the whole enterprise was not cowardice nor a lack of military expertise in the commanders or in those whose role it was to obey them. The disaster was caused by every other sort of vice, and in particular ignorance about mankind as most vital concerns. And if that was true, then it is even more so today, and precisely the same will be true in the future. If you like, I'll try to press on with the next stages in the argument and develop the point. As you are my friends, I'll do my very best to make it clear. Clinias, to make a speech in your praise, sir, would be a tasteless thing to do. Our actions rather than our words will show our regard for you. We shall give you our closest attention. This is the best way to tell whether a gentleman approves or not. Megillus, well said, Clinias. Let us do as you say. Clinias, and so we shall, God willing. Now let us have your explanation. Athenian, well then, to go back onto the track of the argument, we maintain that crass ignorance destroyed that great empire, and that it has 9 Hippolytus' stepmother Phaedra falsely accused him of sexual misconduct towards herself. Theseus, her husband, prayed for the death of his son. The prayer was granted. But then Theseus discovered Hippolytus' innocence. 10:625 DFF. 1378 Laws. A natural tendency to produce precisely the same results today. If this is so, it means that the legislator must try to inspire states with as much good sense as possible, and eradicate folly, as far as he can. Clinias, obviously. Athenian, so what kind of ignorance would deserve the title crass? 689. See if you agree with my description. I suggest this kind. Clinias, what? Athenian, the kind involved when a man thinks something is any end good, but loathes it instead of liking it, and conversely when he likes and welcomes what he believes is wicked and unjust. I maintain that this disaccord between his feelings of pleasure and pain and his rational judgment constitutes the very lowest depth of ignorance. It is also the most crass, in that it affects the most extensive element in the soul, the element B, that experiences pleasure and pain, which corresponds to the most extensive part of a state, the common people. So when the soul quarrels with knowledge or opinion or reason, its natural ruling principles, you have there what I call folly. This applies both to the state in which people disobey their rulers and laws, and to the individual, when the anti-princi pleas in which he really believes prove not only ineffective but actually harmful. It has all these examples of ignorance that I should put down as the worst kind of discord in a state and individual, not the mere professional ignorance of a workman. I hope you see what I mean, gentlemen. Clinias, we do, my friend, and we agree with what you say. Athenian, so let us adopt this as an agreed statement of policy. No citizens who suffer from this kind of ignorance should be entrusted with any degree of power. They must be reproved for their ignorance, even if their ability to reason is outstanding and they have worked hard at every nice accomplishment that makes a man quick wit. It is those whose characters are at the other extreme who must be called wise, even if, as the saying is, they cannot read, they cannot swim, and it is these sensible people who must be given the obsequies of state. You see, my friends, without concord, how could you ever get even a glimmer of sound judgment? It is out of the question. But we should be entirely just in styling the greatest and most splendid concord of all the greatest wisdom. Anyone who lives a rational life shares in this wisdom, but the man who lacks it will invariably turn out to be a spendthrift and no savior to the city. Quite the reverse, because he suffers from this particular kind of ignorance. So as we said just now, let us adopt this as a statement of our views. Clinias, adopted it is. Athenian, now, I take it that states must contain some people who govern and others who are governed. Clinias, naturally. Athenian, good. Well then, what titles are there to either rank? Can we 690 count them? I mean both in the state and in the family, in each case. Laws 3 1379. Irrespective of size. One claim, surely, could be made by father and mother. And in general the title of parents to exercise control over their children and descendants would be universally acknowledged, wouldn't he? Clinias, of course. Athenian, close behind comes the title of those of high birth to govern those of low birth. Next in order comes our third demand, that younger people should consent to be governed by their elders. Clinias, certainly. Athenian, the fourth is that slaves should be subject to the control of their masters. Clinias, no doubt about it. Athenian, and I suppose the FTH is that the stronger should rule and the weaker should obey. Clinias, a pretty compelling claim to obedience, that. Athenian, yes, and one which prevails throughout the animal king. DOM by decree of nature, as Pindar of Thebes once remarked. 11 But it looks as if the most important claim will be the sixth, that the ignorant man should follow the leadership of the wise and obey his orders. In spite of you, my clever Pindar, what I call the decree of nature is in fact the rule of law that governs willing subjects, without being imposed by force. I am certainly not prepared to say it as unnatural. Clinias, quite right. Athenian, and we persuade a man to cast lots, by explaining that this, the seventh title to authority, enjoys the favor of the gods and is blessed by fortune. We tell him that the fairest arrangement is for him to exercise Authority if he wins, but to be subject to it if he loses. Cleinias, that's very true. Athenian, so you see, O legislator, as we might jocularly address thee. Someone who sets about legislation with undue optimism, you see how many titles to authority there are, and how they naturally connict with each other. Now here is a source of civil strife we've discovered for you, which you must put to rights. First, though, join us in trying to end out how the kings of Argos and Messene went astray and broke these rules, and so destroyed themselves and the power of Greece, for all its splendor. At that time, wasn't it because they didn't appreciate the truth of Hesiod Esse? Remarked that the half is often greater than the whole? 12. He thought that when it is harmful to get the whole, and the half is enough, then enough is better than a feast, and is the preferable alternative. Cleinias, true enough. 11. The Athenian alludes to a few lines of a poem now largely lost, FRG 109 Snell cf. 714e and 898. 12 works and days 40. 1380 laws. Athenian, so where do we suppose this destructive process invariably starts? Among kings or people? Cleinias, most instances suggest that this is probably a disease of King 691, whose life of luxury has made them arrogant. Athenian, so it is clear that it was the kings of that era who were RST, infected by the acquisitive spirit and ants of the law of the land. The precise point to which they had given their seal of approval by their word and oath became the ground of their disagreement, and this lack of harmony, which is, in our view, the crassest stupidity, though it looks like wisdom, put the whole arrangement jarringly off key and out of tune. Hence its destruction. Cleinias, quite likely. Athenian, very well. Then what precautions ought a contemporary be legislator to have taken in his code to nip this disease in the bud? God knows, the answer is not difficult nowadays, and the point is quite simple. To understand though if anyone had foreseen the problem then, assuming it was possible to do so, he'd have been wiser than we are. Vigilus, what do you mean? Athenian, hindsight, Vigilus. In the perspective of today it's easy to understand what should have been done then, and once understood it's equally easy to explain. Vigilus, you'd better be even clearer than that. Athenian, the clearest way of putting it would be this. Vigilus, what? Athenian, if you neglect the rule of proportion and excessively large sails to small ships, or give too much food to a small body, or too high authority to a soul that doesn't measure up to it, the result is always disastrous. Body and soul become puffed up, disease breaks out in the one, and in the other arrogance quickly leads to injustice. Now, what are we getting at? Simply this, the mortal soul simply does not exist, my friends, which by dint of its natural qualities will ever make a success of supreme authority among men while it is still young and responsible to no one. Full of folly, the worst of diseases, it inevitably has its judgment corrupted, and incurs the enmity of its closest friends, and once that happens, its total ruin and the loss of all its power soon follow. ARST. Class lawgiver's job is to have a sense of proportion and to guard against this danger. Nowadays it is a reasonable guess that this was in fact done. At that time, however, it looks as if there was. Vigilus, what? Athenian, some god who was concerned on your behalf and saw what was going to happen. He took your single line of kings and split it into 13 so as to restrict its powers to more reasonable proportions. After 13 Procles and Eurysthenes, the RST kings of Sparta, were the twin sons of Aristodemus. Laws 3 1381. That, a man 14 who combined human nature with some of the powers of AE. God observed that your leadership was still in a feverish state, so he blended the obstinacy and vigor of the Spartans with the prudent opinions of age 692. By giving the 28 elders the same authority in making important decisions as the kings. Your third savior 15 saw that your government was still fretting and fuming with restless energy, so he put a kind of bridle on it in the shape of the power of the effort 16, a power which came very close to being held by lot. This is the formula that turned your kingship into a mixture of the right elements, so that thanks to its own stability it ensured the stability of the rest of the state. If things had been left to the discretion of Timaeus and Crispin and the legislators of that time, whoever in fact they were, not even Aristodemus part 17 would have survived. You see, they were tyros in legislation, otherwise it would never have occurred to them to rely on oaths 18 to restrain the soul of a young man who had taken over power from which a tyranny could develop. But the fact is that God has demonstrated the sort of thing a position of authority ought to have been then and should be now, if it is to have any prospects of permanency. As I said before, we don't need any great wisdom to recognize all this now. After all, it is not difficult to see the point if you have a historical example to go by. But if anyone had seen all this then, and had been able to control the various of CES and produce a single authority out of the three, he would have saved all the splendid projects of that age from destruction, and neither the Persians nor anyone else would ever have sent AET to attack Greece, contemptuously supposing that we were people who counted for very little. Cleinias, that is true. Athenian, after all, Cleinias, the way the Greeks repulsed them was a disgrace. In saying this, I don't mean that those who won the battles of that war by land and sea did not do so magnificently. By disgrace I mean that, to start with, only one of those three states fought to defend Greece. The other two were rotten to the core. One of them 19 even hindered Sparta's attempts to help the defense, and fought her tooth and nail, while the other, Argos, which used to be paramount when the territory was RST. 14 Lycurgus, who created the Spartan Council of Elders. 15 The expression third savior is proverbial, and refers to the custom of offering Zeus the savior the third libation at banquets. Plato probably means Theopompus, a king of Sparta in the 8th century. 16 5 Annually elected of Chales who in addition to wide executive and judicial powers, exercised close control over the conduct of the kings. 17 i.e., Sparta, C683 CFF and 684 EFF. 18 C684A. 19 Messene. CF 698 C, E. 1382 laws. Divided up, although called upon to repel the barbarian, ignored the request and failed to contribute to the defense. A detailed history of the course of that war would have some pretty ugly charges to make against Greece. Indeed, there is no reason why it should report that Greece made any defense at all. If it hadn't been for the joint determination of the Athenians and the Spartans to resist the slavery that threatened them, we 693 should have by now virtually a complete mixture of the races Greek with Greek, Greek with barbarian, and barbarian with Greek. We can see a parallel in the nations whom the Persians lord it over today. They have been split up and then horribly jumbled together again into the scattered communities in which they now live. Well now, Cleinias and Vigilus, why are we making these accusations against the so-called statesmen and legislators of that day and this? Because if we out why they went wrong, we shall discover what different course of action they ought to have followed. That is what we were doing just now, when we said that legislation providing for powerful or extreme authority is a mistake. 1. Should always remember that a state ought to be free and wise and enjoy internal harmony, and that this is what the lawgiver should concentrate on in his legislation. I have not surprised us several times before, and now we have decided on a number of other aims and said they were what a lawgiver should concentrate on, so that the aims proposed never seem to be the same from minute to minute. When we say that the legislator should keep self-control or good judgment or friendship in view, we must bear in mind that all these aims are the same, not different. Nor should we be disconcerted if we envy a lot of other expressions of which the same is true. Cleinias, yes, when we think back over the argument we'll certainly try to remember that. But you wanted to explain what the legislator ought to aim at in the matter of friendship and good judgment and liberty. So tell us now what you were going to say. D. Athenian, listen to me then. There are two mother constitutions, so to speak, which you could fairly say have given birth to all the others. Monarchy is the proper name for the RST, and democracy for the second. The former has been taken to extreme lengths by the Persians, the latter by my country. Virtually all the others, as I said, are varieties of these two. It is absolutely vital for a political system to combine them, if, and this is, of course, the point of our advice, when we insist that no state formed without these two elements can be constituted properly, if it is to enjoy freedom and friendship applied with good judgment. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, one state was overeager in embracing only the principle of monarchy, the other in embracing only the ideal of liberty. Neither has achieved the balance between the two. Your Spartan and Cretan states have done better, and time was when you could say much the same of the Athenians and Persians, but things have changed since then. Let us run 694 through the reasons for this, shall we? Laws 3 1383. Cleinias, yes, of course, if, that is, we mean to finish what we have set out to do. Athenian, then let us listen to the story. Under Cyrus, the life of the Persians was a judicious blend of liberty and subjection, and after gaining their own freedom they became the masters of a great number of other people. As rulers, they granted a degree of liberty to their subjects and put them on the same footing as themselves, with the result that soldiers felt more affection for their commanders and displayed greater zeal in the face of danger. The king felt no jealousy if any of his subjects was intelligent, and had some advice to offer. On the contrary, he allowed free speech and valued those who could contribute to the formulation of policy. A sensible man could use his opinions to help the common cause. Thanks to freedom, friendship, and the practice of pooling their ideas, during that period the Persians made progress all along the line. Cleinias, it does rather look as if that was the situation in the period you describe. Athenian, so how are we to explain the disaster under Cambyses, and see the virtually complete recovery under Darius? 20 to help our reconstruction of events, shall we have a shot at some inspired guessing? Cleinias, yes, because this topic we've embarked on will certainly help our inquiry. Athenian, my guess, then, about Cyrus, is that although he was doubtless a good commander and a loyal patriot, he never considered, even superficially, the problem of correct education, and as for running a household, I'd say he never paid any attention to it at all. Cleinias, and what interpretation are we to put on a remark like that? Athenian, I mean that he probably spent his entire life after infancy on the campaign, and handed over his children to the women to bring up. These women reared them from their earliest years as though they were already heaven as special favorites and darlings, endowed with all the blessings that implies. They wouldn't allow anyone to thwart their beatitudes in anything, and they forced everybody to rhapsodize about what the children said or did. You can imagine the sort of person they produced. Cleinias, and any old education it must have been, to judge from your account. Athenian, it was a womanish education, conducted by the royal harem. The teachers of the children had recently come into considerable wealth, but they were left all on their own, without men, because the army was preoccupied by wars and constant dangers. Cleinias, that makes sense. 20 Cambyses, son of Cyrus, was king of Persia from 529 to 521. Disaster refers to the military failures of his reign, his tyrannical madness, and the short-lived seizure of his throne by Gaumates, c. 695b and note. Cambyses was succeeded by Darius, 521 to 486, who followed the prudent policies described in 695 c. d. See Herodotus, 3, 61 ff. 1384 laws. Athenian, the children's father, for his part, went on accumulating herds and ox for their vanity and many a herd of human beings too. Quite apart from every other sort of animal, but he didn't know that his 695 intended heirs were not being instructed in the traditional Persian discipline. This discipline, the Persians being shepherds, and sons of a stony soil, was a tough one, capable of producing hardy shepherds who could camp out and keep awake on watch and turn soldier if necessary. He just didn't notice that women and eunuchs had given his sons the education of a Mede 21 and that it had been debased by their so-called blessed status. That is why Cyrus' children turned out as children naturally do when their teachers have never corrected them. So, when they succeeded to their inheritance on the death of Cyrus, they were living in a riot of unrestrained debauchery. First, unwilling to tolerate an equal, one of them killed the other. Next, he himself, driven out of his senses by liquor and lack of self-control, was deprived of his dominions by the Medes and the eunuch, as he was then called, to whom the idiot Cambyses was an object of contempt. 22. Cleinias, so the story goes, and it seems probable enough. See. Athenian, and it goes on, I think, to say that the empire was regained for the Persians by Darius and the seven. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, now let us carry on with this story of ours and see what happened. Darius was no royal prince, and his upbringing had not encouraged him to self-indulgence. When he came and seized the empire with the aid of the other 6, he split it up into 7 divisions, of which some faint outlines still survive today. He thought the best policy was to govern it by new laws of his own which introduced a certain degree of equality for all, and he also included in his code regulations about the tribute promised to the people by Cyrus. His generosity in money and gifts rallied all the Persians to his side, and stimulated a feeling of community and friendship among them. Consequently his armies regarded him with such affection that they added to the territory Cyrus had bequeathed at least as much again. But Darius was succeeded by Xerxes, whose education had reverted to the royal pampering of old. Darius, as perhaps we be entitled to say to him, you haven't learned from Cyrus' mistake, so you've brought up Xerxes in the same habits as Cyrus brought up Cambyses. So Xerxes, being a product of the same type of education, naturally had a career that closely reproduced the pattern of Cambyses. Misfortunes. Ever since then, hardly any king of the Persians has been genuinely great, except in style and title. I maintain that the reason for 21 i.e., an education of extreme luxury. 22 Gamates impersonated Cambyses' dead brother in order to seize the kingdom. Laws 3 1385. This is not just bad luck, but the shocking life that the children of dictators 696 and fantastically rich parents almost always lead. No man, you see, however old or however young, will ever excel in virtue if he has had this sort of upbringing. We repeat that this is the point the legislator must look out for, and so must we here and now. And in all fairness, my Spartan friends, one must give your state credit for at least this much: rich man, poor man, commoner and king are held in honor to the same degree and are educated in the same way, without privilege, except as determined by the supernative instructions you received from some god when your state was founded. 23 A man's exceptional wealth is no more reason for a state to confer specially exalted obsequy on him than his ability to run, his good looks, or his physical strength, in the absence of some virtue, or even if he has some virtue, if it excludes self-control. Megillus, what do you mean by that, sir? Athenian, courage, I take it, is one part of virtue. Megillus, of course. Athenian, so now that you've heard the story, use your own judgment. Would you be glad to have as a resident in your house or as a neighbor a man who in spite of considerable courage was immoderate and licentious? Megillus, heaven forbid. See. Athenian, well then, what about a skilled workman, knowledgeable in his own eld, but unjust? Megillus, no, I'd never welcome him. Athenian, but surely, in the absence of self-control, justice will never spring up. Megillus, of course not. Athenian, nor indeed will the wise man we put forward just now. 24. Who keeps his feelings of pleasure and pain in tune with right reason and obedient to it? Megillus, no, he certainly won't. Athenian, now here is another point for us to consider, which will help us to decide whether civic distinctions are, on a given occasion, conferred correctly or incorrectly. Megillus, and what is that? Athenian, if we found self-control existing in the soul in isolation from all other virtue, should we be just in admiring it? Or not? Megillus, I really couldn't say. Athenian, a very proper reply. If you had opted for either alternative, it would have struck an odd note, I think. Megillus, so my reply was all right, then. 23 624 FF and 691 DFF. 24 689 DFF. 1386 laws. Athenian, yes. But if you have something which in itself deserves to be admired or execrated, a mere additional element isn't worth talking about, much better pass it over and say nothing. Megillus, self-control is the element you mean, I suppose. Athenian, it is. And in general, whatever beneath us most, when this element is added, deserves the highest honor, the second most beneficial thing deserves the second highest honor, and so on, as we go down the list, everything will get in due order the honor it deserves. Megillus, true. 697. Athenian, well then, shan't we insist again 25 that the distribution of these honors is the business of the legislator? Megillus, of course. Athenian, would you prefer us to leave the entire distribution to his discretion and let him deal with the details of each individual case? But, as we too have something of a taste for legislation, perhaps you'd like us to try our hands at a threefold division and distinguish the most important class, then the second and the third. Megillus, certainly. Athenian, we maintain that if a state is going to survive to enjoy all the happiness that mankind can achieve, it is vitally necessary for it to distribute honors and marks of disgrace on a proper basis. And the proper basis is to put spiritual goods at the top of the list and hold them provided. The soul exercises self-control in the highest esteem, bodily goods and advantages should come second, and third those said to be provided by property and wealth. If a legislator or a state ever ignores these guidelines by valuing riches above all or by promoting one of the other inferior goods to a more exalted position, it will be an act of political and religious folly. Shall we take this line, or not? Megillus, yes, emphatically and unambiguously. Athenian, it was our scrutiny of the political system of the Persians that made us go into this business at such length. Our verdict was that their corruption increased year by year, and the reason we assign for this is that they were too strict in depriving the people of liberty and too energetic in introducing authoritarian government, so that they destroyed all friendship and community of spirit in the state. And with that gone, the policy of rulers is framed not in the interests of their subjects the people, but to support their own authority. Let them only think that a situation offers them the prospect of some proti, even a small one, and they wreck cities and ruin friendly nations by re and sword. They hate, and are hated in return, with savage and pitiless loathing. When they come to need the common people to GHT on their behalf, they discover the army has no loyalty, no eagerness to face danger and GHT. They have millions and 25 CF 631 EFF. Laws 3 1387. Millions of soldiers all useless for fighting a war, so that just as if manpower were in short supply, they have to hire it, imagining that mercenaries and foreigners will ensure their safety. Not only this, they 698 inevitably become so stupid that they proclaim by their very actions that, as compared with gold and silver, everything society regards as good and valuable is in their eyes so much trash. Megillus, exactly. Athenian, so let us have done with the Persians. Our conclusion is that the empire is badly run at the moment because the people are kept in undue subjection and the rulers excessively authoritarian. Megillus, precisely. Athenian, next we come to the political system of Attica. We have to demonstrate, on the same lines as before, that complete freedom from all authority is infinitely worse than submitting to a moderate degree of control. At the time of the Persian attack on the Greeks on virtually everyone living in Europe, is perhaps a better way of putting it, we Athenians had a constitution, inherited from a distant past, in which a number of public of CES were held on the basis of 4 property classes. Lady Modesty was the mistress of our hearts, a despot who made us live in willing subjection to the laws then in force. Moreover, the enormous size of the army that was coming at us by land and sea made us desperately afraid, and served to increase our obedience to the authorities and the law. For all these reasons we displayed a tremendous spirit of cooperation. You see, about 10 years before the Battle of Salamis, Datis had arrived at the head of a Persian army. He had been sent by Darius against the Athenians and the Eretrians with explicit instructions to make slaves of them and bring them home, and he had been warned that failure would mean death. With his vast numbers of soldiers, Datis made short work of the Eretrians, whom he completely overpowered and captured. He then sent to Athens a blood-curdling report that not a single Eretrian had got away, propaganda which asked us to believe that data soldiers, hand in hand in a long line, had combed over every inch of Eritrea. Well, whatever the truth or otherwise of this tale, it tarried the Greeks, the Athenians were particularly scared, and they sent off envoys in all directions, but no one was prepared to help them except the Spartans who were, however, prevented by the Messenian War, which was going on at that time, or perhaps by some other distraction. I am not aware of any information being given on the point. However that may be, the Spartans arrived at Marathon one day, too late for the battle. After this, reports of vast preparations and endless threats on the part of the king came thick and fast. The years went by, and then we were told that Darius was dead, but that his son, young and impetuous, had inherited the kingdom and was determined not to give up the invasion. The Athenians reckoned that all these preparations were 699, directed against themselves, because of what had happened at Marathon. 1,388 loss. And when they heard of the canal that had been dug through Athos, the bridging of the Hellespont and the huge number of Xerxes' ships, they calculated that neither land nor sea offered any prospects of safety. No one, they thought, would come to help them. They remembered the previous attack and the success of the Persians in Eritrea. No one had assisted the Athenians then, no one had faced the danger biting at their side. B. On land they expected the same thing to happen this time, and as for the sea, they realized that escape by this route was out of the question, in view of the 1,000 or more ships coming to the attack. They could think of only one hope, and a thin, desperate hope it was, but there was simply no other. Their minds went back to the previous occasion, and they acted how the victory they won in battle had been gained in equally desperate circumstances. Sustained by this hope, they began to recognize that no sea, one but they themselves and their gods could provide a way out of their difficulties. All this inspired them with a spirit of solidarity. One cause was the actual fear they felt at the time, but there was another kind too, encouraged by the traditional laws of the state. I mean the fear they had learned to experience as a result of being subject to an ancient code of laws. In the course of our earlier discussion 26 we have called this fear modesty often enough, and we said that people who aspire to be good must be its slave. A coward, on the other hand, is free of this particular kind of fear and never experiences it. And if ordinary fear had not overtaken the cowards on that occasion, they would never have combined to defend themselves or protected temples, tombs, fatherland, and friends and relatives as well, in the way they did. We would all have been split up and scattered over the face of the earth. Megillus, yes, sir, you are quite right, and your remarks re-ect credit, both on your country and yourself. Athenian, no doubt, Megillus, and it is only right and proper to tell you of the history of that period, seeing that you've even blessed with your ancestors' character. Now then, you and Clinias, consider, have these remarks of ours any relevance at all to legislation? After all, this is the object of the exercise. I am not going through all this simply for the story. Look, in a way, we Athenians have had the same experience as the Persians. They, of course, reduced the people to a state of complete subjection, and we encouraged the masses to the opposite extreme of unfettered liberty. But the discussion we have had serves well enough as a pointer to the next step in the argument, and shows us the method to follow. Megillus, splendid. But do try to be even more explicit about what 700 you mean. Athenian, very well. When the old laws applied, my friends, the people were not in control. On the contrary, they lived in a kind of voluntary slavery to the laws. 26 at 647a, 671d. Laws 3 1389. Megillus, which laws have you in mind? Athenian, I am thinking primarily of the regulations about the music of that period, music being the proper place to start a description of how life became progressively freer of controls. In those days Athenian music comprised various categories and forms. One type of song consisted of the prayers to the gods, which were termed hymns, and there was another, quite different type, which you might well have called laments. Paeans made up the third category, and there was also a fourth, called a dithyramb, whose theme was, I think, the birth of Dionysus. There existed another kind of song too, which they thought of as a separate class, and the name they gave it was this very word that is so often on our lips, Gnomes 27, 4. The lyre, as they always added. Once these categories and a number of others had been exceeded, no one was allowed to pervert them by using one sort of tune in a composition belonging to another category. And what was C? The authority which had to know these standards and use its knowledge in reaching its verdicts, and crack down on the disobedient? Well, certainly. No notice was taken of the catcalls and uncouth yelling of the audience, as it is nowadays, nor yet of the applause that indicates approval. People of taste and education made it a rule to listen to the performance with silent attention right through to the end. Children and their attendants and the general public could always be disciplined and controlled by a stick. D. Such was the rigor with which the mass of the people was prepared to be controlled in the theater, and to refrain from passing judgment by shouting. Later, as time went on, composers arose who started to set a fashion of breaking the rules and offending good taste. They did have a natural artistic talent, but they were ignorant of the correct and legitimate standards laid down by the muse. Gripped by a frenzied and excessive lust for pleasure, they jumbled together laments and hymns, mixed paeans and dithyrambs, and even imitated pipe tunes on the lyre. The result was a total confusion of styles. Unintentionally, in their idiotic way, they misrepresented their art, claiming that in music there are no standards of right and wrong at all, but that the most correct criterion is the pleasure of a man who enjoyed the performance, whether he is a good man or not. On these principles they based their compositions, and they accompanied them with propaganda to the same effect. Consequently they gave the ordinary man not only a taste for breaking the laws of music but the arrogance to set himself up as a capable judge. The audiences, once silent, 701, began to use their tongues. They claimed to know what was good and bad in music, and instead of a musical meritocracy, a sort of vicious theatrocracy arose. But if this democracy had been limited to gentlemen, and had applied only to music, no great harm would have been done. In the event, however, music proved to be the starting point of everyone's conviction that he was an authority on everything, and of a general. 27 The Greek word is nomoi, which also means laws. Cf 722d, 775b, 799e. 1390 laws. Disregard for the law. Complete license was not far behind. The conviction that they knew made them unafraid, and assurance engendered effrontery. B. You see, a reckless lack of respect for one's betters is effrontery of peculiar viciousness, which springs from a freedom from inhibitions that has gone much too far. Megillus, you are absolutely right. Athenian, this freedom will then take other forms. First people grow unwilling to submit to the authorities, then they refuse to obey the admoni. of their fathers and mothers and elders. As they hurtle along towards the end of this primrose path, they try to escape the authority of the laws. And the very end of the road comes when they cease to care about oaths and promises and religion in general. They reveal, reincarnated in themselves, the character of the ancient Titans 28 of the story, and thanks to getting into the same position as the Titans did, they live a wretched life of endless misery. Again I ask, what is the purpose of saying all this? My tongue has been galloping on and obviously I ought to curb it constantly. I must keep a bridle in my mouth and not let myself be carried away by the argument so as to take a toss from the hoss, as the saying is. Let me repeat the question, what is the point of this speech I've made? Megillus, well asked. Athenian, the point is one we've made before. Megillus, what? Athenian, we said 29 that a lawgiver should frame his code with an eye on three things, the freedom, unity, and wisdom of the city for which he legislates. That's right, isn't it? Megillus, certainly. Athenian, that was why we selected two political systems, one authoritarian in the highest degree, the other representing an extreme of liberty. And the question is now, which of these two constitutes correct government? We reviewed a moderate authoritarianism and a moderate freedom, and saw the result, tremendous progress in each case. But when either the Persians or the Athenians pushed things to extremes of subjection in the one case and its opposite in the other, it did neither of them any good at all. Megillus, you were quite right. 702. Athenian, we had precisely the same purpose when we looked at the settlement of the Dorian forces, Dardanus dwellings in the foothills, the foundation by the sea, and the original survivors of the good. Earlier, we discussed music and drink from the same point of view, as well as other topics before that. The object was always to empty out what would be the ideal way of administering a state, and the best principles the individual be. 28 children of heaven and earth, long-standing enemies ultimately overthrown by the Olympian gods. 29 C693b. Laws 3 1391. Can observe in running his own life. But has it been worth our while? I wonder, Clinias and Megillus, if there's some test of this that we could set ourselves? Clinias, I think I can see one, sir. As luck would have it, I that all the subjects we have discussed in our conversation are relevant to my needs here and now. How fortunate that I've fallen in with you and Megillus. I won't keep you in the dark about my position indeed, I think that meeting you is a good omen for the future. The greater part of Crete is attempting to found a colony, and has given responsibility for the job to the Gnossians, and the state of Gnosis has delegated it to myself and 9 colleagues. Our brief is to compose a legal code on the basis of such local laws as we nd satisfactory, and to use foreign laws as well. The fact that they are not Cretan must not count against them, provided their quality seems superior. So what about doing me and you a favor? Let's take a selection of the topics we have covered and construct an imaginary community, pretending that we are its original founders. That will allow us to consider the question before us, and it may be that I'll use this framework for the future state. Athenian, well, Clinias, that's certainly welcome news. You may take it that I for my part am entirely at your disposal, unless Megillus has some objection. Clinias, splendid. Megillus, yes, I too am at your service. Clinias, I'm delighted you both agree. Now then, let's try initially only in theory to found our state. Book 4. Athenian, well, now, how should we describe our future state? I don't 704. Mean just its name, I'm not asking what it's called now, nor what it ought to be called in the future. This might well be suggested by some detail of the actual foundation or by some spot nearby, perhaps a river or spring. Or some local gods will give the new state their own style and title. This is my real question, is it to be on the coast, or inland? Clinias, the state I was talking about a moment ago, sir, is approximately 80 stads one from the sea. Athenian, well, what about harbors? Are there any along the coast on that side of the state, or are they entirely absent? Clinias, no, sir. The state has harbors in that direction which could hardly be bettered. Athenian, a pity, that. What about the surrounding countryside? Does it grow everything or are there some deficiencies? 9 or 10 miles. 1392 laws. Clinias, no, it grows practically everything. Athenian, will it have some nearby state for a neighbor? Clinias, absolutely none. That's just why it is being founded. Ages ago, there was a migration from the district, which has left the land deserted. For goodness knows how long. Athenian, what about plains and mountains and forests? How is it off? For each of these? Clinias, very much like the rest of Crete in general. Athenian, rugged rather than you mean? Clinias, yes, that's right. Athenian, then the state will have tolerably healthy prospects of becoming virtuous. If it were going to be founded near the sea and have good harbors, and were descient in a great number of crops instead of growing everything itself, then a very great savior indeed and lawgivers of divine stature would be needed to stop sophisticated and vicious characters devil. Hoping on a grand scale, such a state would simply invite it. As it is, we can take comfort in those 80 stads. Even so, it lies nearer the sea than it should, and you say that it is rather well off for harbors, which makes matters worse, but let us be thankful for small mercies. For a country to 705. Have the sea nearby is pleasant enough for the purpose of everyday life. But in fact it is a salty, sharp and bitter neighbor too in more senses than 1. It LLS the land with wholesaling and retailing, breeds shifty and deceitful habits in a man's soul, and makes the citizens distrustful and hostile, not only among themselves, but also in their dealings with the world outside. Still, the fact that the land produces everything will be some consolation for these disadvantages, and it is obvious in any case that even if it does grow every crop, its ruggedness will stop it doing so. In any quantity, if it yielded a surplus that could be exported in bulk, the state would be swamped with the gold and silver money it received in return, and this, if a state means to develop just and noble habits, is pretty nearly the worst thing that could happen to it, all things considered, as we said, if we remember, earlier in our discussion. Clinias, of course we remember, and we agree that our argument then was right, and still is now. Athenian, the next point is this, how well is the surrounding district sea supplied with timber for building ships? Clinias, there are no oars or pines worth mentioning, and not much by way of cypress, though ULLND a small quantity of plane and Aleppo pine, which is, of course, the standard material shipwrights must have to construct the interior parts of the boat. Athenian, that too is a feature of the country which will do it no harm. Clinias, oh. 2 apparently in part a quotation from Alcman, a Spartan poet of the 7th century. C.D.A. Campbell, Greek Lyric, Loeb, Volume 2, pages 468 to 69. Laws for 1393. Athenian. It is a good thing that a state should it difficult to lower d itself to copy the wicked customs of its enemies. Cleinias, and what on earth has been said to prompt that remark? Athenian. My dear sir, cast your mind back to the beginning of our discussion and watch what I am up to. Do you remember the point we made about the laws of the Cretans having only one object, and how in particular the two of you asserted that this was warfare? I took you up on the point and argued that insofar as such institutions were established, with virtue as their aim, they were to be approved, but I took strong exception to their aiming at only a part of virtue instead of the whole. Now it is your turn. Keep a sharp eye on this present legislation, in case I lay down some law which is not conducive to virtue, or which fosters only a part of it. I am going on the assumption that a law is well enacted only if it constantly aims, like an archer, at that unique target which is the 706. Only object of legislation to be invariably and uninterruptedly attended by some good result. The law must ignore everything else, wealth or anything like that, if it happens not to meet the requirements I have stipulated. This disgraceful copying of enemies to which I was referring occurs when people live by the sea and are plagued by such foes as Minos, who once forced the inhabitants of Attica to pay a most onerous tribute. Though of course in saying this I've no wish at all to hark back to our old grudges against you. 3 Minos exercised tremendous power at sea, whereas the Athenians had not yet acquired the king ships they have today. B. Nor was their country so rich in supplies of suitable timber that they could readily construct a strong EET, consequently they couldn't turn themselves into sailors at a moment's notice and repel the enemy by copying the Cretan use of the sea. Even if they had been able to do that, it would have done them more good to lose 7 boys over and over again rather than get into bad habits by forming themselves into a navy. They had previously been infantrymen, and infantrymen can stand their ground, but sailors have the bad habit of dashing at frequent intervals and then beating a very rapid retreat indeed back to their ships. They see nothing disgraceful at all in a craven refusal to stand their ground and die as the enemy attacks, nor in the plausible excuses they produce so readily when they drop their weapons and take to their heels or, as they put it, retreat without dishonor. This is the sort of terminology you must expect if you make your soldiers into sailors. These expressions are not beyond praise, far d. From it men ought never to be trained in bad habits, least of all the citizen elite. Even from Homer, I suspect, you can see that this is bad policy. He has Odysseus pitching into Agamemnon for ordering the ships to be put to sea just when the Achaeans were being hard put to it in their GHT with the Trojans. In his anger, Odysseus says to him, 3 The Athenians killed Androgeus, son of Minos, king of Crete, who then exacted a tribute of 7 girls and 7 boys as victims for the Minotaur, a Cretan monster. 1394 laws. Why bid the well-benched ships be put to sea? When in our ears the noise of battle rings. Do you want the Trojans' dearest wish fooled, and utter ruin send us to the grave? Put the ships to sea, and watch the Achaeans buckle to the GHT. No, they'll scuttle off and shrink away from battle. The advice you give will mean the end of us. 4. So Homer too realized that it is bad tactics to have triremes lined up at 707. C in support of infantry in the Eld. This is the sort of habit training that will soon make even lions run away from deer. And that's not all. When a state which owes its power to its navy wins a victory, the bravest soldiers never get the credit for it, because the battle is won thanks to the skill of steersman, boatswain, and rower and the efforts of a motley crowd of Ragamuffins, which means that it is impossible to honor each individual in the way he deserves. Rob a state of its power to do that, and you condemn it to failure. Cleinias, I suppose that is more or less inevitable. But in spite of that, sir, it was by being at sea at Salamis against the barbarians that the Greeks saved their country according to us Cretans, anyway. Athenian, yes, that is what most people say, Greek and non-Greek alike. See. Still, my friend, we Megillus here and myself are arguing in favor of 2 battles fought on land, Marathon, which RST got the Greeks out of danger, and Plataea, which Nelly made them really safe. We maintain that these battles improved the Greeks, whereas the king at sea had the opposite effect. I hope this isn't too strong language to use about battles. That at the time certainly helped to ensure our survival, and I'll concede you the battle at Artemisium as well as the one at Salamis. That is all very well, but when we examine the natural features of a country and its legal system, our ultimate object of scrutiny is of course the quality of its social and political arrangements. We do not hold the common view that a man's highest good is to survive and simply continue to exist. His highest good is to become as virtuous as possible and to continue to exist in that state as long as life lasts. But I think we've already taken this line before. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, then we need consider only one thing, is the method we are following the same as before? Can we assume it is the best way to found a state and legislate for it? Cleinias, yes, it is by far the best. Athenian, now for the next point. Tell me, what people will you be settling? Will your policy be to accept all comers from the whole of Crete, on the grounds that the population in the individual cities has exceeded 4 Iliad 14.96, 102. Laws for 1395. The number that can be supported by the land? I don't suppose you taking all comers from the Greeks in general, though in fact I notice that some settlers from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Greece have come 708 to settle in your country. But tell me what you intend on this occasion. Where do you think your citizen body will come from this time? Cleinias, they will probably come from all over Crete. As for the other Greeks, I imagine settlers from the Peloponnese will be particularly well. Come. You are quite right in what you said just now, that there are some here from Argos. They include the Gordanians, the most distinguished of the local people, who hail from the well-known Gordon in the Peloponnese. Athenian, so it won't be all that easy for the Cretan states to found their colony. The emigrants, you see, haven the unity of a swarm of bees. They are not a single people from a single territory settling down to form a colony with mutual goodwill between themselves and those they have left behind. Such migrations occur because of the pressures of land shortage, or some similar misfortune. Sometimes a given section of the community may be obliged to go off and settle elsewhere because it is harassed by civil war, and on one occasion a whole state took to its heels after being overcome by an attack it could not resist. In all these cases to found a state and give it laws is, in some ways, comparatively easy, but in others it is rather difficult. When a single people speaks the same language and serves the same laws, you get a certain feeling of community, because everyone shares the same religious rights and so forth, but they certainly want it easy to accept laws or political systems that differ from their own. Sometimes, when it is bad laws that have stimulated the revolt, and the rebels try in their new home to keep to the same familiar habits that ruined them before, their reluctance to toe the line presents the founder D. and lawgiver with a difficult problem. On the other hand, a miscellaneous combination of all kinds of different people will perhaps be more ready to submit to a new code of laws, but to get them to pull and puff as one, as they say of a team of horses, is very difficult and takes a long time. There is no escaping it. Founding a state and legislating for it is a superb test that separates the men from the boys. Cleinias, I dare say, but what do you mean? Please be a little clearer. Athenian, my dear fellow, now that I am going back to considering the legislators again, I think I am actually going to insult them, but no matter. So long as the point is relevant. Anyway, why should I have qualms about it? It seems true of pretty nearly all human affairs. Cleinias, what are you getting at? Athenian, I was going to say that no man ever legislates at all. Accidents 709. And calamities occur in 1,000 different ways, and it is they that are the universal legislators of the world. If it isn't pressures of war that overturn the constitution and rewrite the laws, it is the distress of grinding poverty and disease too forces us to make a great many innovations. When plagues beset us for years on end and bad weather is frequent and prolonged. Realizing all these possibilities, you may jump to conclusions. 1396 laws. And say what I said just now, that no mortal ever passes any law at all, b. and that human affairs are almost entirely at the mercy of chance. Now, of course the same view could equally plausibly be taken of the profession of the steersman or doctor or general, but at the same time there is another point that could be made about all these examples, and with no less just the cation. Cleinias, what? Athenian, that the all-controlling agent in human affairs is God, assisted by the secondary influences of chance and opportunity. A less promising way of putting it is to acknowledge that there must be a third C factor, namely skill, to back up the other two. For instance, in a storm, the steersman may or may not use his skill to seize any favorable opportunity that may offer. I'd say it would help a great deal if he did. Wouldn't you? Cleinias, yes. Athenian, so the same will apply in the other cases too, and legislation, in particular, must be allowed to play the same role. If a state is to live in happiness, certain local conditions must be present, and when all these coincide, what the community needs to end is a legislator who understands the right way to go about things. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, so a professional man in each of the fields we've enumerated D could hardly go wrong if he prayed for conditions in which the workings of chance needed only to be supplemented by his own skill. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, and all the other people we've instanced would of course be able to tell you what conditions they were praying for, if you asked them. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, and I fancy a legislator would do just the same. Cleinias, I agree. Athenian, well now, legislator, let us say to him, tell us your requirements. What conditions in the state we are going to give you will enable you to run it properly on your own from now on? What is the right answer to a question like that? We were giving the legislator's answer for him, I take it. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, then this is what he'll say, give me a state under the absolute control of a dictator, and let the dictator be young, with a good memory, quick to learn, courageous, and with a character of natural elevation. And, if his other abilities are going to be any use, his dictatorial soul should 710 also possess that quality which was earlier agreed to be an essential adjunct to all the parts of virtue. Cleinias, I think the essential adjunct our companion means, Megillus, is self-control. Right? Athenian, yes, Cleinias, but the everyday kind, not the kind we speak of in a heightened sense, when we compel self-control to be good judgment. As well. I mean the spontaneous instinct that flowers earlier in life in children and animals, and in some cases succeeds in imposing a certain restraint in the search for pleasure, but fails in others. We said that if this quality existed in isolation from the many other merits we are discussing, it was not worth consideration. You see my point, I take it? Cleinias, of course. Athenian, this is the innate quality our dictator must have, in addition to the others, if the state is going to get, as quickly and efficiently as possible, a political system that will enable it to live a life of supreme happiness. You see, there is no quicker or better method of establishing a political system than this one, nor could there ever be. Cleinias, well sir, how can a man convince himself that he is talking sense in maintaining all this? What arguments are there for it? Athenian, it's easy enough, surely, to see that the very facts of the case make the doctrine true. Cleinias, what do you mean? If we were to get a dictator, you say, who is young, restrained, quick to learn, with a retentive memory, courageous, and elevated. Athenian, and don't forget to add lucky too, in this one point, he should be the contemporary of a distinguished lawgiver, and be fortunate enough to come into contact with him. If that condition is fulfilled, God will have done nearly all that he usually does when he wants to treat a state with particular favor. The next best thing would be a pair of such dictators, the third best would be several of them. The difficulties are in direct proportion to the numbers. Cleinias, it looks as if your position is this, the best state will be the product of a dictatorship, thanks to the efforts of a first-rate legislator and a well-behaved dictator, and this will be the quickest and easiest way to bring about the transformation. The second best will be to start with an oligarchy, is that your point, or what, and the third to start with a democracy. Athenian, certainly not. The ideal starting point is dictatorship, the next best is constitutional kingship, and the third is some sort of democracy. Oligarchy comes fourth, because it has the largest number of powerful people, so that it admits the growth of a new order only with difficulty. And we maintain, of course, that such a growth takes place when circumstances throw up a genuine lawgiver who comes to share a degree of power with the most influential persons in the state, where the most influential element is both extremely powerful and numerically as small as it could be, as in a dictatorship, you usually get a rapid and trouble-free transition. Cleinias, how? We don't understand. Athenian, we've made the point more than once, I think. Perhaps you two have not so much as seen a state under the control of a dictator. Cleinias, no, and I don't particularly want to, either. Athenian, still, suppose you did, you'd notice something we remarked on just now. Laws for 1397. B. C. D. E. 711. B. 1398 laws. Cleinias, what is that? Athenian, that when a dictator wants to change the morals of a state, he doesn't need to exert himself very much or spend a lot of time on the job. He simply has to be the RST to set out on the road along which is to urge the citizens whether to the practice of virtue or vice, and give them a complete moral blueprint by setting his own personal example. He must praise and commend some courses of action and censure others, and in every eld of conduct he must see that anyone who disobeys is disgraced. Cleinias, and why should we expect the citizens to obey, with such alacrity, a man who combines persuasion with compulsion like that? Athenian, my friends, there is no quicker or easier way for a state to change its laws than to follow the leadership of those in positions of power. There is no other way now, nor will there be in the future, and we shouldn't let anyone persuade us to the contrary. Actually, you see, it is not simply this that is impossible or difficult to achieve. What is difficult, and a very rare occurrence in the history of the world, is something else, but when it does occur, the state concerned reaps the benefit on a grand scale. Indeed, there is no blessing that will pass it by. Cleinias, what occurrence do you mean? Athenian, a situation in which an inspired passion for the paths of restraint and justice guides those who wield great power. The passion may seize a single supreme ruler, or perhaps men who owe their power to exceptional wealth or high birth, or you may get a reincarnation of Nestor, who, superior as he was to all mankind for the vigor of his speech, is said to have put them in the shade even more by his qualities of restraint. In Trojan times, they say, such a paragon did exist, but he is certainly unheard of today. Still, granted someone like that did in fact exist in the past or is going to in the future, or is alive among us now, blessed is the life of this man of moderation, and blessed they who listen to the words that fall from his lips. And whatever the form of government, the same 712 doctrine holds true, where supreme power in a man joins hands with wise judgment and self-restraint, there you have the birth of the best political system, with laws to match, you'll never achieve it otherwise. So much for my somewhat oracular version. Let us take it as established that though, in one sense it is difficult for a state to acquire a good set of laws, in another sense nothing could be quicker or easier granted, of course, the conditions I've laid down. Cleinias, how so? Athenian, what about pretending the shun is true of your state, Cleinias, b. and having a shot at making up its laws? Like children, we old men love a bit of make-believe. Cleinias, yes, what are we waiting for? Let us get down to it. Athenian, let us therefore summon God to attend the foundation of the state. May he hear our prayers, and having heard, come graciously and benevolently to help us settle our state and its laws. Laws for 1399. Cleinias, may he come indeed. Athenian, well now, what political system do we intend to impose on the state? See. Cleinias, please be a little more explicit about what you really mean by that question. Do you mean we have to choose between a democracy, an oligarchy, and an aristocracy? Presumably you are hardly contemplating a dictatorship, or so we think, at any rate. Athenian, well then, which of you would be prepared to answer RST? And tell us which of these terms TS the political system of your homeland? Megillus, isn't it right and proper for me to answer RST, as the elder? Cleinias, perhaps so. D. Megillus, very well. When I consider the political system in force at Sparta, sir, it impossible to give you a straight answer, I just can't say what one ought to call it. You see, it really does look to me like a dictatorship. It has the efforts, a remarkably dictatorial institution, yet on occasions I think it gets very close to being run democratically. But then, again, it would be plain silly to deny that it is an aristocracy, and there's also a kingship, held for life, which both we and the rest of the world speak of as the oldest kingship of all. So when I am asked all of a sudden, like this, the fact is, as I said, that I can't distinguish exactly which of these political systems it belongs to. Cleinias, I am sure I am in the same predicament as you, Megillus. It acutely difficult to say for sure that the constitution we have in Gnosis comes into any of these categories. Athenian, and the reason, gentlemen, is this, you really do operate constitutions worthy of the name. The ones we call constitutions just now are not really that at all, they are just a number of ways of running a state, all of which involve some citizens living in subjection to others, like slaves, and the state is named after the ruling class in each case. But 713. If that is the sort of principle on which your new state is to be named, it should be called after the god who really does rule over men who are rational enough to let him. Cleinias, what god is that? Athenian, well, perhaps we ought to make use of this a little more, if we are going to clear up the question at issue satisfactorily. Cleinias, yes, that will be the right procedure. Athenian, it certainly will. Well now, countless ages before the formation of the states we described earlier, 5 they say there existed, in the age of Cronus, a form of government and administration which was a great success, and which served as a blueprint for the best run of our present day states. Cleinias, then I think we simply must hear about it. Athenian, yes, I agree. That's just why I introduced it into the discussion. 5 accepting the conjecture of Anarathethius in E4. 1400 laws. Cleinias, you were quite right to do so, and seeing how relevant it is, you'll be entirely just in giving a systematic account of what happened. See. Athenian, I must try to meet your wishes. The traditional account that has come down to us tells of the wonderfully happy life people lived then, and how they were provided with everything in abundance and without any effort on their part. The reason is alleged to be this: Cronus was of course aware that human nature, as we've explained, 6 is never able to take complete control of all human affairs without being led with arrogance and injustice. Bearing this in mind, he appointed kings and rulers for our states. They were not men, but beings of a superior and more divine order. Spirits. We act on the same principle nowadays in dealing with our ox, of sheep and herds of other domesticated animals. We don't put cattle in charge of cattle or goats in charge of goats, but control them ourselves, because we are a superior species. So Cronus too, who was well disposed to man, did the same. He placed us in the care of the spirits, a superior order of beings, who were to look after our interests, an easy enough task for them, and a tremendous boon to us, because the result of their attentions was peace, respect for others, good laws, justice in full measure, and a state of happiness and harmony among the races of the world. The story has a moral for us even today, and there is a lot of truth in it, where the ruler of a state is not a god but a mortal. People have no respite from toil and misfortune. The lesson is that we should make every effort to imitate the life men are said to have led under Cronus. We should run our public and our private life, our homes and our cities, in obedience to what little spark of immortality lies in us, and dignify these edicts of reason 714 with the name of law. But take an individual man, or an oligarchy, or even a democracy, that lusts in its heart for pleasure and demands to have its of everything it wants, the perpetually unsatisfied victim of an evil greed that attacks it like the plague. Well, as we said just now, if a power like that controls a state or an individual and rides roughshod over the laws, it is impossible to escape disaster. This is the doctrine we have to examine, Cleinias, and see whether we are prepared to go along with it. Or what? Cleinias, of course we must go along with it. Athenian, you realize that some people maintain that there are as many different kinds of laws as there are of political systems? And of course, we've just run through the many types of political systems there are, popularly supposed to be. Don't you think the question at issue is a triviality? It is supremely important, because in effect we've got back to arguing about the criteria of justice and injustice. These people take the line that legislation should be directed not to waging war or attaining complete virtue, but to see safeguarding the interests of the established political system, whatever that is, so that it is never overthrown and remains permanently in force. 6691c. Laws for 1401. They say that the definition of justice that measures up to the facts is best formulated like this. Cleinias, how? Athenian, it runs, whatever serves the interest of the stronger. Cleinias, be a little more explicit, will you? Athenian, the point is this, according to them, the element in control at any given moment lays down the law of the land. Right? Cleinias, true enough. Athenian, so do you imagine, they say, that when a democracy has won its way to power, or some other constitution has been established, such as dictatorship, it will ever pass any laws, unless under pressure, except those designed to further its own interests and ensure that it remains permanently in power? That LL be its main preoccupation, won't he it? Cleinias, naturally. Athenian, so the author of these rules will call them just and claim that anyone who breaks them is acting unjustly, and punish him? Cleinias, quite likely. Athenian, so this is why such rules will always add up to justice? Cleinias, certainly, on the present argument. Athenian, we are, you see, dealing with one of those claims to OE. 30. 7. Cleinias, what claims? Athenian, the ones we examined before, when we asked who should rule whom. It seemed that parents should rule children, the elder the younger, and the noble those of low birth, and there was a large number of other titles to authority, if you remember, some of which contrasted with others. The claim we were talking about now was certainly one of these. We said, I think, that Pindar turned it into a law of nature which meant that he had the use of force extreme, to quote his actual words 8715. Cleinias, yes, those are the points that were made. Athenian, now look, to which side in the dispute should we entrust our state? In some cities, you see, this is the sort of thing that has happened thousands of times. Cleinias, what? Athenian, when of CES or LLED competitively, the winners take over the affairs of state so completely that they totally deny the losers and the losers' descendants any share of power. Each side passes its time in a narrow scrutiny of the other, apprehensive lest someone with memories of past injustices should gain some of CE and lead a revolution. Of course, our position is that this kind of arrangement is very far from being a genuine political system. We maintain that laws which are not established for the good of the whole state are bogus laws, and when they favor 7C690 FF, 8C690B and note 1402 laws, particular sections of the community, their authors are not citizens but party men, and people who say those laws have a claim to be obeyed are wasting their breath. We've said all this because in your new state we aren't going to appoint a man to of CE because of his wealth or some other C claim like that, say strength or stature or birth. We insist that the highest of CE in the service of the gods must be allocated to the man who is best at obeying the established laws and wins that sort of victory in the state. The man who wins the second prize must be given second rank in that service, and so on, the remaining posts being allocated in order on the same system. Such people are usually referred to as rulers, and if I have called them servants of the laws, it is not because I want to mint a new expression, but because I believe that the success or failure of a state hinges on this point more than on anything else. Where the law is subject to some other authority and has none of its own, the collapse of the state, in my view, is not far off. But if law is the master of the government and the government is its slave, then the situation is full of promise and men enjoy all the blessings that the gods shower on a state. That is the way I see it. Cleinias, by heaven, sir, you read quite right. You've the sharp eye of an old man for these things. Athenian, yes, when we were young, we were all pretty blind to them. Old age is the best time to see them clearly. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, well, what now? I suppose we should assume our colonists have arrived and are standing before us. So we shall have to niche off the topic by addressing them. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, now then, our address should go like this. Men, according to the ancient story, there is a god who holds in his hands the beginning and end and middle of all things, and straight he marches in the cycle of 716. Nature. Justice, who takes vengeance on those who abandon the divine law, never leaves his side. The man who means to live in happiness lashes onto her and follows her with meekness and humility. But he who bursts with pride, elated by wealth or honors or by physical beauty when young and foolish, whose soul is awry with the arrogant belief that so far from needing someone to control and lead him, he can play the leader to others. There is a man whom God has deserted, and in his desolation he collects others like himself, and in his soaring frenzy he causes universal chaos. Many people think he cuts an Igor, but before very long he pays to justice no trying penalty and brings himself, his home and state to rack and ruin. Thus it is ordained. What action, then, should a sensible man take? And what should his outlook be? What must he avoid doing or thinking? Cleinias, this much is obvious, every man must resolve to belong to those who follow in the company of God. Athenian, so what conduct recommends itself to God and reacts his wishes? There is only one sort, epitomized in the old saying like approves of like, excess apart, which is both its own enemy and that of due. Laws for 1403. Proportion. In our view it is God who is preeminently the measure of all things, much more so than any man, as they say. 9. So if you want to recommend yourself to someone of this character, you must do your level best to make your own character rect his, and on this principle the moderate man is God's friend, being like him, whereas the immoderate and unjust man is not like him and is his enemy, and the same reasoning applies to the other vices too. Let us be clear that the consequence of all this is the following doctrine, which is, I think, of all doctrines the best and truest if a good man sacrifices to the gods and keeps them constant company in his prayers and offerings and every kind of worship he can give them, this will be the best and noblest policy he can follow. It is the conduct that TS his character as nothing else can, and it is his most effective way of achieving a happy life. But if the wicked man does it, the results are bound to be just the opposite. Whereas the good man's soul is clean, the wicked man's soul is polluted, and it is never right for a good man or for God to receive gifts from unclean hands, which means that even if impious people do 717 lavish a lot of attention on the gods, they are wasting their time, whereas The trouble taken by the pious is very much in season. So this is the target at which we should aim, but what missiles are we to use to hit it, and what bow is best carried to shoot them? Can we name these weapons? The RST weapon in our armory will be to honor the gods of the underworld. Next, after those of Olympus, the patron gods of the state, the former should be allotted such secondary honors as the even and the left, while the latter should receive superior and contrasting honors like the odd. 10 S. The best way a man can hit his target, piety. After these gods, a sensible man will worship the spirits, and after them the heroes. Next in priority will be rites celebrated according to law at private shrines dedicated to ancestral gods. Last come honors paid to living parents. It is meet and right that a debtor should discharge his RST and greatest obligation and pay the debt which comes before all others. He must consider that all he has and holds belongs to those who bore and bred him, and he is meant to use it in their service to the limit of his powers. He must serve them. RST with his property, then with hand and brain, and so give to the old people what they desperately need in view of their age, repayment of all that anxious care and attention they lavished on him, the long-standing loan they made him as a child. Throughout his life the son must be very careful to watch his tongue in addressing his parents, because there is a very heavy penalty for careless and ill-considered language. Retribution, D. Messenger of justice, is the appointed overseer of these things. If his parents get angry, he must submit to them, and whether they satisfy their anger. 9. Protagoras, a philosopher and sophist of the FTH century, maintained that man is the measure of all things. 10. A reference to the Pythagorean list of opposites, odd, even, right, left, male, female, good, bad, and a number of others. 1404 laws. In speech or in action, he must forgive them. After all, he must rect it is natural enough for a father to get very angry if he thinks he is being harmed by his own son. When the parents die, the most modest burial will be best, and the ceremonies should not be more elaborate than custom demands nor inferior to those with which his forefathers laid their own parents to rest. Year by year he should honor the departed by similar acts of devotion. He will honor them best by never failing to provide a perpetual memorial 718 to them, spending on the dead a proper proportion of the money he happens to have available. If we do that, and live in accordance with these rules, each of us will get the reward we deserve from the gods and such beings as are superior to ourselves, and live in a spirit of cheerful contents for most of the years of our life. The laws themselves will explain the duties we owe to children, relatives, friends and fellow citizens, as well as the service heaven demands we render to foreigners. They will tell us the way we have to behave in the company of each of these categories of people, if we want to lead a full and varied life without breaking the law. The law's method will be partly persuasion and partly, when they have to deal with characters that defy persuasion, compulsion and chastisement, and with the good wishes of the gods they will make our state happy and prosperous. There are a number of other topics which a legislator who thinks as I do simply must see mention, but they are not easily expressed in the form of a law. So he should, I think, put up to himself and those for whom he is going to legislate an example of the way to deal with the remaining subjects, and when he has explained them all as well as he can, he should set about laying down his actual code of laws. So what is the particular form in which such topics are expressed? It is none too easy to con anyone's exposition of them to a single example, but let us see if we can crystallize our ideas by looking at the matter rather like this. Cleinias, tell us what you have in mind. Athenian, I should like the citizens to be supremely easy to persuade along the paths of virtue, and clearly this is the effect the legislator will try to achieve throughout his legislation. Cleinias, of course. D. Athenian, it occurs to me that the sort of approach I've just explained, 11, provided it is not made to totally uncouth souls, will help to make people more amenable and better disposed to listen to what the lawgiver recommends. So even if the address has no great effect but only makes its listener a try easier to handle, and so that much easier to teach, the legislator should be well pleased. People who are anxious to attain moral excellence with all possible speed are pretty thin on the ground, and it isn't easy to envy them. Most only go to prove the wisdom of Hesiod's remark that the road to vice is smooth and can be traveled without sweating, because it is very short, but as the price of virtue, he says. 11 Reading Toinunda in D2. Laws for 1405. The gods have imposed the sweat of our brows, and long and steep is the ascent that you have to make, and rough, at RST, but when you get to the top, 719. Then the rugged road is easy to endure. 12. Cleinias, it sounds as if he hit off the situation very well. Athenian, he certainly did. But after this discussion I am left with certain impressions which I want to put forward for your consideration. Cleinias, do so, then. Athenian, let us have a word with the legislator and address him like this. Tell us, legislator, if you were to discover what we ought to do and be. Say, surely you tell us. Cleinias, of course. Athenian, now didn't we hear you saying a few minutes ago 13 that a legislator ought not to allow the poets to compose whatever happened to take their fancy? You see, they never know when they were saying something in opposition to the law and harming the state. Cleinias, you were quite right. Athenian, well, then, if we took the poet's side and addressed the legislator, would this be a reasonable line to take? Cleinias, what? Athenian, this, there is an old proverb, legislator, which we poets see never tire of telling and which all laymen con rm, to the effect that when a poet takes his seat on the tripod of the muse, he cannot control his thoughts. He is like a fountain where the water is allowed to gush forth unchecked. His art is the art of representation, and when he represents men with contrasting characters he is often obliged to contradict himself. And he doesn't know which of the opposing speeches contains the truth. But for the legislator, this is impossible. He must not let his law say two different things on the same subject. His rule has to be one topic, one doctrine. For example, consider what you said just now. A funeral can be extravagant, inadequate, or modest, and your choice falls on one of these 3. The moderate which you recommend with unqualified praise. But if I were composing a poem about a woman of great wealth and how she gave instructions for her own funeral, I should recommend the elaborate burial. A poor and frugal character, on the other hand, would be in favor of the cheap funeral, while the moderate man of moderate means would recommend accordingly. But you ought not to use the term moderate in the way you did just now. You must say what moderate means and how big or small it may be. If you don't, you must realize that a remark such as you made still has some way to go before it can be a law. 12 Works and Days 287 to 92. 13 C656 CFF. 1406 Laws. Cleinias, that is quite right. Athenian, so should the legislator whom we appoint skip any such announcement at the beginning of his laws? Is he to say without ceremony, what one should and should not do, and simply threaten the penalty for 720. Disobedience before passing on to the next law, without adding to his statutes a single word of encouragement or persuasion. It's just the same. With doctors, when we re-ill, one follows one method of treatment, one another. Let us recall the two methods, so that we can make the same request of the legislator that a child might make of its doctor, to treat him as gently as possible. You want an example? Well, we usually speak, I think, of doctors and doctors' assistants, but of course we call the latter doctors too. Clinias, certainly. B. Athenian, and these doctors, who may be free men or slaves, pick up the skill empirically, by watching and obeying their masters, they be no systematic knowledge such as the free doctors have learned for themselves and pass on to their pupils. You agree in putting doctors into these two categories? Clinias, of course. Athenian, now here's another thing you notice. A state as invalids in C. Include not only free men but slaves too, who are almost always treated by other slaves who either rush about on young visits or wait to be consulted in their surgeries. This kind of doctor never gives any account of the particular illness of the individual slave, or is prepared to listen to one. He simply prescribes what he thinks best in the light of experience, as if he had precise knowledge, and with the self-confidence of a dictator. Then he dashes off on his way to the next slave patient, and so takes off his master as shoulders some of the work of attending the sick. The visits of the free doctor, by contrast, are mostly concerned with treating the illnesses of free men. His method is to construct an empirical case history by consulting the invalid and his friends. In this way he himself learns something from the sick, and at the same time he gives the individual patient all the instruction he can. He gives no prescription until he has somehow gained the invalid's consent. Then, coaxing him into continued cooperation, he tries to complete his restoration to health. Which of the two methods do you think makes a doctor a better healer, or a trainer more efficient? Should they use the double method to achieve a single effect, or should the method to be single the less satisfactory approach that makes the invalid more recalcitrant? Clinias, the double, sir, is much better, I think. Athenian, would you like us to see how this double method and the single work out when applied to legislation? Clinias, yes, I do like that very much. Athenian, well then, in heaven's name, what will be the RST law our legislator will establish? Surely the RST subject he will turn to in his laws for 1407. Regulations will be the very RST step that leads to the birth of children in 721. The state. Clinias, of course. Athenian, and this RST step is, in all states, the union of two people in the partnership of marriage. Clinias, naturally. Athenian, so the correct policy for every state will probably be to pass marriage laws RST. Clinias, no doubt about it. Athenian, now then, to start with, let us have the simple form. It might run more or less like this. A man must marry between the ages of 30 and 30 B. If he does not, he must be punished by ness and disgrace. And the ness and disgrace will then be specie ed. So much for the simple version of the marriage law. This will be the double version. A man must marry between the ages of 30 and 30 B, reacting that there is a sense in which nature has not only somehow endowed the human race with a degree of immortality, but also planted in us all a longing to achieve it, which we express in every way we can. 1c. Expression of that longing is the desire for fame and the wish not to lie nameless in the grave. Thus mankind is by nature a companion of eternity, and is linked to it, and will be linked to it, forever. Mankind is immortal because it always leaves later generations behind to preserve its unity and identity for all time. It gets its share of immortality by means of procreation. It is never a holy thing voluntarily to deny oneself this prize, and he who neglects to take a wife and have children does precisely that. So if a man obeys the law he will be allowed to go his way without penalty, but if a man disobeys, and reaches the age of 30 BE without having married, he must pay a yearly any of a sum to be specie ed. That ought to stop him thinking that life as a bachelor is all cakes and ale, and be deprived too of all the honors which the younger people in the state pay to their elders on the appropriate occasions. When one has heard this law and compared it with the other, one can judge whether in general laws should run to at least twice the length by combining persuasion and threats, or restrict themselves to threats alone, and be of single length only. Vigilus, the Spartan instinct, sir, is always to prefer brevity. But if I were asked to sit in judgment on these statutes and say which of the two I'd like to see committed to writing in the state, I'd choose the longer one, 722. And my choice would be precisely the same for every law drafted in the 1408 laws, alternative versions of which you've given us specimens. Still, I suppose Clinias here too must approve this present legislation, seeing that it is his state that is contemplating the adoption of laws modeled on it. Clinias, you've put it all very well, Vigilus. Athenian, however, it would be pretty fatuous to spend our time talking about the length or brevity of the text. It has high quality that we should be value, I think, not extreme brevity or length. One of the kinds of laws we mentioned just now is twice as valuable for practical purposes as the other. But that's not all. As we said a little while ago, the two types of doctors were an extremely apt parallel. 14. A relevant point here is that no legislator ever seems to have noticed that in spite of its being open to them to use two methods in their legislation, compulsion and persuasion, subject to the limitations imposed by the uneducated masses, in fact they use only one. They never mix in persuasion with force when they brew their laws, see, but administer compulsion need. As for myself, my dear sirs, I can see a third condition that should be observed in legislation, not that it ever is